Chapter 1. Transformed into a mighty woman. Get out of my house. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as Su Si, having just absorbed the memories flooding her mind, was met with this abrupt declaration. Such was the utterance of a true scoundrel. How dare he speak to me like that? With my fiery temper, I have never been subjected to such disrespect. You should be the one to leave. Su Si exclaimed, rising abruptly and slamming her palm onto the table. With a thunderous crack, the table splintered in two, wood shavings scattering in the air. The items on the table clattered to the floor, producing a series of sharp sounds. The man before her stood agape, his face a mask of terror, while Su Si herself was momentarily stunned. She glanced at her palm, then at the chaos strewn across the floor, and slowly realized had she truly transformed into a mighty woman? Silence enveloped the room as neither spoke. After a brief pause, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from other rooms. Ah Chun, are you bullying your wife again? Come out. A woman's anxious voice rang out, followed by the forceful swing of an unlatched door. A middle-aged woman, her expression tinged with anger, was the first to come into view. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothing was hastily thrown together, suggesting she had rushed from her slumber upon hearing the commotion. Behind her were three others, two men and a woman, all displaying expressions of concern. Mother, look closely, who is really bullying whom? Shen Yanshen, recovering from his shock, exclaimed in frustration. Returning home that evening, he had found Su Si sitting quietly at the table, as she always did, with her usual subdued demeanor. It irritated him. She refused to join him in bed, as if he would harm her in some way. Though he might be perceived as a rogue by others, he would never force her against her will. Su Si's current demeanor incensed him further. His careless words had slipped out, and he immediately regretted them. He had expected her to quietly shed tears, yet instead, she delivered a crushing blow. The solid wooden table had shattered at her touch, and he could hardly fathom the consequences had it been directed at him. Though he still stood there, in truth, he had mentally departed some time ago. After such a fright, to have his mother accuse him, he glared at the group by the door. Shen Ani and Lu Yuexin exchanged glances, fully aware of their youngest son's capabilities. They did not underestimate him with his feeble strength. It was entirely implausible for him to cause such destruction. The only explanation was that this usually reticent daughter-in-law had done it. Shen Jingchuan gently rested his arm around Su Jinyu's shoulder, both equally astonished. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Yuexin finally spoke. Surely you must have provoked her first. Mother, am I no longer your son? Why do you side with her? Shen Yanshen retorted, feeling a swell of indignation. But he seized this opportunity to distance himself from Su Si, hastily stepping towards the others at the door. It was utterly terrifying, was nearly scared to death. What do you mean siding with her? Su Si is your legitimately wedded wife. She is family now. How can that be? Clearly. Be quiet. Regardless, your names are inscribed on the marriage certificate, and the ceremony was performed with both of you present. You must accept her as your wife, Lu Yuexin interrupted sternly. While Shen Yanshen's face still bore discontent, he saw that his mother had grown angry and his father was regarding him coldly, leaving him no choice but to fall silent. Ah Si, are you all right? Lu Yuexin carefully stepped over the debris. Inching closer, Su Si's visage was somewhat obscured beneath the dim lighting. Aside from the initial outburst upon gaining consciousness, she had been silently observing their interactions, remaining mute. Only when addressed did she respond softly, "I'm fine." Her minimal words carried a hint of distance, which Lu Yuexin, accustomed to Su Si's taciturn nature, did not mind. Tonight, let Ah Chun spend the night in the kitchen for some reflection. Do not take his words to heart. This is your home, and no one can cast you out. The girl before her was but 15, scarcely older than her own daughter, and had come to this place due to their entanglements. Lu Yuexin felt a surge of compassion. Why should I? I refuse. Shen Yanshen's protest was abruptly silenced by Shen Jingchuan, who firmly ushered him away with his arm. Shen Ani followed closely behind, his expression grim. With half the group gone, only 3 women remained, and the previously tense atmosphere lightened somewhat. Sister-in-law, please sit, allow me to tidy up, Su Jinyue said with a gentle smile, retrieving a broom and dustpan from the courtyard. Su Si felt more at ease than when she first arrived. I'll help too, she replied, feeling embarrassed to let others clean while she rested. The 3 women were diligent, ensuring not a single shard in the corners was overlooked. Soon, The room was immaculate, though the absence of the table left it feeling somewhat empty. "Tomorrow, I will have your father craft another table," Lu Yuexin consoled her. Sensing Su Si's discontent, they did not linger long. Once they had seen the two women out, Su Si secured the door and sat on the bed, wrapping her arms around her legs, finally beginning to sort through her thoughts. Chapter 2. The past of the original host. She has traversed into a fictional dynasty known as Jinghua. The original host is an uncherished, illegitimate daughter of a general's household. Her mother, originally a favored maidservant of the mistress, was sent to the general's bed to secure the mistress's affection during her pregnancy. In the transient hierarchy of the household, the original host's mother was soon relegated to a remote courtyard, and within that brief span, she conceived the original host. Although it transpired due to the mistress's machinations, the powerful always possess their own justifications. In her eyes, it was merely her servant who had seduced her husband, due to the mistress's disdain. The servants of the household followed suit, rationing their daily provisions. The original host's mother was compelled to cultivate vegetables in the courtyard to sustain herself, rarely venturing outside. Perhaps as a consequence, her health deteriorated, and she passed away from excessive bleeding shortly after giving birth. With the troublesome figure gone, and perhaps in a display of magnanimity, the mistress permitted the use of the name that the original host's mother had chosen in advance and assigned a nursemaid to care for the newborn. Fortune smiled upon her, for the nursemaid was a remarkably kind soul. She sang lullabies, recounted tales of her birth mother, and shared that the name given was Si, symbolizing unrestrained growth. However, this bliss was fleeting. The nursemaid met her demise when the original host was merely 7 years old, struck down by a brutal beating for inadvertently soiling the young lady's garments. She vividly remembers waiting in vain for the nursemaid's return, only to find her lifeless body on the ground, bloodied, while the young lady stood nearby, casting a scornful and malevolent gaze upon them, as if they were mere refuse. From that moment on, the original host became withdrawn and timid, haunted by vivid memories of blood each night, often awakening in terror. Lacking a sense of belonging, she was eventually betrothed to a son of the Minister of Justice, a young man she had observed from afar who exuded a calm demeanor. Yet, what led her to marry Shen Yanqing? The young lady was originally a candidate for the crown prince's consort, having grown up alongside him. However, during a royal banquet, she accidentally fell into the water and was rescued by Shen Yanqing. In the public eye, her interaction with a man outside the royal family compelled the emperor to hastily arrange a marriage between Su Jiaojiao and Shen Yanqing, setting a wedding date. It is said that Su Jiaojiao fainted at that very moment, which had no bearing on Su Si's fate. All she knew was that her wedding date was abruptly advanced by the general's household, with no explanation provided. In a whirlwind of urgency, she was married off without ever having ventured beyond the confines of her home, bewilderingly participating in the ceremony. Just after the completion of this rite, a throng of officials burst in, claiming that the Marquis Shenwu had embezzled funds and was to be exiled to the northwest by imperial decree. Amidst the chaos, her bridal veil was forcibly removed by an unknown hand, and although some noticed that the bride was not right, there was no time to voice their concerns before she was taken to the imperial prison. Luo Yuexin and others quickly realized the bride's plight. The guard threw the marriage certificate at them, prominently displaying Su Si's name. In that instant, they understood that this was all a conspiracy. Otherwise, how could a guard conveniently possess the marriage certificate of the two? For many years in the court, the formidable Duke Shun Ani had his own circle of friends. Recently, news reached them that the illegitimate daughter of the general's manor, Su Si, had broken off her engagement with the illegitimate son of the Minister of Justice. And Su Jiaojiao had married into the prince's residence just yesterday. A clever maneuver, a facade of compliance, masking an underhanded exchange. The emperor's health was deteriorating, delegating many matters to the crown prince. And this incident was a strategic move orchestrated between the prince's residence and the general's manor, catching them entirely off guard. By a twist of fate, Su Si found herself entangled in this scheme, leaving many to feel a deep sense of remorse towards her. Luo Yuexin had once contemplated bestowing her a letter of divorce, hoping to extricate her from their ties and spare her from exile, but the original owner had declined. She was not foolish. Given the circumstances, Returning would yield no favorable outcome. She would either face execution or succumb to an untimely death. Thanks to the connections of acquaintances along the journey of exile, they arrived safely at Anyang County, where they purchased a residence to settle down. Susie felt a twinge of sorrow, uncertain of her modern body's fate, having merely fallen asleep to find herself here. She pondered the original owner's fate, wondering where her spirit had gone. If only their souls had exchanged places, it would have been fortuitous. Her modern family was quite blissful. Unable to return, she could at least fulfill her filial duties with the original owner's assistance, for she could scarcely bear to imagine her parents' devastation upon discovering her corpse. As for her newfound strength, the original owner had lacked such abilities, attributing it solely to the effects of her transmigration. Her thoughts swirled chaotically in her mind, akin to a muddled paste, and before she realized it, she drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in Su Jinyue's chamber, the couple conversed softly. To their surprise, despite her delicate appearance, her sister-in-law proved to be remarkably formidable. Shun Jingchuan felt a wave of emotion. His family was renowned for martial prowess, with only his younger brother lacking in talent. After leading his brother to the kitchen, under their father's scrutiny, the younger sibling animatedly recounted his experience, clearly affected by the encounter. Were he in the same position, he doubted that the table would have been so easily shattered. It seemed he had reached his limit before exploding in frustration. Su Jinyue mused, thinking of her younger brother's words, which would have certainly provoked her ire had she heard them. Perhaps you should keep your distance from her in the future. Shun Jingchuan expressed his concern. What nonsense is that? She wouldn't harm me. I see no malice in her. Su Jinyue chuckled. After a playful exchange, fatigue began to settle in. Rest now. You have work to attend to tomorrow, Su Jinyue said, feeling a pang of sympathy. Very well. They embraced and drifted into sleep. In another room, discussions about Susie were underway. My dear, do you think they will be all right given their circumstances? Luo Yuexin asked, draped in a robe. Initially worried about Susie being mistreated, she had been protective, but now, witnessing her formidable strength, she found herself concerned for her son. What if one day, Chun displeased her, and in a fit of temper, she struck him? What could possibly happen? Don't fret unnecessarily. After all, she won't kill him, Shun Ani replied, turning over in bed, reassuring her with his eyes closed. That's not the point. While she wouldn't kill him, injuries are still undesirable. Why didn't Susie reveal her capabilities before? Might there be some hidden agenda? She nudged Shun Ani, urging him to shift. Now that we find ourselves in this situation, what more can we aspire to? As for the strength, it is likely inherited, for it is said that the ancestors of the General S residents were remarkably robust. Over time, however, their vigor has waned. Yet it is surprising that a young lady possesses such remarkable capabilities. This matter was conveniently obscured in its occurrence. In the kitchen, Shun Yinxing stealthily approached the door, only to discover it was locked. Cursing inwardly, he dared not make too much noise and reluctantly returned to the kitchen, curling his tall frame against the hay, his vexation leading him into slumber. With the arrival of spring, the outside air was not too cold, and the moon hung brightly amidst the sparse stars. A figure silently approached the kitchen, draping a garment over the sleeping man before quietly departing. Awakening to the warmth, Shun Yinxing nuzzled against the somewhat coarse fabric, his brow unfurling, shedding his usual nonchalance, revealing a more docile aspect to his handsome features. Chapter 3. A change in character when Susie finally roused. Daylight flooded the room. Her first thought was that she was late. It was her turn to cook for the three of them that day. Anxiously, she tidied her attire and opened the door. Su Jinyue was sweeping the courtyard and looked up upon hearing her voice. Little sister, you're awake, she said, continuing her task. Has father and elder brother eaten yet? Susie hurried toward the kitchen. Don't rush. Mother prepared breakfast early this morning. They have already eaten and left. There's still food for you in the kitchen. Go eat. Su Jinyue called out as she straightened. She sensed a change in her sister-in-law, an inexplicable intuition that something was different. All right. Susie felt a wave of relief. When they were captured, it had been nighttime, and everyone had been taken away in a daze. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, they were quickly exiled. The money sent by friends from the Marquis' residence had been subjected to layers of exploitation, leaving them with barely over 100 taels. With expenses for bribing officials and purchasing a house, they had squandered much of it, perhaps due to the disgraceful actions of the crown prince and others. And after much effort from friends in court, they were left with the same restrictions as commoners, only barred from entering the capital and taking the imperial examination for 3 generations. However, their criminal record impeded their search for employment. Originally, they had intended to seek leisurely positions, such as in accounting or as tutors, yet those roles were highly selective regarding social standing. Upon discovering their criminal background, they were summarily rejected. Thus, Shen's father and son were left with no choice but to work at the docks loading goods. Though laborious, the pay was higher, at 40 won per person per day. Initially, Shen Yinxing was to join them, but his delicate constitution rendered him unfit for such toil. After the first day, he fell ill with a high fever, incurring medical expenses and medicine. Reluctantly, they allowed him to avoid work, for not only would he earn nothing, but he would also incur losses, an unwise trade. Fortunately, although he eschewed proper work, he exhibited no vices, refraining from gambling. With careful budgeting, they managed to sustain themselves. Ultimately, Shen Ani and his wife felt a twinge of guilt. Having already secured an heir due to the heir apparent's position, they had indulged their second child, allowing her the freedom to pursue her desires as long as they did not cross moral boundaries, resulting in her current demeanor. Awakening, you truly know how to rise. Solely to partake in a meal, I see. Su Si approached the kitchen and was about to enter when she collided with Shen Yinxing, who was emerging from within. A crimson mark from his pillow adorned his face, unbeknownst to him. Upon seeing her, memories of last night's grievances in the kitchen resurfaced, prompting him to unleash a teasing remark. Do say that again. Su Si clenched her fist and waved it before his eyes. Shen Yinxing, startled, retorted that he was not one to stoop to her level before hastily retreating. Amused, Su Si chuckled at his bluster, finding him rather comical. Noticing an empty bowl by the pot, she surmised it had just been used by Shen Yinxing. There remained a bowl of congee in the pot, its contents sparse and thin, yet still warm to the touch. Touched by this small gesture, she drank it down, finding her stomach unperturbed, akin to merely quenching her thirst. Reflecting upon past meals, mornings had generally mirrored this simplicity, boiling a bit of rice, each person receiving a bowl, with her father and elder brother receiving a heartier portion, while the others had to make do with less, as they had to engage in laborious tasks. Enduring hunger over time would surely jeopardize their health. She briefly rinsed the bowl, devoid of any grease, merely swishing it about. Upon exiting the kitchen, she found Su Jinyue had mysteriously vanished. Su Si surveyed the courtyard, which lay at the far western edge of the county. Anyang was broadly divided into 2 sections: the Western Market, a poor district, and the Eastern Market, a bustling area. The purchase of this modest abode, comprising 4 households sharing a kitchen, a bathroom, and a hall, had cost a mere 50 taels, largely due to its peripheral location. The brick house bore the marks of weathering, a testament to the storms it had withstood. The courtyard was small, with a chicken coop on the left housing 2 chicks recently brought home. On the right, there was only a well and a small patch of land, which Su Si contemplated thoughtfully. Second sister, how are you? Shen Xinghuan returned from outside with Shen Qining and, upon seeing Su Si standing alone, expressed her concern. The youngest in the family, Shen Xinghuan had always been frail, her small face pale and sharp, appearing more like a 7 or 8-year-old despite being 10. Since arriving here, she had grown aware of the family's circumstances and, being sensible, had chosen to forego the tonics meant to bolster her health. Though the family was reluctant to let her make such sacrifices, the situation left little room for alternatives. The daily sustenance and the upcoming head tax for the following year constituted considerable expenses. Lately, her health had been deteriorating, and after sound sleep last night, she had been unaware of the happenings until she discovered her second brother slumbering in the kitchen. I'm fine. What are you and Qining up to? Su Si affectionately ruffled her hair, recalling how the original owner had often been made unhappy by Shen Yinxing's bullying, with the sensitive young girl always being the first to notice. Second aunt, we want to catch earthworms. We can feed them to the chicks, and they'll grow quickly, and then we'll have eggs to eat. The little boy, Shun Jingchuan, the only child of Shun Jingchuan and Su Jinwei, was 4 years old and drooled at the prospect of eggs. Ah, look at our Qining and Qinghuan, so capable. Su Si crouched down to dust off his clothes. Shun Qinghuan, a bit self-conscious, fidgeted with her garment, but didn't dare to catch any. It was all Qining-esque doing. However, every time Aunt saw one, she would inform me, and I would capture it. Though the child's words were somewhat disjointed, they conveyed the intended meaning, as explained by Shun Qinghuan. Wow, Qinghuan, you are truly remarkable. Moreover, you ventured out with Qi Ning and took care of him for us, which was immensely helpful, Su Si remarked with a gentle tone. Shun Qinghuan's eyes sparkled. In these times, people were rather reserved, and it was rare to hear such candid praise from others. Given her frail health since childhood, her family had seldom permitted her to undertake any tasks, making this her first experience of feeling valued. She keenly sensed a transformation in her sister-in-law. Once withdrawn in her own world, she now radiated like the sun breaking through clouds, illuminating everything with positivity and brightness. Shun Qinghuan cherished this new version of her sister-in-law. Su Si had no intention of concealing his changes. Should anyone inquire, he would simply admit to having reached his limit and no longer wishing to remain as he once was. It was entirely natural for one's personality to undergo a significant shift following such stimuli, wasn't it? Unbeknownst to him, Shun Yinqing outside was shouldering a considerable burden. Qining, in the exuberant age of childhood, had already dashed to the hen house while chatting. Opening the container, he began feeding the chicks one worm at a time. This one is yours, and this one is for it. Do not snatch. The little boy instructed earnestly as he distributed the worms. Su Si and Shun Qinghuan approached him, observing this innocent scene with delight. Chapter 4. Shun Qinghuan's thoughts come quickly and help me with this. Lu Yuexin's voice echoed from outside the door. Coming. Su Si hurried forward to take the burden from her back, which was filled to the brim with shepherd's purse and some wild onions. Mother, why did you go alone? Why didn't you call us? Lu Yuexin rubbed her slightly aching shoulder and ladled a scoop of water from the large vat in the courtyard, drinking it down greedily, feeling somewhat relieved afterward. You are still young. Overexertion can hinder your growth. Besides, Aunt Zhao was in a rush, so I had to grab what I could and hurry off, Lu Yuexin explained with a smile, settling into a chair at the door, savoring the gentle thuds of Shun Qinghuan's light punches on her back, closing her eyes in comfort. I will massage Grandma too. Shun Qining, being a small child who couldn't reach her back, tenderly patted Lu Yuexin's leg with his tiny fists, a sight that could melt anyone's heart. Since the Shun family moved in, they had largely kept to themselves. Lu Yuexin and Su Jinwei, as daughters of a prominent family, usually engaged in socializing, discussing matters of elegance and refinement. However, the people around them were primarily those toiling for their livelihoods, leaving little common ground for conversation. Aunt Zhao resided on the next street, a scholar's daughter whose husband had passed away, leaving her with a lone son who was studying. The two had met at the market, where Aunt Zhao had dropped her belongings, and Lu Xinyue helped her gather them up. They hit it off immediately, and upon discovering they lived nearby, they began to connect more frequently. Su Si glanced at the sky, estimating it was nearing noon and that preparations for lunch should commence. Preventing his mother from assisting, he carried the basket of wild vegetables into the kitchen. After rummaging through the supplies, he found only half a vat of coarse flour, half a vat of coarse rice, a pound of white flour, and 5 eggs. The cupboard contained some coarse salt and a jar of oil, along with a few potatoes and carrots. Upon arriving in Anyang town, several individuals found themselves utilizing the stove for the first time, their clumsiness nearly resulting in a fire. With others occupied with various tasks and unable to rely on Shun Yanshan, the responsibility of cooking fell upon the 3 women, mother-in-law and daughters-in-law. Having never cooked before, their initial attempts were fraught with mistakes, and it was only now that they had improved to a point where the food was barely palatable and no longer resulted in stomach ailments. Typically, they would prepare steamed buns for lunch, but today Su Si had risen late and had not set the dough in advance, making it impossible to achieve that. After some thought, she resolved to make pancakes, which were quick and convenient. In her modern life, her family operated a restaurant, and on occasion, when they were overwhelmed, she would step in, achieving a modest level of success. Susie scooped 4 bowls of coarse flour, added half a bowl of fine flour, and incorporated some salt to enhance the dough's elasticity, kneading it with warm water into a ball and allowing it to rest. She meticulously washed the potatoes and radishes, peeling their skins away, and then deftly sliced them into fine shreds. Shen Qinghuan and Shun Qining peered into the kitchen, and after a moment's hesitation, Qinghuan spoke up. "Sister-in-law, is there anything I can assist with?" Her voice trembled slightly, fearful of being turned away as she often had before. While everyone else had their tasks, she felt like a porcelain doll, contributing nothing, and unlike her elder brother, she felt a twinge of guilt, as if she were merely a guest. "Sure, you can help me wash some scallions. Remember to use warm water to avoid catching a chill," Susie instructed. "Okay, I understand. I'll be right back," the young girl replied, her voice filled with a hint of joy, her steps quickening, a smile brightening her face. Lu Yuexin stared in mild astonishment. In her memory, her younger daughter, who had always been frail, had never exhibited such exuberance, merely for being asked to wash some scallions. Had she erred in her previous insistence on rest, due to Qinghuan's health? It seemed that after she had discouraged her daughter from helping, Qinghuan had gradually ceased to offer. Shen Qinghuan poured some warm water from the wooden jug into a basin, carefully washing the wild scallions, shaking off the excess water before dashing into the kitchen, with Qining following closely behind. "Sister-in-law, they're ready," she exclaimed, presenting them to Susie as if showcasing a treasure. Susie glanced at them, noting their cleanliness. It appeared that this family had a penchant for tidiness, which she found quite agreeable. "Good. Hold on to them for me until I finish cutting," she said, as the cutting board was limited in space, and the shreds of potatoes and radishes nearly occupied its entirety. Shun Qinghuan observed quietly, finding her sister-in-law radiating confidence, her demeanor quite captivating. The rhythmic clanging of the knife against the cutting board echoed as Susie sliced with precision, each piece uniformly thin, all placed into a wooden basin to soak. Estimating the time, Susie rolled the rested dough into long strips, dividing them into evenly sized pieces, brushing them with oil, and covering them with a plate to continue resting. While she was cutting the scallions, Shun Qinghuan curiously inquired, "Sister-in-law, what are you preparing for dinner?" "Today, I'm making a new dish, potato and radish shreds pancakes," Susie replied. "I bet it will be delicious," Shun Qinghuan said earnestly. "You have the sweetest tongue." "Little sister," Susie teased with a smile. Shun Qinghuan's cheeks flushed, not from a desire to flatter, but rather from the exquisite appearance of the shredded vegetables. Her sister-in-law exuded such confidence that it was a natural inclination to feel this way. The younger sister was busy cooking, and I took it upon myself to tend to the fire. Su Jinwei had just returned from washing clothes when her mother called her, stating that some simple tasks could be entrusted to the younger sister in the future. Although she was uncertain of the reasoning, she readily agreed. While I stoked the flames, Susie took out 3 pieces of dough, pressed them down, brushed oil on 2, leaving one ungreased, and layered them together, placing the ungreased one on top before rolling it out thinly. Su Jinwei hesitated, wanted to speak. "Sister-in-law, what are you making? Is this method effective?" She harbored doubts, confused as to why they were separated at one moment and stacked together the next. "I know. It's potato and carrot shredded pancake. Qining keakerli ansveret." Indeed, Qining has an excellent memory, Susie remarked as she noticed the pan was hot enough, pouring in some oil to coat it lightly before ladling some out again. Su Jinwei intended to say more, but upon this realization, she felt a pang of disappointment. Yes, this child has an exceptional memory. Originally, plans were in place for his further education. Susie, undisturbed, placed the prepared pancake dough into the pan. As they waited for the dough to cook, she mused aloud. There are countless paths in this world. If one is blocked, perhaps another direction may prove more suitable. The pancakes were thin once one side was cooked. She flipped it over, and after both sides were done, she carefully removed it while still hot. The quality of the iron pan was superb. Nothing stuck to it. Lost in thought, Su Jinwei reflected, why wallow in self-pity? As long as one possesses the capability, success can be achieved in any field. Susie continued her work, repeating the steps until all the pancakes were ready, an impressive total of 25, covered with a cloth. Chapter 5. The first shot to transform Shen after thoroughly washing the potato and carrot shreds. Susie sauteed them gently over low heat with a drizzle of oil and a pinch of salt. Once fully cooked, she added some chopped green onions and sauteed for a few moments before serving. The aroma wafted through the air, prompting Shen Qining to close his eyes and inhale deeply. How fragrant! Luo Yuexin initially felt a twinge of sadness, believing herself to be an inadequate mother. But as the delightful scent of the meal permeated the space, she found herself unconsciously drawn to the kitchen doorway. When Susie looked up, she noticed the family gathered around, and she couldn't help but smile, portioning out half of the freshly made food. Come, it's time to eat. She held the pancake skins while Su Jinyue carried the dishes, and the others eagerly followed with their bowls and chopsticks to the dining table. After washing her hands, Su Jinyue sat down with Qi Ning, waiting for the elders to begin. Luo Yuexin was the first to take a bite of the sauteed potato and carrot shreds. The colorful dish adorned with green onions appeared vibrant. It was crunchy and fragrant, bringing a look of satisfaction to her face. Seeing this, the others quickly picked up their chopsticks, eager to partake in the meal. Qi Ning, still small and somewhat clumsy with chopsticks, dropped half of his bite as he hurriedly brought it to his mouth, his eyes squinting slightly. Though times were tough, the family adhered to the unspoken rule of silence while eating, yet their expressions conveyed a shared admiration for the dish. Once taken for granted, this meal now felt like a distant memory. After Susie meticulously wrapped the pancakes, she began to devour them with great enthusiasm, drawing the attention of everyone present. Confused, she wondered what was happening. The expressions on their faces were rather intricate. The etiquette they had learned dictated that eating with one's hands was rather uncouth. However, Lu Yuexin accepted the situation with grace, realizing that there was no need for such formality now. Whatever was convenient would suffice. She too began to eat with her hands, and it was indeed much easier than attempting to use chopsticks. The food did not scatter about. Observing this, the others ceased their insistence on proper etiquette. Reluctant to dine out and lacking culinary skills of their own, they had not enjoyed a meal this much in a long while. "Hey, why didn't you wait for me to eat?" Shen Yinqing announced as he entered, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. After washing his hands, he hurried to the table. The group felt a bit awkward, having been so engrossed in their meal that they had forgotten about him. "You came back late," Lu Yuexin chided playfully. "I usually return around this time," Shen Yinqing retorted casually, eager to indulge in the food. "Wow, this is delicious. Who made it?" he exclaimed. "Why, it was your wife, of course," Lu Yuexin replied with a hint of amusement. "How did your cooking suddenly improve?" Shen Yinqing inquired, curiosity etched on his face. "None of your business. You should be grateful that I've finally figured it out. Although I may be tooting my own horn, I still find you rather irritating." Susie thought to herself. Explaining the intricacies of cooking was indeed a challenge, but she was weary of the bland meals she had been serving. Let them think whatever they wished. Shen Yinqing, caught off guard, retorted with a chuckle. "So, are you implying that mother and sister-in-law as cooking was dreadful?" Susie raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity in his words. After all, whether it was porridge or dumplings, the taste remained the same regardless of the cook. As her mother shot him a disapproving look, he recoiled slightly in defeat. "I never said that," he conceded. "All right, I shall remain silent." In just one night, she had transformed into someone sharp-tongued. He preferred her previous demeanor. He took a hearty bite of the pancake, acknowledging that the food was indeed impressive. For the sake of this delectable meal, he could endure her attitude. With such delightful fare before them, their appetites soared. Potatoes were inexpensive, and they ate until their bellies were pleasantly full. Once the dishes were cleaned, Susie lingered behind with Shun Qinghuan. "Qinghuan, please help me wrap the remaining pancakes. It will be more convenient for father and elder brother to eat." "Of course," the young girl responded, her spirit as lively as a butterfly. Seeing this, Su Jinyue surmised the reasoning behind their mother's decision. With 14 pancakes left, it was uncertain how many they would consume, so they decided to wrap them all and place them in a lunchbox, which appeared quite substantial. "Give them to me. I will deliver them," Lu Yuexin said, preparing to take them once they were ready. Mother, let him go and deliver them. You've worked hard all morning, Su Si suggested, pointing to Shun Yinqing, who was slumped nearby. Me? Shun Yinqing exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Yuexin hesitated, uncertain if he was capable. In her mind, her youngest son had always been somewhat unreliable. What if he failed to deliver the food, leaving her husband and elder son hungry at noon? I can't do it. Shun Yinqing shook his head, echoing her doubts. How can you say that? You're a grown man now. If you can't even deliver a meal, perhaps you should reconsider your existence, she replied with a teasing tone. Luo Yuexin pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat fatigued by the simplicity of the task at hand, and decisively declared, very well, Ah Chun, you shall go. After all, you have worked there before and can find your way. Mother, Shun Yinqing attempted to refuse. But before he could finish, Su Si forcefully tugged at his arm, pulling him outside. Once he finally steadied himself, Su Si promptly thrust the food container into his embrace. Here, take it. Be quick. Do not make me repeat myself. Shun Yinqing, observing her unwavering demeanor, reluctantly accepted the package, his spirit dampened as he trudged out. Just before he exited, Su Si threatened, if you do not accomplish this task properly, you shall face the consequences. Upon hearing this, his pace quickened, and in an instant, he vanished through the doorway. Since Shun Yinqing fell ill from work, the family no longer relied on him. He himself had become quite lazy, hardly engaging in any tasks throughout the day. In this world, women could only return to their families after a divorce. In reflecting on the troublesome matters within the general's residence, she was uncertain if she would survive upon returning, even if she possessed great strength. Fortunately, aside from Shun Yinqing, the rest of her family was doing well, and Su Si resolved to continue living this way. Henceforth, Shun Yinqing could no longer indulge in his bad habits. She would not tolerate his careless behavior. Regardless of whether they could live as a normal couple in the future, he could not be a hindrance to her. And the first shot in her reformation had already been fired. Shun Qinghuan and Qi Ning had gone to bed, leaving only 3 people in the hall. After half an hour, Luo Yuexin grew increasingly anxious, repeatedly glancing outside. Why hasn't Ah Chun returned yet? Has he delivered the food? At this hour, they should have finished eating. Su Jinwei, engaged in embroidery, raised her head to offer comfort. Just wait a little longer. The journey to and from the dock takes at least half an hour. Su Si, witnessing this intricate craft for the first time, was transfixed beside her, occasionally expressing admiration. Ah, I understand, yet for some reason, I cannot ease my mind, Luo Yuexin said wearily as she settled back down. Mother, do not worry. You must eventually let go. You cannot fret over him for a lifetime, Su Si advised. Luo Yuexin sighed, acknowledging the wisdom in her words, though she found it challenging to adjust to the change. I'm back. Shun Yinqing's voice resonated from outside. Chapter 6. Attempting embroidery. Luo Yuexin hurriedly stood up. Did you deliver it? Of course. Father and elder brother enjoyed their meal immensely. They have finished eating, Shun Yinqing replied, slightly breathless, placing the food container on the table, disinclined to move further. What he did not mention was that seeing his father and brother eat so heartily prompted him to join them and indulge in a portion himself. That is wonderful, Luo Yuexin expressed with some relief. In the afternoon, Shun Yinqing disappeared again, leaving Su Si puzzled. He neither gambled nor indulged in vices, and lacking money and motivation. She wondered where he spent his day. Their mother and sister-in-law were engaged in embroidery, and due to the dim evening light, which was detrimental to their eyesight and could lead to mistakes, they seized the opportunity to stitch during the day whenever possible. Mother, why not teach me? If I learn, I could also earn some money, Su Si suggested. The original owner had been neglected and thus had no one to teach her these skills. All right, I shall fetch you a piece of cloth for practice. Lu Yuexin expressed a hint of joy, not out of a desire for profit, but rather for the opportunity to engage in something she truly wished to do. Previously, Su Si would sit idly in the room, and Lu Yuexin feared that she would become consumed by her own thoughts. I have drawn a simple pattern for you, primarily utilizing 2 stitching techniques, the straight stitch and the rolling stitch. Observe closely. Lu Yuexin demonstrated a few stitches, and Su Si found them rather straightforward. With renewed confidence, she began to embroider, yet soon discovered that her stitches were slightly askew. Oh dear, I'll have to undo this and start over. Despite her efforts, an inexplicable sensation of disconnection between her hands and mind persisted. After several attempts, Susie grew frustrated and decided to continue embroidering without corrections. Having completed a substantial portion of the work, she found herself somewhat embarrassed by her progress. Noticing her pause, Liu Yuexin glanced at the fabric. It's a bit uneven, but fret not. This is a gradual learning process. Mastery cannot be achieved in one attempt. You see, the threads are not tightly and evenly spaced, which causes the backing to show through. If you tidy up the edges, it will improve significantly. Susie, feeling overwhelmed, found her eyes weary from focusing on the needle. Mother, was it this difficult when you first learned? It was manageable, Liu Yuexin replied, refraining from sharing that she had completed an entire piece on her first attempt and had received praise from the finest embroiderer in the capital for her innate talent. Fearing it might discourage Susie, Su Jinyue, aware of her mother-in-law's accomplishments, stifled a laugh at her modesty. Perhaps this is not suited for me, Susie resolved, deciding not to burden herself further and promptly abandoned the endeavor. With time on her hands, she contemplated the contents of her own room and informed them before returning to her quarters. Her room was modestly furnished, containing only a bed, a wardrobe, a dressing table, and 2 chairs. The sole table had been damaged the previous night. The wardrobe was distinctly divided, with one half housing her clothes and the other belonging to Shen Yanqing, though his garments were few and kept at a distance. Susie had no habit of rummaging through others' belongings and instead sorted through her own. Aside from her wedding gown, the remaining 2 plain garments and the one she wore were all purchases made after her arrival. The wedding gown was intricately crafted, intended for Su Jiao, adorned with countless tiny pearls and embroidered with elaborate patterns in gold thread. After being imprisoned, aside from the clothing worn by the others, all personal ornaments such as hairpins, bracelets, and jade pendants had been confiscated by the guards. The gown bore a few snags from wear and tear. After searching the room once more, she found nothing else of value. As the family had not yet separated, all earnings were managed by Liu Yuexin, with no distribution among the others. It was worth noting that her elder brothers were kind-hearted. They bore no resentment towards her household for not generating income. In contrast, others might have caused significant discord in such circumstances. Susie carefully folded the wedding gown, wrapping it in cloth, preparing to find an opportunity to sell it. For keeping it served no purpose, and the proceeds could help improve the family's meager meals. It had been a month since their arrival, and none had partaken in meat. They lived frugally, purchasing only the most inexpensive items, and had even refrained from consuming the eggs they had bought. Susie found herself craving meat, her body yearning for sustenance, and she swallowed hard. After tidying the furniture and sweeping the floor, Susie soon found herself feeling quite bored. In this modern age, with an abundance of entertainment options available, it seemed that apart from eating and sleeping, there was little else to occupy her time. "Aunt, could you take me out to play?" Qi Ning asked, obediently perched at the threshold, gazing up at her. "Where would you like to go?" Susie beckoned him to enter. This was Qi Ning's first time stepping into his aunt's room. Previously, she had seldom spoken with them, often preferring solitude, and he had not dared to initiate a conversation. However, today she smiled and prepared delicious food, leading him to believe that his aunt was indeed a wonderful person. "I wish to go to the riverside in the countryside. Mother is concerned about me going alone, but I've heard from other children that it's quite interesting there." Qi Ning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Very well, I'll inform your sister-in-law." Susie lifted Qi Ning into her arms, eliciting a surprised gasp followed by peals of laughter from him. "All right, but don't let him go into the water." "Mother, may I go too?" Shen Qingwan's voice was barely audible. "Of course, just stay close to your sister-in-law," Liu Yuexin said, her heart aching slightly at the sight of her daughter. They were often preoccupied with work, leaving little time to take the children out, always worrying about their safety, which confined the little ones to play nearby, driving them a bit stir-crazy. Their home lay on the outskirts of Anyang County, lacking a proper fence, and just a short distance away was the countryside, with mountains further beyond. The river flowed through the outskirts, shallow enough to reach only their knees, its waters crystal clear. Along the riverbank, large stones were plentiful. It was common for them to squat atop them to wash clothes. "This feels so refreshing," Shun Qinghuan exclaimed, splashing her hands in the water. Although the weather in May was warming, the river remained somewhat cool, prompting her to withdraw her hands quickly. Qi Ning frolicked in the grassy area nearby, embodying the simplicity of childhood joy. The river was home to small fish, no longer than a finger, which no one bothered to catch, as they were deemed too small and lacking in meat, with a hint of earthy taste. Perhaps this was why they swam leisurely, allowing Su Si to easily catch one. She placed it on the ground, intending to catch more, planning to prepare fragrant fried river fish. "Sister-in-law, do you need my assistance?" Shun Qinghuan observed Su Si's actions without reservation, waiting for instructions. "Please help me find a large leaf nearby, so we could take it back." While Su Si diligently caught fish, Qi Ning crouched by the water, watching the flopping little fish, occasionally retrieving those that had jumped too far, utterly absorbed in his task. As the sky began to darken, they returned home with their bountiful catch. "What have you all been up to?" Upon entering, Shen Yinqing looked curiously at the contents of Su Si's hands. After the delightful lunch, he was quite invested in dinner and had returned home early. Chapter 7. The protective Shen Yinqing, Su Si ignored him, heading directly to the kitchen. Shen Qinghuan greeted him before quickly following her sister-in-law. "What did you all bring, Aunt?" Shen Yinqing intercepted the youngest, Qi Ning, with a smile. Seeing the two leave, Qi Ning wished to follow but was held back by his uncle, a look of urgency crossing his face as he struggled against his grasp. Shen Yinqing playfully tightened his hold, prompting Qi Ning to quiet down in resignation. "It's small fish," he declared, seizing the moment when Shen Yinqing relaxed his grip, and Qi Ning quickly dashed away. Small fish? The dish was unappetizing. He had previously been tempted, yet dismissive of bad omens, and caught a fish by the river, only to roast it over the fire, ultimately discarding it. He felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that dinner would be modest. Su Si cleaned the small fish, slicing it open with a knife to remove the innards, which yielded nothing of substance. With no other option, she resorted to chopping some green onions for a makeshift marinade. It seemed she would need to procure some seasonings soon. Otherwise, the dishes would lack flavor, she mused. Shun Yinqing observed Qinghuan as she retrieved wild vegetables from the kitchen, preparing to wash them, and hurriedly interjected, "Little sister, you need not do this." Qinghuan gently pushed his arm aside, softly asserting, "Second brother, I am capable of handling this." Determined to continue her task, Shun Yinqing, alarmed, rushed into the kitchen with the basin, exclaiming, "Are you unaware of my little sister's frail health? How can you ask her to work?" Shun Qinghuan tugged at his sleeve, eager to clarify, "It was not my sister-in-law who asked me to do this. It was my own choice." Su Si turned to face him, disinclined to argue, knowing that if it escalated, she would not be at a disadvantage. "If you cannot wash them, then you shall do so." "You wicked woman," Shun Yinqing retorted, his temper flaring at her nonchalant demeanor. "Why are you raising your voice?" "I permitted Qinghuan to undertake tasks within her capacity," he continued. Hearing her son's distressing tone, Lu Yuexin hastily set aside her embroidery and called from the doorway. "You." Shun Yinqing paused, turning to see Su Si's current expression, which resembled a chicken grasped by the neck, leaving him momentarily speechless. Su Si's face bore no expression, yet it instilled greater fear within him, especially since she held a knife, which bore traces of blood upon closer inspection. He felt as though that knife might soon be aimed at him. "Go wash," Shun Yinqing instructed, as if granted a reprieve, and he emerged with the basin. Shun Qinghuan, concerned, followed suit. "Wash it. Who fears whom?" Shun Yinqing filled the basin with water, rolled up his sleeves, and began to scrub vigorously. "Ah, second brother, that is not how you wash them. You must ensure to clean the roots thoroughly, without mixing them together." Shun Qinghuan could no longer bear to watch and offered guidance from the side. At last, as Su Si had already brewed the porridge in a clay pot, Shun Yinqing returned with a clean shepherd's purse. Some parts of him were damp, leaving dark stains, and he dared not meet Su Si's gaze. Extending his arm to place the vegetables by the pot before swiftly exiting, he added a spoonful of coarse flour and a spoonful of fine flour to the bowl. a pinch of salt, and an appropriate amount of water, stirring until he achieved a smooth, thick batter. This was poured over the small fish, ensuring each one was well coated. The fire was set, and he instructed Shun Qinghuan to monitor it. Su Si poured in oil, and when small bubbles began to form around the chopsticks, she gently placed the fish in, frying them over a medium-low flame. Once the skin turned golden, she drained them from the oil. Second aunt, is this done? Qi Ningxiang, nearly drooling, sat beside Qinghuan, both watching eagerly. You must wait a little longer, Su Si replied. As the oil temperature rose, Su Si refried the small fish and arranged them in the basin. The aroma of fried food wafted throughout the house, gradually spreading to the other rooms. Su Jinwei and Lu Yuexin found it hard to concentrate on their embroidery and decided to tidy up and step outside for a look. Shun Yinqing was eagerly peering into the kitchen when he noticed two individuals emerge, seemingly a bit embarrassed, before quickly retreating back into the room. Su Si picked up a small fish and broke it in half. With a crisp snap, the sound of its crunchiness was audible, revealing the tender, white flesh inside. He handed one half to Qinghuan and the other to Qin Ning. Delicious. The freshly fried fish was slightly too hot for Qin Ning, who, unable to contain his excitement, stuffed it into his mouth while exhaling. Qinghuan, feeling a bit shy, accepted her portion, although she was already a grown child, only a few years younger than her sister-in-law. She still waited by the stove for her food. Yet, a smile graced her lips as she savored each bite. What a delightful aroma wafts through the air. Shinani pushed open the door, and the two had caught the scent from a distance, musing about which household was responsible for such enticing smells. As they drew closer to home, the fragrance intensified, igniting their anticipation for the midday feast, prompting them to hasten their return. Father, brother, you've returned. The meal will be ready shortly, Su Si called out from the kitchen. The two quickly washed their hands, while Lu Yuexin and Su Jinwei had already retrieved bowls and chopsticks. Shen Qinghuan was tasked with bringing the fried fish to the table, while Su Si added the chopped shepherd's purse to the porridge, stirring it gently. After a brief moment, he extinguished the flame and carried it out. The group gazed at the table laden with food, a subtle meaty fragrance filling the air. Is this fish from the river nearby? Shinani inquired, picking up a piece to identify it. Indeed, the previous dislike stemmed from not removing the innards and failing to use scallions to eliminate the fishy odor. Su Si briefly explained. Shun Yinqing initially intended to abstain from eating, yet the alluring aroma proved irresistible. He hesitantly took a small bite, his eyes lighting up with delight as he devoured the entire piece. The crispness enveloped him, and the bones had been fried to a delicate crispness, eliminating any concern of being pricked. What a pity there is no wine, Shun Ani mused, imagining how delightful this dish would be paired with a drink, to which Shun Jingchuan nodded in agreement. However, such musings remained just that. Their current situation hardly allowed for indulgences like wine. A moment of silence fell over the dining table as everyone continued to eat, alternating bites of fish with sips of the vegetable porridge to balance the oiliness. Shortly after the meal, a knock echoed from the door. Brother Shun, the table you ordered has arrived, a deep male voice announced. After Su Si, along with their father and elder brother, brought the table inside, Shun Yinqing was startled by the sudden presence. Why are you so jumpy? Shin Ani remarked, slightly displeased with his reaction. Shin Yinqing managed an awkward smile, unable to articulate that seeing Su Si enter reminded him of her wielding a knife earlier that afternoon, making him think she had come to confront him. In that moment of anger, he realized how audacious he had been to speak to this fierce woman in such a manner. Indeed, since last night, Su Si had earned the moniker of the fierce woman in his mind. Chapter 8. Selling the wedding dress as night fell, all had returned indoors. Su Si, clad in her undergarments, sat on the bed, observing Shun Yinqing pressed tightly against the door, radiating tension as though he might flee at the slightest hint of trouble. Were you afraid of? Weren't you rather brazen yesterday, telling me to leave your house? She raised an eyebrow. What do I have to fear? Besides, I didn't mean it when I said that, Shun Yinqing retorted defiantly. Saying it is one thing, once uttered. It indicates that you must have thought it at some point, she replied. Shun Yinqing fell silent this time, having initially entertained such thoughts. Out of the blue, an extra person had appeared in his home, usurping his wife's identity and demanding to share his bed. It was one thing for him to be supported by his family. It irked him to see an outsider benefiting from the same. Eventually, after his mother explained the difficulties women faced in seeking divorce, he begrudgingly accepted her presence, though he still held disdain for her character and seized every opportunity to make snide remarks. Susie observed him quietly, her gaze somewhat oppressive. From her current understanding of Shen Yinqing, he was a selfish, lazy individual, lacking ambition and possessing a sharp tongue. Yet, he was not entirely devoid of virtue. He held a sense of duty, cared for his family, and respected his parents and elder brothers. For instance, this afternoon, she let go of her grievances against him, considering his genuine affection for his sister. As for his appearance, he was quite handsome, with elegant features and a tall, slender physique, despite his nonchalant demeanor. He possessed a certain grace. It was said that he had no concubines, as the Shun family adhered to a monogamous tradition, only permitting a concubine if one remained childless past the age of 40. In summary, he was still untainted, capable of transformation. "Come on, it's time to sleep. Do you intend to linger in the kitchen?" Susie called out after making the bed. Naturally, Shen Yinqing had no desire to remain in the kitchen. Having slept there the previous night, he felt quite uncomfortable throughout the day. Besides, this was his room, and it was only right for him to sleep here. Preparing himself mentally, he donned a valiant expression, straightened his back, and approached the bed, ready to climb in. "Wait, remove your clothes first. Don't bring soiled garments into bed," Susie remarked, noticing the numerous stains on his attire with a hint of disdain. Shen Yinqing felt a bit humiliated but complied obediently, shedding his outer clothing and placing it on a chair before slowly climbing into bed. "You sleep on the inside," Susie nudged him. "Why? Men are supposed to sleep on the outside." Shen Yinqing felt insulted, as if his dignity had been trampled upon. "There's no reason. I prefer sleeping on the outside. It's more convenient for getting water or using the restroom without disturbing anyone," she urged. "Fine," Shen Yinqing relented, thinking that a man of his stature should not be overly concerned about where he slept. Sleeping on the inside would even spare him from being stepped on by her. As he quietly nestled into the inner side of the bed, his shoulders slumped, Susie suddenly wondered if she was being a bit too harsh. Yet, seeing him in such a submissive manner brought her a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Once everything was in order, Susie extinguished the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver glow upon the floor. Both felt a sense of discomfort, making an effort to distance themselves from each other, leaving a considerable gap in between. Susie was accustomed to sleeping alone, and the presence of another felt oddly unsettling. Shen Yinqing had previously regarded her as a mere pillow. Now, however, the realization of her formidable strength, capable of taking his life with a mere word, left him with a lingering sense of unease. Susie, who typically retired to bed by 10:30 p.m., despite her current discomfort, soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, Shen Yinqing tossed and turned, the sound of her steady breathing only amplifying his frustration, until he eventually succumbed to sleep in the early hours of the morning. The following day, Susie awakened naturally upon hearing someone emerge from the courtyard. Unbeknownst to her, she had draped her legs over Shen Yinqing's form, which she quietly withdrew. As she rustled her clothing, Shen Yinqing opened his eyes to glance at her before dozing off again. "Ah, see, you're awake. I prepared some warm water for you to wash your face," Lu Yuexin said with a smile as she observed Susie exiting the room. Given that a Chang had irritated her for 2 consecutive days, Lu Yuexin had been quite worried the previous night that Susie might confront him. Remaining attentive to the sounds outside until the lights in their room were extinguished, which finally eased her mind. Susie received the warm water in a wooden basin, adding a bit of cold water, while the scrubbing of the soap beans caused her hands to ache. She glanced around and saw that the others were either brushing their teeth with willow twigs or using soap beans to wash their faces, their movements swift, which made Susie feel a bit of discomfort in her face and teeth. She had followed the same routine yesterday and found it rather inconvenient. Clearly, some improvements were needed. Today, Lu Yuexin was in charge of the cooking, serving the usual millet porridge in the morning, but perhaps inspired by her, she had added some shepherd's purse. However, it appeared that the shepherd's purse had been added a bit too early, its color darkened and somewhat wilted. The family members were busy with their respective tasks, some embroidering, others digging for earthworms, while Susie returned to the room where Shun Yinqing still slept. He was truly like a pig, excelling in nothing but eating and sleeping. Taking out the wedding gown she had carefully stored the previous day, Susie prepared upon it. The original owner had rarely ventured out, rendering her unfamiliar with the specifics of the town. After inquiring along the way, Susie arrived at a relatively large pawnshop in the eastern market of the county. Entering with her bundle, she emerged with 15 taels of silver. She opted for a dead pawn, which offered a higher price. Besides the gold thread and pearls on the garment, the material and embroidery skills were also quite exceptional. If she could mend it well, she believed the pawnshop could sell it for several times its original value. While the eastern market was tranquil yet prosperous, the western market was bustling and noisy. The streets were filled with a throng of people, most attired in worn clothing, hurrying about in pursuit of their livelihoods. At the heart of the western market lay a street oriented east to west, lined with various shops and vendors where almost anything one might need could be found. Fried cakes, delicious sesame cakes, just 2 won each. Freshly picked wild vegetables, 3 won for 2 pounds. Large buns stuffed with meat for 3 won, vegetarian for 2 won. Just out of the pot and steaming hot, come by. The incessant cries of the vendors infused the atmosphere with a vibrant market spirit. Susie was not in a rush to purchase. She strolled down the street, observing the wares and comparing prices. Ultimately, she chose to buy 2 pounds of pork belly from Lee the butcher, as his meat was the freshest, pale red and firm, and she had overheard an elderly lady and her friend remarking on his honesty in measurement. Lee the butcher appeared portly, his eyes squinting into mere slits from the flesh of his cheeks, his robust figure accentuated by a prominent belly, and he greeted her with a hearty smile, quite talkative. "This is your first time buying, young lady?" he inquired. "Indeed, uncle, you have a keen eye." "Oh, it's nothing. Most of my customers are regulars." He sold with integrity, and naturally, they all recognized his establishment. The moment Susie's fresh face appeared, he immediately noticed. His hands moved swiftly, deftly slicing the meat until he weighed out exactly 2 pounds. Susie gazed now. The butcher, seemingly pleased with her reaction, let out a hearty laugh. After years of practice, he could almost estimate the weight by feel. He found a large leaf, wrapped the meat, and handed it to her. Chapter 9. Purchasing ingredients. 1 pound of pork belly cost 15 won, and 2 pounds amounted to 31. Arriving early, she found a plentiful supply of meat, selecting a piece that was beautifully marbled with fat and lean. With plenty of salt and oil at home, Susie bought some soy sauce, Sichuan pepper, vinegar, and sugar at the grocery store. The soy sauce and vinegar were sold in small quantities, so she also purchased 2 small porcelain bottles to store them. The reason she hadn't bought these items before was that Liu Yuexin and the others were not particularly adept at cooking and were unaware of their uses. Besides chefs from restaurants and noble households, most families nowadays seldom utilize these ingredients, leading to infrequent purchases and higher prices, totaling 16 won. Thinking of the essential spices for cooking meat, she noticed they were not available at the grocery store. After hearing her description, the shopkeeper recommended she visit the apothecary. The kindly doctor packaged her herbs, and, considering the variety she had purchased, perhaps fearing she might misuse them, he cautioned her not to consume them indiscriminately. Ordinary medicinal herbs were not scarce in this era. However, the preparation process was complex, making them neither particularly expensive nor cheap. She acquired star anise, fennel, bay leaves, and cinnamon, spending a total of 41. One cannot enjoy braised pork without rice. Just imagining the rich sauce of the braised pork drizzled over rice, mixed together, and savoring both simultaneously made Susie's mouth water. "I'll like 50 pounds of fine rice." "Certainly, esteemed customer. 1 pound is 10 won, totaling 500 won. The shopkeeper calculated mentally, pleased to send his assistant to fill the order. This was a significant customer. Hardly anyone in the Western District would purchase such a large quantity of fine rice at once. To his surprise, this young lady, despite her modest attire, seemed quite affluent. With a long beard, the shopkeeper smiled and engaged her in conversation. "How do you intend to carry it home? Will someone come for it? Or shall we assist with delivery? If so, There is an additional charge of 3-1. I will carry it myself. Susie believed in spending wisely. Even if she lacked the means to carry it, she would never squander those 3-1. Money should be saved where possible and spent judiciously. Furthermore, had it not been for the funds from selling wedding garments, she would never have indulged in such luxuries. The shopkeeper had yet to grasp the meaning of her intent to carry it herself when an assistant approached, shouldering the packaged rice. Susie settled the payment and, amidst the astonished gazes of the shopkeeper and his assistant, confidently carried the rice away. By the time she returned home, it was already midday. Lu Yuexin was busy cooking in the kitchen. Upon hearing the noise, Qi Ning came to greet her. "Aunt, what did you buy?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Devoid of greed, "I bought some meat. I will prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. Are you happy?" Susie gently patted Qi Ning's head and stepped into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lu Yuexin and Su Jinyue overheard Susie's response. "Where did you get the money to buy all these things?" Lu Yuexin inquired, gazing at the rice and meat she had brought back, along with various unfamiliar jars and bottles, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Mother, I sold my wedding dress," Susie replied nonchalantly as she organized the items. Lu Yuexin and Su Jinyue both felt a tightening in their hearts. "How could you sell it? That was the only thing you brought from the capital. It was of no use anyway, so I thought it better to exchange it for some money to improve our family's meals." "Qi Ning has been looking a bit thin lately," Susie remarked, pinching the little one's cheek, noticing how much slimmer he had become since their first meeting. "It's not just us. Qinghuan is frail. I noticed she swallows her food very slowly, likely unaccustomed to coarse rice and noodles." Susie herself felt somewhat hoarse. The mixture of coarse and fine flour was bearable, but if she had to eat only the coarse variety, she feared she would starve. Lu Yuexin fell silent. Having observed the appearances of her daughter and grandson, it was evident that not only the children, but the adults also bore a pallor that lacked vitality. Just then, Shen Qinghuan was about to enter the kitchen when she overheard her sister-in-law's words, causing her to retract her steps, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Su Jinyue changed the subject, suggesting, "The meal is ready. Let us eat." Lunch consisted once again of the unchanging steamed corn buns and boiled wild vegetables. In light of the previous day's comparison, the meal felt particularly arduous, and most of them set down their chopsticks after having eaten little. Shen Yinqing had intended to voice a complaint, yet seeing his mother's displeased expression, he wisely held his tongue. As he finished his meal and attempted to leave, Susie pulled him back, reminding him that it was his turn to deliver the food today. Once he had departed with the lunchbox, Lu Yuexin beckoned Susie to her room. Susie, sensing the moment, took out the remaining silver coins, ready to hand them over to Lu Yuexin. To her surprise, Lu Yuexin pushed them back toward her. "You keep this. I did not ask you to bring money. It was originally yours, so how could I take it?" She grasped Susie's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness and compassion. The wedding dress, a significant possession for a woman, is typically cherished throughout her life, symbolizing a harmonious marriage. Yet, due to this situation, they no longer knew the whereabouts of the dress they had intended to preserve. In Lu Yuexin's eyes, Susie had sold her precious wedding dress for their sake, which touched her deeply. Surely, she must have made a considerable decision before parting with it. Susie sat quietly, unaware that if she knew her mother's true thoughts, she would likely think too much of it. For her, the wedding dress held little value, and technically, it did not entirely belong to her. The rightful owner was Su Jiao. If one were to claim an unhappy marriage, it should be her. Lu Yuexin rose and retrieved a neatly folded handkerchief from the cabinet, slowly unfolding it to reveal their entire fortune. 4 or 5 silver ingots, some loose silver coins, and a few copper coins. She placed a piece of broken silver into Susie's palm, saying, "Take this money. I'm unsure if it will be enough for today as expenses. I cannot let you bear the costs. I do not want it. We are all family. It makes no difference whose money we spend." Susie initially declined, but she was willing to spend her own money. Upon witnessing her mother-in-law's sensible demeanor, she felt even more inclined to do so. Oftentimes, daughters-in-law are eager to contribute financially to the household. However, appreciation from the other party is essential. Reciprocity is key. No one desires to be taken advantage of. After some back and forth, Su Si ultimately accepted the offer. In the afternoon, for reasons unknown, Qing Huan seemed more clingy than usual, while Qi Ning busily flitted around the two of them. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, Qing Huan, "Is there something on your mind?" "Not all, why do you ask?" The young girl replied, her eyes bright and filled with mirth. Su Si, failing to discern anything amiss, relaxed her concerns, assuring her that if there were any issues, her sister-in-law would certainly lend a hand. The young girl appeared obedient and charming, endearing herself to Su Si. As an only daughter with just one cousin living far away and of a different gender, she rarely interacted with him. Suddenly having such a little sister to care for was quite delightful. Chapter 10. Braised pork with potatoes. As the afternoon approached, when Lu Yuexin prepared to cook, Su Si eagerly volunteered to assist. Coincidentally, Lu Yuexin was uncertain about how to use the newly purchased spices and feared that her own cooking might not turn out well, leading to waste. Most importantly, Su Si's culinary skills were exceptional. Compared to her cooking, hers seemed akin to slop. She found her own midday meal unappetizing. "All right, then I shall help you," Lu Yuexin agreed. This willingness to lend a hand stemmed from Su Si's desire to contribute more, knowing that her initiative would not lead the other party to become complacent. The coarse rice had a rough texture and was dense, requiring considerable time to cook, as it had not undergone processing and occasionally contained small grains of sand. Su Si decided that in the future, she would only use coarse rice for porridge, opting for fine rice today instead. After washing the rice, she placed it in a clay pot, adding water until it reached the first knuckle of her finger. She covered the pot to let it steam, instructing Qing Huan to keep an eye on it and stir occasionally to prevent it from sticking. Lu Yuexin chopped the washed shepherd's purse into small pieces and briefly blanched them in boiling water before draining and seasoning them with chopped scallions. After drizzling hot oil over the top, the fragrance of the scallions wafted through the air. She then added salt, pepper, soy sauce, and vinegar, mixing it all together to create a refreshing salad. Lu Yuexin attentively observed, listening as Su Si explained the purpose of each seasoning, diligently noting the information to enhance her own culinary skills. After washing and drying the pork belly, Su Si cut it into evenly sized pieces and placed them in a small amount of oil, cooking them slowly over low heat to render out the excess fat, ensuring a less greasy final dish. She saved the rendered fat in another container, valuing it for future use in noodles, as it would impart a delightful flavor. Adding more oil, she introduced sugar, stirring slowly over low heat until large bubbles formed, at which point she added the meat. The sizzle ensued as the pork quickly absorbed the sugary glaze, turning a vibrant hue. She tossed in spices, sought ing for fragrance, before adding soy sauce and continuing to stir, ultimately incorporating boiling water to let it simmer. "Why not add cold water?" Lu Yuexin queried, puzzled. "If cold water is added, the meat will tighten and become tough, losing its tender quality," Su Si explained. Lu Yuexin nodded, her understanding still somewhat vague, but she committed the lesson to memory. At this point, the cooking could be considered complete. Several individuals, undeterred by the heat, nestled in the kitchen, watching the steam rise from the pot. The air was suffused with the aromas of spices and meat, as Qi Ning leaned against Lu Yuexin, her eyes fixated on the pot, saliva pooling in her mouth. After half an hour, the rice was ready. Su Si simultaneously added salt and Sichuan peppercorn to the pot. The moment the lid was lifted, an enticing fragrance wafted into the air. The meat, having undergone various preparations, appeared considerably diminished, prompting Su Si to suddenly ponder whether there was enough. Turning her gaze to the potatoes piled on the floor beside her, she selected a few larger ones, peeled, and cut them in preparation. "Mom, why are you here?" Qi Ning dashed over like a firecracker to embrace Su Jinyue's leg. Realizing that all eyes were on her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to remain still. Lu Yuexin understood her feelings and made some room for her, completing the assembly of their kitchen brigade. "Hey, move aside. What are you all doing blocking my door?" Shen Ani eyed the gathering around his home with suspicion. Shen Jingxuan also felt a bit anxious, wondering if the crown prince's entourage would not relent in their pursuit of his family. The crowd, alerted by the shout, regained their senses. "We are merely neighbors from the vicinity, harboring no ill intentions. It's just that the scent emanating from your home is irresistible, compelling us to come and see. They explained. Initially, only a handful had gathered, but soon, nearly everyone from the area had assembled. Shun Yinjin sprang forth from behind his elder brother, having been wandering near the docks, and returned with his family. Stop staring. There's nothing for you here. Please return to your own homes. He waved dismissively, attempting to disperse the crowd. Shinani was taken aback by his son's audacity and couldn't intervene in time, covering his face in exasperation. Aiken has such a sharp tongue. It's a miracle he hasn't been silenced all these years. My apologies, everyone. My son lacks social grace and often speaks without thought. He quickly bowed in apology. The neighbors, initially irked, softened upon witnessing the father's sincere contrition, deciding not to press the matter further. As the crowd dispersed, an elderly woman, turning back, caught sight of them entering the house. A hint of malice flickered across her otherwise stern visage. Su Si and the others heard the commotion outside, but remained composed. Once silence fell, Su Jinhua proceeded to open the door. Stepping into the courtyard, they were enveloped by the unparalleled aroma, prompting Shun Ani and the others to reflect on how such a scent could draw so many. Estimating the timing was right, Su Si placed the potatoes into the pot. As everyone tidied up, the potatoes cooked to perfection. Each person served themselves a bowl of rice, while the table was adorned with cold mixed vegetables and braised meat with potatoes. Though the selection was modest, the portions were generous. Did you really buy meat today? Shinani inquired, somewhat astonished. And such fine rice? Is life treating you well? See, do tell. Lu Yuexin turned to Su Si, prompting all eyes to fixate on her. I sold my wedding dress, Su Si stated plainly, sending ripples through the hearts of those gathered. Even though Lu Yuexin and the others were already aware, they could not help but feel a tremor of shock. Shun Yinjin recalled having seen her wedding dress in the cabinet, but had not paid it much mind. It had disappeared that morning, and he now grappled with a swirl of complex emotions upon learning she had sold it. Father, please stop talking and eat. Upon noticing Shun Ani's lips move as if he wished to voice a reply, she swiftly interjected, unable to acclimatize to the prevailing atmosphere, as though she had committed some grave transgression. All right. Having been immersed in the political arena for many years, Shinani discerned her discomfort at a glance and chose to refrain from further discussion. Although they practiced martial arts, the exertion was not akin to their training. It lacked finesse and relied solely on brute strength. Coupled with insufficient nourishment, they had long since begun to falter, suppressing their discomfort to spare their family worry. Now, as they savored the succulent meat and velvety potatoes, imitating Su Si's method of mixing them with rice, an overwhelming wave of happiness surged within them, nearly bringing them to tears. If the rice is insufficient, add more, eat freely, Su Si encouraged. As the meal drew to a close, Su Si felt fortunate for having added the potatoes, as everything had been devoured, with only a final morsel of broth left, which Shun Yinqing seized, mixing it with rice and consuming it heartily. Indeed, freshly cooked meals were the most delightful. Previously, their food had been delivered by maids from the kitchen, a considerable distance away. Although still warm, it paled in comparison to the flavors of dishes served directly from the stove. Luo Yuexin and Su Jinhua did not hurry to wash the dishes. They typically adhere to strict dietary controls to maintain their figures. Having indulged several times already, they felt a twinge of regret. Yet, given another chance, they would still opt for a hearty meal. Chapter 11. The Interactions of Three Couple Sheener. Remember to give a C today's expenses. She must not bear this cost. Shin Ani instructed after the lights were extinguished. Rest assured, I have already given it to her. Luo Yuexin replied softly, turning slightly. My dear, your actions bring me great peace of mind. You truly understand my intentions. With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire? Listening to his heartfelt words, Luo Yuexin felt a flush of shyness and chided. Please, no more flattery. At our age, such sentiments are rather embarrassing. Nonsense, every word I speak is from the heart, Shun Ani vowed, raising 2 fingers in oath. After 20 years of marriage, they had developed a profound bond, rarely quarreling. They had been blessed with 2 sons and a daughter, both sons now married, and their daughter was quite considerate, having even gifted them a clever and charming grandson. Despite facing slander and exile, he felt a sense of happiness in his life. In those 2 decades, he had contemplated granting her a letter of release upon learning of his exile. Her father, as a prince's tutor, would likely spare her should she sever ties with him. Being their only daughter, her family would also treat her kindly. Yet, she resolutely chose to remain by his side, prompting him to vow to treat her even better for the rest of their days. "Very well, I trust you," Luo Yuexin said, gently prying his fingers away with a smile that radiated warmth. He was devoted to her, just as she was to him. After entering the Marquis's residence, she had no mother-in-law to serve, a husband who was tall, handsome, and devoted to her, unlike the chaotic households of others burdened with numerous concubines. She felt immensely content. Meanwhile, in Su Jinyue's room, a man sat bare-chested, his back marred with a myriad of intersecting red marks, some bruised. The cargo at the dock weighed heavily, each item exceeding 100 pounds. They had to transport it from one distant location to another, making countless trips throughout the day. In a mere month, 2 pairs of shoes had worn out. Unlike his father, who had seen the battlefield, Shun Jingchuan had always lived in the capital. Although he was somewhat rugged compared to others, his skin lacked resilience, often blistering painfully. Some blisters healed after a while, only for new ones to emerge, creating a cycle of discomfort. Su Jinyue was gently tending to the fresh blisters on his feet, and despite his silence regarding the pain, tears welled in her eyes out of empathy. Feeling a warm, stinging sensation trickle down his back, Shun Jingchuan instinctively flinched. Turning around, he was taken aback to find Su Jinyue silently weeping. Flustered, he asked, "Why are you crying?" When she remained silent, her tears flowed more freely. He enveloped her in his arms, asking, "Has someone bullied you?" "No, I just feel that you work too hard," she replied, leaning against his broad chest, her voice tinged with a nasal tone. Shun Jingchuan chuckled. "You startled me. I thought something serious had occurred. Please don't cry." If Qining wakes up and thinks we're arguing, he playfully scratched her delicate nose. Her eyes were red, filled with concern for him, which softened his heart. "Besides, your tears have dripped onto me. What was once a mere discomfort is now slightly painful." "Oh, stop it." Su Jinyue playfully punched his chest, breaking into a smile. "Now, turn around and finish your work, then we can rest." Under the dim light, she carefully punctured the blisters, her focus more meticulous than an intricate embroidery. Shun Jingchuan, glancing at the shadows on the wall, suddenly spoke, "I don't find this difficult at all. I'm quite happy to earn a living, especially with you by my side." Watching Qining grow up, Qining was blissfully asleep against the wall, his lips moving in his dreams. In contrast to the warmth and tranquility of their space, Su C's room was rife with tension. "You need to wash your feet. If you don't, do not come to bed." Su Si pinched her nose, struggling to endure the stench that lingered since the previous night. She had refrained from mentioning it then for fear of disturbing others. Today, she could not fathom how much sweat Shen Yinqing had produced. It was unbearable. "I want tea. I'm going to sleep," he declared, having slept poorly the night before, plagued by nightmares. After a full day of wandering, he was utterly exhausted and made to climb into bed. "I'm trying to talk to you nicely, but you want tea? Listen," Su Si said, her irritation rising as she felt breathless, and in frustration, she kicked him to the floor. Shun Yinqing rolled over on the ground, suddenly alert. "What are you doing? What kind of wife treats her husband like this?" He protested, rising and lowering his voice in annoyance. "I don't care if you don't wash. You can't sleep." Su Si stood her ground. Fine, I'll wash. Just go fetch me some water," he replied, growing impatient as he sat on a stool. "You want me to fetch you water? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens?" Su Si exclaimed, shocked and doubting her own ears. "What's the matter? My father washes his feet, and it's my mother who fetches the water for him, sometimes even helping him wash," Su Si said through gritted teeth. "Your mother is your mother, and mine is mine. In my world, that is inconceivable. Don't even dream of it." Finally, unable to endure her gaze, Shen Yinqing uttered a remark he deemed rather harsh. "You are being excessive." He took the basin outside, instinctively softening his movements as he closed the door. Glancing around at the other rooms, he noticed that everyone had extinguished their lights. feeling too lazy to seek hot water. He simply rinsed his feet with the cold water from the courtyard. The chill sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hurriedly slip on his shoes and return indoors. "There, it's done," Shen Yinxing said childishly, lifting his foot to wave it in front of Su Si. Seeing him trample about with his shoes in disarray, she contemplated saying something, but ultimately refrained. A small step today, a giant leap tomorrow. Washing his feet is a good start. If I push him too hard at once, it might awaken his rebellious spirit. "All right, come up," she said, making space for him. Shen Yinxing realized he had misjudged her. He had thought that her cooking was delightful, that she sold her wedding dress for the sake of her family, and had intended to treat her better. Yet, it soon became evident that this fierce woman did not merit such consideration. He turned away from her with a cold huff, while Su Si chose to ignore him. Thus, the night passed peacefully. Chapter 12. A flavorful chapter. The oil from the previous day was sufficient, and Su Si awoke without feeling hungry. Today, it was Su Jinyue's turn to cook. Once everything was tidied up, Su Si resolved to clear some land. "Mother, could you borrow a rake from Aunt Zhao? I plan to cultivate this piece of land, then sow some seeds. We will no longer lack for vegetables, and it will save us some money." Lu Yuexin, initially intending to return to embroider, immediately replied, "All right, I will go right away." She quickly adjusted her clothing and stepped outside. Qing Huan and Qi Ning also abandoned their fascination with the chicks, curiously following her gaze. "Sister-in-law, can vegetables really grow here?" "They should be able to," Su Si replied, somewhat uncertain. She had never farmed before, but it couldn't be too difficult, could it? With nothing else to occupy her, she figured it was worth a try. When Lu Yuexin returned, she carried a shovel and a rake. "Aunt Zhao said these two tools would be necessary for clearing the land, so I brought them back." She curiously held up the tools, reputed to be quite useful. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to imagine living in such a small house, cooking her own meals, and now even farming. Su Si began by using the shovel to break the ground along the edges, establishing a rough outline before gradually loosening the soil. Each thrust of the shovel sank deeply into the earth, which was quite hard and contained some stones, causing her to sweat despite her strength. Lu Yuexin, no longer in a hurry to return to embroidery, stood by and watched with Qing Huan and the others. "See, let me turn the soil for you. You should take a break." Observing Su Si's state, she fetched a towel to help wipe her down. "No need, mother. You probably won't be able to manage it." It wasn't that Su Si underestimated her. Rather, only when one engaged in labor did they truly grasp its difficulty. However, after a while, she began to feel a twinge of pain in her hands. Luo Yuexin contemplated her strength and could only assist Su Si by fetching water and wiping away the sweat, while Qing Huan was tasked with tossing the overturned stones to the side of the wall. "Is this how we can cultivate the land?" Qing Huan inquired. "Surely. We need to apply fertilizer as well." "Fertilizer? What is that?" "It's the substance found in our toilet." Su Si wiped her sweat and patted her sore back. The mere thought of fertilizer made her feel somewhat nauseous. Upon hearing this, the others also began to consider the implications. Luo Yuexin hesitated, wondering if they truly had to use that. "Yes, otherwise it likely won't grow. This land is too barren. In modern times, there are chemical fertilizers, but we can only use organic ones now, ensuring they are completely natural." Su Si steadied herself. There was a rusty shovel and a wooden bucket in the bathroom that looked quite old, likely left behind by the previous occupants. Since moving in, they had not cleaned the latrine, which had accumulated quite a lot. It was indeed a daunting task, gazing into the pit at the unspeakable matter. Su Si shut her eyes in discomfort, wrapping a piece of rag around the handle of the old shovel. Despite her prolonged mental preparation, she found herself unable to proceed. "Sister-in-law, perhaps I should take over?" Shen Qinghuan's voice broke through. "You? It's quite foul." Su Si suppressed the urge to retch, holding her breath as she spoke. "I am not afraid of the stench," Qinghuan insisted, eager to be part of the farming process. However, Su Si shook her head. Given Qinghuan's petite frame, she feared that even before she could scoop anything out, the weight might cause her to tumble into the latrine. "Let me do it," Su Jinhue volunteered, having overheard their dilemma. Without waiting for Su Si's response, she stepped forward, took the shovel, and began to dig. "That's enough. We need to add some water too." Seeing that a few shovelfuls had already filled nearly half a bucket, Su Si urgently called for a halt. The foul odor in the air became increasingly potent. Yet Su Jinyue's expression remained largely unchanged. It will save some money, and Jing Chuan will suffer less, though the smell is unpleasant. That is of little concern, she said, carrying the bucket to the cultivated land. Jinghuan willingly fetched water and added it in. Su Jinyue used a stick to stir the mixture, rolled up her sleeves, and began to splash it onto the ground. Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Su Si praised her with a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. As Su Si turned the watered soil once more, Su Jinyue diligently fetched another bucket to continue fertilizing. The courtyard was filled with a horrendous stench, and Su Si found herself regretting the decision. However, having come this far, they could only press on. Under Su Si's guidance, Luo Yuexin took up a rake to level the ground, and at this point, their task could be deemed complete. Oh no, has the latrine exploded? Shun Yinxing exclaimed as he returned home for dinner, immediately detecting the foul stench in the air. He hurriedly retreated inside. The others were gathered around the dining table, their expressions grim. The latrine hasn't exploded. That's just the fertilizer. Do you understand? Luo Yuexin remarked to her son with a knowing look, as if addressing someone ignorant. Shun Yinxing did not comprehend and had no desire to. He had never encountered such matters in his life, and as far as he was concerned, as long as he wished, he need not lift a finger to relieve himself. Disgusting, he felt he could no longer remain at home. The foul odor made it difficult for several of them to eat, and Xining appeared particularly dispirited. Without needing Su Si to speak, Shun Yinxing swiftly seized his lunchbox and fled the premises. Why don't we take a stroll outside? Su Si proposed, garnering unanimous agreement from the others. Upon stepping outside, they overheard neighbors cursing the unbearable stench, prompting them to hastily move away, their steps quickening. With no particular destination in mind, they decided to visit the dock, planning to return together in the evening. The dock, located at the junction of East and West City, was bustling with people, adorned with numerous vessels of varying sizes. Elegantly dressed individuals congregated, engaging in lively conversation, while laborers were more prevalent in the surroundings, amidst many taverns and shops. Shun Ani and his companions were seated on the ground, sharing a meal, while Shun Yinxing, bored, chewed on a leaf, his gaze drifting aimlessly. What brings you here? Shun Ani inquired, quickly rising as he noticed their approach. Is it too foul at home for you to endure? Shun Yinxing raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Shun Ani seemed puzzled, clearly at a loss. We tilled the land at home to plant vegetables and applied some fertilizer, Lu Yuexin succinctly explained. Though Shun Ani had never applied fertilizer himself, he had some understanding, and the explanation clarified things for him. Then find a shaded spot to sit. Don't expose yourselves to the sun. After finishing their meal, they had no time to chat, as they swiftly returned to work. The two of them steadily carried items larger than themselves, bending slightly under the weight, their furrowed brows revealing the arduousness of their labor. Others wore expressions of anguish, slowly shuffling their feet, while a supervisor urged them on. Suddenly, one individual lost his footing and fell heavily to the side, drawing the attention of the crowd. In the next moment, however, they seemed to ignore it, numbly continuing with their tasks, too preoccupied to concern themselves with others. The supervisor hurried over, but his focus was not on the person but on the cargo. Be careful. If you break anything, can you afford to compensate for it? After a thorough inspection and finding no damage, he resumed his imperious demeanor, directing others with haughty authority. Su Si couldn't help but reflect on how, when a person from the lower echelons of society acquires power, they often wield it to its fullest extent, imposing difficulties on anyone they can, unyielding and devoid of compassion. The man responded with a meek acknowledgement, struggling to rise. Shun Jingchuan hesitated, gently placing his burden on the ground before offering him a hand. The other person murmured a quiet thanks, using the assistance to get back on his feet, not daring to rest as he promptly shouldered the cargo again. Gritting his teeth as he pressed on, the veins on his forehead prominently visible, blood trickling from a cut where he had braced himself during the fall. See, it's not easy at all. I'm not trying to be lazy. I truly cannot bear it, Shun Yinxing interjected. Lu Yuexin remained silent, inexplicably saddened. as they faced for the first time the harsh realities of poverty, having once enjoyed a life of comfort, especially upon seeing her family in such a state. It was their first glimpse of their labor. Usually, just observing the injuries upon their bodies stirred her heartache. Now, her eyes stung with tears. Yet she felt increasingly convinced that cultivating vegetables was the right path. When Shinani and the others occasionally glanced over, the few managed to force a smile. Chapter 13. Shopping for groceries with Shun Yinqing. What a strong scent. Upon entering, Shun Ani was immediately met with the aroma. Fanning her nose in an attempt to disperse some of it. It was already far better than it had been in the morning. Lu Yuexin surprisingly found herself somewhat accustomed to it. Indeed, only through comparison could one find satisfaction. With that, she and Su Jinhua headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. "Ah, see, is there anything we can assist with?" Shinani observed the freshly turned soil before her, keenly aware of their intentions. A wave of guilt washed over her. If only she possessed more capability, they would not need to toil in such a manner. "No need, father, we can manage these tasks ourselves." Su Si was determined not to let their father and elder brother lend a hand any further. They had already exhausted themselves throughout the day, and though they did not voice it, she knew their bodies were on the brink of fatigue. There was plenty of leftover food from lunch. After simply reheating it, they all returned to their rooms. Su Jinhua filled a basin with warm water, meticulously scrubbing her exposed skin with soap, her efforts causing a slight redness. Shun Jingchuan embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "I heard from Mother that you took on the task of fertilizing. You truly have worked hard." "My dear," he could hardly fathom the mindset she must have adopted, being the daughter of a minister of rights. He recalled how she once insisted on bathing daily, each garment infused with fragrance. Now, not only could she not adhere to those standards, but she also had to come into contact with such filth. He truly felt he owed her so much. "You are much more burdened than I. Please let go. I smell a bit unpleasant." Su Jinhua laughed, attempting to push him away, feeling herself to be rather odorous. "Nonsense, my dear. You do not smell at all. Rather, you possess a hint of peach blossom fragrance." Shin Jingchuan buried his face in her neck, taking a deep breath. After removing her makeup, he had often caught a whiff of that scent and had assumed it was from her perfume. Now, he realized it might be her natural scent. "Only you would say such things." Su Jinhua thought he was merely trying to comfort her and playfully shot him a glance. "Shun Yinqing, do not leave." Su Si called out as he prepared to head out after breakfast. "What is it?" he replied, a hint of wariness in his tone. "Accompany me to buy some things." "Can't you go by yourself?" Shun Yinqing rolled his eyes as if they were particularly close. He was well aware that she held little regard for him, and he felt the same way. "Ah, Si asked you to go, so just go without all the fuss." Lu Yuexin gently nudged him, pushing him toward Su Si. She was quite pleased that the two could go out together, hoping to foster their relationship. Constant bickering would not do them any good. Shun Yinqing grimaced, but reluctantly followed behind Su Si. She intended to buy some seeds and a few vegetables. The scent in the courtyard had diminished significantly, and after a day of inadequate meals, it was time to prepare something delicious as compensation. Casting a glance over her shoulder at the person behind her, she thought the reason for inviting him was simply that she could not bear to see him idle. "Come walk beside me." "I do not," Shun Yinqing instinctively retorted, unaccustomed to being so close to the young lady. "But you walk behind me, resembling a servant." After Su Si spoke, she strode ahead. Shun Yinqing paused, suddenly realizing the truth in her words. He hurried a few steps to catch up, maintaining an awkward distance of an arm's length from her. Observed from afar, the pair appeared quite compatible, though their inner thoughts remained unspoken. Seeds were available at the general store and under the shopkeeper's recommendation. Su Si chose several varieties that were easy to cultivate and grew rapidly. She selected seeds for beans, pumpkins, cucumbers, and lettuce. The package contained leftover seeds from last year, each type in limited quantity, and the shopkeeper offered to sell the whole bag for 10 coins. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved a black cloth bag from the corner. Brushing off the dust, Su Si opened it to discover a variety of seeds, yet she was unfamiliar with their classifications. Had it not been for the shopkeeper's guidance, she would not have discerned the differences among them. She purchased the entire assortment for nearly 30 coins. "Here, take this," she said, handing the bundled seeds to Shun Yinxing upon exiting. Why should I carry it? You possess sufficient strength. Besides, it is hardly heavy. Though he protested verbally, he did not insist on returning it. Su Si was somewhat surprised by his demeanor. He exhibited a certain grace that pleased her. Her attitude softened, and she casually remarked, I did not expect you to display such masculinity. Indeed, carrying an object seemed unrelated to displays of manliness, and she found herself at a loss for compliments from men. Settling for this remark. At her words, Shun Yinxing's eyes gleamed slightly, his lips curving into a smile, and his previously casual posture straightened, revealing his evident delight. Su Si had not anticipated such an easy reaction from him. A mere compliment elicited such a response, reminiscent of the interactions between Qing Huan and Qining. Truly, they were of the same ilk. It seemed she would need to adjust her approach, blending both firmness and gentleness, as perhaps this duality would yield better results. It was not difficult to surmise why he reacted this way. He had long been regarded as a wastrel, a label he had accepted, living without expectations from others, thus receiving little praise. He likely remained unaware that, deep within, he yearned for recognition from those around him. After Su Si completed her shopping, without her prompting, he willingly took the bags from her, casting an unintentional, hopeful glance at them. She found it amusing, yet indulged his request, pondering who this young gentleman was, so considerate that he would provoke envy in others. Su Si's observation was not entirely unfounded. Most shoppers at the market were women, and the sight of such a tall man like Shun Yinxing was indeed striking. Though he merely stood by, he drew the attention of many. Especially when he accepted the vegetables from the hands of a woman, astonishment spread among the onlookers. Women admired this gesture, while men regarded it with disdain. Apart from the esteemed chefs and those who procure ingredients, it is rare for men to step into the kitchen, even in ordinary households, as if engaging in such tasks would signify a lack of ambition. Shun Yinxing naturally interpreted their gazes as compliments directed towards him, innocently returning home with his hands full. Su Si, wishing to lighten his load, was gently rebuffed. Upon returning home, Lu Yuexin beheld him carrying the vegetables, her expression a blend of joy and surprise. Shun Yinxing, with an air of self-importance, placed the items in the kitchen and, after receiving Su Si's praise once more, retreated to his room contentedly. However, as soon as he entered, a frown creased his brow. He tenderly rubbed his wrist, inhaling sharply. For the sake of appearances, he had endured in silence until now, revealing his discomfort only in solitude. Chapter 14. Undertaking the culinary duties, Su Si was already bustling about in the kitchen. Having left home late, she surmised that the prime cuts of meat would have been sold out, thus she had no intention of purchasing any. Nevertheless, she believed that many vegetables, if prepared well, could rival the taste of meat. She commenced by steaming rice while washing the vegetables. Her menu included braised winter melon, cold shredded potatoes, stir-fried water spinach, and chive pockets. Mother, what are you smiling about? Lu Yuexin, having not returned to her room since Su Si and Shun Yinxing's arrival, was assisting in the kitchen. Su Si noticed her mother's constant gaze and couldn't help but inquire. Mother simply feels that Chang seems to have matured, actually helping to carry things. She replied with a hint of nostalgia. Cheng has never helped me with anything before. Previously, it was always the maid who fetched things. However, witnessing the bond between the two brought her immense joy. Unlike other mothers-in-law, who might harbor jealousy over their son's affection for their daughters-in-law, she believed that as long as the couple thrived together, nothing else mattered. Su Si smiled silently, feeling that perhaps they were overly indulgent towards their child. Yet for them, merely carrying an item was a source of pride, a sentiment she found difficult to comprehend. Nonetheless, she understood that such thoughts should remain unspoken. Throughout history, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has posed a significant challenge. Although her mother treated her well, she remained Shun Yinxing's biological mother, naturally inclined to favor him over an outsider like herself. It was prudent to remain cautious. Her temperament was not one of coldness or ingratitude, but rather an acknowledgement of the complexities of human nature. Second, Aunt, are we having the stir-fried shredded potatoes again? Qing Huan queried as she observed Su Si slicing potatoes. Her fondness for the crispy texture evident. Not this time. Today we are preparing them cold, Su Si replied. Qing Huan nodded, pleased with the prospect of the cold dish. There are countless ways to prepare potatoes. I believe they're delicious no matter the method, be it steaming, boiling, frying, or serving cold. We could even fry them or bake them. Su Si elaborated, her own cravings surfacing. When I have the time, I shall make you all some potato towers or chips. She found herself tempted. Previously, she had deemed fried foods unhealthy, but now she relished the thought of their rich flavors, acknowledging that her body still had room for indulgence. Qi Ning regarded his second aunt with admiration, considering her the most knowledgeable about delectable foods. To prepare the cold shredded potatoes, she first blanched the potato and carrot shreds, drained them, then sprinkled them with chopped scallions. After drizzling hot oil to release their fragrance, she added seasonings and vinegar, mixing everything thoroughly to complete the dish. In contemporary times, vinegar is crafted from genuine ingredients, devoid of even a drop of water, resulting in a notably rich flavor. The base of the winter melon is scored with a cross and cut into small pieces. In a clay pot, some pork lard rendered from previous cooking of pork belly is added, followed by the winter melon, which is sautéed gently. Scallions and star anise are then introduced for fragrance, and a well-prepared sauce is added. After simmering for a while, some liquid collected from washing shredded potatoes is incorporated. Once the sauce thickens to the desired consistency, a small handful of chopped scallions is sprinkled on top. During her initial attempt at washing the potato shreds, Su Si had already ensured the extraction of starch. The liquid collected at the bottom is left to bask under the sun until it dries and can be ground into a fine powder. Observing feeling seakerkaze. Su Si chuckled softly and offered a small piece of the cool dish dim. Qi Ning graciously expressed his gratitude. During the occasion of frying small fish, he discovered that merely being in the kitchen afforded him the delightful privilege of sampling the culinary delights crafted by his aunt in advance, thus fostering a deeper attachment to Su Si. Like a satisfied kitten, he remained in the kitchen, his cheeks puffed out, fully aware that no meat was prepared today. Yet he still squinted contentedly. Others nodded in agreement. Had they not been present, the aroma alone would have evoked a sense of meatiness, albeit not as fragrant as braised pork. "Mother, may I use a few eggs today?" Su Si inquired, considering that eggs have become a precious commodity. "Go ahead. Manage them as you see fit. They won't be fresh for long anyway." Lu Yuexin waved her hand dismissively. Since witnessing the arduous toil of her husband and son, she felt it imperative not to skimp on food, lest their health suffer as a result. With only 5 eggs for 8 mouths, Su Si decisively scrambled all the eggs, chopping them finely and mixing with minced chives for later use. "If only we had some small shrimp, it would enhance the flavor," he lamented. After allowing the dough to rest, he divided it into small portions, rolled them out, and filled them with the mixture. Qing Huan and Lu Yuexin, finding the task simple, assisted in wrapping, ensuring no filling was exposed. Forming half-moons created pockets, while round shapes became pies, which were then pan-fried until golden on both sides. Ultimately, Su Si took charge of frying. Once Qing Huan and Lu Yuexin became adept, they efficiently produced a large bowlful. Utilizing the oil, Su Si stir-fried the water spinach, wasting nothing. Although frugality is a virtue, the necessity behind such thriftiness can be somewhat pitiable. In the afternoon, Su Si turned the soil once more, watering it before sowing seeds. Shen Yinqing returned with food, seemingly anxious to avoid further tasks, quickly disappearing again. In the 8-square-meter plot, Su Si planted lettuce, pumpkin, cucumber, and green beans, each occupying a square meter, while the remaining 4 squares were sown with a mix of seeds, scattered freely without concern for precision, embodying a spirit of carefree abandon. For dinner, he prepared xian, cucumber salad, and carrot pancakes. Fearing it might not be enough, he also cooked some porridge. "See, may I discuss something with you?" Lu Yuexin broached the subject while everyone was still seated at the table. "What is it, mother?" "Well, you see, everyone enjoys the meals you prepare, while the dishes that Jinyu and I make are admittedly lackluster. So what does that imply? You're not suggesting I should be solely responsible for cooking from now on?" are you? A sudden pang of realization struck Su Si. Enjoying cooking was one thing, but preparing meals daily was an entirely different matter. Thus, she pondered whether she and Jean Yu could alternate preparing breakfast, while Su Si would take charge of lunch and dinner, with the others assisting her. If she had other commitments, they would gladly fill in, and she would not be burdened with washing the pots. This arrangement had been pre-discussed with Su Jinyu, aimed at ensuring that those who toiled could enjoy nourishing meals. Cooking for numerous people every day could become tiresome, and the only solution was for others to assume the other responsibilities. It remained uncertain if a C would acquiesce. Although the others were surprised by the topic, they listened intently, silently hoping that Su Si would agree, for none could resist the allure of delectable food. Su Si's mind raced with possibilities. This way, she could enjoy a bit more sleep in the mornings, and not having to wash pots was quite appealing. "All right, I agree," she finally said. The group erupted in joy. "Please keep track of the ingredients you use. I shall reimburse you at the end of each month," Liu Yuexin said with a sigh of relief, smiling. "Understood, Mother," Su Si replied, feeling quite pleased. After all, as the head chef, she could prepare several of her favorite dishes for each meal, a significant perk indeed. Chapter 15. The Potato Tower Incident. "Auntie, is that potato tower you mentioned truly delicious?" Qining bounced over to Su Si after feeding the chickens, his large eyes blinking innocently, long lashes fluttering like delicate brushes. Su Si was taken aback that the little one remembered her offhand remark from the previous day. "It is indeed delicious. Would you like to try some?" she asked, gently ruffling his hair. "I don't want any. I was merely inquiring," Qining replied thoughtfully, not wanting to trouble his aunt, aware that the family needed to save money. The previous night, he had dreamt of potatoes transforming into a fragrant tower, and as he reached out to taste it, the tower sprouted legs and dashed away, eluding him throughout the night. His curiosity about the flavor of the potato tower was piqued. He wondered if it was as delightful as in his dream. Su Si found herself utterly charmed by the well-mannered child, who seemed unaware of the longing gleaming in his eyes. With 3 meals a day, it was natural for a child to crave snacks. She remembered her own childhood, filled with spicy strips, candy, potato chips, and milk tea, but in this era, snacks were scarce. Potatoes were inexpensive, and bringing joy to the child was a worthwhile endeavor. "How about I make some for you?" she suggested. "No need, Auntie. I wouldn't want to trouble you," came his sincere reply. Oh, how utterly adorable, Su Si thought. She had already intended to prepare something for him, and upon hearing his words, a single thought filled her mind. Not just the potato tower, but if he wished for stars, she would procure those too. "But Auntie, would you like to share it with me?" she coaxed gently, her voice as soothing as a soft melody. Qining's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Really? I can join you, Auntie?" "Of course. Go and invite your Auntie to join us as well." The little boy joyfully dashed towards Qing Huan's room. Su Si selected a few plump potatoes, peeled them, and cut them in half lengthwise. She placed the potatoes between 2 chopsticks, first slicing horizontally, then turning them to cut diagonally. She found a clean bamboo skewer and crafted one with ease. Thinking of her family members at home, she replicated the process to create 5 more, ensuring each person would have one. As for her father and elder brother, she deemed that the potato towers were best enjoyed fresh, so she decided against preparing theirs for the moment. Qining pulled Qing Huan into the kitchen, quietly observing Su Si's movements. Once the oil in the pan heated up, he placed 2 potato towers into it, flipping them over once the surface set, releasing a delightful aroma of fried potatoes. After they turned a golden brown, he scooped them out and sprinkled a pinch of salt, presenting the original flavor of the potato tower. "Be careful, it's hot," Su Si cautioned as he handed them over. "Aren't you eating, second sister-in-law?" Qing Huan inquired. "I'll wait for the next batch. You go ahead," Su Si replied. Only then did Qing Huan accept it, taking a bite that was crisp and flaky, her eyes lighting up. It was even more delectable than stir-fried potato shreds. After all, the joy of fried food is unparalleled. Qining also relished the treat, savoring it with care, since there was only one, taking small bites. "All right, let us go eat outside, but watch out for the splatter," she said joyfully as she went out to play, while Qing Huan lingered. Second sister-in-law. I'll stay here with you. That's fine, but keep your distance, Su Si replied as he tossed the remaining skewers into the pot. Once they were done frying, he carried a plate to find the others inside. This is the potato tower? Su Jinwei set down her embroidery, having just tasted a piece that Qining brought to them. They were reluctant to eat it, yet the little one stubbornly held it up, and, out of helplessness, they each took a small bite, discovering its delightful flavor. One for each. Eat while it's hot. It's not as good when it cools down. The four of them sat indoors, savoring their treat, while Su Si felt a wave of comfort listening to their praises. Suddenly, they heard a burst of crying. The chewing immediately ceased as they recognized it was Qining. They quickly set down their potato towers and rushed outside. Qining was sitting on the ground in tears, facing a sturdy little boy with a dirty face, whose snot nearly dripped into his mouth as he gleefully devoured the food that rightfully belonged to Qining. Several other children stood around, watching with longing eyes, swallowing in anticipation. As the potato tower was being devoured, Qining cried even harder. It was made for him by his aunt, and he had only allowed himself to eat it slowly. Witnessing this scene ignited a spark of anger in the others. Su Jinwei pushed the boy down, scooping Qining into her arms to check for injuries. Seeing her family, Qining felt even more wronged. Raising his injured hand for Su Jinwei to see, the delicate skin of a child was already broken and bleeding, with a few grains of sand stuck to it. Su Jinwei's heart ached for him. Let me blow on it. Qining, sensing his mother's concern, stopped crying and sobbed intermittently. Suddenly, the sturdy little boy let out an unexpected wail, rolling around on the ground. Before Su Si and the others could react, an elderly woman rushed out from a nearby yard. You wretches, how dare you bully my grandson? I'll have it out with you. As she charged towards Su Jinwei and Qining, Su Si stepped forward and gently pushed her aside. The elderly woman fell with a thud, inadvertently landing atop her grandson. The boy let out a painful cry, prompting her to roll aside. Oh dear, my eldest grandson, are you all right? She exclaimed. It's all your fault, the boy retorted, striking her with considerable force. Satisfied that her grandson was unharmed, the old woman redirected her attention, wailing on the ground. Everyone, come quickly. Someone is bullying this old lady. Her voice was jarring, yet not a single tear graced her face. Silence. Lu Yuexin's tone was grave, her years of authority lending her an air of command that startled the old woman into momentary silence. Regaining her composure, the elderly woman appeared both indignant and enraged. Raising her voice even higher, curious neighbors emerged, whispering amongst themselves. Su Jinwei, taken aback by the unfolding drama, instinctively glanced at her mother-in-law. You're talking nonsense. It was your grandson who first bullied my child. Lu Yuexin countered with unwavering composure. Huh, on what grounds do you say that? Did you witness it? The old woman challenged. I saw her push my grandson to the ground. How could there be any mistake? She pointed accusingly at Su Jinwei, who felt increasingly flustered under the scrutiny of the crowd. That implies you were loitering at the door, condoning your grandson's bullying until something happened to him, at which point you decided to intervene. Lu Yuexin swiftly seized upon the inconsistency in her words. The elderly woman, taken aback, rolled her eyes in a flustered manner, retorting, I did no such thing. Who can prove that my grandson was bullying anyone? She glared at the surrounding children, who promptly averted their gazes, some scurrying to their family's side. Satisfied with her display, the old woman grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, her demeanor growing increasingly spiteful. Lu Yuexin's heart sank. She wished those children would testify, but they all kept their heads down, unwilling to speak. In Chapter 16, since you cannot comprehend reason, I shall demonstrate some physical prowess. Su Si and Qinghuan exchanged hushed words before Qinghuan turned to head back into the courtyard. The old woman, sensing their inability to counter her claims, grew even more smug. You must apologize for bullying us and also pay us 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of silver? That's an outrageous demand. The group chuckled in disbelief, angered by her audacity. How could they be expected to apologize? It was an affront to be accused so brazenly. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Many earned less than a tael in a month. They shook their heads, realizing this family had met an insatiable hag. You must also provide us with 5, no, 10 of those potato snacks, the boy shouted, emboldened by his grandmother's apparent advantage. Yes, what my grandson said. We want those snacks. Su Jinyue's face paled with anger, feeling that her earlier actions had precipitated this chaos. She longed to weep, but resolutely stifled her emotions, unwilling to appear vulnerable before the gathering. Soon, Qinghuan emerged from the courtyard with the remaining potato snack. Su Si took it from her, declaring, "Whosoever recounts the truth of this matter shall receive this snack." She shook it in her hand, and the curious gazes of several children momentarily turned toward her. Yet, recalling the threats from the old woman, they were caught in a conflict of emotions. Suddenly, a little girl spoke up, her voice breaking the tension. She was of similar stature to Qingning. Her hair appeared somewhat malnourished, dry, and yellowed, while her gaunt face revealed the contours of her bones. Su Si knelt before the young girl and gently inquired, "Could you share with me what exactly transpired?" The girl gazed at the unfamiliar golden object, its coolness contrasting with its enticing aroma, and she could not resist licking her lips. "I saw that the plump dog demanded your child to hand over the potato tower. When he refused, the dog pushed him down and snatched it away. The plump dog was indeed the grandson of that old woman, aptly named." The girl spoke rapidly, her eyes fixated on the potato tower with a solemnity akin to an oath. Su Si smiled with satisfaction. "You all heard that, did you not? The matter is quite clear." She handed the potato tower to the girl, who eagerly took a bite, her eyes widening in delight as she devoured it hungrily. The other children watched her relish the treat, some nearly in tears, wishing they had spoken up first. "I will not be ignored. You bully me, an old woman. If you do not compensate me today, I shall shout outside your door." The old woman spoke with an air of confidence, having previously coerced others into compliance, and they had ultimately yielded to her demands. Luo Yuexin and the others, having never encountered such a person, found themselves at a loss. Faced with an undeniable reality, yet confronted by her unreasonable behavior. "Mother, leave this matter to me. Dealing with such obstinate individuals requires a different approach." Su Si cracked her knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. Under the curious gazes of those around her, she approached the old woman and declared from her elevated stance, "Since you fail to comprehend reason, allow me to demonstrate some physical persuasion." Before the old woman could react, Su Si seized her collar and effortlessly lifted her off the ground. The old woman kicked in terror, yet her struggles were in vain. The neighbors were equally astonished. No one anticipated that such a young girl could so easily lift another person. In the next moment, Su Si hoisted the plump dog as well. The boy, who had previously pretended to cry, was now genuinely frightened, tears streaming down his face in a cacophony of sobs. Su Si grimaced in distaste, fearing that his snot might smear her hands. As they reached the outside of their yard, she casually tossed them onto the ground. "Will you still shout at our door?" Su Si inquired with a smile. "No more, no more." The old woman hastily cradled the plump dog in her arms, shaking her head frantically, genuinely terrified. "And what about the compensation you mentioned earlier? That was all a fabrication on my part. I do not wish for it anymore." The old woman now only sought distance from this formidable girl. "Who should apologize to whom? We ought to apologize. Quickly, plump dog, apologize to that child." The old woman urged. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The plump dog immediately confessed, his face streaked with tears, cowering in his grandmother's embrace. "I promise, I will never bully him again." Qingning had ceased her tears, her eyes shining as she watched Su Si assert his strength, not only reclaiming justice for himself, but also delivering a lesson to the adversary. He proclaimed that he would henceforth be the most loyal follower of his second aunt. "Now, let us discuss the reparations you owe us." Wang Posey was taken aback, believing that the apology would suffice. This was her first encounter with someone who, instead of being extorted, demanded compensation. This simply would not do. Wang Posey's face contorted with unease, for if her son discovered that she had given money to another, she would undoubtedly face his wrath. "Is that not acceptable?" Su Si's tone grew increasingly frigid as he raised his foot and forcefully kicked open their courtyard door. "Who dares to cause trouble in my home?" A robust, dark-skinned man stormed out with an imposing presence. Upon seeing Wang Posey and the hefty dog seated on the ground, he inquired, "Mother, has someone bullied you?" A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes as he assumed his mother was, as in days of old, attempting to extort someone. No, no one has bullied me, Wang Posey said anxiously, striving to prevent her son from acting, fearing for his safety against a woman capable of such force. It must be you, the man, caught up in his excitement, either did not hear or chose to ignore Wang Posey's words, grinning menacingly as he lunged toward Su Si. Su Si's gaze turned icy as he swiftly twisted the man's arm behind him. Ah! A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed in the air, unmistakably revealing his agony. After relishing the man's plight, Su Si forcefully shoved him to the ground. Your hefty dog has harmed my child. Let us accept your mother's suggestion and settle this with one tail, Su Si stated nonchalantly. This served as a lesson for them. Had he lacked such strength, the matter would not have been so easily resolved. The man was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with malice, his face contorted in anguish. You want money? You shall not have it, he bellowed as he charged forward once more, only to be sent flying by Su Si's kick, crashing heavily against the wall. Clutching his abdomen, he felt a tumult of pain within. When he saw Su Si approach him, genuine fear washed over him. Mother, quickly give her the silver, he cried in terror. Wang Posey, torn between concern for her son and the anguish of parting with money, hastily scrambled to her feet, limping into the house. Soon, her scolding voice echoed from within. What are you doing hiding inside? Are you just going to watch us get beaten? Hurry and bring out the money, or you'll regret it. Another female voice, unclear and muffled, joined the fray. After a considerable time, Wang Posey emerged, followed by a woman with a handprint on her face. Her head bowed to evade the gaze of others. With trembling hands, Wang Posey extended the silver. Onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that Wang Posey had encountered a formidable opponent this time, prompting them to reassess the family standing. Those who had contemplated taking advantage of the situation abandoned their thoughts of seeking favors from them in the future. Su Si disregarded everything else and seized the silver, finally warning, moreover, do not trouble that girl. Should I discover otherwise, you know the consequences. Wang Posey hurriedly acquiesced. Su Si surveyed the surroundings, only to find that the girl had vanished at some point. Though it was but a trivial transaction, she had nonetheless aided her own cause and ought to consider her benefactor more thoughtfully, lest she incur the wrath of the meddlesome Wang family. Without further regard for the situation of the Wang family, she turned and approached Lu Yuexin and the others, receiving Qi Ning from Su Jinyue's arms. A hint of a smile graced her lips. Let us return home. The group regarded her with newfound admiration, as though they were seeing her in a different light. Being in her presence imbued them with a sense of security. Qi Ning, with eyes full of adoration, clung to her head, while Su Si resembled a victorious general, embraced by his companions as they entered the courtyard. Chapter 17. The son of Butcher Li Wat? Such an event has transpired. Shen Yinxing, having roamed outside, returned only to discover that his beloved nephew had been bullied. Who could tolerate such an affront? He was immediately inclined to seek revenge. Enough, enough. You were absent when needed, and now you come with hindsight. This time you owe it all to a Si. Lu Yuexin halted him, having little faith in her son. It was futile to seek justice. Given his current state, he likely could not stand up to the bullies. It would be better for him to remain at home, where she felt more at ease. Shen Yinxing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, retreated to his seat, his demeanor awkward. Once he'd spent his days joyfully racing horses, enjoying outings, and engaging in cricket fights with friends. Now, although there were no diversions to partake in, he found little desire to linger at home, wandering outside like a beggar. Yet, he fared better than a beggar, for he had a home to return to, and meals awaited him there. Stealing a glance at Su Si, he felt a twinge of gratitude. It seemed her prodigious strength was not entirely unwelcome, though it posed a slight threat to him, given their shared quarters. He contemplated expressing his thanks, but found himself at a loss for words. In the midst of his hesitation, Su Si had already made her way to the kitchen. A sudden wave of relief washed over him, only for him to recall something. Wait a moment, whose sweet potato tart was that he had given away? It couldn't possibly be mine, could it? He felt a pang of regret. He had yet to savor it himself. Lu Yuexin and the others, exasperated, paid him no mind and proceeded to assist in the kitchen. He was left staring blankly at Qi Ning, who held his gaze with wide eyes. Qi Ning's small hands had been thoroughly washed and treated, and he was obediently lifting them to avoid contact. The more Shen Yinqing pondered, the angrier he became, feeling as though he had missed out on a treasure. It seemed he ought to return home earlier in the future. No, perhaps he should simply refrain from going out altogether and remain at home. Noticing her uncle's ever-shifting expressions, Qi Ning seized the opportunity to sneak away, thinking him strange and deciding to seek out his aunt instead. The vegetables purchased yesterday remained unused, and with the assistance of Lu Yuexin and the others, Su Si quickly prepared the meal, which Shen Yinqing dutifully delivered. Qi Ning, what would you like for dinner? Your aunt will make it for you. After all, we receive a couple of silver coins from them. It would be a waste not to spend it. Lu Yuexin had not taken the silver. She suggested that Su Si keep it to prepare something delicious for Qi Ning. However, if given the choice, she would prefer not to have the money at all rather than see Qi Ning get hurt. I love everything your aunt makes, Qi Ning said sincerely. Su Si felt her heart soften and could not resist planting a kiss on his cheek. Qi Ning, blushing, covered his face, yet his smile was wide. In the afternoon, when the sun's rays were no longer so harsh, Su Si finally stepped outside. Ah, has the young lady returned to purchase meat once more? The butcher, upon seeing Su Si, greeted her with a warm smile, for such a beautiful woman was indeed a rarity in the town, leaving a profound impression on him. Indeed, your meat is quite exquisite, Su Si remarked, glancing at the board where only a few cuts remained. Please give me 2 jin of front leg meat. This portion is just perfect for making dumplings tonight. Certainly, the butcher replied with a cheerful demeanor. Just as he was about to make the cut, when a small boy suddenly dashed out and clung to his leg, gazing shyly at Su Si. The butcher quickly withdrew his knife. Oh dear, son, why did you come out? Is something the matter? The boy shook his head in silence, feeling a bit bashful as he turned away upon noticing Su Si's smile directed at him. Su Si felt somewhat surprised, for this boy was even thinner than Qi Ning and appeared rather introverted. Standing beside the butcher, the contrast was striking, making it difficult to imagine they were father and son. Noticing Su Si's astonishment, the butcher wiped his hands on a cloth and gently patted his son's head, a tender expression gracing his face. Do you find the difference between my son and me rather stark? Su Si nodded, her curiosity piqued, eager to listen to his explanation. Everyone assumes that being the son of butcher means he would be well-fed and plump, yet my son has never had much appetite. We have to coax him daily just to get him to eat a little, which troubles us greatly. Could it be that he finds our food unpalatable? Su Si inquired, considering that, from her understanding, most home-cooked meals were rather average. We have contemplated that possibility and even took him to a restaurant, but he only managed to eat a bit more, claiming it was too greasy. The butcher replied, a bittersweet smile on his lips. Indeed, restaurant food tends to be heavier on oil and salt, which is not suitable for children. Moreover, this boy is timid. After witnessing me slaughter a pig once, he was thoroughly frightened, and it is unlikely he will take over my trade in the future. I plan to send him to school in a few years to study, so he may find another vocation and not go hungry. Su Si nodded, affirming that education was indeed invaluable. I simply wish for his life to be safe and sound, which is why I named him Ping'an, the butcher added. Su Si felt a twinge of emotion, reflecting on the saying that a parent's plans are far-reaching. Yet, it was rare to encounter a parent like the butcher, who, without bitterness, considered alternative paths for his child with a calm mindset. Usually, this child is reluctant to meet strangers, yet today he didn't run away, which perhaps indicates he likes you, the butcher speculated, noticing Ping and had been secretly glancing at Su Si during their conversation. Ah, I've said too much. He merely finds you amiable, and I hope I haven't taken up too much of your time, he added, hastily resuming his task of cutting the meat, which he managed to portion perfectly into 2 jin. By the way, do you have any pig lard left? Su Si asked. That's all gone, but if you wish to purchase some, come by tomorrow, and I'll set aside a piece for you. All right then, please reserve a piece for me, and I shall return tomorrow, she replied. After settling the payment, Su Si picked up the neatly wrapped meat and waved goodbye to the Peking Ping'an, saying earnestly, I'm off now. Ping'an remained silent, a smile gracing her delicate features, which stirred a sense of excitement within the butcher. It was the first time their son had displayed friendliness toward an outsider. Having depleted the fine flour at home, Susie procured another 50 pounds. This time, the proprietor of the grain shop refrained from inquiring how she intended to carry it. Yet he couldn't help but marvel at her effortless demeanor as she lifted the heavy load. Some mustard greens still lingered in the kitchen, and if not consumed soon, they would spoil. Susie chopped them finely and incorporated them into the pre-marinated meat filling, adding a drizzle of oil to lock in the moisture. While some prefer to blanch the mustard greens, she found that foregoing this step preserved their fragrance more distinctly. The well-risen dough was divided into portions, with Susie taking charge of rolling out the wrappers while the others focused on the filling. Though the dumplings were not particularly aesthetically pleasing, they still imbued her with a profound sense of accomplishment. That evening, upon returning, Shun, Ani, and the others were deeply pained to learn of Qi Ning's injury. As they discovered the resolution of the matter, they praised Susie for her adeptness, asserting that one must be unyielding with such individuals, lest they presume one to be easily bullied. The steaming dumplings emerged, filling the air with a warm mist, creating a particularly cozy atmosphere under the dim light. Chapter 18. Crafting soap at the break of dawn, Susie ventured to leave the butcher's abode to retrieve the lard, intending to make soap, for she could no longer endure the coarseness of the bath beans. Her motivation stemmed from her past as a time travel enthusiast. She had watched numerous videos in preparation for a potential journey, only to abandon such naive aspirations as adulthood and work took their toll. To her astonishment, she found herself in an actual time travel scenario. Unsure whether to feel joy or dismay, she was accompanied by Qing Huan and Qi Ning, who, after feeding the chicks, clumped her side. They sat beside her, both displaying a semblance of obedience. She diced the lard into small pieces and placed them in a pot, gently rendering the fat over low heat. As the lard gradually melted, Susie carefully scooped out the cracklings. She set aside a small bowl, sprinkling a pinch of salt atop it, and inhaled the mouth-watering aroma. Here, take this to mother and big sister, then you two can share the rest. Susie instructed as she handed the bowl to Qing Huan. The second aunt sampled it first, and Qi Ning, like a little adult, pinched a piece high in the air. Susie, unfazed, bent down to eat directly from his hand. The pair of niece and nephew joyfully departed to share their bounty with others. As they emerged and prepared to return to the kitchen, they were called by Shen Yanchen. "What are you two eating?" he inquired. "Second brother, you're home? Did you just arrive?" Qing Huan responded with surprise. "I've been here the whole time. You simply didn't notice," Shen Yanchen replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved, as he had expected others to inquire about his presence at home. "Does the second uncle want some cracklings?" Qi Ning asked, noticing the look of discontent on his face. "Of course. I've been waiting for this moment," he admitted, having refrained from leaving so he could indulge in this treat. He reached out for a taste, finding it delightfully crispy, and without hesitation, he grabbed a handful, quickly depleting the bowl by half. Qi Ning pouted, realizing he was indeed the second uncle. He felt a twinge of sadness, but decided to let it go. "All right, you two may go now," Shen Yanchen, satisfied with his desired treat, returned to his room. Susie scooped lard into a jar and was about to prepare the other ingredients when she noticed the little one's despondency. With genuine concern, she inquired, "Why does Qi Ning seem so downcast?" "I'm not unhappy," Qi Ning murmured, his head bowed as he nibbled on the poor cracklings. From Susie's vantage point, all she could see was the small bun of hair atop his head. She cast a questioning glance at Shun Qinghuan, silently asking what had transpired. After leaving her mother and sister-in-law, he had appeared cheerful, yet he seemed to have lost his spirits after encountering his second brother. Was it something related to Shen Yinchen? Moreover, he and Ti gone out today. Had he changed his ways? What could possibly trouble the young lad, as that man was not one to bully children? As Susie observed the nearly empty bowl, a sudden realization struck her. She had wondered why there was so little left upon his return. Neither her mother nor sister-in-law were gluttonous, and the answer was quite evident. Finding it somewhat amusing, she reflected on how children were, indeed, still quite innocent. The willingness to share was one thing, but witnessing others indulge while one refrained could naturally lead to a touch of sorrow. All right, do not be disheartened. Your second aunt is about to create something quite interesting. Would you like to assist? This statement indeed piqued Qi Ning's interest. He was eager to help. Xinghua nodded as well, delighted to work alongside her second aunt. They prepared to boil water in a once-broken porcelain jar, now only half intact, adding ash from the stove. With Su Si instructing Xinghua to watch over it and extinguish the fire once it was done. Qi Ning, go fetch a piece of unused cloth from your grandmother. Sure. Qi Ning dashed into the house and soon emerged, accompanied by Lu Yuexin. I'll see, what type of cloth do you need? Lu Yuexin, concerned that Qi Ning hadn't articulated it clearly, stepped out to inquire. Any cloth will do, but if you have some gauze, that would be even better. All right. Lu Yuexin pondered, returning with a piece of cloth that was exactly what Su Si had used for embroidery previously, the threads having been unraveled, leaving it suitable for sewing. What are you planning to make, I see? Lu Yuexin asked, eyeing the dark liquid with curiosity. I'm preparing to make soap. Su Si replied as she accepted the cloth, instantly recognizing it, the remnants of simple designs and scattered needle holes still visible. Soap? Lu Yuexin exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Such luxuries were typically reserved for the affluent, and she was pleasantly surprised that Ah Si would attempt to make it herself. What? You're making soap? Su Jinhua, having stepped outside to check on her mother-in-law after a considerable time, overheard Su Si's words. Even though she possessed a tranquil demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. After all, bath beans were rather inconvenient, yet foregoing them felt unclean. Indeed, though it certainly cannot compare to the finer ones sold outside, Su Si admitted, feeling a little shy, hastily offering a disclaimer to temper their expectations and prevent disappointment. I understand. As long as it is usable, that is wonderful. Lu Yuexin reflected, somewhat touched. Over the course of time, her disposition had been tempered, yet she hadn't anticipated the chance to use soap. Both women were taken aback by this delightful news, unable to settle down to their tasks, and instead, they eagerly observed Su Si's every step. Regrettably, there are no shells, otherwise their cleaning efficacy would be enhanced, and they would possess a more delicate quality. Su Si felt a tinge of regret. Moreover, they are rich in minerals and trace elements, which offer certain benefits for health and skin nourishment. However, I shall refrain from sharing this information with them to avoid complications. I have some. Shen Qinghuan suddenly interjected. My father brought back a few from the dock earlier. I will fetch them. With that, she hurried back into the house and soon returned, presenting Su Si with a string of bracelets. The shells, perfectly sized, had been meticulously strung together, their vibrant colors indicating careful selection. Su Si hesitated, thinking it would be a shame to burn such a beautiful bracelet. It's fine. I wouldn't wear it anyway. It's better to put it to good use, Qinghuan replied, her eyes reflecting both reluctance and a sense of relief. When your father returns, I shall have him find some even more exquisite ones, Lu Yuexin comforted. With the decision made, Su Si no longer dwelled on her doubts. She cast the shells directly into the fire, watching as they gradually turned black. In a matter of moments, she crushed them into powder, adding it to the previously prepared lye water. After stirring thoroughly, she filtered the mixture through a cloth. The filtered liquid was then combined with lard and a sprinkle of salt, allowing them to blend completely, resulting in a saponification reaction until it transformed into a viscous paste. Is this all there is to it? We still need to pour it into a mold, wait a day for it to set, and then let it cure for another month. Ah, how intricate! Su Jinhua expressed her slight disappointment, eager to use it immediately. Nevertheless, it was astonishing. Something so oily could yield a product capable of removing grease. It was the first time Lu Yuexin learned that soap was made in such a manner. Chapter 19. The decision to sell food. The others were equally astonished, unable to grasp the underlying chemical principles, yet finding the entire process utterly remarkable. Su Si merely smiled and remained silent. She found a wooden box, poured the mixture inside, smoothed the surface, and, at this point, the majority of the task was already accomplished. The group chattered excitedly, 3 women putting on a lively performance of camaraderie, not to mention the presence of a little one among them. Shen Yinxing leaned against the window, observing their animated expressions, yet he was oblivious to their activities. Curiosity bubbled within him, urging him to venture outside, but he felt a pang of self-consciousness, fearing that appearing uninvited would be undignified. If only they would call him over. He would begrudgingly oblige. However, his concerns were unwarranted. Whether he joined them or not went unnoticed, as they had no expectations of him contributing. Hunger would eventually compel him to seek sustenance on his own. Thus, he waited, his stomach growling softly with hunger. Eventually, Susi finished preparing the meal. Yet no one called for him. Frustrated, he stomped his foot, feeling as if he were striking a blow against cotton. His thoughts swirled, while others remained oblivious to his plight. With a dejected expression, he resigned himself to the dining table. "Oh, Aiken has returned? Mother, I haven't gone out today," he exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Lu Yuexin was somewhat surprised. She had been engrossed in her embroidery in the morning and later became enthralled by the soap-making process, not paying attention to his whereabouts. However, it mattered little whether he went out or stayed in. Her surprise was fleeting, and she merely acknowledged his presence with a casual "Oh, I remain indoors. Do you not have anything to say?" Shen Yinqing, undeterred, inquired once more. While Lu Yuexin remained perplexed, Susi had already discerned his intentions. It was merely that he believed he had undergone a significant transformation, yet no one else seemed to acknowledge it, leading him to feel overlooked. Staying in is advantageous. With a man at home, others would think twice before attempting to bully us, Susi remarked nonchalantly. The others were taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief, unable to fathom her audacity. They were well aware of his limitations in protecting them. He could hardly contend with Susi herself, and should anyone provoke him, he would merely be a source of sustenance. Shen Yinqing, however, remained oblivious to this reality, convinced of his newfound validation. Indeed, this household could not function without him. Thus, he resolved to sacrifice a little to provide them with a sense of security. Today's lunch consisted of pork lard stir-fried with cabbage, cold cucumber salad, and braised radish slices, accompanied by steamed cornmeal buns. Susi had a particular fondness for the braised radish slices, which, when paired with mushrooms, evoked the essence of Odin. For dinner, they indulged in large pork lard cabbage buns. Susi could only manage 2 before feeling full. Suddenly, he realized that life in the present was quite agreeable. Shen Yinqing's seemingly nonsensical remarks left everyone momentarily speechless. Indeed, aside from not being as affluent as before, their daily lives were now filled with purpose. The family was together, in good health, free from calamity, and well-fed, surpassing the majority. Since they began relishing delectable meals, life had become more promising. Each morning was filled with anticipation for lunch, followed by a digestion period in the afternoon, leading to eager expectations for dinner, making the days pass swiftly. If Susi were to articulate it, this might indeed be the allure of cuisine. During lunch today, Brother Yang praised Susi's cooking, exclaiming, "What a splendid meal!" Brother Yang was the man whom Shun Jingchuan had assisted that day. Since that incident, he had forged a connection with Shun Ani and his son, forming a small camaraderie among the three. Brother Yang was 2 years older than Shun Ani, yet at 40, he appeared considerably older. With a family of 5, Brother Yang's mother was gravely ill, his wife earned a meager living washing clothes, and his son had recently married but remained childless. The couple toiled from dawn until dusk making tofu, yet their earnings were scant. The family's hardships, compounded by the need for medical care for his mother, forced him to seek arduous labor to alleviate their burdens. These revelations had emerged during their conversations. Shun Ani vividly recalled the dimness in Brother Yang's eyes, a reflection of a life devoid of hope. Yet, as a son, a husband, and a father, each role propelled him to persevere, refusing to falter. Brother Yang subsisted on coarse cornmeal buns and pickles for lunch. At times, Shinani felt compelled to share a portion of his own meal, but Brother Yang graciously declined with a hearty smile. Shinani recognized that Brother Yang did not wish to impose, which he found admirable. Recently, with the delightful culinary offerings from Susi and the rigors of physical labor, he had gained considerable strength, while Brother Yang appeared increasingly frail. Today, he had insisted on serving Brother Yang a helping, which he finally accepted. Of course, Susi's cooking is naturally exquisite, Lu Yuexin declared with pride, and the others nodded in agreement. "Oh, Indeed, the foreman and several co-workers inquired about where I procure my meals, remarking that they smelled far more enticing than the offerings from the nearby stall. As Shun Ani recalled the envious expressions on their faces upon learning the food was homemade, a sense of pride washed over him. Su Si, however, began to contemplate a notion. Father, what do they typically eat? Some individuals bring their meals from home, while others indulge in a bowl of noodles nearby or purchase a sesame cake or some buns. Shinani reminisced, noting that most people are reluctant to spend excessively. They merely seek to satiate their hunger. Observing Su Si's earnest expression, Lu Yueshin inquired with concern, "What are you pondering, Si? Mother, what do you think about setting up a stall at the dock to sell food?" Upon uttering this suggestion, a hush fell over the group as they began to consider the feasibility of this idea. Although Qi Ning did not fully comprehend, she wisely refrained from speaking further. "I believe it is worth trying." Shunani was the first to express his support. As the head of the family, he was willing to back any initiative. Lu Yueshin hesitated slightly, aware of the family finances and the limitations of their resources. Especially during this period, an increase in food expenses would imply greater financial strain. With the tax obligations looming for the following year, 61 for those under 14 and 151 for those older, totaling one tael and 21, she needed to save for Qi Ning's education. Though they had some knowledge, they could only teach him a few characters. Formal education required professionals. The costs of paper, ink, and tuition would also amount to a significant expenditure. However, seeing Su Si's earnest demeanor and considering her culinary skills, she felt emboldened to take a chance. If they could generate income, these concerns would be manageable. Resolutely, she declared, "I believe it is feasible." The elders concurred, and the rest of the group, not wishing to hinder their ambitions, fully embraced the idea. "What shall we sell? We cannot offer the noodles, buns, or sesame cakes that the locals frequently enjoy. They are successfully running their businesses, and encroaching upon their territory could lead to conflict. Moreover, we lack a foundation here, and offending the wrong individuals could spell trouble." Chapter 20. Preparations for the stall. AC is correct, Lu Yueshin agreed. Given their current lack of influence, it would be prudent to avoid provoking trouble, though if confronted, they would certainly stand their ground. Instilled with the education of their youth, passivity was not an option for them. Su Si carefully reflected on the food stalls she had observed at the market, which offered only a limited variety. The food sold at stalls was designed for expediency. If prepared too slowly, customers would inevitably be lost. Furthermore, those who patronized food stalls were typically not affluent. They sought sustenance rather than gourmet experiences. Of course, there were those who relished street food, yet they remained outside this discussion. Otherwise, let us sell everyday meals, rice with vegetables, offering a variety of dishes at different prices, allowing for choice, Su Si proposed, akin to modern bento boxes. "I think that's quite agreeable. Everyone can select according to their means, and it would eliminate the need for us to deliver meals. They could simply eat on the spot," Shan Ani remarked. "After finishing the stir-fry at home, should we take it over? Will it cool down?" Su Jinwei expressed some concerns. "The weather is not particularly cold. We can wrap it in a blanket," Lu Yu pondered before responding. "How will you carry so many items?" Shin Jingchuan glanced at his slender wife, feeling somewhat troubled. "Perhaps we should commission a small cart. We can push it over," Su Si suggested, realizing this was their only option for now. Buying an ox or a horse-drawn cart is unrealistic. They do not even have enough money to purchase a donkey or a mule. They could only resign themselves to being used like beasts of burden, which was truly disheartening. Indeed, one cannot escape the fate of being a laborer. Su Si's inner self lamented. With this, the general framework of their plan became clear. The group dispersed, while Shun Ani and Shun Jingchuan went to commission the cart, and Su Si and the others discussed the dishes to prepare. Qing Huan sat beside Qi Ning, listening intently. Shen Yinqing felt somewhat at a loss. How had they suddenly decided to sell food? In just a few moments, they had settled many matters. Observing Su Si and the others engage in lively discussion, Shen Yinqing stepped outside to follow his father and brother. "I believe we should prepare fewer meat dishes initially. As most people at the dock are reluctant to spend too much on food," Lu Yu mused, her brow slightly furrowed. "Meat is expensive, and when people can fill their stomachs, they will surely prioritize purchasing vegetarian options. Furthermore, for first-time tasters, many are uncertain of the flavors. Vegetarian dishes are affordable, and even if wasted, the loss is minimal. Susie nodded in agreement. Lu Yu's thoughts mirrored his own. So, how many dishes should we prepare? Let us start with 3, 2 vegetarian and 1 meat dish, to test the waters. If sales are good, we can add more, Susie remarked, feeling somewhat hesitant. He recalled the northeastern rice bowls he had enjoyed before, which were simply irresistible, a true delight. They were plentiful and affordable, with a variety of appetizing options. He resolved to use this as a model to grow their venture. What about the staple food? Let us use coarse rice, as the dock is filled with robust men who one tea easily choke. Moreover, white rice is costly, naturally leading to higher prices, and few would be willing to indulge. Instead, let us prepare a pot of fine rice. After all, we will need it for ourselves, and if others desire it, we can sell some too. After much contemplation, Susie decided to include both options. How shall we serve the rice? The bowls may not be large enough. That's a good point. Had it not been for this discussion, she would have forgotten about the issue of utensils. The utensils will also need to be stored on the cart, adding to the weight. Without disposable cutlery, they would have to wash the dishes, as it would be impossible to bring enough for everyone. If someone buys food but there are no utensils, they would have to wait for others to finish, allowing them to clean the dishes before continuing to sell. Oh, how shocking it is to calculate all this. It's a myriad of tasks. Utensils must also be customized. We need wooden platters that can separate the dishes. Let us make 70 of them, for starters. Relying on ceramic or iron platters is futile, as they are prohibitively expensive. Wooden platters, once washed and dried, could be used for a long time. Seeing their apparent confusion, Susie explained, it is simply a plate divided into 4 sections, 1 for rice and 3 for vegetables, with a slight indentation to separate them, thus preventing any mingling of flavors. After a thorough description, the others began to understand. Father has likely gone far. I shall now visit the carpenter, Su Jinhue declared, preparing to rise and depart. Oh wait, it is too late, and it is unsafe for you to venture out alone. Let us postpone until tomorrow. This is not something that can be accomplished in haste, Susie interjected. Although there were patrols by the constables at night, there was always the chance that ill-intentioned individuals could find an opportunity, and it was wiser not to take that risk. Susie is right, Lu Yuexin concurred. It is not reassuring for a young woman, especially one as beautiful as Jinhue, to be out at this hour. Very well, I shall go in the morning then. Seeing the agreement from both, Su Jinhue relented. What if someone finishes their meal and does not return our plates? Lu Yuexin expressed her concern. The custom-made plates sounded wonderful to her, but she feared that someone might take them home. The mere thought pained her. Do not worry, I have thought this through. When they use our plates for their meal, we shall charge them an extra coin as a deposit. Once they return the plates after dining, we will refund that coin. Susie proposed, her mind racing with ideas. What a clever plan. Susie is truly astute, Lu Yuexin praised. Indeed, and is quite clever. Qi Ning chimed in from the side. Susie chuckled, leaning over to ruffle Qi Ning's hair. Our Qi Ning is clever as well. Should we also purchase 4 large wooden barrels for the rice and vegetables? Qing Huan suggested. Yes, I nearly forgot. Indeed, collaboration breeds more comprehensive and meticulous considerations. However, this is contingent upon everyone sharing a singular goal. If individuals harbor differing ambitions, the group dynamic may become chaotic, Susie reflected. Now that we've arranged for the wooden cart, and have also contemplated the wooden barrels and utensils, I shall procure some seasonings tomorrow in preparation. Once everything is complete, we can set up our stall. Susie's excitement was palpable. This was her venture, yet she knew it was merely the beginning. It seems the burden of labor shall fall upon you, Susie. Lu Yuexin sighed in relief after their discussions. With ample planning, the likelihood of failure diminished significantly. Cooking for 8 is already quite the task. If we truly embark on this business, we shall need to prepare meals for at least 50, which will undoubtedly be more arduous. I fear not the toil, especially with all of you aiding me, Susie replied with a smile. Certainly, we shall strive together. Chapter 21. The first day of the stall, 3 days later, all the necessary tools have been crafted. Early in the morning, Everyone busied themselves with preparations. Shen Yinqing had intended to indulge in his usual lie-in, but he was stirred by the lively discussions echoing from the courtyard, feeling inexplicably out of place, as though he were excluded from the excitement. Su Si glanced at the soap drying the yard, having demolded it and cut it into 4 pieces. As it was her first attempt, she had been cautious not to produce too much, fearing wastage of the precious lard. Now divided into 4 sections, each merely the length of a finger, she pinched them slightly, noting their softness, for they had not fully dried. Ever since learning that she was crafting soap, every member of the household eagerly anticipated its completion. Occasionally, Qining would fan it gently with a small hand fan, hoping to hasten its drying process. After enduring the trials of washing up, breakfast was finally prepared. Due to the busyness that lay ahead, everyone ate swiftly. "We shall take our leave now. Do be cautious and do not rush your tasks," Shenani advised with a hint of concern. "Very well, do set off quickly," replied Lu Yuexin, her mood tense. Her actions in tidying the dishes noticeably brisker. As time pressed on, despite their worries, Shenani and her companion had no choice but to depart, entrusting Qining to Qinghuan's care as the 3 hurried out to procure vegetables. If one is to undertake a task, it must be done well. Fresh produce and a clean cooking environment were paramount. At this hour, the market was bustling with shoppers. After much effort, the trio emerged, drenched in perspiration. They procured their meat from the butcherly, although the busyness allowed for little conversation. Upon returning home and prepping the ingredients, they discovered they had ample time left, prompting them to rest for a moment to conserve energy for the tasks ahead. Lacking experience on the first day, it seemed that a morning was sufficient, allowing for a more leisurely pace the following day. As the time drew near, they resumed their activities. Today's featured dishes were pork with cabbage and vermicelli, stir-fried potatoes with shredded carrots, and dry-fried green beans. Given the simultaneous demands of steaming rice and stir-frying, 1 pot would not suffice. Recently, the stove had been remodeled, now accommodating 2 pots side by side. They rinsed the coarse rice, adding water, and placing it in 1 pot to steam. Considering that the stir-fried potatoes and beans would suffer if delayed too long, Su Si decided to prepare the pork and cabbage dish first. He caramelized some sugar, adding pork belly to render its fat, then sauteed scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chilies until fragrant. Next, he incorporated the washed cabbage, seasoning it with salt, pepper, and soy sauce. He added sufficient hot water all at once, introduced the vermicelli, covered the pot, and let it simmer for 30 minutes, finishing with a sprinkle of scallions. He then transferred the mixture into a large, clean barrel. In a freshly scrubbed pot, he heated oil and fried the green beans until they bore a blistered, tiger skin appearance. Then removed them. Retaining a small amount of oil in the pot, he added garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and dried chilies, stirring them over low heat until aromatic. The fried green beans were then added, along with the seasoning, and tossed until evenly coated. As for the final dish, Su Si was quite adept at preparing it. Once all the food was packed into a wooden barrel and securely covered, the group worked together to transport it onto a cart, wrapping it in blankets to preserve warmth. They also filled a barrel with water for washing dishes later, gathering the loofah, large wooden spoon, plates, chopsticks, and cloths onto the cart. "Qinghuan, you and Qining stay home. We will return in the afternoon. Lock the door and do not open for anyone," Lu Yuexin instructed, wiping the sweat from her brow. "All right," Qinghuan replied, taking Qining's hand beside her. Qining watched the others with wide eyes, aware that her family was embarking on an important endeavor, remaining quietly observant. As I watched them push the cart further away from the gate, I could no longer restrain myself. I forcefully released Qinghuan's hand and dashed out. "Hey!" Qinghuan exclaimed in haste. Noticing the commotion behind them, Su Shi and the others turned to look. Qining, with reddened eyes, hurriedly ran towards them and clung to Su Jinyue's leg. After gently securing the cart, Qinghuan also caught up. "Qining, come home with me." Qining shook her head, pouting, and refused to let go of her mother's leg. Su Jinyue felt a pang of sorrow at her child's distress, as did the others, who were equally reluctant to part. "Why not let them accompany us? It will be better than leaving them at home, causing us concern," Su Shi suggested. After some contemplation, everyone agreed. "Mother, I'm still at home. Have you forgotten about me?" Liu Yuexin was just about to lock the door when she suddenly heard this mournful voice, causing her to jump in surprise. "You scare me to death." She shot a glare at Shun Yinjin. He had been in an excited state all morning, hiding away in the house, unnoticed by anyone. Shun Yinjin felt aggrieved, unable to articulate his feelings. Su Shi had also overlooked him these past few days, overwhelmed with preparations. Although she contemplated transforming him, her focus on career and finances took precedence. "Shun Yinjin, come hold Qi Ning," Su Shi called out from a distance. Since he had approached them, he might as well be of assistance. Shun Yinjin glanced at her, unusually refraining from retorting, and helped secure the door before they all set off together. Once the cart was ready, Su Shi attempted to push it, although it was laden with weight. With Liu Yuexin and others supporting it, the cart moved steadily. Qi Ning obediently remained in Shun Yinjin's arms, her little head swiveling around, eyes wide with curiosity. Initially, Qinghuan had intended to lend a hand, but considering the circumstances, she resolved to stay home with the children. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn, and she felt a surge of joy, a gentle smile gracing her face. The usual journey from home to the wharf took half an hour, but now, pushing the cart slowly, it nearly took the same amount of time. Thankfully, they had set out early. Upon reaching the wharf, they found a cool, secluded spot to secure the cart while they waited. Upon seeing their figures, Shun Ani and his companion finally felt at ease. Throughout the morning, both had been somewhat restless, alternating between worrying that they had prepared too much food and fretting over whether the heavy items would spill during the journey, as well as concerns for their companions' fatigue. The laborers were still working, and many crew members at the wharf were preparing to eat. Liu Yuexin and Su Jinhue, both experienced in managing dowry shops, were adept in administration and finances. However, they had never set up a stall before. Hearing the vendors nearby calling out to customers, they intended to join in but felt their faces flush with embarrassment and remained silent. Su Shi, though feeling a bit shy, noticed that patrons had already seated themselves at other stalls and decided they could not delay any longer. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the lid of the wooden bucket, and a rich aroma of food wafted through the air, immediately capturing the attention of many. "Come take a look. Delicious meals await. Vegetarian dishes for 2-1, meat dishes for 3-1, and a complimentary serving of rice. Everyone is welcome to come and taste." Chapter 22. All sold out. A woman's melodious call echoed through the dock, a sound unique to that place. Liu Yuexin and her companions instinctively turned to her, surprised by Su Ci's audacity, which far exceeded their own. With the bow drawn, there was no turning back. Su Ci had cast aside all reservations. Some onlookers paused in front of their stall, yet none approached to make a purchase. Their group appeared markedly out of place among the food vendors, predominantly occupied by young women and children. "Young man, would you care for a dish to try?" Su Ci inquired cheerfully of a handsome, well-groomed man. "Huh? Are you calling me?" The young man blushed slightly, glancing around in disbelief, pointing at himself. "Indeed, it is you," Su Ci replied with a warm smile and a nod. Encouraged by the laughter and teasing of his companions, the young man shyly approached the stall, mumbling, "Let me see what dishes you have. We have 3 offerings today: pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, dry-fried green beans, and stir-fried potatoes with shredded carrots. All ingredients were freshly purchased this morning, ensuring their quality," Su Ci announced, her voice resonating not just for him, but for the others lingering nearby. The young man glanced down, noting the appealing presentation, and the rich aroma wafting towards him made him instinctively trust Su Ci's words. The crew members aboard their vessel earned relatively high wages, 1 tael per month, though life as a sailor was fraught with challenges. The sea held dangers such as hidden reefs, the risk of shipwrecks, and the possibility of losing one's way in inclement weather. Moreover, illness aboard, if not promptly addressed, could lead to dire consequences. Although provisions were covered on the ship, the meals were not particularly lavish. Thus, whenever they docked, they indulged their culinary desires. In other words, they were not short on funds and were willing to spend on good food. "I'll take all 3 dishes," the young man declared without hesitation. "Very well, coming right up," Su Ci responded, taking the plate of rice that Su Jinwei had prepared and ladling a generous scoop of each dish from the wooden buckets. Her hands were steady, each serving ample and plentiful. That will be 7 won, correct? Yes, but we require a 1 won deposit for the plate, which will be refunded once you return it after your meal, Lu Yuexin explained with a composed smile. The young man nodded in understanding and promptly paid 8 won. Here you are, please hold on, Su Si said as she handed the plate and chopsticks to him, initially intending to carry the meal back to the ship. The young man found his path blocked by his companions. Wenqing, hurry and taste it. How does it fare? If it's good, we shall order some too. With no choice. The young man took a bite, and the moment the food touched his palate, he eagerly began to chew. Before swallowing, he scooped another mouthful of rice. How is it? His friends urged, anxious for his response. He nodded, his mouth full, unable to articulate his delight. Yet, his expression and actions spoke volumes of his satisfaction. His companions ceased to restrain him and hurried to the stall to place their orders. Give me 3 dishes as well. Certainly. I want all of them. I'll take the meat dish along with the dry-fried green beans. Su Jinwei was responsible for serving rice. Su Si handled the vegetables. Lu Yuexin collected the payments. And Qing Huan handed chopsticks to the customers. Surrounded by a bustling crowd and feeling the pressure, the 4 of them were busy and sweating profusely. As the crew finished their purchases, the laborers took a break. Shun Ani and Shun Jingchuan hurried over, accompanied by a middle-aged man. I see, how is it? Su Si inquired. A good number of people have come to buy. Look, half of the food has already been sold. The few of them could finally catch their breath. That's excellent. Even though they knew it was just a food stall, they couldn't help but worry when they saw the throngs of customers. The rapid sales of the dishes suggested that this venture would be sustainable. Noticing the middle-aged man beside him, Shun Ani introduced him, saying, "This is Brother Yang." Brother Yang, slightly hunched and sunburned, smiled warmly at that moment. Su Si and the others greeted him. I came to buy food. I would like 1 vegetarian dish and 1 meat dish, Brother Yang said somewhat shyly. He had learned from Shun Ani that their families came to sell food today, and he wanted to show his support. Having tasted the delicious offerings before, he was certain he would not be disappointed, resolving to spend a little more today. He thought he could save later. Uncle Yang, which vegetarian dish would you like? Su Si asked, pointing with a spoon at the 2 options. After a moment of hesitation, Brother Yang chose the dry-fried green beans, which appeared more enticing. Just as he was about to pay, Lu Yuexin refused to accept his money. Brother Yang, since you are a friend of my husband, today we insist on treating you, she said. Having heard Shun Ani express concern about their financial struggles multiple times, she understood he had come to support their relationship. Brother Yang, however, would not agree and hurriedly tossed some coins on the counter, taking his meal to the side. Shun Ani sighed, well, if he insists on paying, let him be. Lu Yuexin did not press further, collecting the money and returning to her duties. After preparing the meals for Shun Ani and Shun Jingchuan, other onlookers gathered around. Most opted for vegetarian dishes, but some, having tasted the delightful flavors, decided to splurge on a meat dish as well. After all, one couldn't find a meat dish for just 3 when elsewhere, and the chance to indulge was too good to pass up. When Shun Ani and Shun Jingchuan found Brother Yang, he was seated, savoring his meal slowly. He had never tasted such delicious food and hadn't had meat in 6 months. The prices set by Su Si and her team were quite reasonable. After all, a meat bun cost 3 won, while a generous ladle of meat dish also cost 3 won, with rice offered for free. The cabbage and vermicelli soaked in rich broth burst with savory meat flavors with every bite. The meat in the spoon looked plentiful, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. In truth, Su Si hadn't used much meat. She had simply sliced it thinly to give the appearance of abundance, pleasing everyone. The green beans had a crisp exterior while remaining tender and juicy inside, their rich bean flavor complemented by a hint of spice that tantalized his palate. For the first time, he found green beans incredibly delicious. Regrettably, without any containers, he wished to take some home to share with his family. Shun Ani and Shun Jingchuan sat beside him in silence, the 3 of them quietly enjoying their meal together. Su Si and the others were still occupied, and indeed, the plates were insufficient. Fortunately, some of the previous crew returned after finishing their meals. Lu Yuexin asked Shen Yinqing to assist with collecting the money, while she went to wash the plates. Although he was somewhat distracted, he nonetheless took his task seriously when it came to handling the finances. As the last dishes were nearly empty, the group casually enjoyed a bit of rice with the soup. Qinghuan and Qining had already been served earlier and were now resting with their eyes closed nearby. We'll head off to work now. You all should hurry home and rest. If you're too tired, just leave the wooden cart at another shop. And we'll bring it back tonight, Shinani said, noticing the sweat on their brows and the fatigue on their faces with concern. Understood, Lu Yuexin replied, her voice lacking energy. Seeing the supervisor urging them on, Shun Ani and his companion hurriedly departed. The utensils lay in a chaotic pile atop the wooden cart, and everyone had nearly cleaned their plates, leaving not a grain of rice behind. As they returned the dishes, they praised the deliciousness of the food, indicating that their offerings were well received. Transporting these utensils back and forth was indeed burdensome, especially when returning with the dirty plates, which made cleaning them a challenge. This won't do, Su Si frowned. What should we do? Su Jinhua asked, massaging her sore arms. The best solution would naturally be to find a place to store them that also allowed for convenient washing. Has a C already found target? Lu Yuexin inquired. ISNT that right there? Su Si gestured towards a nearby pastry shop. The owners of the pastry shop were an elderly couple, quite amiable, who had previously offered them water from their backyard when they found themselves short. Shall we go and talk? Su Si nodded, entering the pastry shop with Lu Yuexin. Oh, it's you all. Do you still need water? The elderly man asked warmly from his rocking chair upon seeing them. We would like to discuss something with you. If that's all right, Su Si said, smiling as she squatted down in front of the elderly gentleman. Go ahead, he replied kindly, taking a liking to the young lady who had suddenly appeared in his life. He had even purchased 2 meals from her earlier, which were indeed delightful. As one grows older, desires diminish, and finding satisfying food brings immense joy. Could we perhaps pay a small fee to use your well for washing dishes? And store the utensils here? Su Si inquired thoughtfully. Of course, that would be no problem at all. You needn't pay anything. Just use the water directly and place your items in a vacant space. The elderly man had yet to speak when his wife emerged from the backyard and readily agreed. Her eyes filled with warmth. Hearing her response, the elderly man did not object. That's wonderful. However, we still wish to pay something. Otherwise, we would feel quite embarrassed. Su Si insisted cheerfully, but remained firm on the matter of compensation. One must always respect goodwill, and maintaining a relationship based on mutual benefit seemed more reliable. Seeing her determination, the elderly couple relented, and the four signed an agreement. On January 30th, they were permitted to freely utilize the well water from the backyard, and the utensils could also be stored there, effective immediately. Lu Yuexin handed over 31 to the elderly couple, leaving Su Si to converse with them while she attended to Su Jinhua, who was responsible for washing the items. Through their dialogue, it was revealed that the old gentleman had a son and a grandson, the latter being a year her senior, and yet unmarried, currently engrossed in his studies. The son's family resided near the school, with the daughter-in-law being the daughter of a merchant. The house they occupied was part of her dowry. They were reluctant to intrude upon their son's family life, having spent a lifetime in the pancake business, which they did not wish to abandon. As they aged, they reduced their workload, treating it more as a way to pass the time. Su Si listened with envy. This was precisely the retirement life she had always yearned for, wealthy and leisurely, free to do as one pleased. Once they had tidied up sufficiently, the group set out for home under the blazing sun. Qi Ning and Qing Huan, accustomed to their afternoon naps, found themselves unable to resist sleep and curled up in the carriage. Shen Yinxing, please take the cart, Su Si requested. Although she possessed considerable strength, the repetitive motion began to wear on her, and she felt a twinge of soreness. Just as she contemplated persuading him, Shen Yinxing stepped forward and began to push the cart himself. The others were momentarily taken aback, quickly moving to support him. In their shared glance, they understood each other's intentions without a word. Shen Yinxing, oblivious to their expressions, focused intently ahead. Observing the hard work of the womenfolk at home stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Even if they were no longer surrounded by a multitude of servants, they ought to be comfortably seated at home rather than toiling under the sun, sweating profusely. For the first time, he realized he could no longer act so recklessly. He needed to assume his responsibilities. Had Su Si been privy to his innermost thoughts, she would have encouraged him, reminding him that it is never too late to strive for improvement. After transporting the wooden cart to the courtyard and escorting Qi Ning and Qing Huan back inside, they all retreated to their respective rooms for some rest. Su Si removed her outer garment and lay upon the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Shen Yinxing promptly followed her into the room, instinctively closing his eyes upon witnessing her undress. "What are you doing taking off your clothes in broad daylight? Have you no shame?" he exclaimed, startled. Usually, the dim lighting at night obscured his view, allowing him to pretend he had not seen anything. However, in the daylight, her actions made him feel uncharacteristically flustered. "Why the fuss? I won't do anything to you." Su Si rolled her eyes at him. "Aren't you supposed to be accustomed to not wearing dirty outer garments to bed? I've emphasized this several times." A cleanliness fanatic could not tolerate such disregard, especially after a morning of hard work, which had rendered her outer clothes rather filthy. Shen Yinxing recalled this, but had been caught off guard by her sudden change. "Besides, we are already married. What shame is there in removing my outer garment before you?" Su Si fixed her gaze upon him, declaring that shameless was not a term she appreciated. Initially, Shen Yinxing believed he was justified in his concerns and questioned Su Si. Yet, under her counter-questioning, he fell increasingly silent. He had messed up again. He had intended to discuss something with her, but the situation had devolved into this. Why could he never seem to control his thoughtless tendency to speak without consideration? He felt that she must despise him even more now, descending into self-reproach. Su Si glanced at herself, realizing she was still clad in several layers. Yet, the mere outer garment made it seem as though she were running about in the nude. If she were to traverse into the modern era and witness the attire of contemporary individuals, it would surely astonish her. Noticing his silence, Su Si snorted dismissively and paid him no mind. She was utterly fatigued today, feeling as though her eyelids were engaged in a fierce battle, and before she knew it, she succumbed to slumber. Shen Yinxing sat at the table, intending to elucidate something, but upon raising his gaze, he was met with her serene, sleeping visage. In an era where girls could wed at the tender age of 13, 14-year-old Su Si still bore a semblance of youthful innocence. She had inherited her mother's cherubic features, her long eyelashes resembling delicate fans. The shadows beneath her eyes hinted at exhaustion, her breath heavy and labored, a clear indication of her fatigue. Shen Yinxing could not shake the feeling that the current Su Si was a stark contrast to the girl he once knew. She was no longer the character he had found irksome. Though a tinge of fear lingered, he perceived her as far more agreeable than before. The atmosphere at home had grown harmonious, with everyone expressing fondness for her. She was ambitious and resilient, skilled in the culinary arts, possessed of her own thoughts, an adept at guiding the family business. Their dynamic was not that of conventional spouses, yet they understood each other's true natures with greater clarity. Chapter 24. Profit Assessment Upon Awakening. Su Si found herself alone in the room. Night had fallen, and muffled voices floated in from outside. Hastily, she rose and donned her outer garment before stepping out. "Aunt, you're awake," Qi Ning exclaimed, rushing over as soon as the door opened. Su Si could not resist ruffling his little head. Being greeted by such a sweet and affectionate child upon waking was a temptation no one could resist. Qing Huan was watering the vegetable garden, where a few scattered sprouts had begun to emerge. "I see, you worked hard today," Shun Ani remarked, seated in a chair in the courtyard, enjoying the breeze. "Not at all. Everyone has worked hard," Su Si responded candidly, explaining that her youth made her exhaustion appear more pronounced. Luo Yuexin, though now a grandmother at the age of 36, had married at 16, as had Su Jinwei, who was now just 20. At 16, Su Si was still lost in her childish whims, sneaking snacks in class, stealing moments to read novels, and eagerly anticipating meals. Often the first to dash to the dining hall. The endless stream of assignments was daunting, with half of the questions remaining beyond her grasp. "Time for dinner," Luo Yuexin and Su Jinwei announced as they brought out the food, prompting everyone to rise. "I've learned a few things from Asi these past days. Although my attempts may not match hers, I believe I've made some progress." "Do give a try," Luo Yuexin said with a smile. On the table lay potato rice and a plate of cold cucumber salad. The potato rice was remarkably simple. A one-pot dish that had piqued Luo Yuexin's interest upon her first encounter with it, perfectly suited to her skills. First, she sauteed diced meat until it changed color, then added diced potatoes, garlic, and scallions, followed by other ingredients, seasoning with care. After adding enough hot water to cover the ingredients, she let it simmer for a while before incorporating the soaked rice, covering it to let it steam until perfectly cooked. They had become familiar with the purpose of each seasoning. Cautious of overdoing it, they opted for lighter measurements, resulting in a flavor that, while not overwhelmingly rich, surpassed that of the average household. Placed outside, the desire to learn these crafts often necessitates finding a mentor, which may entail years of toil in the kitchen, yielding little knowledge in return. Yet for those who wish to learn, Su Si is ever willing to impart his wisdom, inciting envy among onlookers. Lu Yuexin watched them with eager anticipation as Su Si took a taste. The flavor was somewhat mild, yet overall quite pleasing. "It is indeed delightful," Su Si praised. "You have made remarkable progress," Shun Ani nodded, reminiscing about the early days when they struggled to prepare even a simple meal, leading to quite the gastronomic disaster. Now, their culinary skills were nothing short of exquisite. The others echoed their admiration, and Lu Yuexin's smile widened, invigorating her spirit. After the meal, as they gathered the dishes under the dim light, they sat around the table, gazing at a pile of copper coins before them. Lu Yuexin diligently counted, grouping every 100 coins. In total, they had 644 coins. After several counts, she concluded, her demeanor radiating joy. Hearing this figure, everyone was filled with excitement. "We haven't even calculated the costs yet," Su Si interjected, tempering their enthusiasm. "Today we spent 100 coins on vegetables and meat, approximately 130 coins on rice, and around 40 coins for seasonings, oil, and firewood, totaling 270 coins. Thus, our net profit is 374 coins for our group of 8. Lu Yuexin retrieved her ledger, as it was her money that funded their venture, quickly tallying the figures. "We earned 374 coins in a single day, nearly half of our profits. I never imagined selling food could be so lucrative," Su Jinwei remarked, somewhat wistfully. Of course, in comparison to their bridal shop, which could yield over 10 taels a day. This was paltry, yet it brought them immense joy. But we must acknowledge that it is due to Asi's culinary skills. Otherwise, we wouldn't be selling so well. Shinani said gently. Excluding Qin Ning, dividing the profits among the 5 of them would yield nearly 75 coins each. "Husband, perhaps you should abandon your labor at the docks and join us in selling food instead," Lu Yuexin suggested. She calculated that they toiled all day at the docks for merely 40 coins, while now, after just half a day's work, they had earned so much. Moreover, their efforts were still hampered by a lack of manpower. With 2 more helping hands, they might sell even more. Most importantly, her heart ached for the 2 individuals. If they had other sources of income, it would be kinder for them to refrain from strenuous labor. Shinani pondered for a moment. "Let's continue for now. If our food business stabilizes, we can resign and assist you." He believed it prudent to consider the situation carefully, not rushing into quitting their jobs. Father was right. Our initial success is partly due to the novelty of our offerings, attracting curious customers. Today, as potatoes and carrots were also inexpensive, and should we change our menu in the future, costs may rise. Additionally, the traffic at the docks is inconsistent. Not everyone can afford to eat out daily. Su Si reviewed the day's events, formulating a rough estimate in his mind. "All right, perhaps I was too hasty." Lu Yuexin found his reasoning sound and understood they would have to endure a bit longer. Nevertheless, a sense of hope prevailed, each face adorned with a light-hearted smile. All of this was thanks to Asi. Shinani reflected that the only commendable deed the crown prince had accomplished was bestowing upon them such an exceptional daughter-in-law. "If it were solely up to me, none of this would have been achievable. It is the result of our collective efforts," Su Si remarked. Shinani further perceived Su Si as a humble individual, acknowledging that their success in this venture largely stemmed from her culinary prowess. Having slumbered throughout the afternoon, Su Si lay in bed, feeling far from drowsy. Since the reprimand she had offered him earlier, Shun Yinqing had remained unusually quiet, a demeanor that felt somewhat disconcerting. She turned over in bed, feigning an accidental kick towards him, yet received no response. How could he subject her to such silent treatment? She found it unbearable. "Why are you not speaking?" Susie could not help but inquire. "Apologies," came Shun Yinxing's muffled voice from the darkness. A rare admission of contrition that he had yet to extend to anyone else. "I did not urge you to apologize," Susie hurriedly clarified, concerned he might misconstrue her prompting as a demand for his apology. "I understand," Shun Yinxing conceded, recognizing that his earlier words had indeed been excessive. Yet, her reaction diverged from his expectations. Upon his apology, she ought to have been elated and readily forgiven him. Susie suddenly found herself at a loss for words. While he had apologized, a reason for her joy, she felt it was somewhat devoid of meaning. Did she truly relish the notion of others opposing her? Surely, she cannot be so peculiar. Perhaps it was merely his unfamiliarity with conceding fault that caused this awkwardness. "Could you promise me something?" Shun Yinxing's voice startled her, signaling that something was amiss. "Go on," Susie replied, her guard instinctively rising. "Tomorrow, if there is work for me, call on me," he said, awkward yet adding, "I shall perform it well." Chapter 25. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Susie was taken aback. "Are you serious?" she questioned, astonished that he sought to change without her guidance. Indeed, it seemed that adversity was the crucible for growth. His exile, lack of funds, and witnessing his family's suffering were trials he had endured. Surely, she had contributed to his tribulations as well, having once startled him considerably. However, whether he chose to change sooner or later, his transformation today suggested something had indeed provoked him. Reflecting on their earlier interactions, he had exhibited some peculiar behavior at noon. Nevertheless, she decided to dismiss the thought, deeming it ultimately a positive development. "Very well, I accept. Just ensure you do not waver," Susie cautioned, warning him against any fleeting whims that might lead him to procrastinate, promising him a lesson in the allure of flowers. The following day, the group moved with less urgency than on their first, leisurely procuring ingredients for their meal. They prepared fish-flavored shredded pork, spicy tofu, and dry-fried cabbage. Shun Yinxing was tasked with pushing the cart, while the others assisted. Qing Huan strolled alongside Qi Ning, taking breaks to rest on the cart, even bringing an umbrella to shield them from the sun. Navigating through familiar streets, they soon arrived at the dock, where others awaited them at the previous day's market spot. Upon their arrival, the first customer from yesterday, a lad named Wenqing, greeted them with a smile, exclaiming, "At last you have come. I have been eagerly anticipating the delightful fare you offer." After relishing such exquisite meals at noon, any other dining experience that evening felt rather lacking. "Please hold on, for today we have new dishes." Susie warmly welcomes this returning customer. After retrieving the utensils, upon lifting the lid, Wenqing took a glance into the wooden bucket. The colors of the fish-flavored shredded pork were vibrant. The aroma of the spicy tofu tantalized the taste buds, and the dry-fried cabbage appeared fresh and delectable. Unable to contain his saliva, he requested a sampling of all three dishes, opting to forego rice. Is that permissible? Although the other party declined coarse rice, saving some money in the process. Susie took great care of his first customer and couldn't resist inquiring. "I was planning to purchase some other staple, as I am somewhat unaccustomed to coarse rice." Wenqing shyly smiled. Susie observed the other's fair complexion, which did not suggest any worries over livelihood. "We also have fine rice available, though it is not complimentary and costs 2 won. Would you like some?" "Yesterday, we prepared fine rice, but no one inquired, and they ended up consuming it themselves." "Yes." Wenqing responded with a hint of surprise. He had intended to buy some staple food, and now, with fine rice, the meal would be even more delightful. Shortly after Wenqing returned to the boat with the rice, many crew members emerged one after another. Hearing of the new dishes today, they all requested a serving, and I too like fine rice. Sharing the boat with Wenqing, one noticed the fine rice on his plate and couldn't help but ask a few more questions. "Certainly," Susie replied with a smile. "Is fine rice included for free?" Someone inquired upon hearing this. "How could that be? Wouldn't they be at a loss?" "Offering coarse rice for free is already generous," someone in the crowd remarked. "Fine rice requires an additional 2 won. It is not complimentary," Susie clarified loudly. Everyone understood, realizing that those desiring fine rice were few and far between. Someone observed Qi Ning sitting obediently and couldn't resist teasing him, asking how the food prepared at home was. The food made by my second aunt is incredibly delicious. Qi Ning replied earnestly. The little one's determined expression elicited a wave of warm laughter from the crowd. Su Si took a moment to glance at him, their eyes meeting, and Qi Ning instantly broke into a broad smile, bringing comfort to those who beheld it. Indeed, after such a long period of indulgence, Qi Ning had regained some weight, looking remarkably well, sitting there like a good fortune charm. Occasionally, he would wipe the sweat from their brows before returning to his seat, not wandering about. "Miss Su, this meat does not seem to be fish, does it?" A laborer, just having received his meal, couldn't resist taking a bite. The sweet and sour taste was appetizing, igniting an increased appetite. Yet the shredded meat was not what he had anticipated, prompting him to ask in surprise. Others turned to look at her, wondering if they had been deceived. Su Si, unfazed, playfully responded, "This meat is pork. It is called fish-flavored shredded pork, due to its fishy aroma. Other dishes with similar names include fish-flavored eggplant and fish-flavored 3 shreds, etc. Just as there are no wives and wife cakes, no couples and couple lung slices, and no ants and ants climbing trees." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Some dishes they had never heard of, yet they were familiar with wife cakes, and thus understood her meaning. Fish-flavored shredded pork is a representative dish of Sichuan cuisine, with an intriguing origin. It is said that long ago in Sichuan, there was a family that adored fish, and when preparing fish, they habitually added scallions, ginger, garlic wine, vinegar, and peppercorns, all essential to eliminate the fishy smell and enhance the fragrance. Once, when her husband was out, a wife discovered an abundance of ingredients while preparing fish. She decided to incorporate these leftover ingredients into another dish, and when her husband returned and tasted it, he found it delightful, promptly naming it fish fragrance. Over time, this dish underwent modifications and became a signature item in Sichuan cuisine. Su Si always believed that shredded green pepper and carrot should be included in fish-fragrant shredded pork. She had once visited Sichuan, where the dish was made with shredded green bamboo shoots and black fungus, which she found rather peculiar. Little did she know, that was indeed the authentic method of preparation. However, she still preferred her version with green pepper and carrot. Today, she prepared it with those same ingredients. With Shen Yinxing substituting, everyone could take turns having meals without experiencing the hunger they felt the previous day. Yanga did not come by lunch today, and everyone tacitly refrained from asking why. "Are you family members of Shunani? I've heard that your meals are quite good. Please, serve me some." The foreman approached, and the other laborers instinctively stepped aside, allowing him to stride confidently to the front of the crowd. "Please, taste our food. If you have any issues, let us know. We will continue to improve," Su Si said with a friendly demeanor. "That sounds reasonable. Give me a bit more meat, so I can truly savor the flavor, right?" The others froze momentarily, but Su Si maintained her smile and scooped a generous portion into his plate. "You make a valid point. Here you go, enjoy it. And do come back for more if it pleases you." Su Si was well aware of his intentions to take advantage. However, she understood that antagonizing someone of his disposition could lead to trouble for her father and elder brother. His initial inquiry was not casual. It was a veiled warning. Moreover, as the foreman, if he chose to prevent laborers from eating here, it was unlikely anyone would dare to defy him. Yet, it was merely a spoonful of food. There was no need for conflict. Patience in small matters often leads to greater plans in business. Gut. You're quite the clever girl," the foreman remarked, pleased with her demeanor. The number of laborers purchasing meals today was fewer than the previous day, but there were still some nearby shop assistants and passers-by. And in the end, everything was sold out. It seemed that preparing this quantity daily would suffice, perfectly avoiding waste. Lu Yuexin leaned against the cart and remarked slowly. Chapter 26. Imitation. Su Si nodded, and then the group went to the pancake shop to fetch water, preparing to wash the dishes. "Arsi, do you make different dishes every day?" The elderly owner of the pancake shop, Mr. Qian, inquired curiously, savoring the taste in his mind. As the weather grew warmer, his appetite had waned, yet fish-fragrant shredded pork was particularly appetizing. His son had once taken them to a restaurant to order this dish, but it paled in comparison to Su Si's preparation. The flavors were perfectly balanced, neither too sour nor too sweet. "That is hard to say. But we will aim to prepare a variety, Su Si replied. After all, cost considerations dictated that dishes from the previous season would naturally be cheaper, resulting in those dishes appearing more frequently. Mr. Qian, satisfied with her answer, reclined back in his rocking chair, leisurely, which made Su Si feel a pang of envy. Shen Yinqing stood guard outside the cart. Lu Yuexin was responsible for the initial wash, Su Jinwei for rinsing, and Su Si for drying. Grandma Qian sat nearby, chatting with Qing Huan and Qining, her face radiating warmth. In the future, when you sell food, if it becomes unmanageable, just leave those two with us. Look at these little ones. Their faces are all sunburned. Grandmother Qian felt a pang of sympathy. As Lu Yu contemplated, Qi Ning promptly declined, saying, "Thank you, Grandmother Qian, but I would prefer to stay with my second aunt and the others. I can assist as well." Oh dear, Qi Ning is truly endearing. Her grandson, in his youth, was just as earnest as her son, and she found Qi Ning utterly precious. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since Su Si and his companions set up their stall, consistently earning a stable profit of approximately 300 won each day. On this particular day, as they pushed their cart, they discovered that their usual spot had already been claimed by others. This new group, comprising 2 men and 2 women, operated a similar wooden cart adorned with several large containers wrapped in quilts. Upon noticing Su Si and his team, they exhibited no remorse, instead wearing expressions of smug satisfaction. Su Si understood that their method lacked originality. He anticipated that imitation would eventually occur, yet he was taken aback by their audacity in attempting to usurp their place. Shen Yinqing furrowed his brow and immediately contemplated confronting them. "Don't act rashly. We still lack knowledge of their background," Su Si cautioned, her gaze icy but reason prevailing as she restrained him. Shen Yinqing took a deep breath, managing to temper his anger. "Shall we allow them to occupy our spot?" "No matter. We are all familiar faces. The location does not matter. Let us move to that shaded area over there," Su Si suggested, pointing to a nearby, cooler spot. The newcomers did not commence their sales immediately. It seemed they awaited Su Si's team as if to challenge them. Once Su Si and her companions began their operations, the opposition lifted their lids and began selling as well. The regular customers instinctively approached the original location, only to find it had changed hands. A sense of confusion washed over them until they spotted Su Si waving from a different spot. Just as they were about to leave, the newcomers called out, "Today's menu features stewed pork and white meat with vermicelli, stir-fried potatoes with shredded carrots, and dry-fried green beans. Vegetarian dishes for 1 won, meat dishes for 2 won, and free rice." Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated, realizing the prices were significantly lower than those of Su Si and her companions. Su Si and her team felt a whirlwind of emotions. Was this not the very same menu they had offered on their first day? The opposition had almost entirely replicated their model. Noticing that some customers had already begun purchasing from the new stall, Su Jinwei expressed concern. "Should we lower our prices as well?" "Not at all. Our prices are set. Lowering them would imply that our previous pricing was excessive. Moreover, if they choose to undercut us further, we cannot afford to engage in a price war," Su Si replied firmly. They purchased fresh meat and vegetables daily, and their costs were fixed. Furthermore, she had confidence in her culinary skills. Unless the opposition had prior experience as chefs, their flavors could not possibly compare. Once customers had tasted her dishes, any subsequent inferior meals would only serve to highlight the quality of her offerings, which is why Su Si remained unperturbed. Some individuals opted for the cheaper alternative, while others, loyal to Su Si, made their way directly to her stall. "Madam Su, what is going on?" one inquired. "We just arrived, and they were already here." Su Si responded with a wry smile. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, and one promptly reassured, "Do not worry. I will certainly choose your stall. I do not believe there exists a more delectable option than yours." Gaining the approval of others, while looking down upon such individuals, is indeed excessive. Thank you all for your support. Su Si's face displayed a hint of gratitude at the appropriate moment. Meanwhile, someone who had purchased the food eagerly took a bite and immediately complained, "How could you make it so unpalatable? The meat has a distinct fishy taste." To which an elderly woman rolled her eyes in disdain. Her attitude incited the ire of the buyer. Normally, Su Si greeted them with a friendly demeanor, but today, She could hardly tolerate such disrespect. "Then I don't want it. Refund me." "A refund is not possible. You've already consumed it. Besides, you expect to buy something cheap and still be picky about the taste," retorted another woman, casting a scornful glance his way, her gaze unmistakably conveying, "You are such a miser, yet so demanding." The customer was infuriated. "Fine, I want tea purchase from you again. Everyone, take note. Their food is inedible, and their attitude is appalling. Don't follow my mistake and regret it later." He flung down his plate and turned toward Susie, prompting some others to reconsider their choices and follow suit. Susie observed this scene with a sense of amusement, contemplating that the opposing establishment may not endure for long. In business, harmony fosters prosperity, and such behavior could only lead to self-sabotage. As the disgruntled customer approached, feeling somewhat sheepish for not having initially chosen Susie's venue, she remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired, and inquired, "What would you like?" Today's offerings include a fragrant farmhouse bowl, fish-flavored eggplant, and cold-tossed shredded lettuce. Seeing Susie smile, the customer relaxed and ordered all 3 dishes. Previously, he had only selected 2, but now he wished to compensate for his earlier choice and assert that he was not the miserly person the woman had described. He considered the 3 coins lost as merely a lesson learned. Observing the departure of some patrons, the 4 individuals across the way remained unperturbed. Their dishes were inexpensive, and they were not lacking in customers. This was further confirmed when the laborers arrived. Nearly half of them opted for the more affordable options, and despite some complaints about the food's quality, others continued to wait in line. For them, saving a few coins was highly advantageous. The taste was significantly inferior. Having grown accustomed to delicious fare, they now found themselves somewhat picky and struggled to finish their meals. Shinani and his companion also noticed each other, and after a brief discussion, they decided to bide their time and observe for a few more days. Typically, their meals sold out quickly, but today they had lingered much longer and had only sold half of their stock. Susie and her associates decided to close up shop, opting to consume the remaining food themselves. As the opposing group departed, they cast provocative glances towards Susie and her friends, igniting frustration among the onlookers. Chapter 27. Susie clenched her fists, producing a series of cracking sounds as she restrained herself. "Have you discovered any close associations they may have today?" The others shook their heads. Susie and her team only sold at the dock, so the other family's knowledge was evidently relayed by someone from the dock. "Tomorrow, I will follow them to see if I can uncover any clues," proposed Shinyanqing. "I will accompany you," Susie replied, feeling uneasy about his ability to remain discreet. Unreliable men are perpetually a source of worry, leaving one uncertain whether they can fulfill entrusted tasks. It is indeed exhausting. Were it not for the bond of marriage, she would never consider such a man. The weather has begun to warm, and the leftover food is stored in a bucket, lowered into the well for preservation. That evening, the group dined again, yet a considerable amount remained. It appears they must prepare less tomorrow. Susie remarked that overproduction leads to waste. She estimated that the leftovers could sustain them for at least 2 days, uncertain if they would remain edible in this heat. Selling the surplus was out of the question, as their primary offering was freshness and reliability. The mood among the group was notably low, particularly when calculating profits, revealing that they were barely breaking even, which only heightened their dissatisfaction. "They deserve a good beating," Shun Yanshan exclaimed indignantly. "Are you capable of that?" Susie raised an eyebrow at him. "Isn't there also our father and elder brother?" "You could manage," Shun Yanshan retorted with an air of certainty. Susie was left speechless, realizing he merely offered words while they bore the brunt of the work. The following day, Susie and her companions prepared only half the usual amount and took the remaining food for their own consumption. Just as they finished selling, as the 4 departed, Susie whispered to Lu Yuexin and signaled to Shun Yanshan, who quietly trailed behind them. The quartet laughed boisterously on their way, expressing disdain for Susie and her group, convinced of their inevitable downfall. After winding through several alleys, they pushed their cart into a courtyard and closed the door behind them. Susie and Shun Yanshan stealthily emerged. She lacked the agility for stealth. while he was equally unfit for such endeavors, leaving them unable to investigate further. They leaned against the door, straining to listen, but gleaned little useful information. Occasionally, passers-by would approach, prompting them to quickly lower their heads and move on, only to return once the coast was clear. Susie suddenly felt like a thief, unsure if the act was exhausting. Nonetheless, she felt drained both physically and mentally. With little to discover, they found a secluded corner to wait, hoping for any signs of activity. It was not until nightfall that an individual approached with a distinct air of indifference and knocked on the door. Upon closer inspection, it was the overseer. It was utterly inconceivable. He had been purchasing food from them for days, brazenly demanding extra portions, all the while conspiring with his family behind their backs. "Let's go," Susie said, taking a few steps before realizing Sun Yanchen had not followed. Turning back, she found him staring thoughtfully, an expression of discontent on his face. "What are you doing?" "Let's head home," she urged, pulling him along. Sun Yanchen was taken aback by her sudden tug and did not yield to her force. With a rip, Susie glanced at the torn sleeve in her hand. Meeting the bewildered gaze of Sun Yanchen, and an awkward silence enveloped them. After a brief moment, he snapped back to reality, abruptly standing and covering his arm. "You." His face flushed crimson, resembling a damsel bullied by a brute. The self-proclaimed bully, Susie, felt a twinge of embarrassment but found his reaction somewhat amusing. "I apologize. It was unintentional," she said earnestly, attempting to help him with his sleeve once more. As soon as he reached out his hand, Sun Yanchen instinctively recoiled, startled by the situation. This was the second time he had witnessed such damage firsthand. Upon hearing her apology, his initial anger dissipated, and with a stern expression, he turned to head home. Susie trailed closely behind him, her pace brisk. Fortunately, as night fell, the streets were relatively deserted. Upon arriving home, Sun Yanchen dashed straight into the house, while Susie intended to follow him inside. However, the door was forcefully shut mere meters away from her. She awkwardly touched her nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Others had been waiting in the courtyard for news. As they noted the peculiar atmosphere between the two, they wisely refrained from speaking. "See, what happened?" Lu Yuexin couldn't help but inquire, observing her son storm into the house. Did they have another argument? Concern washed over her. The two still called each other by their full names, devoid of any romantic sparks, leaving her uncertain about the nature of their relationship. "I accidentally tore his sleeve," Susie admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "You tore his sleeve? How could that happen so inexplicably?" The others began to speculate, their expressions growing increasingly strange. Sensing their misinterpretation, Susie quickly interrupted their wild imaginations. "It was when I called him to come home. I intended to give him a gentle tug, but I might have pulled too hard, and that is how it ended up." "Oh," the others responded dryly, realizing their overthinking. "How unfortunate," Lu Yuexin remarked, though she felt reassured that a Si and a Chung were still young and perhaps hadn't yet awakened to their feelings. "It's fine. I can mend it for him later. He can manage with a little patchwork," she comforted. "Have you uncovered any clues?" Shinani inquired eagerly, sensing that the matter was nearing resolution. "It's the family of the foreman," came the reply. "No way. That foreman comes to our house for meals every day. Why would he eat at his own home?" Xinhuan questioned. Could it be that they wished to conceal their relationship? Suhindu speculative. That is unlikely. If we knew they were related to the foreman, we would have been more accommodating. There would be no need for secrecy, Shun Jingchuan stated solemnly. Surely he wouldn't simply crave our food, while fearing we might discover their connection and thus avoid taking advantage of us? Su Jinhue chuckled at her own thought. The others shared her skepticism, dismissing the notion. Since they haven't revealed their relationship, we shall remain oblivious to it. We can continue our work, if it becomes untenable. It's not as if the dock is the only place to sell our goods. Good craftsmanship can thrive anywhere, Su Si reasoned. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Sun Yanchen emerged, his face sullen as he held out his clothing. "Give it to me. I'll patch it for you. It's not a big deal." Lu Yuexin offered to take the garment. Let her mend it. The collective understanding of whom she referred to was immediate. "Ah, well, all right then," Su Si acquiesced. "Mother will fetch you a needle and thread. Lu Yuexin signaled to everyone, prompting them to find excuses to retreat indoors. Just so, my stitching isn't very good, Su Si preemptively declared. You'll manage, came the response. Shen Yinxing paid little heed to the matter at hand. He had witnessed his mother and elder sister-in-law mend garments before, with barely a trace of evidence left behind. It was unlikely that the outcome could be any worse. Once he obtained the needle and thread, Su Si settled at the table, threading the needle with a serious demeanor, slowly stitching away. Observing the scene alone, one might find it rather impressive, were it not for the crookedness of her stitches. Even Su Si herself felt a twinge of embarrassment and contemplated saying something. But upon noticing Shen Yinxing reclining on the bed, supervising her, she steeled herself to finish the task. Here you go, it's done, she said, handing it over. Shen Yinxing took a glance and grimaced in disdain. What is this? It looks as though a centipede has crawled across it. Didn't I mention? My stitching is subpar. I've never been taught. Su Si yawned, justifying herself with conviction. Shen Yinxing had never anticipated that poor stitching could be so atrocious. Upon hearing her claim of not having been taught, he instinctively recalled her lack of favor in the household and deduced that she must have received no guidance during her childhood in the general's residence. He felt he had inadvertently touched upon a painful subject and thus fell silent. Chapter 28. Poisoned in the subsequent days, the crowd seemed to swell once again, with even half a barrel of provisions proving insufficient for sale. In contrast, the other four were witnessing a decline in customers. Those who could not procure Su Si's offerings resorted to other stalls for their meals. It's still your cooking that prevails. The flavors at their place are utterly lacking, remarked a laborer. It's not even as good as what I make at home. After all, it was communal cooking, and most people struggled to balance the seasoning, resulting in bland fare. Indeed, and they even sell leftovers, as if we can't tell the difference, another chimed in. Their portions can't compare to what Madame Su serves. It's measly. When you look at it that way, it's hardly cheaper. Moreover, their demeanor was unpleasant and aggressive, as if we owed them something. It feels downright unsanitary. That old woman had black grime under her fingernails, which was rather revolting. Last time, I found a hair in my food, and when I brought it to their attention, they accused me of putting it there on purpose. Let us not even start on the bucket. Just the serving tray I saw last time was somewhat grimy, and when I scraped it, guess what? I uncovered dirt that clearly indicated it hadn't been washed properly. It disgusted me so much that I couldn't finish my meal. The crowd was abuzz with complaints, unabashedly recounting their past experiences at the other establishment. Su Si and her companions merely smiled in silence. From the very beginning, they had been attentive to every detail. Their clothing was impeccably tidy, their hair neatly wrapped, which created a sense of comfort for onlookers. The wooden buckets and utensils used each day were meticulously cleaned, gleaming as if brand new. This topic struck a chord, and as they dined, the atmosphere was lively with grievances being aired. The four individuals overheard, casting them malevolent glances, yet were deterred by the presence of the crowd from taking any action. At that moment, a commotion erupted. Come quickly, something has happened. The crowd turned towards the source of the uproar, where one individual lay on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Beside him, another knelt, an expression of panic etched across his face. What transpired? Exclaimed the overseer, startled from his meal as he rushed over. His heart raced with anxiety and anger. Should a serious incident have occurred, his position as overseer would be at risk. I am uncertain as well. We had just finished our meal and were resting here when Wang Er suddenly expressed his discomfort. We did not take it seriously at first, but shortly thereafter, he began to vomit and then collapsed. A friend of the unfortunate laborer explained in a panic. Seeing him in such a state, could it be poisoning? Someone quietly suggested. The atmosphere grew tense. Those holding their food found it difficult to eat, and some, perhaps influenced by their minds, began to feel unwell themselves. Everyone cast suspicious glances towards Su Si and his companions. The four of them appeared somewhat alarmed. What are you looking at? We did not poison anyone. Our food is clean. Our own family is eating it, Su Si calmly stated, in a confusion of not knowing who was to blame. Some had already rushed to try to expel their meals, resulting in a scene of chaos. Quickly, go find a doctor. The overseer shouted to someone nearby. Oh, I'll go right away. The individual hesitated for a moment before hurriedly making his way to the nearest clinic. Overseer, should we report this to the authorities? Someone inquired. Report what? Let's first have the doctor take a look, the overseer replied, drenched in sweat. His previous authoritative demeanor vanished. Reporting to the authorities was out of the question. If the situation escalated, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. Furthermore, if it truly were food poisoning, he had a nagging suspicion that it might be due to his own establishment's negligence, reinforcing his resolve not to involve the authorities. Soon, an elderly man with a white beard appeared, carrying a medical kit, accompanied by the laborer who had gone to fetch him. Doctor, please come quickly and see if he is all right, the overseer anxiously called out. Without a moment's hesitation, the doctor crouched beside the ailing man, lifting his eyelids and gently prying his mouth open, taking a quick pulse. His expression turned serious. It was indeed a case of poisoning. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd as they began to whisper and point fingers at Su Si and the other four. Su Jinyue could not help but clutch Qi Ning tightly, inching closer to Shun Jingchuan. Do not be afraid. We have done nothing wrong, Shun Jingchuan gently reassured his wife. Sensing her fear, Qinghuan also grasped Su Si's hand, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Shun Yinqing observed as his parents and elder brother and sister-in-law leaned against one another, and could not resist glancing at Su Si. She did not acknowledge him, and he pouted, taking his place beside Su Si. The doctor was now assisting the poison laborer in expelling the contents of his stomach, pressing on a specific acupoint on his wrist. And soon the man began to vomit vigorously. Afterward, Wang Er's face was somewhat pale, but he appeared much improved. Thank you, doctor, he expressed gratefully. The doctor smiled slightly, unfazed by the mess, and conducted another examination. Mild poisoning, he concluded. Now that you've expelled it, you just need to rest for a couple of days, and you'll be fine. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. Whose food did you eat? Someone curiously asked. Just as he was about to respond, the overseer interrupted with a stern expression. You come with me for a moment. Su Si sensed trouble and whispered a few words to Shun Yinqing. He nodded and quietly stepped away. From a distance, the crowd could not discern what the overseer and Wang Er were discussing, but they saw Wang Er hesitate briefly, glancing toward Su Si and his group before appearing to make a resolute decision. We returned weakly, following the foreman. Just now, Wang Er told me that he had dined at Madame Su's residence, the foreman declared loudly. The crowd was somewhat incredulous. After all, Su Si had left them with an excellent impression. Wang Er, are you certain it was Madame Su's? Someone asked uncertainly. Yes, Wang Er replied in a hushed tone, subsequently avoiding Su Si's gaze. You must be mistaken. I have no recollection of your visit, Qinghuan exclaimed in anger. They have stated it was your household. Are you attempting to shirk responsibility? Upon hearing that the blame was not theirs, the four individuals exhaled in relief and promptly expressed their schadenfreude, their faces adorned with expressions of amusement. Madame Su, you might as well concede. Otherwise, the situation may escalate, which would be unfavorable for you. Considering our relationship, Wang Er and I have discussed that a compensation of 100 won would suffice, as it would cover his wages for the past 2 days. The foreman feigned understanding, seemingly offering them sound advice. Bah, were it not for my knowledge of his connection with those four, one might think he genuinely cared for their well-being. Su Si remained silent for an extended period, while Qinghuan anxiously glanced at her. Sister-in-law, I have a clear memory. He truly has not been here. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Qi Ning. He would certainly recall. Aunt is correct. I have not seen this uncle today either, Qi Ning stated earnestly, sensing the tense atmosphere. Others were unaware of Qi Ning's remarkable memory, but their own family was well aware of it. I trust you, Su Si reassured, gently patting Qinghuan's head. Although she had no distinct recollection, her confidence was that it was not their fault. She refrained from speaking, merely stalling for time. The officers have arrived. Chapter 29. The Truth Revealed. The voice of Shun Yanshan resonated, and Su Si felt a wave of relief. They had finally arrived. The foreman appeared somewhat flustered, realizing only then that Shun Yanshan had left earlier to report to the authorities. I hear someone has been poisoned? The leading officer, with a square face, exuded an aura of righteousness, flanked by two other officers on either side. The foreman approached with a forced smile. It was a mild poisoning. He has already improved significantly. No need for your esteemed office to trouble yourselves. We can resolve this amongst ourselves. Is that so? Very well. The three officers began to turn away. Hold on, esteemed officer, Su-si interjected. Does the young lady have something to say? The leading officer inquired. The individual in question claims to have been poisoned after consuming food from our stall, yet we have not seen him purchase anything. We hope for your office to grant us clarity. Su-si bowed respectfully, her gaze clear and her voice resonant. Their words are not credible. How could the involved party not know from whom they bought their food? The foreman interjected, his heart racing with anxiety. Who was the party in question? The leading officer sought to uncover the truth without bias. It is I, known as Wang Er. He stepped forward, trembling. Are you certain you purchased from this young lady's establishment? The officer asked gravely, his gaze piercing. Ah, yes, Wang Er stammered, instinctively glancing at the foreman. Why are you looking at him? The officer pressed on, sensing something amiss in Wang Er's demeanor. I was merely browsing. Wang Er lowered his head and stammered. Doctor, are you certain he is poisoned? Do you know the cause of the poisoning? The doctor, having treated the illness and yet to receive his consultation fee, had not yet departed. At that moment, he was questioned by the constables and stepped forward to respond. It is food poisoning. The exact cause remains unknown. There are indeed certain dietary considerations. Some foods should not be consumed together, as they may counteract each other. Likewise, certain foods may cause discomfort in some individuals while being harmless to others. The doctor stroked his beard, speaking leisurely. Most of the listeners were hearing such notions for the first time and took mental notes. Since you claim to have eaten from my household, do you recall what dishes were served today? Su-si inquired of Wang Er. Wang Er became flustered. Having not partaken in the meal, how could he know? He vaguely remembered there was twice-cooked pork, trying to recall the dishes on the plates of his fellow workers. He thought he heard someone remark that this dish was quite delectable. Su-si nodded, confirming the presence of that dish. What else? Spicy tofu? And another? Hearing Su-si's questions, Wang Er believed he had guessed correctly twice and strained his mind for a third dish. Stir-fried cucumber? Are you certain? Su-si raised an eyebrow. Seeing Su-si's inquiry, Wang Er felt he had erred and looked around for the reactions of others, only to find everyone staring at him. Was it stir-fried shepherd's purse or stir-fried cucumber? Su-si offered him a choice. Wang Er was uncertain. He had only seen a green dish cut into strips. After contemplating, he made a decision and exclaimed, it was stir-fried shepherd's purse. Upon seeing Su-si smile, his mind rang alarm bells, and he quickly corrected himself. No, it was stir-fried cucumber. Yes, that's it. My lord, you may verify with those who have purchased our meals. We have neither prepared tofu nor cucumber today. Su-si stated calmly. By now, the truth was becoming increasingly evident. Indeed, today Madame Su's household served twice-cooked pork, sweet and sour potatoes, and stir-fried celery, someone called out. Wang Er was taken aback, his mind racing with the thought, it's over. The crowd was astonished by his unfounded accusations and his attempt to tarnish Madame Su's reputation. If his deceit had succeeded, and should Madame Su's family cease their patronage, they would no longer enjoy such delicious fare, and resentment began to brew against him. Wang Er could not bear the weight of this condemnation, unable to accept the disdainful gazes of those around him. Even the friends who had initially worried for him now distanced themselves, unwilling to be associated with him. Weakening, he sank to the ground. Su-si felt a surge of joy. The sweet and sour potatoes she had prepared, cut into small cubes, resembled the size and color of the tofu she usually made. She wagered that from a distance, one could hardly distinguish between spicy tofu and sweet and sour potatoes. When he claimed it was spicy tofu, she refrained from immediate contradiction, deliberately guiding him to choose between two non-existent options while flashing a smile, making him believe he had grasped her thoughts. At that moment, Shin Ani and the others felt a wave of relief. Aiken, when did you go to find the constables? Lu Yueshin asked. They were on edge, vigilantly observing the situation across from them. Except for Shun Ani and Shun Jingchuan, who were quick to notice his departure, the others remained oblivious. It was only when the overseer, Wang Er, was prompted to speak that Su-si had called me over. At this moment, Shun Yinxing felt a surge of pride. Had he not summoned the constables in time, they might have been coerced into a false confession. Fortunately, his prior habit of wandering outside had acquainted him with the usual whereabouts of the constables, enabling him to locate 3 of them before they even reached the magistrate's office. Luo Yuexin patted his arm in a gesture of encouragement. Wang Er, do you have anything further to say? The constable asked coldly. Wang Er's complexion had faded to a pallor, appearing even weaker than when he had just been treated, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead. It would be wiser to confess. Making false accusations against others is punishable by law. 50 strokes and 1 year in prison, the constable stated icily. In this era, spreading rumors and defamation was a grave offense. Were such laws enforced in modern times, many tragedies could undoubtedly be averted. Upon hearing this, Wang Er seemed doused with cold water, instantly awakening to his senses as he cried out, I was wrong. I will confess. And I hope the esteemed officer will consider my voluntary admission and show leniency. The overseer forced me to say this, otherwise he would have dismissed me. He claimed that if I stated it was purchased from Miss Sue's family, he would demand 100 won in compensation. I was simply momentarily confused. His face was etched with remorse, appearing quite pitiable, yet none felt sympathy for him. When the overseer was questioned by Su Si, he was subdued by the constables and positioned behind them. Now, hearing Wang Er betray him, the overseer sneered, if you were truly virtuous, you would not have acquiesced to my threats. As the overseer was apprehended, one of the women among the 4 grew anxious. Why are you arresting my son? Even if we are not related, our family did not poison anyone. It became clear to everyone. No wonder the overseer sought to slander Madame Su. They were indeed family. And he aimed to exonerate them. Observing that her expression bore no deceit, the crowd was filled with confusion as the doctor examined their wooden barrel. It appears the poisoning was caused by undercooked beans, he noted. I have eaten raw beans before without issue, someone in the crowd interjected. Raw beans and cooked beans are harmless. It is the improperly prepared ones that are toxic, the doctor replied with a smile. Moreover, the barrel's interior is excessively filthy. In a month, as the weather warms, it is certain to cause stomach ailments. We were unaware. Had we known that undercooked beans could be poisonous, we would never have acted this way, the 4 hurriedly explained. Even if your actions were unintentional, they have caused harm to others. You will all accompany me. Upon reaching the magistrate's office, the county magistrate will deliver judgment, the constable said in a grave tone. Chapter 30. Constable Chien Wait. I have yet to receive my consultation fee. The doctor interjected as they were about to leave, seizing the opportunity. How much? The constable inquired. Not a coin more or less, precisely 10 won, the doctor responded, glancing at the 6 individuals behind the constable, indicating who would pay. Wang Er gazed at the sky, while the 4 women turned to feign conversation. Only the overseer, with a sour expression, retrieved the money from his pocket, counted out 10 won, and handed it to the doctor. The doctor then departed with a broad smile. Time was too short to manage the situation. The overseer and Wang Er followed 2 constables away, while the leading constable remained behind. The laborers, like headless flies, found themselves in a state of confusion. With the overseer apprehended, they questioned whether they should continue working. Everyone, disperse, attend to your own affairs. My 2 brothers will inform the master upon their return, and I trust they will send someone new shortly, the remaining constable declared, calming the crowd's anxious hearts. You all tidy up first. We shall return to our tasks. Shen Ani comforted Lu Yuexin with a gentle pat on her hand. Although the immediate crisis was resolved, the incident had left a lingering effect on everyone, casting a shadow of melancholy. Let us hurry to clean up and then head home. We shall refrain from setting up stalls for the next few days and take a well-deserved rest, Su Si suggested softly. They had been laboring for over 20 days without a break, and even the thought of a 2-day rest felt exhausting, let alone their current predicament. Despite the work being akin to a half-day shift, the fatigue was undeniable. All right, Lu Yuexin acquiesced, her own endurance waning. Selling food and embroidering demanded different kinds of exhaustion. Embroidery strained the eyes and stiffened the body from prolonged postures, while selling food involved not only physical labor, but also the necessity of maintaining a cheerful demeanor, which drained the spirit. Since they began selling food, they had ceased their embroidery work altogether. Upon entering the shop of Old Man Xian, Susie was surprised to find the constable inside. She hesitated, torn about whether to greet him, given their recent parting. Old man Chien was engaged in conversation with the constable when he noticed Susie's arrival and rose with a smile. "Ah, see, here to fetch water? Come over. Let me introduce you. This is my son, whom you may call Uncle Chien." Susie, following the elder's lead, greeted him warmly. Uncle Chien nodded with a gentle smile. "This is the Susie I mentioned. Ever since they began selling food, your mother and I need not prepare lunch, and we eat very well. I had intended for you to look after them when you arrived, but I never anticipated meeting under such circumstances. I was quite anxious, yet thankfully they were not wronged." Old man Chin chuckled. His sons seldom visited, and it was often just him and his wife living their days, which sometimes felt rather lonely. Having spent time with Susie, he genuinely regarded her as a younger relative. Uncle Chien had always held a favorable impression of Susie. She remained composed in difficult situations and spoke with clarity and reason. Observing the care in his father's eyes for her, he found himself valuing her even more. Susie was eager to foster a connection with him. In this small county, interactions with officials were rare, and constables represented a higher echelon. Establishing rapport with them could facilitate matters. With mutual interest, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Although Lu Yuexin shared the same generational standing as Uncle Chien, the distinction of gender and Shan Ani's absence made lengthy discussions inappropriate, so she simply exchanged greetings before returning to her work. As the conversation progressed, Susie maintained a respectful demeanor, listening more than speaking, which elevated Uncle Chien's regard for her. Once the discussion reached a natural conclusion, Susie excused herself to attend to her duties, choosing not to intrude further on the father-son interaction. In every interaction, one must adhere to a certain degree. Prolonged engagement can lead to discomfort for both parties involved. On the way home, Susie felt a sense of reflection. She was surprised to learn that Mr. Chien's son was employed at the yamen. No wonder he could marry the daughter of a merchant, as it was indeed a match of equal social standing. "We should cultivate a closer relationship with Mr. Chien, treating him as family," Lu Yuexin suggested, well-versed in the intricacies of social connections, which are essential for the matriarch of a noble household. As the saying goes, a county official is not as influential as one with current connections. Lacking roots in this place, this was their sole opportunity to forge valuable relationships. "I understand," Susie nodded. Besides the connections offered by their wealthy uncle, she was genuinely inclined to foster a bond with Mr. Chien, believing that sincerity begets sincerity. Upon returning home, she relished the thought of not having to set up a stall the next day. The weariness of the day seemed to dissipate, and everyone began a thorough cleaning, transforming the place into a refreshing haven. Qining was particularly delighted, assisting here and there, bringing towels and collecting dustpans. Since they had started selling goods, he had noticed everyone's exhaustion and had been considerate enough not to disturb them, choosing instead to entertain himself quietly. The chicks in the yard had grown considerably, thanks to Qining's daily diligence in feeding them worms, supplemented with vegetable leaves and bran. It was anticipated that they would soon start laying eggs in a couple of months. The seeds planted in the vegetable patch had burgeoned into lush greenery, with cucumber and bean plants already supported on trellises, ready for climbing. "Let us have noodles for dinner, perhaps mashed potatoes mixed in," Susie decided. Since her arrival, she had yet to enjoy noodles and thought it was time for a change of flavors. "Can mashed potatoes be mixed with noodles?" Lu Yuexin pondered, unable to conceive the texture. "Of course, it's absolutely delicious," Susie replied with a smile. "Carbohydrates paired with carbohydrates is the way to go." The fine noodles were seasoned with salt, kneaded with cold water into fluffy dough, and allowed to rest for 10 minutes. When the time was up, Susie continued to knead, realizing that the dough required ample attention to achieve the right texture. Her strength proved invaluable at this moment, making the task effortless. Once the dough was prepared, she divided it into portions, rolling each into flat cakes, brushing them with oil, and letting them rest further. During this process, Susie began to prepare the potatoes. With the oil heated, she minced garlic, added minced meat until it changed color, then incorporated diced potatoes, seasoning them with salt, Sichuan pepper powder, soy sauce, and a hint of sugar. before adding water to cover the ingredients and letting it simmer. As the dough rested sufficiently, Susie rolled out the flat cakes, cutting them into fine strips, elongating them in unison with others. Once Shun, Ani, and the others returned, she boiled water and added the noodles. Qinghuan, could you help me mash the potatoes and then mix in the chopped green peppers? She asked while stirring the noodles in the pot. Sure thing. Once the noodles were cooked, they were combined with the mashed potatoes, stirred to perfection. The table was adorned with minced garlic, chopped green onions, and vinegar for personal seasoning. Susie had a particular fondness for vinegar. For her, noodles and dumplings were incomplete without it, and even buns were dipped in vinegar. This is delicious, Susie exclaimed, as each noodle was enveloped in the creamy mashed potatoes, leaving her in a state of delightful bliss. Before entering, Su Jinyue pondered the peculiar aroma, not expecting it to be unexpectedly delicious, devouring 2 large bowls with fervor. Qinghuan, a devoted lover of potatoes, fell head over heels for the dish, indulging without a moment's pause. The individual who conceived such a culinary delight was truly a genius. Chapter 31. Soap completed. Shun Yinqing couldn't help but express his admiration, a sentiment echoed by nods of agreement from others. Once we have sufficient manpower, selling this mashed potato noodle dish could prove quite lucrative. It's a simple endeavor that requires no special skills. Anyone can tend the stall. By the way, my dear, didn't you mention that once we stabilize this venture, you and Jingchuan would return to assist? When do you plan to resign from your jobs? Lu Yuexin inquired, having long wished for the two to leave their exhausting positions. Soon, it should be within the next few days. This afternoon, the new overseer appeared rather irritable and has even resorted to violence. Shunani frowned, recalling that this new overseer had once been a trusted aide to the master, yet for reasons unknown, had been relegated to oversee the docks. One could understand the sour mood after being demoted from a comfortable position to endure the elements. But resorting to violence was indeed excessive. That's outrageous. You should resign as soon as possible, Lu Yuexin exclaimed, torn between worry and urgency. It's nothing to worry about. If he attempts to strike me without cause, I certainly won't let him succeed. You still doubt my abilities? Shinani quickly reassured his wife, noticing her concern. Lu Yuexin found it hard not to fret. Although he had seen battle and could hold his own, times had changed. The notion of an unyielding blade grows hollow with age, and one must remain cautious. Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself, recognizing that men often cling to their pride. Thus, she repeatedly urged him to be careful and to resign promptly, to which Shun Ani patiently acquiesced. Su Jinyue was equally delighted. Her beloved husband was her greatest treasure, and her efforts were not in vain. She would no longer have to witness the scars on his back, feeling powerless. By the way, the soap should be ready now. It has been over 20 days since its creation, and the winds and sun of the northwest have worked their magic, hardening it significantly in recent days. Amid the eager anticipation, Susie emerged from the corner of the courtyard, carrying the soap. Its color was a pristine white, smooth to the touch, and impressively solid. Is this the finished product? Lu Yuexin inquired, examining one of the bars closely. Aside from a slightly rough exterior, it seemed indistinguishable from the soap they had previously used. The appearance is inconsequential. What matters is its efficacy. Jingchuan, please fetch a basin of water, Shunani instructed. I shall do it, father. Suhindue promptly stood, retrieving a wooden basin from their quarters and carefully returning with warm water. Shunani rolled up his sleeves, immersing his hands in the basin, and slowly rubbed a bar of soap across his palms. Soon, an abundance of fine bubbles emerged. He diligently scrubbed every inch of his hands before rinsing them clean. This is a remarkable success. It is not at all harsh on the skin and possesses excellent cleansing power, Shunani praised. The secret recipe for the soap was securely held by those individuals, yet it was astonishing that they had managed to produce it themselves. Delighted, Lu Yuexin tenderly caressed the soap she had crafted, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over her. Is it possible to produce more of this soap and sell it? Shun Yinqing inquired, noting that this endeavor seemed much less burdensome than selling food. Although he had voluntarily offered to assist, he had been feeling quite fatigued lately. Each time a thought of regret crossed his mind, he would catch Susie's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, compelling him to persevere. The process of soap making, as we have witnessed, is not overly complex. However, the costs remain rather high. Lu Yuexin expressed her uncertainty about whether anyone would be willing to purchase it. Ash from plants and shells are trivial, yet the expense of lard is significant, making it impossible to sell the soap at a low price. Will people opt to buy a product that is several times more expensive simply because it is more effective than soap beans? This remains an enigma. Ordinary households would naturally hesitate, yet those with a bit of surplus cash might indulge. After all, our soap should be priced lower than those premium brands, making it a viable purchase. Susie pondered and remarked, when it comes to satisfying their cravings, people are often willing to elevate their quality of life. This is particularly true for women, who are more likely to make such purchases. Women cherish cleanliness, and given the inconveniences of soap beans, the demand for soap is likely greater. You make a valid point, Susie. Why not create a few more batches and see if we can sell them? If we succeed, that would be splendid. If not, we can always use them ourselves. Shinani considered it a trivial matter, suggesting they give it a try. All right, the next time we make soap, I shall add some flower petals for aesthetic appeal and fragrance, Susie proposed, linking the idea to scented soaps. Last time, we lacked experience and followed the process methodically. Now we can continuously improve. We could also craft some attractive molds to enhance the visual appeal of our creations. Su Jinwei added. Thus, a preliminary plan for scented soap was established, significantly impacting the current soap market. Susie examined the final product she had created. When she first extracted it from the wooden mold, she had struggled with the removal, resorting to prying it out by hand and scraping with a knife. The edges were quite messy, and the 4 pieces were not perfectly rectangular, revealing ample room for improvement. Here, let's each take a piece. Do not hold back. Susie distributed the remainder. By the following morning, everyone had the opportunity to use the new soap. Susie finally relished washing her face without the abrasive sensation akin to tree bark, and her skin felt far less parched afterward. Suddenly finding herself with some leisure time, she sat in a chair, watching Qi Ning, who was happily feeding the chicks, while Qing Huan sat quietly beside her, previously too preoccupied to notice. Susie suddenly realized that Qi Ning appeared to spend the most time playing with the chicks, hardly venturing outside. Is this child becoming withdrawn? Qi Ning, come here for a moment, she called out. Annie, what is it? Qi Ning responded, trotting over with glee upon hearing Susie's voice. Why aren't you playing with the others? Susie asked softly. Huh? Who should I play with? Qi Ning tilted his head in confusion. I remember there are many children nearby, aren't there? Indeed, there is, but that rotund dog does not permit them to approach me. Qi Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment as she uttered the phrase the rotund dog, for such a name is decidedly lacking in elegance. In this era, it seems that vulgar names are deemed more endearing. Apart from the rotund dog, there are also monikers like Dog Sheng, Air Dan, and Pig Tai. Every evening, Susher can hear someone nearby calling for their child to return home. Each time she hears it, it resonates deeply within her. Has he ceased to bully you? Not at all. Whenever he spots me, he keeps his distance, she replied. Well, it is good that you're no longer tormented. But she cannot compel those children to play with Qi Ning. A hint of disappointment flickered across the little one's face. After all, being a child, one invariably longs for companionship. Susher embraced him and suddenly thought of an individual who might be able to play with Qi Ning. Chapter 32. Resignation Lost in Thought. A figure unexpectedly entered through the door, prompting Susher to instinctively glance in that direction. Father, elder brother, what brings you back? She inquired, somewhat astonished. For nearly an hour had elapsed since they had departed for work. Lu Yuexin and Su Jinwei, who were embroidering within, also heard Susher's elevated tone of surprise and hastily set aside their work to greet the newcomers. We have resigned, Shinani announced with a serious demeanor. How so suddenly? Lu Yuexin pressed. Did you not say just yesterday that there was no rush? There was a minor incident. Today, Yanggu was feeling unwell and was a bit slow while moving goods, prompting the overseer to threaten him with a whip. I was right beside him and unable to bear it. I intervened and seized the whip. Lu Yuexin, familiar with his character, understood that he was indeed capable of such an act. And then, the overseer attempted to wrest the whip from my grasp. I held on tightly, and as he pulled with greater force, I merely relaxed my grip, causing him to stumble backward. Realizing he had lost face, he got up and tried to strike me again, but instead, I taught him a lesson. At this juncture, Shunani recognized that he could no longer continue working and voluntarily chose to resign. Yang-gu appeared anxious, initially wishing to say something, but Shunani shook his head, signaling him not to approach. Taking advantage of the overseer's fear, they collected their wages and departed. Now, all animosity seemed to have shifted onto him. Surely, the new overseer had forgotten who had originally been struck. Concerned for his wife's feelings, Shunani opted not to elaborate on the specifics, simply stating, "We decided we no longer wish to work and took our wages to return home." His tone was casual as he omitted the details. Shen Jingchuan's eyes widened in disbelief, hesitating to speak. "If you no longer wish to work, then so be it. That seems quite agreeable." At this point, Lu Yuexin chose not to press further. After all, it was evident that they should not have continued. The family was reunited and whole, alleviating her concerns. "Father!" Qi Ning exclaimed joyfully as she completed her conversation with the others, rushing to embrace Shun Jingchuan's leg. He bent down to lift her, tossing her playfully into the air, eliciting peals of laughter from Qi Ning. The onlookers could not help but smile at the delightful scene. Shunani felt no regret for standing up. He had been unable to tolerate the overseer's behavior, and thankfully, he had dealt with him before leaving, thus avenging his fellow workers. Their wages are settled daily. Today, after working for less than an hour, they received a full day's pay, which they considered a small fortune. At Qingwan's request, they prepared mashed potatoes mixed with noodles for lunch, confirming her reputation as a potato enthusiast. Shortly after dinner, the group leisurely enjoyed the evening breeze in the courtyard. "Shen Laodi, are you there?" Came a soft knock at the door, accompanied by a familiar voice, presumably Yang Ji's. Shunani, somewhat uncertain, replied, "Coming," and rose to open the door. Upon opening it, he found Yang Gu standing outside with a young man. "Yang Ji, Gomin, what brings you here?" Shunani greeted with a smile. The two men outside appeared a bit reserved as they followed Shunani into the living room. "Please take a seat," he offered, pulling out stools for them, while Su Jinwe brought over 2 glasses of water. "No need to sit. No need," Yang Gu waved his hand. "I feel guilty for this. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have resigned." Regret was evident on Yang Ji's face. "It's not your fault. We were already planning to leave." Shun Ani replied, which was indeed the truth. The situation merely served as a catalyst. Yang Gu understood that Shun was trying to comfort him, but nonetheless, he felt responsible for the current predicament. Since the two had left their jobs, he had been restless all day, hastily seeking them out after finishing his work. He had heard Shun Ani mention his address before, but could not recall it clearly. Fortunately, he managed to find it. "After we left, did he give you a hard time?" Shin Ani asked with concern. "No, it seems he has forgotten me, but he has become increasingly irritable. Everyone is terrified and afraid to make even the slightest mistake." Yang Gu sighed, expressing that if not for the pressures of life, he would have preferred not to work at all. "Regardless, I must thank you, Shun Laodi. If you hadn't stopped that whip, I would surely have been gravely injured today. On, quickly thank Uncle Shun for me," he urged, his tone somewhat fervent. "Thank you, Uncle Shun," Yang Ji's son chimed in, eager to express his gratitude. "There's no need to dwell on it." Shun Ani reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. It's of little value, and I hope you won't think ill of it." Yang Gu took the wooden bowl that his son had been clutching tightly, lifted the wooden lid, revealing a large piece of tofu inside. Shin Ani hesitated to accept it. "Just take it. It's homemade and quite tasty," Yang Gu insisted. "I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. If you don't take it, I would feel even worse." Ultimately, Shun Ani had no choice but to accept it with resignation. "See, please store the tofu properly." Su Si stepped forward to take it, placing it into their own bowl and returning the empty bowl to them. This time, a smile finally broke across Yang Ji's face. "Shin Laodi, you're quite impressive. With just a few moves, you managed to teach that foreman a lesson. Everyone now holds you in high regard." Lu Yuexin was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't mentioned any altercation upon returning earlier that day. Upon hearing this, Shun Ani felt uneasy and discreetly glanced at his wife, feeling a twinge of guilt. This afternoon, the family had come to take the wooden cart away, and it was said that the verdict had already been reached. Although Wang Er committed the crime of slander, considering he was under threat and voluntarily confessed, he was sentenced to 6 months in prison and 30 lashes, to be administered once his health had improved. The overseer received a 1-year prison sentence and 30 lashes as well. His family, being unaware of the circumstances, was only ordered to compensate Wang Er with 100 coins. Yang Gu elaborated on the aftermath of the poisoning incident with a certain verbosity. It can be said that only the overseer's injury was a consequence of this affair. However, it was ultimately his own folly. He was aware that the fault lay with his family and that normal compensation would suffice, as there was no malice intended. Yet, he chose to slander others, resulting in his own imprisonment. The efficiency of the county magistrate was commendable. Although they had never met, Su Si held a favorable impression of him. As the hour grew late and with work awaiting him the following day, Yang Gu and he took their leave, expressing their gratitude once more. "Why didn't you tell me you got into a fight?" Liu Yuexin's tone was tinged with a hint of melancholy when Shun Ani returned home. "Ha! I was just worried about you," Shun Ani replied with a smile. "Besides, it wasn't a fight. It was me beating him unilaterally." Though Liu Yuexin was clad in coarse fabric without a trace of makeup, her beauty remained undiminished. Shun Fu, tall and mature, bore a strikingly handsome visage, and the two appeared quite natural together, devoid of any pretense. Everyone understood the close bond between their parents and discreetly shifted their gazes elsewhere. Another day passed in this manner, yet Su Si found herself sleepless that night, her mind racing with thoughts, particularly concerning everything modern. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, she felt as though she had returned to her own home. She saw a girl, bearing a striking resemblance to her, seated with her parents at the dinner table. "Don't worry, if it's delicious, I'll make it for you next time," Su Fu said with a warm smile. The girl shyly nodded, relishing her meal. Suddenly, she sensed something, looked up, and locked eyes with Su Si across the void. She opened her mouth, as if to speak. In the next moment, Su Si was jolted awake. "Hey, are you all right?" Shun Yinqing, still awake, heard Su Si's whimper and thought she was having a nightmare. He kindly nudged her to wake her up. Su Si opened her eyes, feeling a sense of loss. Deep down, she felt she might truly never return. However, knowing that her original body still existed, albeit no longer as hers, brought her a measure of relief. Observing her harmonious interaction with her parents, she believed she would treat them well. Chapter 33. The correct way to apologize. Why are you silent? Are you stunned? Shun Yinqing waved his hand in front of her eyes. Su Si gathered her thoughts and brushed his hand aside, assuring him she was not stunned. Shun Yinqing leaned closer, curiously inquiring, "What nightmare did you have that made you cry?" "I'm all ears." Amused by his cheeky demeanor, Su Si retorted, "I dreamt your face turned into that of a pig, a wild boar at that, and it made me weep in despair." "What? I, the handsome young master, am compared to a wild boar?" Shun Yinqing exclaimed in indignation. "You are truly narcissistic. Now go to sleep," Su Si teased, turning away to distance herself from him. As the weather grew warmer, their shared proximity intensified the heat. Shun Yinqing felt a twinge of frustration. After all, he had helped her, yet she spoke to him in such a manner. However, what does it signify when she dreams of herself? As the saying goes, thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. Could it be that she genuinely harbors feelings for me? Contemplating this, Shun Yinqing felt a twinge of unease, especially since he often noticed her legs draped over him in the middle of the night, which could be interpreted as a sign. Just as he was preoccupied with these thoughts, Su Si's breathing had once again steadied. Before long, her leg had unconsciously settled against her companion. At this moment, Shun Yinqing felt a surge of irritation. He suddenly wished to distance her from himself and gently nudged her leg away. In her slumber, Su Si sensed that her cherished toy was resisting her proximity. After several frustrated attempts, she indignantly abandoned her efforts and turned to embrace another. Shun Yinqing, initially observing her relentless determination, was about to reluctantly acquiesce when he noticed she had changed her position, her leg now dangling precariously off the side of the bed. Attempting to reposition her once more, Su-si felt disturbed by an intrusion, and without hesitation, she swatted at the source of her annoyance, restoring tranquility to her world. Shen Yinxing touched his face in disbelief. It was the first time someone had struck him, and no one had ever treated him in such a manner. Moreover, it was quite painful. Indeed, she was a fierce night creature, and he lay down feeling somewhat aggrieved. With Shen's father and elder brother no longer engaged in work, breakfast was no longer served at home. Thus, when Su-si awoke at her usual time, she cheerfully indulged in a leisurely slumber. After she finally roused and dressed, she turned to find Shen Yinxing staring intently at her. "You startled me. You woke up without uttering a word," Su-si exclaimed, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. Shen Yinxing let out a heavy sigh, signaling his disinterest in conversation, and turned his face slightly, revealing a swollen side. "What happened to your face? Did you get beaten up while trying to steal something?" Su-si asked, astonished and somewhat skeptical. "What kind of look is that? Who do you think hit me?" Shen Yinxing retorted, his irritation mounting. "Are you suggesting it was me?" Su-si countered, incredulous, as she considered the absurdity of the notion that her body might have acted on its own, compelled by an uncontrollable urge to strike him. "Then what else could it be? Would you care to compare handprints?" Shen Yinxing remarked, inadvertently aggravating the wound on his face, drawing an involuntary gasp from him. Seeing the sincerity in his words, coupled with his evident frustration, Su-si began to feel a pang of guilt. I don't quite understand how that happened. It was utterly nonsensical." She was just as bewildered by the incident. Shen Yinxing, however, was aware of the underlying reason. The anger that had once colored his expression faded into a mask of neutrality. "I apologize. Please tell me what I must do for you to forgive me." Recognizing her role in the situation, Su-si refrained from making excuses and, with a friendly demeanor, inquired. Shen Yinxing was momentarily taken aback. "You are willing to acquiesce to my request?" "Of course. When one errs, it is only right to apologize, take action, and pledge to do better in the future." Su-si replied earnestly, subtly imparting a lesson to Shen Yinxing on the proper way to issue an apology. "I suppose I won't strike you again, will I?" Her initial declarative statement gradually transformed into a question. Well, it seemed that was not entirely within her control, and she couldn't guarantee that. Shen Yinxing, undeterred by this, felt a sense of pride, but soon realized there was little he required from her. "I would like to eat some potato wedges." He decided to stay at home simply because he missed the sweet potato fries, unaware of what they actually were. "All right," Su-si quickly agreed, thinking there was something more to be done, but relieved it was such a straightforward task, fearing the other party might change their mind. With the whole family present, including his father and elder brother who had also missed out last time, and little Qi Ning, who was particularly pitiful, she busied herself in the kitchen. Su Jinhue found her, fidgeting slightly. "Sister-in-law, I have a request." "Go ahead," Su-si replied, just as the first batch of sweet potato fries was ready. She seasoned them and handed them over. Su Jinhue hesitated before taking a small bite. The familiar flavor, enhanced with cumin and chili powder, was more robust than the original. With a satisfied squint, she finally spoke. Today is Qi Ning's birthday. I didn't want to trouble you, but I was wondering if you could prepare some of his favorite dishes." "Of course. What does Qi Ning like to eat?" "Just let me know," Su-si replied, slightly surprised but quick to agree. Since marrying into the Shun family, she hadn't taken the initiative to learn about others' birthdays, so she was unaware. Qi Ning was not picky, but had a particular fondness for sweet and sour ribs. Suhinduis maïd bashfeli. Sweet and sour ribs, with their tangy sweetness, are indeed favored by children. "All right, I will go buy some ribs shortly." "Thank you, sister-in-law. No need to mention it. Qi Ning's birthday is a joyous occasion. We shall celebrate properly tonight." Su-si held a deep affection for Qi Ning. The little one always called her second aunt in a soft, obedient manner, his adoring gaze making her heart swell with love. She brought the remaining 7 sweet potato fries to the living room and distributed them. Shen Yinxing finally relished the long-awaited sweet potato fries, and they were indeed as delicious as he had anticipated. Shen Ani and Shen Jingchuan also praised them enthusiastically. "Oh, Yinxing, what happened to your face?" Lu Yuexin, who had been enjoying her meal, looked up to see a red handprint on her son's face. Everyone turned to look. Shen Yinxing was startled and quickly covered his face. He had been blocking all along, but had forgotten in his excitement over the food. Although he had used it to persuade Su Si to fulfill his request, having a handprint on his face was hardly dignified. Lu Yuexin approached and gently pulled his hand away, instinctively glancing at Su Si. This wasn't here last night. Did you two get into a fight? I didn't hear anything. Su Si met her gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. I don't know how it happened. He said I did it when he woke up this morning. Lu Yuexin then looked at her youngest son. The others remained silent, eating their sweet potato fries while observing the unfolding situation. Shen Yinxing, savoring his food, mumbled, "She didn't do it on purpose, and she made me sweet potato fries, so I forgive her." No wonder Su Si suddenly made sweet potato fries. Lu Yuexin sighed in relief, grateful it wasn't a fight, and she couldn't be bothered to investigate how it happened. Come on, let me fetch some well water to cool it down and reduce the swelling. Seeing his swollen face, it was a wonder he could still eat. Lu Yuexin pulled Shen Yinxing outside. Chapter 34. An invitation to peace. Su Si leaned close to Qing Huan's ear and whispered a request for her to take Qi Ning outside. Although Qing Huan was puzzled, she nodded slightly. Qi Ning, let us go feed the little chicks. Qi Ning obediently climbed down from his chair, grasping Qing Huan's hand with one hand while holding a small piece of potato stick with the other, wobbling as they made their way out. Shen Yinxing and Lu Yuexin returned in succession, the former supporting a handkerchief against his face. Once everyone gathered, Su Si began to speak slowly. The other day, I asked Qi Ning why he didn't play with the other children. He said it was because the kids nearby were afraid to approach him. Why are they afraid? Su Jinhua asked with a hint of urgency. It's because of that boy who bullied Qi Ning, the one named Fat Dog, who prevents the other children from playing with him. Although Qi Ning appears indifferent, I can see he yearns for companionship. At the mention of this name, everyone recalled the incident and couldn't help but frown. They could only intervene to stop others from bullying Qi Ning, but addressing the isolation was beyond their means. Children are often greedy for treats. Perhaps we can offer them some delicious snacks to entice them to play with Qi Ning, Shen Yinxing suggested, deeply concerned for his nephew. That would be unwise. Such inducements would not foster genuine affection. Their feelings towards Qi Ning would be insincere and fleeting, Shen Ani countered, shaking his head in disapproval. Indeed, if that fat dog were to threaten them, they might take the treats and abandon Qi Ning entirely, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, Shen Yinxing conceded. Abandoning the idea, a heavy silence enveloped the group. It's all my fault for not noticing this sooner, Su Jinhua lamented, filled with self-reproach. Qi Ning has always been so understanding, trying not to burden his family with such worries. He never voiced these concerns, and we were all too preoccupied with making a living to notice. Had Su Si not brought it up, we might have continued believing he simply enjoyed solitude. After all, during their previous residence at the Marquis' estate, they had not sought out peers for Qi Ning to play with. Yet, they overlooked the fact that the maids and young servants in the household had always kept him company. It is not solely your fault. I share the blame as well. As a father, I should have been more observant, Shun Jingchuan comforted, patting Su Jinhua's shoulder. As a man, he should understand Qi Ning's needs. For he too has traversed that age. We all bear responsibility, Lu Yuexin added, her heart heavy. Since arriving here, we have been so focused on earning money that we have neglected many important matters. Today's incident serves as a wake-up call, while money holds significance. Human connections are paramount. We must invest our attention in people. Let us not rush to identify the reasons. Our immediate priority is to find a solution. Shen Ani stated solemnly, embodying a sense of urgency. I have a candidate in mind, though I wonder if you will agree. Su Si's voice broke through, eliciting surprise from everyone, as they had few acquaintances in this place and no recollection of any children. Without hesitation, Su Si continued, I often visit the butcher, Li, and he has a child of similar age to Qi Ning. I once encountered him. Aside from a somewhat timid disposition, I find him rather agreeable. I wish to see if I can facilitate a friendship between the two. What do you think? When it comes to Li the butcher, both Lu Yuexin and Su Jinhua have some recollection of him. Li the butcher is a man of integrity, so I can only assume his child is equally commendable. Perhaps we should extend an invitation for him to visit our home. Liu Yuexin thinks it's a splendid idea. Today marks the birthday of Qining, and I would like to invite him to celebrate with us. What do you think? Susi sought their opinions, uncertain if they preferred a family-only gathering. That sounds wonderful. Liu Yuexin replied without hesitation. A larger gathering brings a lively atmosphere, and nothing is more important than Qining's happiness. I shall speak to Li the butcher when I go to purchase meat later, to see if he might accept the invitation. Susi felt somewhat uncertain about the outcome. Give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we can only say they are not meant to be. As Susi emerged, Qinghuan sensed their discussion had concluded and approached her. Indeed, she found herself most content in the company of her second sister-in-law. Qining, your second aunt wishes to introduce you to a little friend. What do you think? Susi inquired of the little one behind Qinghuan. It is crucial to address the psychological needs of children. When forming friendships, communication in various aspects is essential. Qining was pleasantly surprised, his bright eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh, who is it?" "It is the child of the butcher. He is somewhat timid. Would you like to invite him to play?" "Of course. I will protect him," Qining declared, puffing out his chest as if a little adult making a promise. "Your second aunt will invite him to your birthday, and I shall return with the outcome." Susi gently wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "Yes, thank you, second aunt," Qining replied joyfully, eagerly anticipating the other's arrival. As noon approached, the market was significantly quieter, with many vegetables being sold at reduced prices. Susi was in no rush to purchase groceries and first visited Li the butcher. "Miss Su, what brings you here today? What would you like to buy?" Li the butcher greeted her with a smile as he rested. "I'd like 3 pounds of ribs, Uncle Li." "Is Ping'an around?" "Yes, he is." "Are you looking for Ping'an?" Li the butcher stood up, wiping his hands and expressing his curiosity. It was peculiar since Miss Su had only met Ping'an once. "You see, I have a nephew who is about Ping'an's age. It's his birthday today, and I'd like to invite Ping'an to join him and see if they can become friends. What do you think?" Li the butcher was pleasantly surprised by the proposal, feeling quite intrigued. Ping'an often kept to himself, rarely speaking due to his shyness, and it would be wonderful if he could make a friend. However, he refrained from making a decision unilaterally, a quality Susi admired. In this age where filial piety reigned supreme, he was remarkably open-minded and respectful of a child's feelings. "Ping'an, come here," Li the butcher called out robustly. Moments later, Ping'an emerged from the house, timidly calling out, "Father, do you remember this young lady? She has invited you to her home to celebrate a little boy's birthday. Would you like to go?" Li the butcher's tones softened, infused with encouragement. Ping'an discreetly glanced at Susi, recalling the charming sister he had seen before. He was aware that his father had long hoped for him to venture outside and interact with others, yet he always felt a sense of trepidation. Previously, his father had arranged for him to socialize with other children, but they found him reticent and frail, often shunning him from their play. Gradually, he became increasingly averse to engaging with others. Observing Ping'an's silence, Susi remained patient and tentatively reached out to pat his head. To her surprise, he did not flinch. Apart from their family, he typically resisted any form of contact from others. "That little friend is eagerly anticipating your arrival. He even mentioned wanting to protect you." Susi cheerfully relayed Qining's words, her doll-like visage evoking warmth and fondness. "Will you protect me?" Ping'an felt an inexplicable stir within and nodded slightly. Exchanging a glance with Susi, Li Tufu felt a surge of joy. Then it settled. "We shall arrive at the hour of the rooster." Susi then divulged her address, which Li Tufu committed to memory. "What dish do you intend to prepare with these spare ribs?" She explained, "I'm making sweet and sour ribs. My nephew adores them. I shall cut this pork rib for you. The meat here is thin and lean, with a tender texture." "Very well." However, when Susi was ready to pay, Li Tufu adamantly refused to accept any payment. "You have assisted me immensely. Consider these ribs a token of my gratitude. To have my son willingly engage with others brings me unparalleled joy, especially if he can forge a friendship with your child, which would be beneficial for future interactions." "That won't do. We must keep matters separate. If the 2 children become good friends, it will also be advantageous for us." Susi hastily placed the money on the stall and dashed away, ignoring the calls from behind her. Typically, their household prepared 3 dishes. But today being a birthday celebration with guests expected, they needed to prepare at least 6 to ensure a harmonious gathering. With the ribs in hand, Susie contemplated the available ingredients at the market and swiftly devised a plan for 6 distinct dishes. Upon returning home with her purchases, Liu Yuexin and Su Jinhua had already prepared lunch. Second aunt, is he coming? Qi Ning hurriedly approached her, his eyes filled with anxiety. Of course. He will arrive this evening, Su Si replied, not wishing to tease him, revealing the answer directly. Unable to contain his excitement, Qi Ning erupted into cheers, his smile wide enough to obscure his eyes. Are you hungry? Come and eat. Liu Yuexin chimed in joyfully, beckoning with bowls and chopsticks. Knowing that Su Si would be preoccupied with dinner preparations later, they willingly took on the responsibility of lunch. I'm here, Su Si announced as she placed the ingredients down, washing her hands with soap before taking a seat to eat. Having consumed only a potato tart for breakfast and meandered through the market, her stomach felt quite empty. With dinner just hours away and much work still to be done, Susie quickly returned to the kitchen to make preparations. How could a birthday celebration be complete without a birthday cake? She retrieved 3 eggs, separating the egg whites from the yolks. In the egg yolk, an appropriate amount of white sugar and oil was added. Just as milk was about to be introduced, Qi interjected, "Aunt, this milk is not palatable." His small face contorted in distaste. He had previously tasted some broth from the village and could not help but spit it out after a single sip. Listening to him, Susie began to understand the reason. Freshly squeezed milk often retains a certain raw flavor, which dissipates significantly upon cooking. Additionally, fresh milk harbors a multitude of bacteria, necessitating boiling before consumption. Rest assured, this has been cooked and is devoid of any unpleasant taste. If you don't believe me, come and take a whiff, Su Si said, bringing the bowl of milk close to his nose. He inhaled deeply, his surprise evident. Indeed, it has no odor. Aunt, you should smell it too, Qi exclaimed, astonished. Qinghuan also leaned down to take a sniff. Having been unwell previously, she had grown accustomed to the raw scent from her daily milk consumption. Susi chakod, bezidis. Do you not trust Aunt's culinary skills? I do believe in her. Aunt is the best. Qi eyes sparkled with admiration, for not only was she an exceptional cook, but her prowess in martial arts was remarkable, and she even helped him make friends. Su Si felt a sense of satisfaction from the child's praises. Pouring the milk into the basin, he added flour to create a batter. Qinghuan, please boil some water for me, Su Si instructed. Boiling water in advance is akin to preheating. He added sugar to the egg whites, dripped in a touch of white vinegar, and began to whisk vigorously. Qinghuan and Qi watched in awe as the initially translucent egg mixture gradually transformed into a thick, opaque white. Shenani, who had been seated outside, was drawn in by the commotion. "See, what are you making?" "Father, you're just in time. Please continue whisking as I showed you," Su Si responded eagerly, shaking out his slightly weary arms. Without hesitation, Shenani took over, following Su Si's movements. After inserting chopsticks, he observed the peaks forming atop the mixture and called for a halt, declaring it adequately whipped. Shenani stepped aside, lifting Qi to join Qinghuan in watching the process. Su Si scooped a spoonful of the egg yolk mixture into the egg whites, quickly blending them, before pouring the entire mixture back into the whites for thorough amalgamation. Finally, he transferred it into a suitably sized round basin, gave it a gentle shake, covered it with a plate, and placed it in the preheated pot to steam. Next, it was time to prepare the cream. In a bowl, he whisked 2 egg yolks, adding cornstarch and flour, pouring in a portion of the sugar-infused boiling milk. He stirred until it formed a smooth, lump-free batter, then incorporated the remaining milk, mixing thoroughly. This concoction was simmered over low heat, stirred constantly until it thickened, after which the heat was turned off. Once cooled to room temperature, butter was added in 3 increments, whipped until it achieved a delicate, textured consistency. The butter and milk were procured from the same vendor at the market, the only supplier available. The production of butter required a significant quantity of milk, rendering it quite expensive. A small block cost her 15 coins. The process of whipping the cream saw the entire household participating in a relay effort to complete the task. Susie couldn't help but marvel at the undeniable efficiency of machines. Crafting a cake by hand was simply too laborious. Everyone around was captivated by the prospect of the cake, eagerly awaiting Susie's creation. At this moment, the cake batter, steaming in the pot, was nearly ready. After turning off the heat, Susie slowly lifted the lid. To her delight, the cake had risen beautifully, its golden hue striking and appealing. Susie took the bowl out, giving it a quick shake before letting it cool and unmolding it. She refined the shape of the cake, while the excess scraps were shared among the onlookers. "It resembles a sponge cake, yet is far more delectable," commented Lu Yuexin. The others echoed their praises, savoring each bite. The texture was remarkably soft, with an exquisite delicacy and a hint of milky fragrance. Qining found himself enamored with milk once again, realizing that he had previously not indulged properly. Susie sliced the cake in half, placing one piece on a pre-prepared board. She spread cream atop it, then placed the second half on top, applying a generous layer of frosting, adorned with simple floral designs at the edges. Qing Huan had already extracted some spinach juice, which Susie mixed with the cream, deftly writing "Happy Birthday" in verdant icing across the center of the cake. "What does this say?" Shen Yinxing inquired curiously. Everyone knew he and Ti received much formal education, so it was of no shame if he couldn't read. "It says Happy Birthday," Susie replied without hesitation. The crowd fell silent, their expressions laden with complexity. Suddenly, Susie realized her blunder. The ancient characters for these words were not inscribed in that manner. Clearing her throat, she feigned a touch of sorrow, claiming that no one had taught her to read, and she had merely learned on her own, unsure if she had done it correctly. The onlookers, recalling her background, felt a twinge of sympathy. "I'll teach you later," Lu Yuexin quickly reassured her. Susie felt a pang of distress. She was quite reluctant to learn, having already spent over a decade on her studies. Starting anew seemed daunting. "Let us wait until our circumstances improve. I won't have the energy otherwise," she offered as an excuse. Lu Yuexin found this reasoning acceptable and chose not to press further, though she made a mental note of the matter. Chapter 36. The exaggeration conference regarding Susie. "Is the birthday cake already finished?" Su Jinhua asked, astonished as she gazed at the cake before her. It was her first encounter with such a confection, having sampled all the pastries from the renowned Zhenhongzhai in the capital. She mused that none could rival this one. The cake was fluffy and soft, and after tasting the remaining cream, she found it sweet yet not cloying, melting delightfully in her mouth. "It's done. We just need to hang it in the well for a bit, or it will melt soon," Susie noted. This cake had taken nearly 3 hours to craft, and without a moment to rest, it was time to prepare the dishes. Susie had planned a menu that included sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised chicken with mushrooms, potatoes with green beans, mushroom and tofu soup, and cold spinach salad. The staple would be rice, with an additional bowl of longevity noodles prepared for Qining. The tofu delivered from Uncle Yang's home was of exceptional quality and could not be left unused for long. After starting the rice, Susie assigned tasks to everyone. Someone to wash the vegetables while others chopped the ingredients. She clapped her hands, and the crowd instantly sprang into action. Seizing the opportunity, she took a moment to rest, for soon it would be her time to shine. The meticulously cleaned spinach was blanched and cooled, its moisture squeezed out, then garnished with chopped scallions and minced garlic, drizzled with hot oil, and seasoned simply with salt and vinegar, allowing the original flavors to emerge beautifully. The chopped chicken was dried of excess moisture and marinated with spices, while the spare ribs were briefly blanched for later use. This process reminded her of a once-dreaded arithmetic problem. Given a set number of tasks and the time each would consume, how might one arrange them to minimize the overall time required? A peculiar fear of mathematics washed over her. Shaking her head, she dismissed such chaotic thoughts. Time was of the essence. She needed to act swiftly. She heated oil in a wok, adding ginger, garlic, and scallions until fragrant, then tossed in the marinated chicken. Ing it until golden brown. The rehydrated shiitake mushrooms were added, followed by their soaking liquid, and the lid was placed on a simmer. The combination of mushrooms and chicken was simply exquisite, their rich aroma making her mouth water. "Miss Sue," came the familiar voice of Lee the butcher, accompanied by a knock at the door. The crowd turned to the entrance, and Susie wiped her hands dry, preparing to open the door. Qining nervously followed closely behind her. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Li's hearty smile, and her gaze fell to find Ping and hiding shyly behind his legs, peeking at them. "Uncle Li, you're here. Please, come in." Susie welcomed him with a smile, extending her hand toward Ping. After a moment's hesitation, he placed his small hand in hers and stepped inside with her. "This is my nephew, Qining, and this is Ping. Why don't you two introduce yourselves?" Susie suggested, squatting down to facilitate their acquaintance. Both little ones appeared bashful, inching closer to Susie, prompting amused reactions from those watching. Recalling his promise to his second aunt, Qining pursed his lips and spoke up, "Ping, let us go play together." Hearing this, Ping looked up, captivated by Qining's charm, finding him as delightful as his sister. Noticing the hand extended toward him, he instinctively glanced at Li the butcher, who beamed with encouragement. Nodding, he took Qining's hand, and together they ventured further inside. The onlookers shared a smile at the sight of the two children hand in hand. "Here you go, Miss Sue, a small gift for me." Li the butcher presented a small jar he held. When visiting someone else's home, it's only proper to bring something along, even if it's for my own son. After all, it's his first visit to someone else's house, and we all understand that as a father, I ought to accompany him. It wouldn't be right to dine without contributing. Susie recognized Li's intentions and graciously accepted. Leaning down to sniff the jar, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's liquor. Uncle Li, you must enjoy a few drinks with my father later." "Haha, certainly," he replied with joviality. "Father, big brother, please converse with Uncle Li while I tend to the dishes," Susie announced. "Of course, go ahead," Shinani replied. Having heard of Li the butcher from his wife, he found the man's forthright personality quite agreeable, especially since he had brought the wine he had longed for. "Li, please come in," he gestured, inviting him further inside. Susie returned to the kitchen and glanced at the chicken simmering in the pot, still needing a bit more time. She began preparing the next dish. Once the oil was heated and the sugar caramelized, she added the ribs, ing them until they were beautifully colored. She then poured in the prepared sauce and added boiling water to cover the ribs, tossing in scallions and ginger before letting it simmer gently. If she hadn't pressed the pot button one too many times, she wouldn't have been able to manage so many dishes. Lu Yueshin sighed. "Then we can only do our best to keep the ones that are ready warm," Susie replied casually, leaning against the stove. Meanwhile, in Su Jinyue's room, the two little ones sat on the bed. Qining presented all his toys to Ping. Upon learning that his friend was coming over, he had gathered all his toys in hopes of playing together. He felt a bit shy, saying, "I don't have many toys." "No, it's already quite good." Ping reassured him, trying to comfort him. He picked up a small wooden sword. "I don't have one like this. This was made for me by my father." Qining explained, "Do you like it? If you do, I can give it to you." Although Ping liked it very much, he quickly shook his head and carefully placed it back down. "I'm not very well, so a wooden sword isn't suitable for me." "Why aren't you well?" Qining asked curiously. He had only seen one person who was unwell, and that was his aunt, whose condition was congenital. "I'm too thin, but I don't know why I can't eat much," Ping replied, his voice tinged with sadness. "That must be because the food isn't tasty," Qining asserted. "I tell you, my second aunt makes delicious food. If you eat what she cooks, you could eat a lot and get better." "Really?" Ping asked, intrigued. "Of course. My second aunt is amazing. Everything she makes is delicious. She can catch bad people by their collars and kick down doors." Qining, unable to tolerate any doubt cast upon his second aunt, spoke earnestly. "That's incredible." Ping was impressed by the specifics of Qining's claims. He had not expected that the sister who looked so kind was also so formidable. "Right? Can you smell that? Isn't it fragrant?" Qining beamed with pride. "It is." Ping nodded. Seeing Ping so attentively listening, Qining became even more animated, lavishly praising Susie's skills. Ping occasionally gasped in amazement, and Qining's enthusiasm grew, with both their eyes sparkling. When Susie came to call them for dinner, the two had cozily leaned against each other. Listening to Qining's enthusiastic descriptions of her, Susie felt a bit bashful. She seemed almost omnipotent in his eyes, save for being divine. Although she was delighted to witness their camaraderie, she hurriedly interrupted Qining, fearing he might jokingly claim she could eat anything, which was certainly beyond her capabilities. Chapter 37. Reluctant farewell. The little friends shared a common understanding, both considering the second aunt to be exceptionally remarkable, which filled Qi Ning with joy. In his heart, he declared that Ping was his best friend. Upon seeing Su Si, the two little ones gazed at her with admiration, obediently climbing down from the bed, each taking one of Su Si's hands as they made their way to the living room. In their usual casual manner, everyone took their seats. Today, however, Mr. Shun occupied the main position, with the butcher Li seated to his left and Shun Jingchuan to his right, creating an atmosphere of formality. Just as he was about to guide Ping'an to sit beside Li, Ping'an shyly inquired, "May I sit next to Qi Ning?" Su Si was somewhat taken aback, but upon noticing Uncle Li nodding at him, he cheerfully responded, "Of course." Qi Ning, brimming with delight, settled next to Su Si and then pulled Ping'an to sit on his other side, his little face radiating satisfaction. The air was rich with the aroma of various dishes, and though the sun had yet to set, the room was already illuminated. Miss Su's culinary skills are truly remarkable, rivaling even those of a professional chef, Li mused, admiring the colorful and fragrant dishes before him. In his efforts to ensure his son had ample food, he had sampled fare from every restaurant in town, yet none compared to the dinner served at the Shun household that evening. "Uncle Li, please indulge yourself. If you find yourself craving it later, feel free to bring Ping'an back for another meal," Su Si remarked with a twinkle in his eye. "Ha, I shall not be too polite then," Li replied, though he knew he would not take him up on the offer. A couple of visits might be manageable, but too many would become tiresome. After all, they were not his personal cooks. "Everyone, let us begin," Shun Ani announced, leading the way with his chopsticks. The sweet and sour ribs were tender and succulent, falling effortlessly off the bone, and the meat was imbued with flavors, complemented by the sesame grains clinging to their surface. The chicken in the braised shiitake mushrooms was well marinated, bursting with flavor, while the mushrooms themselves released a delightful juice with every bite. The potatoes and green beans were rich in sauce. The tomato and scrambled eggs perfectly balanced in their sweet and tangy notes, and the mushroom and tofu soup, though appearing light, revealed the deep essence of the mushrooms, with the tofu being exquisitely smooth. The solitary cold dish was refreshing, providing a perfect contrast after the richness of the meat. "Isn't my aunt's cooking delicious?" Qi Ning asked Ping'an, gesturing with his chin. "Absolutely," Ping'an replied, eating with fervor. He had never tasted food so pleasing, and he felt a swell of emotion, almost moved to tears. Li, observing his son's hearty appetite, felt a pang of discomfort. It dawned on him that the issue was not that Ping'an disliked food, but rather that they had not been able to provide adequately for him. "You should eat the scrambled eggs with the sauce mixed in. It's the best way," Qi Ning advised, noticing Ping'an's method of alternating between rice and dishes. He then demonstrated taking a bite himself. Ping'an, following suit, squinted his eyes in delight, realizing that this method indeed enhanced the flavor. As Qi Ning and Ping'an exchanged whispers while enjoying their meal, Shun Ani and the others clinked their cups, all reveling in the merriment of the evening. Halfway through, Su Jinhua brought over a bowl of longevity noodles. Given Qi Ning's small appetite, Su Si had prepared only a modest portion, half a bowl, adorned with a poached egg. "May our Qi Ning always be safe and sound," she wished. For in this era, the best blessing was for a child to grow up peacefully. Under the gaze of the gathered company, Qi Ning swiftly finished his longevity noodles, patting his little belly. "Don't eat too much. There is something even tastier coming," Qi Ning whispered to Ping'an. "Is it better than these dishes?" "Absolutely. It's my aunt's birthday cake, and I guarantee you've never seen anything like it," Qi Ning proclaimed proudly, for it was a first for him as well. "Wow!" Ping'an exclaimed, filled with anticipation. As the guests finished their meals, Su Si emerged from the well, bearing the birthday cake. Su Jinhua pushed aside the dishes before Qi Ning to make space. "What is this?" inquired the butcher Li. "It's a birthday cake made by a Si," Shun Ani briefly explained. The candles, now thick and inedible, would wastefully drip onto the cake, so Su Si decided against placing any atop it. "Qi Ning, close your eyes and quietly make a birthday wish," he encouraged. Excited, Qi Ning obediently shut his eyes, clasping his hands together. silently wishing for the happiness of their family to last forever. Su Si began to hum the birthday song, keeping time with his hands. Though the guests had never heard it before, the simple and catchy lyrics inspired them to join in the rhythm. As the song concluded, Qi Ning opened his eyes. "I made my wish," he exclaimed. "Then we can cut the cake," Su Si said, handing him a small wooden knife. Qi Ning carefully accepted it and, with Su Jinyue's assistance, cut the cake into 10 equal pieces, distributing them to everyone, saving the last piece for himself. The guests took small bites while the burly butcher, Li, only scooped a tiny portion. Su Jinyue, fond of sweets, recalled how her fiancé, Shun Jingchuan, often brought pastries to her home. Yet she now deemed this cake the most delicious she had ever tasted. Shun Jingchuan, reminiscing, found it difficult to continue eating after a few bites, discreetly leaving the gathering with the cake in hand. Qi Ning felt this was his happiest day, having made good friends, enjoyed delightful food, and shared moments with family. Relishing a cake softer than clouds, after several rounds of drinks, Li the butcher announced it was time to leave. The two children felt a twinge of reluctance as Ping produced a small gift from his pocket. "This is your birthday present." It was a delicate silver lock. Qi Ning looked to Su Jinyue, unsure if he should accept it. "It's too precious. We can't accept it," she gently declined on his behalf. "Please take it." "This is Ping An's heartfelt intention," Li the butcher urged with a smile. The silver lock was Ping An's most cherished possession, and parting with it signified his acknowledgement of their friendship. Li did not prioritize wealth. His son's sentiments were far more significant. Seeing this, Lu Yu decided to accept it, reasoning that they could return the favor when Ping An's birthday arrived. Qi Ning gratefully accepted the gift, his eyes sparkling. "Thank you, I really like it." Though Ping An had a modest appetite, he felt quite full despite not finishing all the cake. As they prepared to leave, he couldn't help but glance back at the remnants, his gaze filled with desire. Noticing this, Su Si found a bowl to pack some for him to take home. "This feels too awkward," Li commented, yet he willingly accepted it. Seeing his son finally enjoy something he loved, he decided to be a bit shameless. "It's all right." This piece was meant for Ping An. The two children waved goodbye at the courtyard gate, lingering until they were out of sight, leaving Qi Ning feeling a sense of loss as he returned. The others accompanied him, feeling gratified that the two had gotten along so well. Next came a moment for birthday gifts. Luo Yuexin and her husband presented an article of clothing, while Su Jinyue gifted a sachet containing pest-repelling herbs, and Qinghuan offered a wind chime crafted from shells. Shun Yinqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. All the family finances were managed by his mother, and he had assumed that an absence of funds would exempt him from the obligation of giving a gift. Now, he found himself utterly at a loss. "This is the gift that Shun Yinqing and I have prepared." Su Si originally intended to wait until he finished before presenting her own gift, but upon witnessing his disconcerted demeanor, she decided to include his name when she spoke. Shun Yinqing felt as though he had been rescued and cast a grateful glance in her direction. Su Si's offering was a copy of the 3-character classic, an impulsive purchase made during her midday visit to the market. "This is far too extravagant, sister-in-law." Su Jinyue was at a loss for words, aware that books were not inexpensive, and it seemed likely that her sister-in-law had drawn from the funds earned from selling her wedding attire. "It's quite all right. It was bound to be purchased eventually. Qi Ning will soon reach the age for enlightenment." All the gifts were carefully placed in a box by Qi Ning, and observing the smile on his face, Luo Yuexin and the others could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. In the past, their gifts had included jade, auspicious symbols, and gold locks, and now they could only offer these modest tokens, underscoring that it is the thought that counts. Chapter 38. Shun Yinqing's self-strategy upon returning home. Su Jinyue was somewhat taken aback by the sight of a cake on the table. "Whose is this?" "Each of us shall have a piece." No one left any behind while clearing the table. Shun Jingchuan replied, carrying Qi Ning into the room with a smile. "It's mine. I know you adore sweets, so I save it all for you." Su Jinyue froze, her heart stirred as if struck by a pebble, creating ripples of emotion. "You remember, do you?" "Of course. I keep your preferences close to my heart," Shun Jingchuan replied, his eyes glimmering with tenderness. Witnessing the deep affection in her husband's gaze, Su Jinyue felt warmth envelop her as he gently placed Qi Ning on the bed and embraced her. Qi Ning, somewhat bashful, covered her face with her hands but peeked through her fingers at the tender scene between her parents, her lips stretching into a broad smile. "Let's share it together," Su Jinyue suggested. "I shall pass. I am quite full," Qi Ning replied, propping herself up with one arm while patting her round belly with the other. Seeing that Qi Ning truly could not eat anymore, Su Jinyue and her husband took turns finishing the cake, creating a scene of unparalleled warmth with a gentle mother, a handsome father, and an adorable child. Meanwhile, Su Si felt as though she were experiencing an illusion, for she could scarcely comprehend Shen Yinqing's words. What had he just said? Had he inquired whether she liked him? The thought seemed utterly preposterous. How could he entertain such a daunting notion? The concept of marrying before love is a rare occurrence. Moreover, she had only just arrived in this world for a month, with a mental age of 20, confronting a 16-year-old boy, and she did not perceive herself as predatory. Even if individuals in this world matured early, with 16 being an age at which one could assume fatherhood, she still felt it inappropriate. Her intention to reshape him was merely a preparatory measure for the future, hoping they could coexist amicably. Additionally, she had been preoccupied with her career, causing her plans for transformation to be set aside. What had given him the impression that she had feelings for him? "Why are you silent? Am I to assume that my words have embarrassed you?" Shen Yinqing dusted off his clothes, a hint of pride evident on his face. Su Si, regaining her composure, raised an eyebrow at his words, intrigued by his conviction. "I'm quite curious as to why you think so." Not willing to admit it, was he? She had long since discerned the little thoughts hidden in his heart. Shen Yinqing believed that Su Si was merely putting on a brave front. Before his exile, his friends had informed him that girls often felt bashful about expressing their feelings, and thus required a bold approach. As Su Si listened to Shen Yinqing, she found his demeanor somewhat off-putting, her brow furrowed slightly. "Then enlighten me," she retorted. "Take tonight as an example. If you didn't have feelings for me, why would you come to my aid?" After pouring himself a glass of water and taking a sip, he posed a question. Su Si contemplated the reason behind her intervention. "It was no grand motive. I merely thought it would be awkward to let that situation linger, especially at Qi Ning's birthday celebration. It wouldn't do to let an uncomfortable moment unfold. Besides, he seemed somewhat pitiable at that moment, and I couldn't bring myself to ignore him." She chided herself internally, realizing that her soft-heartedness was a liability. Her heart should have been as cold as ice, as if she had spent a decade dispatching fish at the market. Feeling sympathy for a man marked the beginning of a woman's misfortune. This was a minor lesson learned, and now rumors were circulating that she harbored feelings for him. "You said we presented it together, which implies you view us as a unit, do you not?" Shen Yinqing continued, eager to elaborate. "What are you even talking about?" she thought, realizing the absurdity of his logic. Should she state that his uncle gifted nothing but air or solitude? This fellow had somehow drawn a parallel to marital unity. As Su Si remained silent, Shen Yinqing took her silence as tacit agreement, becoming increasingly animated in his discourse. "You even slyly draped your leg over mine last night." Yearning for closeness, he declared. Su Si felt as though she might explode. Heaven knows she had not done so intentionally. Her sleeping posture was beyond her control. She had believed that gently shifting away in the morning would go unnoticed, only to find that he interpreted it as a deliberate act. Su Si opened her mouth, unable to tolerate further, ready to explain herself. "Please, hold your tongue and allow me to finish," Shen Yinqing interrupted, continuing to enumerate the signs he had perceived, fearing he might forget something important. "I know you orchestrated our family's business dealings out of consideration for me." As Shen Yinqing reveled in his own words, his excitement grew. Su Si, weary of his unproductive chatter, countered, "You are quite conceited, aren't you? Perhaps I acted this way simply because we all get along well. Stop making excuses." "I understand your intentions," he replied, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen through her. "Given your earnestness towards me, I shall also endeavor to reciprocate." Having had little interaction with girls before, this was the first time someone had shown affection towards him, and Shen Yinqing felt a twinge of shyness. He furtively glanced at Su Si. She was rather attractive, with a round face that exuded charm. If she were a little kinder to him in the future, he would be even more pleased. Yet, He kept such thoughts to himself, wary of inflating her ego. After expressing his sentiments, he waited for a moment, only to be met with Su Si's lack of astonished delight. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. She ought to have been moved, perhaps even delving into her own feelings. Su Si clenched his fist, silently admonishing himself to endure. Domestic violence was unacceptable. Are you truly infatuated? Constantly immersed in matters of the heart, my careless actions have led you to believe I harbor feelings for you. Su Si felt a twinge of disdain. Indeed, the lack of pressing matters left him with the mental space to entertain such frivolous thoughts. To genuinely like someone, there must be a reason, mustn't there? What do I gain from you? Your strength pales in comparison to mine. Your inability to articulate thoughts reveals a lack of emotional intelligence, and your ambition is virtually non-existent. You, Shun Yinqing seethed, each of her words piercing his heart. Su Si recognized the need to temper his words. After all, they shared the same roof, and the future was uncertain, leaving room for potential reconciliation. Softening his tone, he remarked, "Young man, prioritize survival before pursuing love. At present, my sole focus is on earning a living." Shun Yinqing felt her defenses wane. If he did not harbor feelings, then she certainly did not care. His indifference made her feel as though she were foolishly yearning for something unreciprocated. In a fit of frustration, he gathered his blanket and spread it out a distance from the bed, lying down resolutely. Su Si, feeling somewhat helpless, conceded that given the weather, sleeping on the floor would not lead to illness. He let it be. In the hushed stillness of the night, a youthful heart lay shattered. Chapter 39. Making Zongzi upon awakening, Su Si discovered that Shun Yinqing had vanished. How peculiar! Cheng hasn't ventured out in quite some time. Yet she chose to leave early today. I find myself unaccustomed to it, Lu Yuexin mused. She used to wander aimlessly. Perhaps the urge to return to old habits has resurfaced, Shun Ani reassured her, unperturbed by the small town's lack of dangers. Su Si, tending to the vegetable garden, kept his head bowed, hesitant to speak. Had she managed to anger him away? Yet her words held a kernel of truth. Let him be. If he truly left in a huff, it only reflects his immaturity. At times, she observed the interactions between Shun's parents and his siblings, feeling a pang of envy. However, she struggled to envision herself in such an intimate relationship with Shun Yinqing, finding the idea rather unsettling. Furthermore, the concept of affection was complex. Some were drawn to beauty, while others were captivated by personality. Indeed, there were those who fell for someone merely out of curiosity, intrigued by their unfamiliarity. For her, the pursuit of financial stability provided a sense of security, placing romantic entanglements on the back burner. It was already the third day of the 5th lunar month. How swiftly time passed. Lu Yuexin calculated the days, her busy life leaving her disoriented. Isn't the Dragon Boat Festival approaching? It's time to make zongzi, Su Si suddenly recalled. Ah Si, can you still make zongzi? I know a bit, Su Si replied modestly. He had learned this skill alongside his mother, yet regrettably, they could not prepare them together this year. Revitalized by the thought, she said, I'll go purchase some ingredients. Let us make plenty and then deliver some to Grandpa and Uncle Li. Don't forget Aunt Zhao and Uncle Yang. They should receive a few as well, Lu Yuexin added. These were the few individuals with whom they had cultivated a good relationship in this place. Shun Yinqing spent the entire day in a sulky mood, resolutely refusing to utter a word to Su Si. After dinner, he left everyone with just his retreating figure. Following the evening meal, Su Si began to wrap zongzi, while Lu Yuexin and Su Jinhue stood by, eager to learn. She had purchased fresh bamboo leaves, vibrant green and remarkably clean, unlike those in later times that would be soaked in chemical agents. With scissors, she trimmed the pointed ends of the leaves, ensuring they were neatly prepared. The three of them washed the leaves thoroughly with water, and once it boiled, added a pinch of salt to blanch them. Why cook them in advance? Suhinjue inquired curiously. The leaves aren't edible. Can't we just cook them after wrapping? Indeed, you could, Su Si replied with a smile. But if we blanch them first, they soften and are less likely to tear when we wrap them. After boiling, the leaves were soaked in cold water. The glutinous rice had been cleaned and soaked since morning. Now observe carefully. First, Select a broad bamboo leaf with the smooth side facing you. Fold it into a small funnel shape, ensuring the rice does not exceed the edges of the leaf. Then, fold and seal it tightly, and finally secure it with string. There you have it, a completed zongzi. Su Si demonstrated while explaining, and Liu Yuexin and Su Jinhua followed suit. After several attempts, they mastered the technique. Why don't you prepare sweet zongzi? The fillings of red dates and red beans are ready here, while I will make the meat zongzi. Half of the soaked glutinous rice was set aside, seasoned with salt and soy sauce, and mixed thoroughly. The pork belly was cut into small pieces, marinated in advance to absorb the flavors. Su Si worked swiftly, and by the time the sweet zongzi were finished, her meat zongzi were also complete. They counted. Nearly 100 zongzi had been made from 6 pounds of glutinous rice, nearly evenly split between sweet and savory. They placed them in water to begin cooking. "Aunt, when can we eat?" Qi Ning asked eagerly. "Not today. We will have to wait until tomorrow morning. The zongzi need to boil for over 3 hours. And by then it will be time for bed. Let them rest overnight to become even softer," she explained. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of bamboo, leaves wafting through the air, Qi Ning sighed, longing for morning to arrive. His eager expression charmed everyone around him. With dreams of zongzi dancing in his mind, Qi Ning went to bed early, hoping to awaken to a delicious feast. "Hey, are you still going to sleep on the floor? Don't you find it uncomfortable?" Noticing Shun Yinqing silently rearranging his blanket, Su Si felt a twinge of conscience and couldn't help but offer her advice. Shun Yinqing suppressed the upward curl of his lips, his tone frosty. "Mind your own business." Humph, he knew it. She still had feelings for him. After a night of contemplation, he realized that Su Si was unlike other women. Her sharp tongue did not always reflect her true feelings. Yet, he must not encourage her arrogance. She needed to understand that he, too, desired a bit of coaxing. Perhaps after a few more sweet words from her, he would reluctantly oblige. "Very well, if it pleases you, if you feel uncomfortable, you may join me in bed." Su Si felt her warm enthusiasm meet with his cold indifference, and she chose not to pursue the conversation further. With a flicker, she extinguished the candle and settled onto the bed. In the depths of darkness, Shun Yinqing found himself motionless, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. All he desired was for her to soothe him with a few kind words. Why was it so arduous? He contemplated stubbornly sleeping on the floor, yet feared that their relationship might reach an irreparable state. After much hesitation, he slowly climbed into bed, taking care to remove his outer garments in advance. When Su Shi awoke and made her way to the kitchen, Qi Ning was already seated on a small stool by the fire, her tiny hands propping up her chin as her gaze fixated on the pot lid. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned to see Su Shi and immediately rose to greet her. Su Jinhua chuckled lightly, remarking that he had been waiting there since early morning, and they were unsure whether the food was ready, hesitant to lift the lid. "Why didn't you come to call me?" Su Shi inquired, gently touching the pot lid, which was still warm. "What was the rush?" It was merely a matter of waiting a little longer. As the lid was lifted, the rich aroma of zongzi wafted through the air. The zongzi tied with white string contained sweet fillings, while those bound with red string held savory meat. Su Shi selected over a dozen of each and invited everyone to join the feast. "Oh, there are no pits in the red dates." Shen Ani exclaimed upon discovering the absence of pits, initially slowing his pace to spit them out, only to realize there were none. "Huh. We removed the pits beforehand to avoid any accidents with our teeth," Su Shi explained. "I know. I helped my aunt with that," Qi Ning interjected, raising her hand. "We just poked them with chopsticks and the pits came right out. It was super easy. This one is filled with red beans, and it has a delightful bean fragrance." Shen Jingchuan expressed with some joy. He too unwrapped a zongzi tied with white string, although he wasn't particularly fond of red dates and had hoped for red beans, which he happily found. The red beans, slightly sweet, mingled beautifully with the white, glutinous rice, creating a visually appealing and delectable treat. Su Shi had chosen particularly large and plump red beans when purchasing them, which were somewhat pricier. Chapter 40. The Sweet Zongzi versus Meat Zongzi Debate. Su Jinhua, with a penchant for sweetness, dipped her zongzi in sugar, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing in satisfaction, mirroring Qi Ning's content expression. I still find the meat zongzi more delicious, Shen Yinqing remarked after finishing a sweet zongzi and sampling a meat one for comparison. The meat zongzi contained succulent pork belly, the finest cut selected by Uncle Li, marbled with fat and lean, layered in 3 parts. After marinating, it was infused with flavor, and the juices flowed into the surrounding glutinous rice, blending the fragrance of rice with that of the meat. Su Shi nodded in agreement, as if recognizing a kindred spirit, and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Yet, there was a tinge of regret. If only salted egg yolk had been added, it would have elevated the taste further. Su Shi had inquired at the market, but they only sold whole duck eggs and not individual salted yolks. The price was also quite steep, so she had refrained from purchasing, contemplating trying her hand at pickling some herself in the future. Luo Yuexin and others, being from the north, had grown up consuming sweet zongzi, thus their initial choices gravitated towards those tied with white strings. Upon hearing Shen Yinqing and Su Shi's recommendations, they curiously ventured to try the meat zongzi. Su Jinyue expressed her discomfort with it, while Luo Yuexin found it somewhat peculiar. In contrast, Shen Jingchuan and Shen Ani were pleasantly surprised by the taste, and both Qi Ning and Qingwan adored it. The group engaged in lively discussions about which type of zongzi was the most delectable, each unable to persuade the others of their preferences. Indeed, the age-old debate between sweet and savory persists. Today, sweet and meat dumplings are at odds, and one can only imagine the spectacle if she were to create a sweet and savory tofu pudding. The thought of such a scene fills her with a delightful anticipation. Observing Qi Ning's indecision over which dumpling to eat next, Su Si quickly intervened, advising against further indulgence, as dumplings can be hard to digest. 2 should suffice, and if she craves more, they can enjoy them at the next meal. Qi Ning, feeling the slight discomfort of fullness in her belly, reluctantly diverted her gaze from the dumplings. Sister-in-law, please help Qi Ning massage her belly later to aid digestion, Su Si suggested. Of course, Su Jinyue nodded, seeming a bit full herself, feeling as if she could hardly manage a meal at noon. The 8 of them consumed a total of 25 dumplings, though they were not particularly large, with only 2 fitting snugly in the palm of a hand. Su Si carefully packaged the remaining dumplings, 20 for Grandpa Qian, 10 for Uncle Li, 8 for Aunt Zhao, and another 10 for Uncle Yang, ensuring an even distribution, all tied together with straw rope. Originally, the pot was filled to the brim with dumplings, yet only about 30 remained. Qi Ning felt a pang of sorrow as she watched the dumplings dwindle, her expression softening as she rubbed her pleasantly full belly. Mother will deliver to Aunt Zhao's, father will take care of Uncle Yang's, and I shall deliver to Grandpa Qian and Uncle Li's, she announced. It was still early, and Su Si estimated that by the time they returned, it will be nearly noon. Aunt, may I accompany you? Qi Ning asked softly, longing to see her dear friend Ping in, who was also missed by Grandpa Qian and the others. Dear Qi Ning, Aunt must carry these items. Perhaps next time, I shall take you along. Su Jinyue gently replied as she assessed the weight of the dumplings. Disappointed, Qi Ning noted obediently. Su Si lifted the 2 bundles of dumplings and, finding them manageable, declared, I can take Qi Ning with me. You need not worry. Her reliability reassured the others, and they ceased further discussion. Thank you, Aunt. Qi Ning exclaimed joyfully, then suddenly remembered something. Wait for me. She darted back into the house and soon emerged once more. I'm ready, she announced, touching the slight bulge in her arms, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Su Si did not inquire further, respecting the little secret shared between the 2 children. Let's be off, she said, taking Qi Ning's hand in one and the dumplings in the other. Outside, the festive atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The fragrant aroma of mugwort filled the air. Aunt, where shall we go first? Qi Ning asked, her steps light with joy. Let's begin at Grandpa Qian's, so you may spend a bit more time with Ping'an, Su Si suggested thoughtfully. Qi Ning's delight was palpable. The dock remained bustling with activity, laborers toiling under the sun, while dragon boats lay anchored and were being inspected. Though termed dragon boats, they were merely long, slender vessels, their prows adorned with rudimentary dragon heads. Onlookers remarked that these boats were only brought out during the Dragon Boat Festival, after which they would be collected and stored by the authorities. Susi and Qi Ning stood for a moment, observing, before entering the pastry shop owned by the venerable Grandpa Qian. As soon as they entered, a refreshing coolness enveloped them. The elderly couple was engaged in cheerful banter with a local constable when they noticed the newcomers and turned their attention towards them. "Ah, it's a Si and Qi Ning. Come, have a seat," Grandma Qian beckoned, lifting Qi Ning in her arms. Susi offered respectful greetings in succession, and the three exchanged nods. "Look at Qi Ning, drenched in sweat. Let me wipe your face," Grandma Qian said tenderly, retrieving a handkerchief from her bosom and gently patting Qi Ning's face. Qi Ning closed her eyes, quietly relishing Grandma Qian's tender care, murmuring softly, "Thank you, Grandma Qian." "See, what brings you here?" Grandpa Qian inquired with a smile. Susi held up a bundle of zongzi, saying, "Isn't it the Dragon Boat Festival? Our family prepared some zongzi for you and Uncle Qian taste." "Oh, then I shall graciously accept them. I can only imagine how delicious your zongzi must be," Grandpa Qian praised after accepting the offering. He continued, "Why haven't you both been setting up your stall lately? Without your cooking, my meals have been rather dull these past few days. A meat dish along with 2 vegetable sides, accompanied by rice, is just perfect for a satisfying meal. It's always fresh and bursting with flavor. To be honest, even the dishes I attempt to make at home fail to compare, and I find myself too lazy to prepare multiple dishes. We old folks just settle for one." Everyone was understandably shaken by the recent incident, and we thought it best to take this opportunity to rest. "We'll resume our stall after the festival," Susi explained. "Very well. I'll be looking forward to it," the constable said, observing the lively conversation between Susi and his father, both elders wearing smiles. A pang of guilt struck him, realizing he hadn't spent enough time with his parents. Despite having met Susi only once, she had remembered to bring him zongzi, and he understood her intentions. Regardless of whether she sought to cultivate a relationship with him, he remained indifferent, willing to assist for the sake of his parents. "The verdicts have already been delivered, so you need not worry," the constable reassured them. "We are aware. The county magistrate is indeed wise, and we owe much to Uncle Qian for arriving just in time to expose their scheme," Susi subtly complimented. "Flattery never goes out of style," the constable responded, a broader smile gracing his face. After contemplating for a moment, he revealed his address to Susi, indicating that she could come to him if she needed assistance in the future. Chapter 41. Tsuhua Susi recognized that the constable was willing to offer them an opportunity and quickly expressed her gratitude, mentally noting the address. Grandpa Qian felt content, and after chatting a while longer, Susi prepared to take her leave. "Why not stay a little longer? We can have lunch together," Grandma Qian urged. "I cannot, as I have another visit to make," she replied, noticing the string of zongzi in her hand, understanding that Grandma Qian was not merely being polite, and thus did not press her further. "By the way, the zongzi come in 2 flavors. The ones wrapped in red string are meat zongzi, while the white string indicates sweet zongzi," Susi informed as she departed. "All right, you and Qi Ning should take your time. No need to rush," Grandma Qian advised. Once Susi and Qi Ning left, Grandpa Qian settled back down. "A Si is a thoughtful child. It's commendable that she brought so much with her. You should take that string of zongzi home this afternoon, and let us have lunch together," he said to his son. "Very well, that was my intention as well." The constable readily agreed. Old Master Qian was quite pleased. "Wife, please heat up those 10 rice dumplings and prepare a few dishes." Granny Qian was equally delighted that her son could spend more time with them and readily agreed. The dumplings were quickly heated and brought to the table. Previously cold, they now released a delightful aroma. Old Master Qian was particularly curious about the meat dumplings and picked one bound with red string. Unlike the sweet dumplings, which were white, the meat dumpling had a brown exterior. With just one bite, he savored the rich flavor of the meat and the stickiness of the rice, making it quite suitable for those of their age with delicate teeth. Initially, Qianyai thought his father's praise of Susi's culinary skills was somewhat exaggerated, considering her youth and lack of persuasive authority compared to renowned chefs with years of experience. However, upon tasting the dumpling, he realized he had misjudged. It was indeed of exceptional quality. As a businessman, his father-in-law often exchanged gifts during festivals, and they would receive some of the excess dumplings beautifully packaged. Yet none could compare to these simply string dumplings. After consuming 2 each, they held back from eating more, as the dishes were not yet ready, relishing the lingering taste in their mouths. At that moment, Susie arrived at Butcher Lee's place with Qining, who had been eagerly bouncing along since leaving old Master Qian's home. "Uncle Lee, are you busy?" Butcher Lee, who was busy chopping meat, looked up and exclaimed, "Quick, come inside. Suehua, Asi, and Qining are here. Please greet them." A woman's voice responded from within. Shortly after, a somewhat plump woman emerged, followed by Ping'an. The 2 little ones rushed to each other, their faces beaming with joy as they began to whisper excitedly. Ping'an took the lead, pulling Qining inside, their heads close together, looking utterly adorable. "This must be Asi. I am your Uncle Lee's wife, and I often hear him speak of you," Suehua said warmly. "Hello, Aun Lee. Since it's the Dragon Boat Festival, we made some dumplings to share with you." Susie entered the house, guided by the woman. The room was bright and tidy, with a bouquet of flowers by the window. Suehua was pleasantly surprised and gratefully accepted the dumplings. After the 2 returned from the Shun family, Butcher Lee had informed her that Ping and had thoroughly enjoyed his meal. She patted Ping, and's full belly thrilled, as it was the first time she had seen him eat so much. Under the encouragement of the 2, she also tasted the cake they brought back, which was simply exquisite. That night, the couple lay awake, pondering how to ensure Ping and could eat well like that day. Witnessing Ping and eat so heartily, only to revert to his previous appetite, left Butcher Lee somewhat perplexed. Now, with Susie's dumplings, she believed Ping and would surely eat more. This thought deepened Suehua's affection, and her demeanor towards Susie grew increasingly respectful. The 2 little ones sat in the corner, joyfully chatting, while Susie observed Qining pulling out a small grass-woven horse from her bosom and handing it to Ping, and suddenly enlightened. He understood why Shan Jingchuan had made one for Qining yesterday. She had asked him to make another. Suehua watched the 2 with great joy, her voice trembling slightly. "This is the first time I've seen Ping and play so happily with someone else." Although the Butcher Lee mentioned that her son had befriended someone, she still felt detached. Only now did she feel her heart settle. She wished fervently that Qining could always stay with them. After exchanging a few simple words, they quietly observed the 2 children at play. "I'm late," Asi Lee, the butcher, quickly cut the meat for the customer and hurried inside, feeling somewhat apologetic. "Uncle Lee, please don't be so formal. It is we who have interrupted," came the response. "Oh, rice dumplings." Upon approaching the table, Lee noticed the items laid out. "This one with the red string is a meat dumpling, and the one with the white string is a sweet dumpling," Susie explained while pointing. "Meat dumplings?" Lee was somewhat astonished as he picked one up for inspection, unable to discern much before leaning closer to inhale the savory aroma. "These meat dumplings are from the southern region, and I rather enjoy them. You should give them a try. They're made with the pork belly that Uncle Lee selected for me yesterday. Absolutely delicious." Qining, hearing Susie's words, raised her head in agreement, exclaiming, "They are indeed tasty. I've already eaten 2, as she held up 2 fingers. Ping'an listened intently, unable to suppress a lick of his lips in anticipation. However, Annie said that dumplings are difficult to digest, so remember not to overindulge, or it might make you uncomfortable, Qining advised Ping, and with the seriousness of an adult. Ping nodded vigorously in agreement. Susie found their interaction utterly adorable. They were simply too well-behaved. As Susie prepared to depart, the 2 children bid a heartfelt farewell. "Come over to my house to play whenever you have time," Qining urged. "Yes," Ping'an replied, fighting back tears, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Uncle Lee, if my family sets up a stall after the festival, we usually return home by the afternoon. Please bring Ping'an along. Otherwise, no one will be at home," Susie hurriedly mentioned. "A stall?" Lee the butcher keenly noted the term. "Yes, my family sells lunch at the docks," Susie explained. Lee and Suehua exchanged excited glances. They had been pondering how to ensure Ping and received adequate nourishment without asking Susie for help. They never expected that Susie's family ran a stall, which conveniently addressed their needs. "What kind of food do you sell? Is it suitable for children?" Suehua inquired further. "Yes, we sell rice bowls with 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, along with a serving of coarse rice. If you prefer fine rice, there will be an additional charge," Susie clarified, understanding Suehua's concern for Ping and wonderful. After the festival, right? What time do you start selling? Suehua asked eagerly. Yes, after the festival, which is the day after tomorrow. We usually begin selling around noon. If you wish to take it away, you will need to bring a large bowl, Su Si replied. Got it. No wonder I noticed you buying so many vegetables recently, Li the butcher mused, regretting not knowing earlier about their food stall. Otherwise, Ping could have been enjoying delicious meals long before now. Susie had also contemplated Ping and situation, but felt it inappropriate to directly suggest, come buy our food. It's delicious. Now that they were aware of this opportunity, it seemed perfectly timed. Chapter 42. Sour Plum Soup. Annie, are you unwell? Upon seeing Su Si bring her to the pharmacy, Qi Ning immediately expressed her concern, her small face scrunched in worry. No. I am merely here to purchase some ingredients to make sour plum soup for when we return home, came the reassuring reply. Su Si fanned herself with her hand, yet all she felt was the stifling heat. Having just passed by a dried fruit shop, she was reminded of the sweet and sour flavor of sour plum soup, a perfect remedy for the sweltering summer. She purchased the dried fruits, while the remaining ingredients could only be found at the pharmacy. Qi Ning felt relieved. If her aunt were to fall ill, she must inform me. Illness should never be concealed. All right. We shall heed your words, Qi Ning. Su Si gently tugged at the corners of Qi Ning's mouth until he could no longer suppress a smile, at which point she ceased her playful antics. That's more like it. It's best for children to remain cheerful. She conveyed her needs to the pharmacy clerk, requesting common items, which were quickly gathered. Upon returning home, she found everyone seated in the living room. I see. I've left some food in the pot for you. No one had much of an appetite, so I prepared a simple meal, said Lu Yuexin, feeling too warm to move, her energy somewhat depleted. Su Si nodded, realizing that the zongzi she had eaten in the morning had yet to settle. She took a moment to catch her breath. What is this? Si, are you unwell? Su Jinyue, seated nearby, noticed the medicine package in her hand and inquired with concern. Instantly, everyone straightened up and turned their gazes toward her. Just as Lu Yuexin reached out to check her forehead, Su Si hurriedly explained, No, this is for making sour plum soup. Look, I have the necessary dried fruits. Everyone then relaxed, as they had been particularly sensitive to the notion of illness since Qing Huan frequently fell ill. That is good to hear. If you are unwell, you must tell us. We'll seek treatment promptly, Lu Yuexin advised. Su Si nodded, touched by their concern, and shared her thoughts. I plan to sell sour plum soup tomorrow. This way, we can make a small profit. Will there be buyers? Certainly. Today I saw dragon boats at the dock. Just think, tomorrow, when everyone is out in the heat watching the dragon boat races, a cup of refreshing sour plum soup will surely entice them. Everyone considered this perspective and found it quite feasible. Very well, we shall follow your lead in this matter, Lu Yuexin said with a smile. Si was the family's key contributor. Without her guidance, they could not engage in this culinary venture. All they could do was trust her and work diligently alongside her. Su Si had a modest meal before commencing the preparation of the sour plum soup, eager to taste the results herself. Authentic sour plum soup requires 8 ingredients: dried plums, hawthorn, hibiscus, dried mulberries, mint leaves, dried tangerine peel, licorice, and rock sugar. Su Si measured the ingredients, washed them, and placed them in a pot, soaking them in water for 20 minutes. After bringing it to a boil, she covered the pot, reduced the heat, and simmered it for half an hour, adding rock sugar to steep for a while before straining out the solids. Finally, she cooled the concoction in a well. The deep crimson hue of the sour plum soup was visually appealing, yielding precisely 8 cups. Sipping it felt incredibly refreshing, with just the right amount of sweetness, a delightful coolness that was utterly soothing. Shen Ani drank deeply, exhaling contentedly, feeling rejuvenated. What price should we set? It contains both sugar and medicinal ingredients, Lu Yuexin mused, sipping delicately. The cost for this batch is approximately 10 won, yielding 8 cups. How about we price it at 2 won each? Su Si proposed. The price may be a tad high, yet it is likely that people will still indulge. At just 2 coins, it quenches thirst and delights the palate. An occasional purchase will suffice for most. A modest profit will be quite satisfactory. What shall we do about the cups? Let's procure some. Who knows, they may come in handy in the future. when selling the sour plum soup. Just like with the trays, a deposit will be required. Su-si, savoring the lingering sweetness in his mouth, quickly devised a plan. Very well. I shall venture to buy them shortly, nodded Shun-ani. Observing others sipping slowly, he regretted his earlier hasty consumption. Lu Yuexin smiled gently and offered him half of her drink. Shun-ani was overjoyed, discreetly squeezing his wife's hand in a hidden corner. Qinghuan had been enduring a harsh summer, her appetite waning and her energy depleted. Now, she felt a bit of relief. Given her condition, she had to sip it slowly to avoid chills, but even so, she found great satisfaction. In the afternoon, Shun-ani and Shun Jingchuan returned with 100 uniform wooden cups. Su-si and the others were preparing to fetch them for cleaning when Shun-ani announced, "Tomorrow, Jingchuan and I will not be selling sour plum soup with you." "Why not?" Lu Yuexin inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity. "As we were out purchasing cups, we noticed a notice posted along the road. It stated that those participating in the dragon boat race could share 2 taels of silver if their boat won." 2 taels? That asks quite a sum. How many people are in a boat? 10. Lu Yuexin pondered, calculating that each would receive 200 coins. Indeed, if luck smiles upon us, we could earn 400 coins. Shun-ani's eyes sparkled with excitement. "However, I wonder if you all can handle the workload?" He expressed concern. "Fear not, we can manage. And we shall prepare in advance to ensure a smooth sail," Su-si reassured him. "I appreciate your efforts." Soon, the day of the Dragon Boat Festival arrived. Early in the morning, Lu Yuexin hung mugwort at the entrance. It is said that mugwort symbolizes the invitation of numerous blessings and serves as a medicinal herb that promotes health when placed at the door. "Here, everyone, take a small sachet. They are all ready." Lu Yuexin distributed several small sachets she had crafted with Su Jinyue over the past few days. Su-si, having never worn a sachet before, found it quite intriguing. The delicate sachets were intricately designed, woven from 5 different threads. She leaned in to inhale the fragrant aroma. Seeing her reaction, Lu Yuexin smiled and explained, "Inside are aromatic herbs that promote health, repel insects, prevent illness, and safeguard well-being." Su-si nodded, charmed, and carefully pinned it to her chest. "With the colorful strings, let me adorn you, a C." After adorning Qi Ning and Qinghuan, Lu Yuexin turned to Su-si with a smile. "Ah, those are meant for children. I am quite grown now," Su-si replied, a bit shy. "Grown? You are merely 4 years older than Qinghuan. In your mother's eyes, you are still a child." Lu Yuexin tenderly placed the sachet on her. "Moreover, it serves as a lovely accessory. It is quite beautiful." Su-si felt touched and couldn't help but embrace Lu Yuexin. Qi Ning gazed at the rope identical to her aunt's, her eyes crinkling with delight as she clasped Qinghuan's hand, placing it beside Su-si's. The 3 vibrant ropes formed a strikingly harmonious tableau. Chapter 43. How to Rescue Chu Yuan Without Going Down. The dragon boat race traditionally commences at the hour of the snake, lasting for an hour and a half. Thus, it begins at 10 o'clock and concludes by 1. Su-si had diligently prepared the sour plum soup in advance, allowing it to cool in the well. Once the hour approached, everyone casually consumed a few bites before setting off. On the familiar wooden cart rested 2 large barrels, alongside wooden cups nestled in bags, which Shen Yinqing carefully pushed. "Why isn't my elder brother helping with the push?" Shen Yinqing grumbled. "Your brother must conserve his strength for the race later," Lu Yuexin replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Yinqing fell silent, pouting and moving with increasing slowness. The streets bustled with activity. Every household had hung mugwort by their doors, and the air was infused with the scent of Realgar wine as throngs of people made their way toward the dock. Upon reaching the dock, Shun-ani and his companion proceeded to the registration point. Su-si and the others found a suitable spot to settle, ensuring a good view of the competition while not impeding trade. As the sun rose higher, the air grew increasingly sweltering and the crowd around the dock swelled. Had Su-si and his companions not arrived early, they might have struggled to gain entry. A total of 6 boats and 30 teams were organized to compete in 5 rounds. Each round's prize was 2 taels of silver, with a total of 10 taels reportedly sponsored by the largest cloth merchant in the county. The teams for the first round were prepared, eagerly flexing their muscles in anticipation. "I wonder which team my father is on," Su Jinyu mused, glancing towards the throng. However, the sheer number of participants made it impossible to discern any details. We shall know when they take to the water. I brought a piece of red cloth for them to tie around their waists, Lu Yuexin remarked. That will have to do, came the reply. The crowd on the shore was densely packed, adding to the heat. Su Si lifted the lid of the wooden barrel, releasing a wave of coolness. The nearest bystanders felt the refreshing air and turned their attention toward them. What is this? A woman inquired eagerly. Sour plum soup. 2 in a cup. Would you care for some, sister? Su Si greeted with a smile. Oh dear, my son is already 13. I hardly qualify as your sister. The woman said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. But isn't 2 a bit steep? Not at all. We use only genuine ingredients, sweetened with sugar. Freshly prepared this morning. 2 merely covers our labor, Lu Yuexin quickly clarified. Sweetened with sugar? Then the price seems reasonable. The crowd murmured in agreement. A man then asked, what size is the cup? May I see it? Qing Huan retrieved the cup from the bag and handed it to Su Si, who demonstrated its size to the onlookers. It looks substantial enough. I shall take a cup, the man decided after a moment's deliberation. Excellent choice. However, we require a deposit of 1 for the cup. Once you finish, we shall refund it, Su Si explained while ladling the sour plum soup into the cup. Before the man could respond, another voice chimed in sarcastically from his side. Are you afraid we might abscond with your cup? Su Si, undeterred, gently elucidated. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely operate a modest business. Otherwise, it would not be us, mere women, who toil so diligently, as we truly cannot bear the burden of risk. Observing Su Si's sincere demeanor, even those who had initially harbored discontent began to reconsider, recognizing the validity of her words. The assembly was not comprised of malicious individuals. Upon noticing the few women present, Shen Yinqing was instinctively overlooked and chose not to press the matter further. Those with ulterior motives, sensing the cessation of dissent, abandoned their schemes. All right, 3 coins it is, the man said, paying readily. Here you go. Please take care, Su Si replied, presenting the goods with both hands. Still cold? As soon as the man's fingers made contact, he instinctively recoiled slightly. Indeed, we chill them in the well. It's so hot now, a sip is quite refreshing, Su Jinwei remarked. The man, feeling the coolness, could not resist taking a sip immediately. How does it taste? Inquired the curious onlookers. The man smacked his lips, delicious sweet. Then I shall have a cup as well, the woman declared, no longer hesitating. All right, sister, Su Si replied. You're quite the charmer, little miss, the woman chuckled, covering her mouth. Every endeavor begins with a single step. With one person purchasing, others soon followed suit. Exclamations of admiration echoed as the visible amount of sour plum soup in the wooden barrel diminished. Those unaware of the source of the cool beverage could not help but inquire. The crowd of buyers swelled, some returning with empty cups, not to reclaim their deposits, but to procure another serving. By the time the competition commenced, only half a barrel of sour plum soup remained, with half the attendees leisurely sipping from their cups. Su Si and her companions seized a moment to catch their breath, intrigued by the contest unfolding before them. The 6 participants in the dragon boat had taken their positions, paddles in hand, their faces alight with enthusiasm. As the announcement to commence the race rang out, the onlookers rallied for their favored contestants, who vigorously wielded their paddles. Come on, big brother, a young woman shouted animatedly towards the dragon boat. One of the rowers raised an arm high, waving exuberantly before swiftly returning to his task. My brother is truly remarkable. Look, they've already reached the front. The prize is surely ours, the woman exclaimed proudly, raising her chin high. Family members of contestants on other boats, witnessing this, could not suppress their discontent. Countering, they've hardly paddled far. There is still a distance to the finish line. Who could predict the outcome? The young woman dismissed their remarks as mere jealousy, her fists clenched in anticipation as she anxiously watched the river. Oh dear, look! The leading boat is capsizing. Someone cried out in alarm. Su Si watched in disbelief as the boat tilted precariously, its occupants frantically attempting to stabilize it. Ultimately, after a couple of jolts, 10 individuals plummeted into the river like dumplings. Has it really ended so soon? Someone lamented. Are they going to accompany Chu Yuan? Another jested, provoking laughter from the crowd. What is so amusing? If they don't jump in, how will they chew you on? The young woman, once brimming with confidence, found herself humbled and attempted to salvage her pride. Quick, save them. That person can't swim. They're struggling. A man shouted anxiously. Rest assured, the officials have long dispatched personnel to the side, waiting to rescue those in need. Look over there. Indeed, while the other 9 are swimming toward the shore. One individual clad in official attire is trailing behind, dragging another along slowly. That boat is quite peculiar. Its direction is utterly askew. Someone pointed ahead and exclaimed. The crowd turned to observe, and it was true. Others were rowing forward, yet it was paddling to the right. In such an array of vessels, is there not one that appeals to you? Alas, you are all mistaken in your course. A kind-hearted soul shouted. The crowd erupted in laughter. Susie, too, was utterly amused. It was quite the spectacle. She had always imagined dragon boat racing to be a harmonious display of synchronization and rhythm. She had once viewed a video where the speed was astounding, causing the fish in the river to be bewildered, even drifting around corners. Yet here it was quite the opposite. Could it be due to the northern folks' lack of prowess in aquatic endeavors? Chapter 44. Winning the prize suddenly, she heard Qining's voice filled with excitement. It was her grandfather and father. Susie and her companions peered into the river and, indeed, on the second boat approaching their side, 2 individuals bore a splash of red at their waists. One was at the bow, and the other at the stern, with the one at the bow appearing notably robust. They speculated it was Shan Ani. As the race commenced, everyone began to surge forward. Susie and her companions intently focused on that boat, quietly cheering for the 2. What was the second person on the second boat doing? Someone in the crowd questioned. It seemed they were wiping their face. In such a tense situation, and yet they were wiping their face? Not making the slightest effort, someone critiqued. Wait, it seems not. The first person was exerting such force that water had splashed onto his face. The speaker squinted, trying to discern. Indeed, how amusing. Susie and her group witnessed this scene, quietly listening to the crowd's comments. Yet seeing Shun Ani's boat leading, smiles adorned their faces. Meanwhile, the 2 on the boat were not at ease. They worked in tandem, one in front of the other, to stabilize the vessel as it glided steadily forward, vigorously wielding their paddles. Shinani vaguely heard someone behind him intermittently speaking, but there was no time to listen closely. They had already traversed half the race. The 2 focused intently, paddling at their own rhythm. The individual in the middle felt as though they were merely splashing water and couldn't help but marvel at the dedication of the 2. However, thinking of the family on the shore watching, they too endeavored to perform well, not wanting to bring shame upon themselves. When the boat finally reached the finish line, the entire crew relaxed for the first time. Shin Ani and his companion rejoiced in victory, while the second person celebrated the fact that they would no longer be drenched by river water, and the others were thrilled about the prize. When the judges approached to distribute the rewards, their eyes sparkled with mischief, especially upon seeing Shun Ani and the second individual. Their gaze shifted back and forth between the 2, their smiles widening. Shun Ani was utterly bewildered, while the second person appeared somewhat resigned. Shun Jingchuan had been listening to the discussions around him and had initially paid little mind until he suddenly caught a glimpse of the first person's words. After hearing them, his expression grew complex as he hurried to Shun Ani's side and whispered something. This time, Shun Ani's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly turned away. Little brother, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea that it would result in such a splash. The individual waved his hand dismissively, assuring that there was no harm done, for it was all in the spirit of competition. Yet, as Shun Ani returned with the 400 when they had won, an air of awkwardness lingered, as if he could sense others discussing him. Grandfather, you are truly remarkable, Qi Ning exclaimed, rushing over with sparkling eyes. Ha, as long as we did our best. Shin Ani humbly replied. Those around them, upon hearing this, exchanged glances tinged with a sense of irony. After all, they too had exerted themselves, yet had not triumphed. Father, elder brother, come and enjoy a cup of sour plum soup to refresh yourselves, Susie offered, presenting 2 cups that had been poured earlier and were no longer icy cold. After intense physical exertion, The human body's blood vessels are in a state of dilation. Consuming cold drinks immediately can lead to constriction and potential heart complications. Shinani and his companion accepted the cups and settled down beside the wooden cart to rest. As they sipped the delicious sour plum soup, they peered through the gaps, observing the next round of the competition. Occasionally, someone would come by to return cups or purchase cool beverages. But before the competition concluded, Su Si's supply of sour plum soup had entirely sold out. As the event progressed, the crowd had noticeably thinned. "Perhaps we should return. It is exceedingly hot," Su Si remarked, feeling the perspiration gather on his nose. His hair damp and clinging to his face, leaving him rather uncomfortable. "Agreed, it is quite warm," Lu Yuexin replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The group gathered their belongings, and Shunani took the initiative to push their cart home. "Xin, this is the prize money we won today," Shunani declared, producing the 401 to hand to Lu Yuexin. "Wait, you keep it for now. I need to calculate the profits from today's sour plum soup," Lu Yuexin said, pulling out an abacus to begin her calculations. "We sold a total of 366 cups, each at 2 won, amounting to 732 won. The cost for every 8 cups is 10 won. So the total cost for 366 cups is 457. 5 won. Thus, our total profit is 274. 5 won. While Lu Yuexin was still tallying, Su Si provided the answer simultaneously, and Lu Yuexin confirmed her calculations. Si's arithmetic is spot on, Shinani praised, surprised by Su Si's mathematical prowess. "It's just adequate," Su Si replied shyly, scratching his head. After years of study, the knowledge retained was scarce, and even less so was it applicable in everyday life. Simple arithmetic proved most useful, reflecting on Su Si's lack of guidance in youth. Yet his remarkable aptitude for calculations now. Others were curious and inquired further. Su Si hesitated for a moment, then began to fabricate a tale. "Well, it's a long story. When I was young, the servants often withheld my meals, leaving me famished. I would sneak out through the dog hole in search of food. How outrageous! I cannot believe the general's wife is so lax in her household, allowing servants to deprive their master of meals," someone interjected, incredulous. Before Su Si could elaborate, Lu Yuexin slammed her hand on the table in frustration, her gaze towards Su Si filled with compassion. "This child has endured too much hardship." A sense of bittersweetness washed over Su Si, perhaps remnants of the original owner's emotions. Her story was not entirely fabricated. The original owner had indeed often gone hungry, though she had been caught just as she prepared to escape through the dog hole. When reported to the lady of the house, the servant had embellished the tale, claiming she was unruly and disobedient. The matron displayed little interest in her, casually suggesting that she be confined to the woodshed for a night as a form of discipline. And then, Shun Yinsheng, intrigued, leaned in to hear how she had mastered her arithmetic, given his own struggles with numbers. Su Si composed herself and recounted her encounter with a venerable old man with a white beard. Together, they begged for alms, and he, recognizing her keen intellect, imparted to her a remarkable method of calculation. What method? One known as the multiplication table, and another as the basic operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Su Si spoke with great solemnity. These two concepts seemed exceedingly impressive. Shin Yinching marveled. This old man must have been an extraordinary master of mathematics, Shun Ani mused, finding the notion quite plausible. "Do masters also beg?" Shin Yinching questioned, somewhat incredulous. Of course, some masters have such idiosyncratic passions. Perhaps he was not begging at all, but rather seeking kindred spirits to share his wisdom. Shinani confidently speculated. Truly admirable, indeed. Yes, Su Si was fortunate to have encountered such a master. Lu Yuexin remarked with a sense of wonder, observing the others as they expanded upon the tale, weaving it into more outlandish interpretations. Su Si felt somewhat taken aback. Chapter 45. The foreman's mischief. After a few days of rest, returning to work felt somewhat unfamiliar. Lu Yuexin covered her mouth with her hand, stifling a small yawn, and chuckled. Su Jinyue rubbed her arms in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Previously, after finishing the market, they still felt spirited, yet now, after preparing the ingredients, Fatigue set in. Why don't you do less? We are here to help, Shun Jingchuan said, pushing the wooden cart with a tinge of concern. Jingchuan is right. Leave it to us, Shun Ani added. Lu Yuexin and Su Jinyue felt warmth in their hearts as their brows relaxed. Look how considerate their husbands are. Su Si cast a glance at Shun Yinxing, who was resting with his arms cradling his head, tilting his attractive face upward to bask in the sunlight. Indeed, one must compare to appreciate. In contrast, the heat was stifling, and fearing for Qi Ning and Qing Huan's well-being, they decided to leave them at home. Aware of when their family would return, Qi Ning was no longer as dependent as before, bidding them farewell obediently. As the group parked their cart, they spotted the figure of Butcher Li. Uncle Li, you're here so early. I came quickly while there was no one at my place. Butcher Li chuckled heartily. He was somewhat curious. What dishes do you have today? The menu varies. It changes daily. Today's offerings are stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, stir-fried cabbage with wood ear mushrooms, and cumin-flavored potato slices, Su Si explained while opening the wooden tub. Ah, it smells delightful, rivaling the dishes prepared on my birthday. Butcher Li stared intently at the food, inhaling deeply, lost in a state of bliss. Ever since he had that meal, other food had lost its allure. He handed over 3 stacked bowls, requesting 3 portions, with one to include fine rice. Initially, he intended to buy just for Pingyan, but later Tsuhua expressed her desire to taste it, eagerly anticipating the flavors described by the 2 men. Well then, since we're not cooking, let us all buy to eat, compare to restaurants. Su Si's offerings are remarkably affordable. In a restaurant where a single dish is beyond reach, one can savor a meat dish accompanied by 2 vegetables, with rice included. Su Si patiently awaited Su Jinyue to serve rice in her bowl, after which she added the vegetables. Typically, a generous spoonful was served, and for Uncle Li, it was filled to the brim, nearly overflowing. You need not be so extravagant. You'll be selling some later, cautioned the butcher, ever perceptive despite his boisterous demeanor. It matters not. We are not concerned with this little excess, Su Si replied with a smile. Can Uncle Li take it home? Certainly. I shall cradle in my arms and return shortly. Holding the bowl tenderly, as one would a child, she walked cautiously, fearing it might slip. Once the butcher departed, Lu Yuexin was about to collect the copper coins he had just paid when he noticed an extra 2 coins. It should have been 23 coins, yet there were 25. Engaged in conversation while Su Si served rice, he had lost track of the count, surprised that the other party had given more. Brother Li is thoughtful. If he has given extra, we shall simply serve him more next time, remarked Shun Ani, acknowledging the butcher's attention to detail, deeming him a worthy acquaintance. Lu Yuexin nodded, letting go of his concern. See, you and your companions watch over there. Jingchuan and I shall handle the serving of rice and vegetables. Shun Ani and his companion took on the task, unconsciously shaking their spoons. As mealtime approached, the crew emerged gradually. Upon seeing Su Si and her companions reappear, excitement surged among them. Miss Su, you have finally returned. Those people are truly despicable, attempting to slander you. I feel I have lost weight without your dishes. From now on, I shall only trust your family. Do come every day. The crowd clamored, their words filled with longing as they eagerly glanced at the food. I would like a serving of 1 meat and 2 vegetables. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Such impatience. It is evident you do not genuinely care for Miss Su's establishment, another interjected. Indignation evident in his tone. Make mine 1 meat and 2 vegetables as well. I desire fine rice. So do I. All right, no need to rush. There's plenty of food. Please queue orderly, Su Si called out. The crowd settled down, eventually forming an orderly line. With the change in servers, there was no noticeable reaction, as the servings remained equally generous. Perhaps due to their prolonged hunger, nearly everyone requested 1 meat and 2 vegetables, and upon receiving their meals, joyfully returned to their boats. When the laborers finished their work, Shun Ani stretched his wrists, preparing to resume his tasks, only to observe that the crowd dispersed, heads bowed, avoiding eye contact, hastily moving away from their stall to dine elsewhere. Su Si and her companions exchanged puzzled glances. What is happening? Lu Yuexin could not help but inquire. I am unsure. Let us observe further, Shun Ani replied, furrowing his brow as he gazed in the direction from which the laborers had emerged. As Yang Gu appeared, he locked eyes with Shun Ani, sensing the latter's confusion. He gestured with his eyes for Shun Ani to join him at the nearby pastry shop. With a facade of nonchalance, he approached the shop, though his heart raced with unease. "Wait for me here. I shall inquire," Shun Ani spoke in a grave tone. The others, having noticed the interaction between the two, nodded in agreement. Shun Ani, observing Yang Ji's cautious demeanor, sensed that something unusual was afoot. After lingering at the stall for a brief moment, he feigned the act of fetching water from the wooden bucket. Upon entering the room, Yang Gu waved him over. "Speaking rapidly, just before the end of our shift, the foreman suddenly instructed us that no one is allowed to purchase food from your stall. Otherwise, he would ensure that individual could no longer work." The image of the foreman's cold visage flashed in Yang Ji's mind as he recounted this. It becomes clear now. No wonder everyone has been avoiding us, as if we were venomous serpents. Shun Ani's thoughts aligned, and clarity washed over him. It made sense why he had felt the weight of a hostile gaze while serving food earlier. It was likely during that moment that the foreman had spotted him and resolved to exact his vengeance in this manner. Yang Gu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "It is all my fault. Were it not for me, you would not have incurred his ire." "There is no need for guilt, for it was my own choice," Shun Ani replied, not one to shift blame onto others. He simply had not anticipated that the foreman would resort to such tactics. At this juncture, whose fault it was mattered little, regrets served no purpose. "Well, I shall step out for now," Yang Gu sighed, his expression weary. "Very well. What are your plans moving forward?" Mr. Qian, having been dining nearby, inquired, trusting them enough to engage in conversation without reservation. Only when Shun Ani was alone did he respond, "I am uncertain. I will return and discuss it with them." A heavy heart burdened Shun Ani, as his predicament now adversely affected his family's business, leaving him a loss as to how to broach the subject with his family. Yet, no matter what, he could not evade the reality. The truth was laid bare before him. Chapter 46. The decision to open a shop. Seeing the situation unfold, Mr. Qian refrained from further commentary, though he too was troubled on their behalf. The once delectable meal now seemed less appetizing. Su Si and the others awaited an answer outside, and upon Shun Ani's return, they hastily pressed him for information. Shun Ani found it difficult to articulate, but lowered his head to explain the circumstances. A silence enveloped them, but as they observed the deepening remorse on his face, they could no longer hold back their reassurances. "It is not a grave matter. If the laborers do not purchase, there are still other customers. Indeed, fewer sales mean we do not exhaust ourselves as much. This ultimately stems from the foreman's issue, not your father's fault." Understanding that his family bore him no ill will lighten Shun Ani's countenance somewhat, yet self-reproach lingered. "Let us focus on the tasks at hand. We can deliberate on the rest later." Su Si's words served as a comforting anchor. "Very well, we shall heed your counsel." After an extended wait, a few locals approached to buy, yet sales remained sparse. "Let us conclude for now, wash the dishes, and we shall return home," Su Si decided, noting the furrowed brows of the others. On the way back, their steps carried a heavy weight, and silence enveloped them. The atmosphere felt stifling. Su Si contemplated offering words of comfort, but found himself too weary to speak. "Perhaps it is best to wait until we return home." "Father, you have returned," Qi Ning exclaimed joyfully, rushing out upon hearing the familiar voices. Shen Jingchuan forced a smile and gently ruffled his hair. He keenly observed the low spirits of those around him, and although Qi Ning was puzzled, she refrained from asking further questions. Qing Huan poured each person a cup of water before quietly sitting aside to listen. "Shall we only sell to the crew in the future?" The number of crew members was unpredictable. Some went out to sea while others returned. If they all departed at once, their produce would inevitably go to waste. Su Si shook his head in disapproval. "What if we negotiate with the foreman?" he queried. "That seems difficult. After all, we had a confrontation. What would we possibly offer to make amends?" "I believe negotiations are unnecessary," he continued. "The other party is inherently unreasonable. If we were to humble ourselves and seek reconciliation, they likely would not acquiesce." Shen Jingchuan pondered deeply. "A conflict is a conflict. There are other places to sell food. If necessary, we can simply relocate. It's not as if there's only one venue for sales. Lu Yuexin sought to reassure both herself and the others. Moreover, she understood her husband's temperament. If they were to negotiate, his pride might allow him to bow for the sake of family. It would leave a lasting impression on his heart. What if we opened our own shop? Su Si's bold suggestion astonished everyone. As the others turned to look, he elaborated, "We cannot rely on street vending forever. Winter is too cold for food to be kept warm, and summer heat can spoil our dishes." "You make a valid point," Lu Yuexin acknowledged. "But if we were to open a shop, we currently cannot afford to purchase one. We would have to rent, which adds to our monthly expenses." She considered, feeling a twinge of concern. "However, if we establish a shop, we can save on storage costs and conserve our energy for selling food, which would likely increase our sales." Noting that everyone was contemplating this, Su Si continued, "As long as there are customers, we can sell continuously without being limited to just lunch. People would prefer a clean space to sit and enjoy their meals rather than taking food away." They all understood this reasoning. Previously, they had no means to provide a venue, but fortunately, the crew could return to eat, while the laborers did not mind these matters. "Let us vote by raising our hands. Those in favor of opening a shop, please raise your hands," Lu Yuexin proposed. Upon her suggestion, everyone raised their hands, including Qi Ning, whose small hand shot up high, beaming with support. He had unwavering faith in his second aunt and would always stand by her. Seeing this, the group erupted into laughter. Lu Yuexin returned to the room and retrieved all their possessions, laying them before everyone. "Here, we have a total of 16 taels of silver, plus an additional 401. Oh, and today's earnings of 151. She unfastened her waist pouch and gathered all the copper coins together. This was the first time everyone learned the total amount of their household wealth. "Today, I will hand it all over to a C. She will manage it from now on," Lu Yuexin stated solemnly. Su Si was taken aback. No, mother, you should keep it," she protested. "This is far too much pressure. In modern times, handing over all the finances to a second daughter-in-law would surely raise eyebrows. In this era, as long as the family was undivided, the matriarch managed the finances. If she relinquished that responsibility, it would typically fall to the eldest daughter-in-law. "What does this mean for me?" Su Si fervently refused. "Dear sister-in-law, please take this. We are all aware of your character, so we can trust you with it. Spend the money as you see fit," Su Jinyue encouraged, sensing Su Si's underlying concerns. The others chimed in, urging, "Yes, take it. If you need anything, feel free to purchase it directly." "Very well. I shall accept this as our initial capital. I will keep track of our daily expenses. And when our business begins to flourish, we will certainly need a ledger," Su Si replied, not one to refuse, reassured by her own conscience. Once the decision to open a store was made, the group began to ponder other matters. "Should we sell this?" they mused. "We haven't decided yet, mainly because the weather is getting warmer and boxed meals aren't very appetizing. Perhaps we could offer some refreshing drinks and, ideally, some summer-appropriate dishes." A multitude of food options flashed through Su Si's mind, leaving her somewhat conflicted. "No need to rush. We can think it through gradually." As for the storefront, everyone would take a stroll in the coming days to scout for available rentals. Shinani, having put aside previous concerns, addressed the group. "It would be best to find a location in the center of the county, close to the government office, where foot traffic is abundant. A higher price is acceptable," Su Si added. "This way, if we encounter situations like last time, it will be easier to resolve." "All right, Aiken, especially you, since you enjoy going out. Please do a thorough search," Shinani remarked, specifically pointing out someone. Shun Yinqing, upon hearing his father's words, felt somewhat disgruntled. It had been quite some time since he had ventured out. Moreover, he didn't particularly enjoy wandering around, finding it rather tedious. Nevertheless, he agreed to the task. As the sun began to set, Su Si remained at home, watching Qinghuan and Qining while contemplating the dishes to offer. Meanwhile, the other five ventured out to find a shop, knowing that the sooner they located one, the sooner they could open for business. They had consumed the leftover meals from the day they couldn't sell for 3 days, and now, whether they could finish them or not, they certainly could not preserve them any longer. Though many advised against eating leftovers, for ordinary people, wasting food was simply not an option. Thus, when Lu Yuexin and the others returned, They divided the remaining dishes in half and gave them to acquaintances. Chapter 47. Making cold noodles in the past 2 days. The Shin family had thoroughly scoured Anyang County and had a clearer idea of the shops available for lease. Selling cold noodles? Liu Yueshin inquired with curiosity. Susi nodded affirmatively. What do cold noodles taste like? Qining asked eagerly. You've never tried them? Liu Yueshin and the others shook their heads, admitting, we haven't even heard of them. Su Si pondered silently, realizing that this world must be a fantastical realm. Otherwise, how could cold noodles not exist? Observing the curious gazes around her, she recalled the dish's texture in her mind. The translucent, jade-like noodles, thin yet chewy, accompanied by fresh cucumber shreds and bean sprouts. Soaked in a savory sauce, each bite burst with flavor. The vibrant red chili oil, spicy yet not overwhelming, combined with refreshing garlic water and fragrant rice vinegar, created a rich taste experience. On a scorching summer day, indulging in a bowl of this would be utterly delightful. As Su Si's description flowed, the others listened intently, their mouths watering in anticipation. This noon, we shall indulge in this delightful dish, which is guaranteed to be utterly delectable. Su Si exuded confidence, her anticipation palpable. She pondered the complexity of the preparation. If we mastered it, it would alleviate some of your burdens. It is not difficult. A mere glance reveals the simplicity. Hence we must safeguard this secret recipe. Should someone eventually replicate it, we would have already profited sufficiently. Su Si did not underestimate the intelligence of others, nor did she presume that they would not decipher the method from her finished product. Upon hearing this, everyone became cautious, and Liu Yu adopted a serious demeanor, assuring, we will be attentive. The conventional approach involves a tedious series of steps, kneading the dough, allowing it to rest, washing it, and then letting it settle, a process that many find challenging. Today, I will impart to you a simpler technique that yields equally delightful results. Su Si remarked with a smile as she tied on her apron. Combine flour with salt, then gradually add warm water in a 1-to-1 ratio, stirring continuously. Su Si wielded a rudimentary whisk with fervor. Since her last venture into cake making, she had crafted one herself, a task not overly complex, merely bending wire into different angles and binding it together. In modern times, stainless steel is preferred, but for now, iron wire suffices. It must be meticulously cleaned and dried to prevent rusting. This truly is a labor-intensive task. We shall leave such work to the men in the future, Liu Yu mused. Su Jinyuan nodded in agreement. Su Si beamed. Once the batter reaches this consistency, come take a look. The two leaned in, observing intently. Now we cover it and let it rest for a quarter of an hour. During the waiting period, the trio prepared cucumber shreds and blanched bean sprouts. Qing Huan was tasked with mashing the peeled garlic, following Su Si's instructions to mix it with cooled boiled water in a 2-to-1 ratio, adding salt to prevent the garlic from turning green. Thus, the garlic water was ready. Once the dough had rested, it appeared particularly delicate, stretching without breaking. We then incorporated an equal amount of water and mixed thoroughly. Su Si meticulously explained every detail, leaving no aspect overlooked. You all assist me in holding these 4 corners, she instructed as she poured the batter onto a piece of cheesecloth for filtering. Regrettably, without a sieve, this step required assistance. Su Si lifted the cloth to reveal the filtered gluten, which needed to be washed a couple more times before boiling it for a fragrant 30 minutes. Su Si had an immense fondness for this gluten, lamenting that a serving of cold noodles contained too little of it to satisfy her cravings. The remaining batter lacked the desired fineness and required another round of filtering. Now, we shall proceed to spread the noodle skin, Su Si declared, locating a shallow iron tray. She poured in a ladle of batter, swirling it to distribute evenly. With the water boiling, she maintained a medium-low heat. Count to 100, then remove it and place it in a basin of cold water. Once it is cool enough to handle, use a spatula to lift it out, and just like that, it's unmold. Quite simple. Isn't it? Su Si said, shaking the noodle skin in her hands. Wow, it's so thin. Indeed, and quite chewy as well. After completing one, Su Si entrusted Liu Yu and Su Jinwei with the remaining tasks. When faced with challenges, timely guidance was provided, and soon both individuals had mastered the task. Once all the dough sheets were rolled out, Su Si cut them into the desired width and placed them into 8 bowls. The dough was adorned with chunks of gluten, followed by shredded cucumber and bean sprouts. A judicious amount of garlic water, spicy oil, light soy sauce, aged vinegar, salt, sugar, sesame oil, and previously diluted tahini were added. The spicy oil, prepared by Su Si earlier, was topped with floating sesame seeds, exuding a delightful aroma. The bowls were ready to be served, marking the completion of the dish. Shen Ani and the others, unable to contain their eagerness, immediately rose to fetch them upon hearing the call from the kitchen. "We're coming." The remaining 2 bowls were carried out by Lu Yuexin, while Su Si readied the chopsticks. After mixing the ingredients, they could indulge immediately. Noticing that no one had yet taken their chopsticks, Su Si took the initiative to demonstrate. She combined the noodles at the bottom with the vegetables above, ensuring the sauce enveloped all the ingredients. The vibrant red oil was appetizing to behold. "Delicious," Shun Ani exclaimed, overwhelmed by the unique texture, struggling to find the words to describe it, settling for just 2. "I believe this will be a tremendous hit. It's perfect for summer." Lu Yuexin reflected, savoring the satisfying sensation in her belly. Su Jinhua chewed on the gluten slowly, each hearty bite releasing some broth. The gluten was delightfully chewy. Indeed a treat. Observing this, Shun Jingchuan offered her all the gluten from his bowl. In front of everyone, Su Jinhua felt a bit bashful, but accepted it, her face radiating happiness. There are numerous methods to prepare this cold dish. In terms of color, one could incorporate juices from various fruits and vegetables to create differently hued noodles. Su Si voiced this thought promptly. Much like colorful dumplings, correct? Precisely. In terms of preparation, aside from serving it cold, one could roll the noodles, stir-fry them, or serve them in hot soup. With each method Su Si mentioned, the others felt an increasing desire to taste. That means there are many options. This single ingredient can be transformed into several delightful dishes, Lu Yuexin summarized. Indeed, for the next meal, I shall prepare some other variations for you to try. Before selling, she knew it was essential to taste her creations first to identify any areas for improvement. However, thus far, they had received nothing but praise for her culinary efforts. Were it not for her resolute self-control, she might have floated with pride. For the next meal, the entire process of making the cold noodles will be our responsibility. You may simply observe how we manage. Lu Yuexin and Su Jinhua diligently learned each time they assisted, striving to keep pace with her rhythm. This was a realm previously unfamiliar to them. Like sponges eagerly absorbing water, they fervently sought to grasp the knowledge within. Conducting business alone was impractical. It was not merely a matter of labor, but also of distribution. Gaining without effort was inadvisable. Their philosophy of labor yielding reward applied equally to them. Chapter 48. Inspecting the shops. After much discussion, 3 suitable shops were selected. One was located in the West Market, not far from the Butcher Lee's residence. The second was situated in the East Market, surrounded by numerous shops, bustling with activity. One location lies at the intersection of the East and West Markets. Slightly to the north, in close proximity to both the Yamen and the Academy, which naturally results in the highest rent. After dining, Su Jinhua took Qinghuan and Qining back home, while the remaining 5 ventured out to inspect the shops. The first establishment they visited was the nearest market shop, run by an elderly couple. The exterior of the building appeared quite decent. However, upon entering, a faint musty odor permeated the air, and the dimness of the north-facing room was quite palpable. Numerous jars and bottles were haphazardly piled in the corners, covered in dust. Noticing Su Si's gaze, the elderly gentleman explained, "We run a grocery shop, but our profits have been consistently poor, so we intend to rent it out to generate some additional income." Su Si couldn't help but purse her lips. Anyone entering a shop and seeing dust on the merchandise would undoubtedly lose their desire to make a purchase. It truly is a case of not judging a book by its cover. While the elderly couple maintained their own living space in immaculate condition, the shop's cleanliness left much to be desired. If you wish to rent it, the monthly rent is 600 won. All right, we shall consider it and respond to you later. A pall of silence fell over the group after their entry, and Su Si felt increasingly uneasy, leaving with the remark, "I think we should pass on this one." Lu Yu was the first to voice her agreement. "Why? I just spotted a rat. That's quite terrifying." She was still somewhat shaken. Heaven knows, She merely glanced around and happened to lock eyes with the rodent. Had she not stifled the scream that nearly escaped her lips, she would have lost her composure. That rat was nearly the size of her palm. Upon hearing this, Susie quickly concurred, I too think it's best to move on. If it isn't clean, it may frighten away customers, and cleanliness is paramount in the food business. Otherwise, someone could fall ill. As for rodents, she could only tolerate the adorably plump hamsters. The long, hairless tails of other varieties were entirely unacceptable. The others, including Shun were indifferent to the presence of the rat and found it unremarkable. Yet they acknowledged the significance of cleanliness, as Susie pointed out. Let us proceed to the next establishment. The shop at the intersection of the East and West markets was akin to old Master Chien's, featuring a small courtyard, 2 rooms, and a well already dug. The only drawback was a tree in the courtyard that obstructed light to one of the rooms. What sort of tree is this? Shinani inquired, stroking the trunk. It was planted by our young master. It started as a mere sapling, and no one expected it to survive. Later, believing it to symbolize prosperity, we decided not to remove it, and now it has been 8 years. The shopkeeper's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Can we move this tree? Susie probed cautiously, as its presence rendered one of the rooms effectively unusable, relegating it to a storage space. No, absolutely not, the shopkeeper replied earnestly. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he elaborated, isn't there a saying about those who are successful in the imperial examinations? Our young master is currently studying at the academy nearby. In 2 months, he will be taking the provincial exam. His family hopes he will succeed and secure a position, leading to a prosperous career. As he spoke, a sense of pride illuminated his features. He had worked for the family for 20 years, having watched the young master grow from a child into a graceful young man. I take pride in this journey. The provincial examination is exclusive to scholars, with the successful candidates being awarded the titles of Jiren and Shiyuan for 1st and 2nd place, respectively. Shun akin to a parent discussing their child, inquired about the age of the young gentleman. Only 13, came the reply. What remarkable talent at such a tender age, already a scholar. Shun expressed some envy, as their family consisted entirely of martial officials, who were rather lax when it came to education. The shopkeeper, noticing his demeanor, became quite cheerful, his attitude growing warmer. The shop in front of the courtyard spanned 50 square feet. Originally a fabric store, it now housed only 6 shelves and a fitting room. If you wish to purchase the shelves, I can part with them for a mere 301. They are made of fine wood, and it saves me the trouble of moving them, the shopkeeper casually remarked while waving his sleeve. Shinani approached to inspect them and found them sturdy, well-crafted, and smooth to the touch. It was only logical. If the craftsmanship were poor, the fabric would easily wear out, leading to a loss. Susie was quite satisfied with the shelves and inquired earnestly, how is the rent calculated? 3 taels of silver per month, with a minimum rental period of 3 months. The group was taken aback. That amounted to 9 taels up front, half of their fortune. Unable to restrain herself, Susie asked, could you lower the price? I cannot reduce it further. This is already the lowest I can offer. Our location is prime, and the space is new, requiring little cleaning. Many have come to view it, but we have yet to finalize a deal due to disagreements over that tree. Seeing that the shopkeeper had made his position clear, Susie felt it unwise to haggle further. She was not adept at negotiating. Whenever she asked for a discount and was told it was impossible, she would simply fall silent. Unlike those who might counter 100 with 20, she admired such boldness but found herself too timid to attempt it, fearing a reprimand. The Shun family had never lacked for money and had never negotiated prices. Nonetheless, 3 taels was indeed a reasonable amount, and they were not being taken advantage of. With a wry smile, Susie suggested, let us think it over. It is indeed somewhat expensive for us. The shopkeeper nodded, that is fine, but do make your decision promptly. Yesterday, someone expressed satisfaction after viewing the place and promised a response today. Susie was uncertain of the truth in the shopkeeper's words. During her previous house hunting experiences, agents often made similar claims to hasten her decision. However, what if it were true? If someone did commit, they would be left behind. After careful consideration, she inquired, what time do you usually stay here? It is currently the hour of the snake. I shall remain for another hour. I'm usually absent in the afternoons. So, you will be here for 2 more hours until noon? Indeed, we shall return with news shortly. Very well, take care. The shopkeeper said with a smile as he bid them farewell. I'll see, what shall we do now? Let's hasten to the last shop. If it proves unsatisfactory, we will strive to return within the hour. I can't shake the feeling of wanting to see it. A few individuals hurried towards the Eastern market. The streets largely deserted, save for a few seated in horse-drawn carriages. Susie and her companions appeared as if they were aliens, yet they paid little mind to their surroundings. Their destination was a modest 2-story establishment, and upon seeing the perspiration-soaked faces of the group, the manager revealed a flicker of disdain. Chapter 49. Securing the shop despite their dissatisfaction. Susie and her companions prioritized their business. Could you show us upstairs? One of them inquired. What's there to see? It's just like the first floor, the manager replied, his impatience palpable. Is it truly identical? Susie sought further clarification. You all are quite bothersome. I've already stated as much. Besides, our monthly rent is 4 taels. Can you afford that? The manager scrutinized them, his eyes rolling in disbelief. What manner of attitude is this? Whether we can afford it is our concern. You are merely an employee, not the owner of this establishment. Susie retorted, unable to contain her frustration. Witnessing her outburst, the others rallied to support her. If your employer were aware of your treatment towards guests, how do you think they would respond? Lu Yueshin remarked, her face impassive. Even in the capital, she had never encountered such condescension from a manager. For a fleeting moment, the manager seemed dazed, mistaking her for a lady of high standing. Regaining his composure, he scoffed. Our lady has far more important matters than to meet with the likes of you destitute individuals. What did you say? Repeat that. Shinani and another stepped forward, fists clenched, their cold glares piercing through the atmosphere. Compared to their imposing figures, the manager appeared feeble and intimidated. If you dare to strike me, do you think I want to ensure you can't remain in Anyang County? Initially arrogant, the manager faltered as he sensed their readiness for confrontation. Such bravado. How do you intend to make us leave? Shun Ani delivered a powerful punch, disregarding the manager's threats. If he could truly enforce such a consequence, he wouldn't be relegated to a mere managerial role. The manager's breath seemed to pause momentarily as he stumbled backward, landing precariously on a chair. The gust from the punch brushed against his cheek, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes. Only when the fist thudded against the table beside him did he open his eyes, gasping for air. Shinani retracted his hand, merely intending to instill fear. Since the last incident where his impulsiveness led to striking a foreman, causing repercussions for his family, he had learned to temper his impulses. Let us depart, Susie declared. They felt a sense of relief. Time was of the essence, and there was no need to squander any more of it. As they approached the exit, Susie paused, turning to the manager. I wonder how much your monthly salary is. It must exceed 4 taels, otherwise you wouldn't look down upon those who cannot produce that amount. The manager felt as though his heart had been pierced. While one might kill without consequence, her words struck with a far deeper impact. His salary could hardly match 4 taels. After exhausting labor for an entire month, it amounted to no more than 1 tael. I see. Shall we then secure the second location? Lu Yueshin asked, slightly breathless. Indeed, that shop is quite suitable. Its location is excellent, and it is clean, requiring minimal effort to organize. Qi Ning and Qing Huan can also stay in the backyard, allowing us to feel at ease. Under the relentless sun, Susie felt that her complexion had darkened considerably of late. Once all matters were settled, she resolved to begin her skincare regimen. In a rush, they finally returned to their starting point just a moment before noon. As they approached the entrance, the shopkeeper spotted them. Ah, you have arrived. Have you made your decision? He inquired with a warm smile, pouring them a cup of water. Susie and her companions realized that the shop had not yet been rented out. Otherwise, the shopkeeper would have already departed. Yes, we have decided to lease this shop. We will start with a 3-month rental and require shelves as well. Excellent. The yamen is not far. We can go there now and manage to sign the contract before their shift change. The shopkeeper was quite pleased. Renting out the shop early would alleviate his responsibilities. Thus, they hurried to the yamen, only to encounter several officials exiting through the main gate. One of them recognized the shopkeeper and asked Isn't that Bai Zhongguei? What brings you here? Bai Zhongguei cupped his hands in greeting. We wish to sign a rental agreement. I hope you can assist us. The official hesitated, glancing at his companions. After all, no worker relished the idea of extending their hours, especially during lunchtime. Just then, Qian, another official, emerged from behind. He lived nearby and enjoyed returning home for lunch, often envied by his colleagues. "Ah Si, what brings you here?" Su Si called out somewhat awkwardly, as they were beginning to establish a connection, and he addressed her as her father did, treating her as a younger acquaintance. "Uncle Qian, we have found a shop and wish to sign a contract," Su Si explained sweetly. "Very well, follow me. I shall assist you," he replied, glancing at the individuals behind Su Si, thinking that signing a document wouldn't take much time, and thus he readily offered his help. "Haha, since Brother Qian has agreed, we shall take our leave." The official who had initially questioned them nodded to Uncle Qian, exchanged a few words with Bai Zhongguei, and then departed. Qian led the way, casually inquiring, "Aren't you all setting up a stall at the dock? We encountered a minor issue, and since stall vending isn't a long-term solution, we decided to open a shop," Su Si succinctly explained, skimming over the details. No one wished to hear about her trivial troubles, and there was a risk that her words might be misconstrued as a plea for assistance. Thus, it was prudent to remain reticent. Qian produced a template for the document, which Bai Zhongguei filled in with the address, rental price, and duration. After confirming the details with Luo Yuexin and the others, both parties signed the contract, making 2 copies. Notably, it was not Su Si who signed, but Shenani, as he was the head of the group, and Su Si had yet to learn to write her name in this ancient script. It appeared that neglecting education was not an option. She must begin learning to recognize characters. Otherwise, she would remain unable to manage such matters independently. "Thank you, Uncle Qian. When we open, I will treat you to a meal." "No need for that. I will naturally come to show my support when the time comes." Uncle Qian, having been a guest himself, took advantage of his position to gain a little benefit, which was tacitly accepted by the yamen. If he were indeed excessively virtuous, he would be deemed unsociable. However, he would never engage in morally corrupt activities, always remaining within the bounds of legality. Should his father discover that he had dined at Su Si's establishment without payment, he would undoubtedly be incensed. He was not so frugal as to forego a trifling expense. Su Si understood that this sentiment implied support from the other party. It suggested that if he maintained amicable relations with the local constables, those seeking to cause trouble would think twice, thereby alleviating many unnecessary inconveniences. Upon returning to the shop, Su Si settled 3 months' worth of rent and the cost for the shelves. The shopkeeper handed over the keys, granting them the use of the premises for the next 3 months. Chapter 50. Preparations before opening the rent for the shop would commence from tomorrow, averaging 101 per day. A delay in opening would result in a loss of income for each day that passed. Thus, it was imperative to arrange the shop without delay. The group returned home, ravenously consuming their meal, prompting Su Jinhue to admonish them to eat slowly and avoid choking. In the afternoon, they set out together, equipped with their tools. They began by tidying the storefront, which contained 6 shelves, a small table, and 2 chairs, all appearing quite new and devoid of clutter. They divided tasks, sweeping the floor and dusting the furniture. "Ah Si, what are these shelves intended for?" one inquired. "They were originally for fabric, but now that we are opening a restaurant, they seem rather irrelevant. One can remain here for beverages. If someone purchases, we can earn a little extra. Let's take 2. No, 3 for the kitchen to hold dishes, seasonings, and ingredients, thus saving space. The remaining 2 can be placed separately in the back courtyard." When Su Si acquired them, she had not considered their purpose. She had merely been attracted by their low price, which she later devised a plan for. "Isn't there a kitchen here?" Lu Yuexin queried, somewhat puzzled. "Am I mistaken?" "There isn't," Su Si replied. "Thus, I plan to construct a simple kitchen in the courtyard and create 2 cooking stations. If we convert the back room into a kitchen, it will inevitably become dirty, and restoring it to its original state after the lease ends would be quite troublesome." Shinani set down the cloth he had been using. "All right, I shall seek someone to assist with that now." In the courtyard, the bright room contained a bed, presumably intended as a resting area. The other room was cluttered with various discarded items, including some damaged fabric. This fabric still appears to be in good condition. How could they have discarded it? Lu Yuexin mused, running her fingers over the soft texture. Su Si smiled. Then it is fortuitous for us. We shall keep it for our own use. Aside from being unsuitable for outer garments, it is perfectly usable elsewhere. Su Si also noticed a blue and white fabric reminiscent of modern tie-dye, lamenting that such artistry would go unappreciated in this era. After disposing of the useless clutter and thoroughly cleaning both rooms, nightfall descended. The craftsman Shan Ani had measured the dimensions and devised a plan, promising to return with materials and commence work at dawn. Exhausted, the group hardly felt inclined to move, dragging their weary bodies homeward. On the way, Su Si spotted a dumpling stall and purchased a sizable quantity for their dinner. This bun is rather unpalatable. Qining clutched a bun that was nearly the size of half her face, her little visage scrunched up in distaste. Nevertheless, she chewed and made an effort to swallow it. Lu Yuexin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was not particularly tasty, yet it was quite economical. The dough was made entirely of fine flour, thick-skinned with a generous filling, substantial enough that an adult could feel satisfied after consuming two. Having grown accustomed to the exquisite meals prepared by Su Si, everyone found it somewhat challenging to digest. Once we have arranged the shop, I will prepare a feast of buns to celebrate, Su Si promised, stirring a flicker of excitement among the group. Even for the sake of delicious buns, they resolved to persevere. The craftsmen commenced work at the locations determined by Su Si, constructing against the wall of the backyard, which would also help in reducing costs. Considering the rainy summer, bricks and tiles were chosen. Should demolition be required in the future, they could be reused, with the only drawback being their expense. The stove was placed adjacent to the newly erected wall, with two side by side, and a firewood stove was built specifically for placing a clay pot. Alongside the stove, shelves stood filled with jars and bottles of condiments, and various kitchen utensils were neatly arranged. Two vacant shelves awaited the arrival of vegetables and meat. A new counter had been purchased for the entrance to the backyard, leaving space for seating behind it, while further back were shelves against the wall with some liquor displayed. The original fitting room, constructed of wood, had been dismantled and replaced with a row of independent spaces divided by screens, 5 in total, each accommodating 4 individuals. The remaining area housed 8 large tables, each capable of seating 6, furnished with 6 chairs. On each table rested a bottle of vinegar and a small box of chili oil, allowing guests to customize their dishes to their liking. In the backyard, one room held only a single shelf, the rest cleared for storage. Another room had been enhanced with commonly used items based on the original layout. Thus, the entire shop was remodeled, taking 3 days and costing 2 taels and 51. With everything in place, Su Si gazed at the refreshed establishment with a sense of accomplishment. Beaming with joy, she declared, "Let us return home to make buns, thin-skinned and generously filled." Qining let out a small cheer, and the others shared her anticipation. Since the onset of summer, Qinghuan had been somewhat lethargic, spending most of her time resting in her room. Concerned for her well-being, the group had insisted on including her in the preparations, though she was relegated to sitting aside and observing. At this moment, she lay on Shanani's back, revealing a faint smile. Lu Yuexin and Su Jinwei had mastered the art of dough fermentation, achieving success almost every time. The secret lay not only in using leavening agents, but also in adding a touch of sugar and using warm water for kneading. A bit of lard could be incorporated to prevent the dough from turning yellow, enhancing its visual appeal. Meanwhile, Su Si rhythmically chopped pork with 2 knives, the sound echoing in a steady beat. The meat filling consisted of 30% fat and 70% lean, with small amounts of seasoning water added gradually, stirred in one direction. The seasoning water contained large chunks of scallion, ginger, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and bay leaves. After Su Si ceased her actions, the minced meat was tender and resembled tofu. She added salt, soy sauce, and a blend of 13 spices, stirring until the mixture achieved a robust consistency, and then incorporated chopped scallions and a hint of minced ginger. Although Su Si was not particularly fond of ginger, an old saying suggested that meat filling without ginger lacked flavor, so she added a small amount. As hot oil was poured in, The fragrance of escallions was fully awakened. Continuing to stir, Susie leaned in to inhale the aroma. The meat filling already exuded a delightful scent. The risen dough, when pulled apart, revealed a network of strands. After kneading and expelling the air, it was rolled into a long strip and divided into smaller pieces. Liu Yuexin was responsible for rolling the wrappers, while Su Si and Su Jinwei focused on the filling, deftly twisting and pinching until a beautiful little bun was formed. Once all the buns were prepared, they were left to rise again in a pot of warm water. After the allotted time, they were steamed over cold water, and it was crucial to let them rest for a short while after turning off the heat to prevent them from collapsing. When Su Si lifted the lid, steam billowed forth, revealing the plump buns snugly packed together, a sight to behold. The white, chubby buns were soft and glistening with a hint of oil. Su Si eagerly took a bite, the warmth slightly scalding her mouth. With a gentle nibble, juices flowed from the edges. The meat filling coalesced into a round mass. And overall, the skin was fresh and the meat tender. Dipping it into a small dish of vinegar, she couldn't help but shake her head in delight. A sip of the cooled egg soup brought immense comfort. The others ate with fervor, occasionally gasping from the heat as the buns disappeared at an astonishing rate. Chapter 51. A restaurant early in the morning, everyone reheated the leftovers from the previous night for a quick meal before hurriedly heading to the shop. Qining, still a bit drowsy, was cradled in Shun Jingchuan's arms. The morning light spilled over the earth, and a gentle breeze signaled a new beginning. Along the way, the group split up to carry out their tasks. Su Jinyue and Shun Jingchuan took Qinghuan and Qining to tidy the shop, while Shen Ani and Shun Yinsheng went to purchase flour. Liu Yuexin and Su Si set off to buy bean sprouts and cucumbers. The cucumbers they had grown were just beginning to bear fruit, but unfortunately, there were not enough to feed the family. After returning with all the ingredients, they promptly began preparing the cold noodles. Water, salt, and flour were measured in proportion, and the subsequent mixing was entrusted to the three men. Meanwhile, Su Si and her companions took charge of washing the bean sprouts and cucumbers, blanching some and slicing others. Qinghuan, inspired by the others, was busy pounding garlic, while Qining peeled it. Their teamwork was commendable. One by one, the sheets of cold noodles were blanched and demolded, with oil brushed on the surface to prevent sticking. The kitchen was filled with steam as everyone busily worked, and as noon approached, they finally paused. Shen Ani ignited a string of firecrackers and tossed them outside, the loud pops marking their grand opening ceremony. Curious onlookers were drawn to the newly refreshed shop. A restaurant? Who came up with such a simple name? Indeed, a restaurant was the name of their establishment, but it effectively conveyed the essence of their venture. A few days ago, I noticed people bustling in and out of this establishment undergoing renovations, and to my surprise, it has opened today. I wonder what they are selling? The offerings remain unclear. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Su Si took a deep breath and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, our restaurant officially opens today, and we are currently offering only cold noodles. We warmly invite you to come and savor our delicacies." The chatter among the crowd grew louder, with someone inquiring, "Cold noodles? What is that?" Su Si smiled and explained, "Isn't it hot outside? We specifically prepare cold noodles that are quite refreshing to eat. Essentially, it is a dish that is cool. Isn't it? You could say that. Would you like to come in and give it a try?" A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Su Si's eyes. "How much does it cost?" The crowd, unfamiliar with this dish, wished to try it, but were apprehensive about affordability and wanted to confirm the price first. "It's 7 won for a serving." "What? That seems rather expensive." "A bowl of noodles is only 6 won," someone in the crowd exclaimed, unable to accept the price. "We also use fine noodles and fresh vegetables, so the cost is not insignificant," Liu Yuexin interjected. Upon hearing that fine noodles were used, the crowd's dissatisfaction lessened slightly. Yet, some remained hesitant, wondering if it would truly be delicious. "Of course, the flavor is exceptional. Our entire family adores it," Liu Yuexin asserted confidently. "All right, I will give this novel dish a try." A man boldly stepped into the shop first. Su Si and the others followed suit, instructing him, "Please find a seat." The man surveyed the surroundings, feeling somewhat pleased. He appreciated the cleanliness of the place and ultimately chose a table by the entrance. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Would you prefer mildly spicy, moderately spicy, or extra spicy? Susi inquired as he stood beside him. No restrictions, I'll go with mildly spicy. Unsure of the restaurant's spice level, he opted for mild, reasoning that there would be chili on the table to add if needed. Very well, please hold on. It will be ready shortly. Susi entered the kitchen, retrieved a half portion of noodles, approximately half a pound, cut them into pieces, placed them into a bowl, and meticulously added the garnishes and seasonings before mixing them well. She brought the dish out, ready to serve the first customer, hoping that his positive feedback would encourage others to enter. Here you go. The man examined the dish, noting that the portion was similar to what was sold outside. The aroma of vinegar and chili wafted into his nostrils, and the vibrant colors were visually appealing. The moment he took a bite, a jolt of delight coursed through him, as if the summer heat had been soothed. His previously lackluster appetite was now wide open. He quickly took another bite, unable to suppress a look of enjoyment on his face. Those waiting outside anxiously asked, "How is it? Is it good?" The man, too engrossed in savoring the dish to look up, replied between slurps, "Delicious, worth it." Upon seeing his expression, those outside deduced that the flavor was indeed commendable, and with their curiosity piqued, they hurriedly streamed inside. "I'll have a bowl. I want mine mildly spicy. Are there bean sprouts?" "I don't want any bean sprouts." "Oh dear, isn't ashamed to miss out on the bean sprouts? But I simply don't like them. I want mine extra spicy." Shin Ani and the others hurriedly jotted down the orders on paper to relay them to the kitchen. Luo Yueshin was in charge of cutting the noodles, while Su Si was responsible for mixing the ingredients, with Su Jinyue delivering the dishes to the entrance for handover. "Oh dear, why are there numbers on this table?" someone inquired. Shin Ani clarified, "We use these numbers for registration, so please inform us before changing seats to avoid serving the wrong dishes." The crowd nodded in understanding, appreciating the practicality of the system. "What do the wall signs mean by rolled cold noodles, fried cold noodles, and hot soup cold noodles?" a young boy asked. "Those are other preparations for cold noodles. Rolled cold noodles involve wrapping the necessary vegetables into the cold noodles. Fried cold noodles are stir-fried with vegetables. And hot soup cold noodles, as the name suggests, are served in broth." The boy, named Shi Ruofeng, nodded in comprehension. "I see. And are the prices the same?" "Indeed," came a reply. Shi Ruofeng, a scholar from the county academy, had been drawn to the restaurant by the sound of firecrackers. He was adventurous in his culinary pursuits and was pleasantly surprised to discover such delicious fare. As they conversed, others nearby listened intently, learning about the various ways to enjoy the dish. The patrons were filled with admiration, impressed by the ingenuity of having one ingredient prepared in 4 distinct styles. "Ah, Brother Qian, you've arrived," Shinani exclaimed, spotting him and hurrying over. Qian Yai smiled and nodded, accompanied by 2 other officials who discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Upon hearing that Qian Yai had chosen not to return home for lunch in favor of dining at the newly opened restaurant, they had decided to join him. Observing Qian Yai's demeanor towards Shinani, it was clear they shared a good rapport, which explained their presence. "These are my 2 brothers. Where would be appropriate for us to sit?" Qian Yai asked, glancing at the dishes on neighboring tables, his anticipation stirred by memories of past delicacies. "Why don't you 3 take a seat behind the screen? It offers privacy and minimizes disturbance," Shin Ani suggested. Considering their possible preference for a quieter atmosphere and noting the subtle tension among other patrons upon their arrival, he guided the trio to the nearest secluded area, took note of their preferences, and then went to expedite their order. Chapter 52. A familiar visitor, Brother Qian. "Do you have a good relationship with this restaurant?" one of his companions subtly inquired. Qian Yai did not shy away from the question, responding, "It's quite decent. A young lady here gets along well with my father, so I come to visit as a younger acquaintance." His words were skillfully chosen, explaining the connection while clarifying that it wasn't an overly intimate relationship, striking a balance in their understanding. The other 2 nodded, grasping the nuance. "Well, Brother Qian's young acquaintance is our young acquaintance too. We shall all look out for each other." Before they could exchange further pleasantries, Shin Ani returned with the cold noodles. The table was adorned with ingredients, allowing them to adjust the flavors to their liking. Qian Yai nodded. "You go about your work. We can manage ourselves." Shin Ani accepted this, for the restaurant was bustling with patrons, each arriving and departing in a steady flow, necessitating his attention for registration, serving, and clearing the tables and bowls left behind. Luo Yuexin had emerged from the kitchen, assuming the role of cashier. Before departing, every guest lavished praise upon the Liangpi, and with each payment received, her smile broadened. The influx of customers converged within a short span, leaving everyone slightly bewildered by the bustling activity. Ultimately, there was a shortage of Liangpi, prompting Shun Ani and the others to take turns preparing the dough anew. Even Xinghuan, invigorated, assisted in steaming the noodles, while Qining dashed about delivering bowls. Some patrons, charmed by his adorability, could not resist teasing him, asking why such a small child was working. The little fellow earnestly explained that everyone was busy, and he wanted to contribute in any way he could, which elicited affectionate remarks from the customers. As the last few guests remained, Su Si and the others finally slowed their pace, managing to extricate themselves from the kitchen. It was exhausting, more so than when they sold boxed meals, Shun Yinqing lamented, expressing that if not for everyone at home being occupied, he would have considered abandoning it altogether. It is indeed tiring, but it's just a few hours. And once mealtime passes, we can relax, Lu Yu comforted. The thought that dinner would arrive in just a few hours left Shen Yinqing feeling somewhat despondent. As he slumped over the table, his mind adrift. Nonsense about despair. Our splendid lives are just beginning. We are on the cusp of a new journey. With the future holding boundless possibilities, Su Si quickly countered, sensing the weight of his words. Words carry power, and she believed that such negative sentiments could have an impact. Come on, be like me, dispel those thoughts. Shen Yinqing hesitated, but under Su Si's compelling gaze, he reluctantly echoed her sentiments. Satisfied, Su Si noticed the others chuckling at the scene. A Si is right. Let us speak of joy and refrain from uttering unpleasant words. Shinani wholeheartedly agreed, adding that in the military, such talk would surely undermine morale. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Su Si stood and inquired, "Fortunately, I had a bite this morning. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to endure it now. I'll fetch us some liangpi. How would you all like it prepared?" "I'll have it cold and dressed," Shun Ani replied, feeling a need for something refreshing. "I want to roll it up." Qining's eyes sparkled, finding chopsticks somewhat cumbersome, while rolling the liangpi suited him perfectly. The final order consisted of 3 rolled liangpi and 4 dress servings, and she decided to have a rolled one as well to avoid any splatter. "Ussi, Ussi." Just as Su Si was about to head to the kitchen, she heard 2 voices calling her name in unison. Mr. Qian and Butcher Li exchanged surprised glances, each astonished to hear the other call out. "Grandpa Qian, Uncle Li, you've come. Please, come in," Su Si exclaimed with delight, hurriedly ushering them inside. After deciding against setting up a stall, they had informed the 2 men, hoping to spare them the wait for their homemade meals. They had also shared the news of their impending opening the day before, asking Grandpa Qian to speak with the crew, which might bring in some familiar faces. Ping, and, having secured his father's consent, happily chatted with Qining, who had also come along. Shen's father and the others stood to greet them as well. Su Si simply introduced the 2 to each other and inquired, "Have you dined yet? Would you care for some cold noodles?" Li the butcher chuckled heartily. "Of course. Bring me 2 portions. I've been eagerly awaiting this. Please include 1 for me as well. It's been ages since I've savored a meal that truly pleases my palate since you ceased your stall operations," Mr. Qian lamented. "Very well. Do you have any dietary restrictions? How about spice levels? I'd like mine moderately spicy, and ping and should be slightly spicy. I also prefer mine moderately spicy," Li the butcher added without hesitation. As for Mr. Qian's request, Su Si hesitated momentarily. "What sort of look is that? Don't let my age deceive you. I can certainly handle medium spice, mister," Qian retorted with a hint of pride. All right, you're still young at heart," Su Si replied soothingly, as if coaxing a child. Su Jinyue also rose to assist in the kitchen. There wasn't too much cold noodle left, but preparing 11 portions was more than sufficient. For Mr. Qian, she opted for a mild spice level to spare him any discomfort, as she hoped he wouldn't endure a fiery meal just to maintain appearances. If he truly could handle spiciness, she could always add more later. For her own portion, she generously added plenty of gluten, finally achieving her long-desired gluten freedom. Before long, everything was ready, and Shun Ani and the others arrived to help serve the dishes. "Hey, Susi, what are you eating?" Lee the butcher, who had been relishing his cold noodles, noticed that Susi and the others were enjoying something different and inquired curiously. "That looks quite appetizing." "Huh, this is rolled cold noodles. The ingredients are the same, but the method of consumption differs. See what is written on the wall? There are various other ways to enjoy it," Susi explained, pointing towards the wall. Lee the butcher glanced in the direction Susi indicated. Although his literacy was limited, he recognized the words. "I really want to try the other methods, but my stomach has its limits. However, I reckon I could manage a bit more," he thought to himself. Mr. Chien was thoroughly enjoying his meal. When he lifted his head, some sauce clung to his beard, and he beamed with pride. "See, I can handle medium spice without any issue." "Indeed, Mr. Chien, you are as robust as ever," Susi exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. When she caught Su Jinyue's gaze, they both shared a silent laugh. Chi Ning and Ping were not consuming the same dish, yet they were unperturbed, sharing their meals amicably. Aware that Susi and the others would soon be busy again, Lee the butcher and Mr. Chien did not linger. Even though Lu Yuexin insisted on not accepting their payment, it was unavoidable. "If you continue like this, we might hesitate to return. It would seem as though we came merely to take advantage, and I cannot bear such a notion," Mr. Chien asserted, firmly placing his money on the counter. Lee the butcher chuckled in agreement. "What Mr. Chien says is true. We are not destitute. Please, bring me another rolled cold noodle for the road." Only then did Lu Yuexin accept the payment. They had not prepared the colorful cold noodles, as it would have required additional procedures, and they were simply short-staffed. Qing Huan and Qi Ning retreated to their room in the backyard to rest, while Su Si and the others resumed their tasks. After school, a group of 3 emerged. Among them, a young man in a blue attire wore a look of skepticism. "Brother Feng, are you certain that the cold noodles you mentioned are truly delicious? I've never heard of them. Could it be that I am simply uninformed?" "Certainly, I have nearly savored every delicacy in the county, and I wholeheartedly recommend this cold noodle dish," Shi Ruofeng assured them with a pat on his chest. "Very well, let us give it a try," replied another gentleman in white, his face adorned with a gentle smile and an air of elegance. "Look how much Brother Yuqing trusts me. Brother Xiaoyu, how could you possibly doubt my taste? It truly saddens me," Shi Ruofeng lamented, clutching his chest as if in genuine pain, though his expression was playful. "This is hardly a matter of doubt. One naturally inquires more about the unfamiliar," Lin Xiaoyu retorted lightly, playfully nudging him. Shi Ruofeng feigned a dramatic reaction, which left Lin Xiaoyu speechless, as the two engaged in their playful banter. Bai Yuqing observed them with a soft smile, indulgently watching his 2 friends. "This is it," Shi Ruofeng declared, adjusting his attire as he prepared to usher them inside. Bai Yuqing paused, gazing at the shop sign. Lin Xiaoyu nudged him again, asking, "What is wrong?" "Nothing, merely lost in thought, feeling the passage of time," Bai Yuqing replied thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" "This is one of my family's shops. It used to sell fabric, but now it has been rented out. I recall planting an osmanthus tree in the backyard. I wonder if it still stands." "What is the dilemma?" "We can simply ask the restaurant staff," Shi Ruofeng remarked casually. Bai Yuqing chuckled and nodded, realizing he had overthought it. It was merely a small matter. Shi Ruofeng led them into a private room and waved at Shun Jingchuan. "Hello, could you please bring me a plate of stir-fried cold noodles? What would you like?" "Brother Xiaoyu and Brother Yuqing, let us have what you had for lunch. Didn't you say it was delightful?" Lin Xiaoyu suggested. "All right, then 2 portions of mixed cold noodles as well." Once Shin Jingchuan had exited, Lin Xiaoyu inquired, "What did you order?" "Look at the wall. There are several ways to enjoy it. I plan to sample all of them," Shi Ruofeng replied. Having already devised a plan to return the next day to try different variations for lunch and dinner, ensuring he would taste them all, he needn't worry about the cost, as his family was affluent in the grain business. When the cold noodles arrived, both friends understood why Shi Ruofeng had so vigorously recommended them. They were chewy and refreshing, a delightful balance of sour and spicy that invigorated the mind with each bite. Lin Xiaoyu raised his head, arching an eyebrow. "Brother Ruofeng, do share some with me." "I've already had my fill," Shi Ruofeng replied. "We are all men here. What is the harm?" "Very well, then do pass me some of yours." They exchanged a pair of chopsticks. Knowing that Bai Yuqing had a habit of never sharing his bowl with others, thus there was no need to inquire. The stir-fried cold noodles, while not as refreshing as the mixed variant, offered a comforting sense of homeliness and satisfaction. As they settled the bill, Bayuching softly asked, "May I inquire if the osmanthus tree in the backyard still remains?" He had only spent a brief period there during his childhood, afterwards engrossed in his studies, and had never returned to see it again. Luo Yueshin initially puzzled over how he knew about the osmanthus tree, but upon observing his demeanor, she began to piece things together. "Are you the young master of the Bai family?" Bai Yuqing nodded. Upon hearing this, Luo Yueshin smiled and said, "Indeed, it remains. Master Bai specifically instructed that the osmanthus tree be preserved, as it was planted by you during your childhood." Bai Yuqing felt a stir of emotions. After all, it was merely a tree. Thinking of Uncle Bai, after years of companionship, he had come to regard him as a mentor. He expressed his gratitude to Lu Yueshin before departing with his companions. As evening descended, the heat abated, prompting many to take leisurely strolls. They encountered a newly opened restaurant, and upon hearing the rave reviews from patrons, a steady stream of customers began to enter. Judging by their attire, people from the East District were also present. Su Si and his companions were so busy that they hardly noticed the passage of time, only realizing the hour when the crowd finally thinned out. After tidying up, they ventured home under the twinkling stars. In the glow of the lanterns, Lu Yueshin's eyes sparkled, her fingers deftly working the abacus. After a considerable time, she exhaled softly, smiling as she announced, "Today's revenue amounts to 695 won, with 385 servings sold. To think there was such a sum, nearly equivalent to a month's rent." Shinani marveled. "Indeed, this is far more lucrative than street vending." "Patience," Lu Yueshin replied calmly. "I must calculate the costs." As she did, she seemed to regain her prior focus. 1 pound of flour yielded 6 wrappers, translating to 4 servings, plus those they had consumed themselves, totaling 100 pounds of flour. At 10 won per pound, that accounted for 1,000,001, a significant portion. The bean sprouts and cucumbers cost 400 won today, while other seasonings and firewood could be estimated at around 151. Adding the rent, the total cost reached 1,651. Thus our profit stands at 1,045 won. The group basked in the immense joy of their success. A day's profit of 1 tael could lead to a monthly total of 30 taels. It was noteworthy that many had not earned even a single tael in a month. Su Si, while elated, remained cognizant of the business's nature. After all, it was merely the first day, and many had come merely to sample. Tomorrow, there was no guarantee of such numbers. They understood. It had been the same during their street vending days. "Yes, let us maintain a balanced perspective and continue our efforts," they resolved, drawing on their past experiences. Su Si glanced at Qing Huan, who had unknowingly fallen asleep against his shoulder, and his heart ached. Once this month concluded, they would ensure she received some nourishing medicine. The little girl, despite feeling unwell, had persevered to stay by their side, her delicate, slender face reminiscent of a small kitten, evoking a desire to care for her even more tenderly. Lu Yueshin felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Of course, she was concerned for her own daughter. She had originally intended to discuss hiring help once the business stabilized. "Shall we consider employing some staff?" Shun Yinqing inquired tentatively, feeling exhausted and yearning for respite. The prospect of hiring staff meant additional expenses, and he mused how delightful it would be to earn money while resting at home. Lu Yueshin playfully tapped his head. "Look at you, dreaming of comfort before we've even made a significant profit. If the recipe for the cold noodles were to be leaked, you'd have no one to blame but yourself." At present, their family's livelihood hinged on the cold noodles. Though the recipe was simple, there was always a risk of imitation. Yet, as Asi had remarked, it was wise to seize the opportunity to profit while they could. Seeing that his suggestion was met with disapproval, Shun Yinqing withdrew slightly, falling silent. If it was not meant to be, so be it. Chapter 54, Profit Distribution. I have an announcement to make. Lu Yueshin's expression was solemn, her tone imbued with gravity, causing everyone to turn their attention towards her. "It is this. After thoughtful deliberation with your father, we have concluded that now that we have established a shop, it differs significantly from our previous street vending. Each shop has its own set of established rules. We can no longer mingle all our earnings together. As you all are aware, the success of this venture primarily rests upon C's contributions. Lu Yuexin glanced at Shun Ani, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to continue. Therefore, we have decided to separate the profits, distributing the funds according to each individual's actual contributions. After a brief pause, she invited, if anyone has thoughts on this, please feel free to share. Except for Shun Ani. The others were taken aback by her sudden proposal. The oil lamp flickered on the table, its wick burning steadily, sending wisps of black smoke that slowly dissipated into the air. Shen Jingchuan spoke first. I support this proposal. It is indeed the right approach. It is fortunate to have such income. If it were not for our connection as family, I am certain she would achieve similar success with anyone else. He was no fool. Continuing to intermingle their finances would mean they were unjustly benefiting. Times had changed. It was no longer a matter of communal finances as long as they remained unseparated. However, calculating based on separation, while seemingly fair, would be unjust to Susi. Although the specifics were unclear, it was evident that she and Achun had made little progress, and the future remained uncertain. Regardless, her capabilities were sufficient to ensure her own well-being. If they continued to mingle their finances, a portion of what was rightfully hers would undoubtedly be usurped by them. It was inherently their responsibility as a couple to support Qi Ning, and the cost of her education would also be considerable. Qing Huan was his sister. Until she could earn her keep, it was only natural for their parents, he, and Achun to support her. Asi bore no obligation to share this burden. Jingchuan's stance mirrored my own. Su Jinwei had also contemplated this issue, though she had not anticipated it being raised today. Shen Yinqing had no objections either. He had previously spent family funds without concern, and whether or not they divided it mattered little, so long as he received his share. Su Si, however, remained silent, neither accepting nor rejecting the proposal. Deep down, she recognized the merit of such an arrangement. Uncertain about the future and the possibility of separation, she found solace in having the money securely in her hands. While she had no objections to the current state of affairs, she did not dismiss the potential for future entanglements and conflicts. The Shen family treated her sincerely, and she wished to avoid reaching that point. Seeing no opposition, Lu Yuexin closed the ledger. With the month nearing its end, I plan to start distributing the profits at the end of each month from next month onward. 30% of the earnings will be set aside as working capital, and the remaining profits will be divided directly. Asi will receive 50%, while the 5 of us will each take 10%. That works for us, Shun Jingchuan said, taking Su Jinyue's hand in agreement. After all, Asi was not only laboring alongside them, but also investing in the recipes. The recipes and craftsmanship were the most valuable assets. The method of allocation seems to have been decided. Susi hastily declared, "Mother, I only require 40, and the remaining 10 should be evenly distributed between Qi Ning and Qing Huan. We are all family and cannot exclude them in such a manner. Moreover, in a few years, they will have grown and be able to assist." Indeed, she was confident that with her abilities, running the business would become significantly easier, and the profits would feel almost effortless. It could be her way of expressing goodwill towards them. "Very well, we shall proceed as Asi suggests," Lu Yuexin affirmed decisively. She had indeed not misjudged Su Si. Given her kindness towards them, they too ought to reciprocate with even greater care. Thus, the profit distribution was settled that evening. Su Si felt invigorated, as the transition from public to private ownership greatly motivated her, igniting a fervent desire to commence work immediately. On the next day, when Qing Huan learned that she too would receive a share, Qi Ning was still too young to grasp the concept, yet she understood fully. Many sisters-in-law were reluctant to involve their younger sisters-in-law in family business, fearing that even a share would lead to outsiders benefiting. However, given that the second sister-in-law treated her sincerely, she was determined to reciprocate that kindness. In the evening, the money officer arrived at the restaurant accompanied by a lady and a young man. The lady possessed an enchanting and graceful appearance, her every smile and frown exuding charm, while the young man exhibited a dignified demeanor. "Who are these guests?" Shinani inquired as he approached to greet them. "This is my wife and son. I brought them to sample the fare," the officer replied. Shinani escorted them to their seats, noted their orders, and hurried to inform Su Si in the kitchen. "I understand. Father, I shall bring their meals shortly." Su Si swiftly prepared the dishes, her face adorned with a bright smile as she presented them. Following the officer's introduction, she exchanged pleasantries and then refrained from further interrupting their meal. Su Si found this form of social interaction somewhat exhausting. Unlike Liu Yuexin and the others who had been trained since childhood in the art of engaging with the families of officials, her involvement felt like a reluctant necessity, and she harbored a distaste for such dynamics, often feeling as though she were currying favor. A single outing left her more fatigued than an hour's worth of labor. Yet, there was little choice. Without power or influence, one needed some form of support in business. In the days that followed, the business stabilized considerably, selling approximately 350 servings of cold noodles daily. Everyone had become familiar with their tasks, eliminating many unnecessary steps. Customers would arrive and they would serve. When no customers came, they could rest, alleviating much of the fatigue. Among the 4 methods of preparation, the most popular was the cold mixed noodles, followed by rolled noodles, with stir-fried noodles coming in third. The hot soup noodles were seldom ordered, likely due to the warm weather. As they observed their success, it was inevitable that some would inquire about the recipe for the cold noodles. However, they remained tight-lipped, offering only smiles in response, ensuring that others left without the answers they sought while maintaining amicable relations. On this particular day, Su Si had just exited the kitchen, feeling the oppressive heat within. She exchanged roles with Liu Yuexin and took on the task of collecting payments in the cooler space. "Miss Su, why have you changed places?" a voice inquired. "I just returned from the sea, and it was the elderly gentleman from the pancake shop who informed me of your whereabouts, which made it easy for me to find you." Upon hearing someone speak, she lifted her head, recognizing a somewhat familiar face before her. Upon closer inspection, it was a crew member who frequently purchased their boxed meals, presumably named Wenching. In recent days, familiar patrons had been intermittently visiting, nearly all inquiring in a similar manner. She adeptly explained, chuckling, that there had been a minor incident. "We developed a new dish. Would you care to try it?" "Bring me a portion," he replied. "Upon my return, I heard much about this cold noodle dish that has recently gained popularity." Su Si smiled with satisfaction. "Indeed, it is quite delightful. How could it not become a sensation throughout the county?" Chapter 55. The yellow dog, where did this dog come from? Someone shoo it away. It's filthy. Hearing the commotion, Su Si immediately approached the source of the outcry. A slender yellow dog was cautiously extending its paw towards a female customer, only to retract it upon noticing her disdainful gesture. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, it timidly curled up, attempting to occupy less space. The dog's face bore a beseeching expression. As it opened its mouth to whine, not only did the woman recoil, but several others hastily stood and retreated. "Is this dog going to bite?" someone questioned. "Where's the staff? Hurry and handle this." Su Si cautiously edged closer to the yellow dog, realizing it posed no threat and seemed to relax. Turning to reassure the crowd, she said, "Fear not. This dog does not bite. It is likely just hungry and seeking food." At that moment, Shun Ani and his companions also gathered around, uncertain of how to react to the dog. Noticing Shun Ani's inclination to pick it up, Su Si shook her head. "While it appears non-aggressive now, it doesn't guarantee it won't bite. If the act of picking it up provokes it, a bite could occur, and without rabies vaccines in ancient times, caution is warranted. Come here, come here." Su Si called gently as she led the dog toward the entrance. The yellow dog stood up, glanced around, and trotted after her. Once outside, it did not immediately leave, but sat before her, its wet eyes evoking a sense of compassion within Su Si. Turning to Shun Ani, who was following anxiously, she instructed, "Father, please fetch some food from the kitchen." As he went to retrieve it, Su Si gradually crouched down. The yellow dog seemed to sense her benign intentions and the promise of food, growing increasingly affectionate towards her. It lay on the ground, exposing its belly, rolling side to side, and emitting soft whimpers. Upon closer inspection, it appeared even more emaciated, its bones nearly visible beneath its skin. Aside from being somewhat dirty, it bore no visible wounds. Su Si gazed at it with a warm smile, yet refrained from touching it. The adjacent shop sold liquor, and the shopkeeper emerged fanning himself. surprised at the sight. "Ah, it's you," he remarked. Susie looked up at him, curious, and asked, "Do you know its story?" "Certainly. Nearly everyone around here is aware. Its original owner also operated an eatery nearby, feeding it leftovers daily, making it quite plump. Now look at it." The shopkeeper sighed, fanning himself more vigorously. "Has it been abandoned?" "One could say that. Their eatery could no longer sustain itself. They relocated last winter, and we have no knowledge of their current whereabouts. The dog was left behind, cruelly tethered to a post before their departure. As for sustenance, passers-by occasionally tossed it scraps, allowing it to survive, albeit barely. The biting cold was unbearable. Eventually, someone, unable to bear the sight, severed its chain. It had been a long time since I had last seen it." The shopkeeper sighed, and upon noticing a customer approaching for wine, retreated into the back room. The more Susie listened, the more her heart ached. The dog was gazing at her with an endearing eagerness. She could not fathom how it had endured the winter in such a frail state. It must have been a struggle. "Aunt, I have brought the food," Chi-Ning joyfully announced, trailing behind Shan-Ani. While Shan-Ani retrieved the food from the kitchen, Su Jinwei casually inquired about its purpose. Upon learning of the dog begging for food, Chi-Ning's curiosity piqued, and he eagerly followed along. He peeked out from behind Shan-Ani, and the sight of the little dog captured his attention. So adorable. He nudged his grandfather, signaling him to hasten in delivering the food to Aunt. Even if the cold noodles were delicious, consuming them daily would soon become tiresome. They had resorted to mixing some cold dishes and steaming buns for their meals in recent days. Susie broke the bun into small pieces and gently placed them before the dog. The yellow dog sniffed the food and promptly devoured it with fervor. "Hey, don't rush. There's more," Chi-Ning exclaimed, worried by its gluttonous appetite. Seizing the moment while the dog was engrossed in its meal, Susie reached out to stroke its body. The dog trembled slightly, but continued eating. Its coarse, dry fur spoke volumes of its hardships. "How pitiful it is." "And can we adopt it?" "Absolutely," Susie replied, sharing the sentiment, as she too had developed a fondness for the dog. "Does that mean I can play with it from now on? Besides playing, you must also take care of it. Feed it and clean its bed." "I can do that," Chi-Ning promised earnestly. As they conversed, the yellow dog picked up the remaining food in its mouth and scampered away with its tail tucked. "Oh no!" Susie exclaimed, springing to her feet in an attempt to chase it. But seeing how far it had gone, she abandoned the thought. Chi-Ning was equally disappointed. "Aunt, does this mean we can't keep it?" "I'm not certain," Susie replied. Feeling helpless, she couldn't force it to stay. However, as it was nearby, they might encounter it again. "Is anyone there? I'd like to settle my bill." Upon hearing a request, Susie dismissed her worries, guiding Chi-Ning inside while responding. "Coming." During the afternoon break, Susie gathered everyone to discuss a recent feedback regarding their cold dishes. Someone mentioned they enjoyed our cold dishes and suggested we expand the menu. "I think that is a splendid idea. It's certainly easier to prepare than the cold noodles." Su Jinwei was the first to agree, exhausted from making cold noodles. "There's no need to time it. Just pour the batter into the pot and scoop it out once it's cooked," she added. Shan-Ani and the others nodded vigorously in support. Mixing the dough was indeed laborious, and they felt their biceps had developed significantly during this period. With no opposition, Susie made a decisive announcement. "Very well, starting tomorrow, we shall add more cold dishes and sell buns as the staple." "Will the cold dishes be sold individually?" "Let us calculate by weight. Considering the varying prices of meat and vegetables, they shall purchase as much as they can consume. Selling in portions would merely increase the workload and necessitate additional dishwashing. It is far more practical to prepare a large quantity and serve as needed." "So, how many servings of cold noodles shall we prepare for tomorrow?" If someone has already purchased cold dishes, the likelihood of them opting for cold noodles is minimal, thus making excess a waste. Susie furrowed her brow, contemplating carefully. "Let us prepare half of our usual amount, while making an equal portion of the cold dishes. I believe the cold dishes will sell quite well. One must dare to compete in order to triumph." After indulging in cold noodles for so long, should an alternative present itself, people would likely be eager to try it. Lu Yu contemplated further, which necessitated the preparation of additional items. "We must acquire scales for weighing, as well as containers for the cold dishes and a few more plates." as serving cold dishes on plates is considerably more appealing. "I shall go now," declared Shanani, whose vigor was unmatched and whose tendency to procrastinate was virtually non-existent, a testament to the discipline instilled in him by military training. Military orders are absolute, and at present, Lu Yu's words carried the weight of such orders. Chapter 56. The launch of cold dishes Su Si, based on the suggestions made by several individuals the previous day, settled on the menu for the cold dishes, which would include cold mixed pig ears, shredded chicken, cold eggplant, and cold potato slices. Naturally, the pig ears were procured from Butcher Lee. On her way home, she had informed him in advance, and he graciously set them aside for their collection the following day. To prepare the pig ears, they were placed in a pot of water along with dried chili peppers, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, cooking wine, and soy sauce, and boiled for 30 minutes before being removed and sliced for later use. For the shredded chicken, chicken thighs were chosen for their superior texture. They were boiled with the essential ingredients for 20 minutes, then cooled in cold water and torn in strips. A steamer was placed above to simultaneously steam the sliced eggplant. Finally, the cold potato slices required thin slicing, a task at which Shun Ani and Shun Jingchuan excelled, surprising everyone. Having trained extensively in martial arts, their dexterity and strength made the slicing rather effortless. Shun Ani remarked with a smile, his hands moving swiftly without needing to lower his gaze, producing evenly sliced potato pieces. Initially, they had adhered to the belief that a gentleman should distance himself from the kitchen. However, they had since grown accustomed to performing tasks within their capabilities. The sliced potatoes were soaked in water to remove excess starch, then blanched in boiling water for 30 seconds before being rinsed with cold water and drained into a bowl. As for the sauce, it was straightforward to prepare. Chili powder, minced garlic, white sesame seeds, chopped scallions, and small chili peppers were doused with hot oil, then mixed with soy sauce, vinegar, and an appropriate amount of sugar, creating a delightful concoction. This mixture was divided into 4 portions and carefully stirred into bowls containing different ingredients, ensuring that the shredded chicken included an extra touch of lemon slices. Each bowl was visually appealing, exuding a tantalizing aroma that promised a tangy and spicy delight. Unable to resist, Su Si took a slice of pig ear for herself, its spicy and crunchy texture prompting her to narrow her eyes in pleasure. It was simply exquisite. She adored the crispness. Su Jinyue and her companion had finished washing the pots and were now busy preparing the cold noodles. Observing them, Su Si could not resist offering them a piece. Lu Yu, with a cheerful smile, accepted it eagerly, while Su Jinyue appeared somewhat shy. She was only fed during her childhood. As she grew older, no one offered her such intimate gestures. Especially as the daughter of a minister, she was taught that every word and action must adhere to propriety. After marriage, her husband and son would occasionally feed her, but beyond that, such moments were scarce. At previous banquets, she had observed that some close friends would engage in these affectionate acts. Yet she, confident in her own demeanor, found it difficult to receive similar treatment from others. Now, experiencing this warmth, she felt an unexpected joy. Su Si, however, was oblivious to her unease, as she had fed everyone, except for Shun Ani and the other 2. Feeding others was a commonplace act for her. Particularly as a cook, she derived great pleasure from witnessing the satisfied expressions of those who had finished their meals. Since they opened their shop, the backyard had become secure. If the butcher and his companions decided to dine there at noon, they would send Ping and over early to play with the 2 children. At that moment, the 2 little ones were huddled in a corner of the kitchen, relishing their treats. Qi Ning beamed with pride, declaring, "Annie's pig ears are delicious, aren't they?" Ping nodded vigorously, determined to tell his father that they must save some pig ears for Sister Su. As for the term of address, Su Si and the others had deliberated on it, ultimately deciding to refer to each other individually. If they insisted on a hierarchy, Ping would have to call Su Si Annie, which caused both children to gasp in horror and vehemently refuse, leading to a more casual approach. Sure, Ruofeng initially intended to seek out new culinary delights that day, but upon passing by the shop and noticing a notice announcing new cold dishes, he promptly decided to dine there. The interior remained unchanged, except for the addition of a new table beside the counter, adorned with 4 large bowls. The sight was undeniably captivating, rivaling that of any grand restaurant. "Miss Sue, how are these cold dishes priced?" he inquired. "The 2 meat dishes are priced at 18 won per jean, and the vegetarian ones at 6 won per jean. You can take as much as you like, and we'll throw in steam bun." Their buns were a delightful blend of coarse and fine flour, with the latter predominating, making them exceptionally soft. Shuruofing merely inquired about the price, but his thoughts were already consumed by the allure of the cold dishes. "I'll have half a jean of each, please. That's a total of 2 jeans, plus a bun. Are you certain you can finish it all?" Susie observed the delicate young gentleman before her, concerned that he might not realize the weight of 2 jeans and would end up wasting food. Unable to suppress a laugh, Shuruofing replied, "Miss Sue, you are truly kind. If it were anyone else, they would hope I would order more, regardless of whether I could finish it. It's not merely a matter of kindness. If you order more than you can consume, what if someone else comes and find it all gone? I do hope for a good turnout on the first day to gather feedback," she explained, though there was also a reluctance to let him waste his money. Susie decided to let the misunderstanding stand without further clarification. She earnestly illustrated, "On average, we sell cold noodles with condiments for just about 1 jean." After pondering for a moment, Shuruofing reassured her, "Don't worry, I can finish it. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, and am quite hungry now." "Very well, since you say so, I shall not press further," Susie conceded. Each type of cold dish was carefully weighed in a bowl, ensuring to subtract the weight of the bowl itself, and once prepared, they were artistically arranged into 4 small heaps on a large platter that Shun Ani had meticulously selected, one even larger than a face. Finally, he bent down to retrieve a warm steamed bun from the bucket at his feet, placing it atop the arranged delicacies, completing the presentation. "Here you go. Hold this." Unlike the straightforward pricing of cold noodles, where a single serving is clearly defined, this arrangement necessitated an upfront payment to avoid confusion later on concerning the expenses incurred. As Shuruofing accepted the platter, he was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma emanating from the dishes. He eagerly took his seat and sampled each dish, discovering that although the sauces were fundamentally similar, the flavors differed remarkably due to the distinct textures of the various ingredients. The preparation was also quite refined. Even the cold pig ears, though served as a salad, had undergone marination, surpassing the quality of what some upscale restaurants might offer. The combination of a cold dish with a bun was truly harmonious. One patron, having just tasted the pig ears, immediately called out, "Boss, bring me some wine." Cold marinated pig ears are indeed the quintessential accompaniment to alcohol, and their delightful preparation made them all the more enticing. Most diners opted to sample the cold dishes first, leading to the rapid depletion of the 4 bowls. Those arriving later expressed their dissatisfaction, especially as they observed others relishing their meals. "Is there really none left?" they implored. Susie, with a hint of regret, explained, "I'm sorry, but we truly have sold out. We only prepare a limited quantity, and once it's gone, it's gone. If you wish to indulge, you'll have to wait until the evening." The limited availability of the cold dishes served a dual purpose. It created a sense of urgency that heightened customers' desire to purchase, and it also reflected the reality of their labor. One cannot exhaust themselves solely for profit. Chapter 57. Lemon with no other option. The patrons reluctantly settled for cold noodles. While the noodles were indeed delicious, the allure of the unattainable always lingers. As they savored their meals, their minds were preoccupied with thoughts of the cold dishes, silently vowing to arrive early that evening. Those who had secured their portions earlier felt a sense of pride, basking in the envious glances of others as they indulged and commented appreciatively on their feast. Such attention seemed to enhance the flavor of their food, as if the very act of being envied made their meal even more delightful. Susie observed this scene with pleasure, but still prompted Shun Ani to amend the notice to stipulate a minimum purchase of 3 taels. Earlier, an elderly woman had purchased just over a tael of vegetarian dishes, spending a mere penny to receive a bun along with some vegetables. It is worth noting that a single bun typically sells for 2 pennies outside, making her deal rather unprofitable for them, despite their mixed dough. However, this was a lesson learned, as they had not anticipated such a situation, but it would not be allowed to happen again. Upon glancing up, Susie was pleasantly surprised to see a yellow dog patiently waiting outside, watching her intently. Excited, she informed Shinani and hurriedly stepped outside with the bun in hand. The weather was sweltering, and the dog panted heavily, its tongue lolling out. After Susie offered the bun, she quickly returned inside to fetch a bowl of water. It seemed as though the dog had been parched for quite some time, as it gulped down nearly half the bowl before finally pausing. With a gentle nudge against Susie's leg, it picked up the remaining bun and trotted away. Susie was mentally prepared. Upon witnessing its departure, she was no longer taken aback. It was quite agreeable, as she remained unburdened by hunger and enjoyed her freedom, considering it a form of emancipation. Inside the establishment, patrons indulged in delectable dishes, with several attendants carrying food containers to take away. One could not help but marvel at the luxurious life of the affluent. It bore little distinction from running errands, allowing them to savor their preferred delicacies without the inconvenience of exposure to the sun. The cold dishes in the evening were particularly popular. Those with limited means opted for more vegetarian fare, perhaps a steamed bun, while the wealthy indulged their whims, choosing whatever they fancied. "Miss Sue, your cold dishes are simply exquisite. Indeed, my wife has also prepared this cold pig ear dish, but the flavor pales in comparison. She claims it to be her specialty, and I shall bring her here tomorrow to see if she dares to compare." Although the man spoke casually, his eyes radiated affection when he mentioned his wife, eliciting benevolent smiles from the crowd. I was astonished to discover that eggplant could be served cold. It was refreshingly soft, perfectly suited for someone like me with delicate teeth. Nowadays, everyone brushes their teeth with willow twigs. One can only wonder how effective that truly is. Not only does it fail to clean properly, but it also harms the gums. It's a miracle if one's teeth remain intact. It seems that the production of proper toothbrushes should be prioritized, although she is still young. She cannot withstand such dental destruction and certainly does not wish to be plagued by bad teeth at a tender age. Without a dentist in sight, the discomfort could be unbearable. In the cold shredded chicken dish, there was a green fruit that I had previously purchased. Its sourness was overwhelming, enough to make one's teeth ache. I was surprised to find it so well suited in the dish. Indeed, I find the acidity just right with a delightful fragrance. As he spoke, he picked up a slice of lemon and consumed it directly. On this note, encountering the lemon was quite a serendipitous delight. Earlier that morning, while Susie was at the market procuring supplies, she stumbled upon a couple embroiled in a quarrel. Curiosity is a trait inherent in all, and Susie was no exception. She squatted nearby, pretending to arrange her purchases, while her full attention was captivated by their conversation. The woman wore a stern expression, accusing the man of being seen with another woman beneath a tree who had left with tears in her eyes. She demanded clarity on the situation. Susie felt a surge of excitement, imagining a scenario of two women and one man. The man insisted that nothing untoward had occurred. The woman had merely taken advantage of him. He had gathered some fruit to sell, and the woman had simply snatched one. He found the encounter perplexing, as they were strangers to one another. At that moment, he was at a loss for words, merely observing as the woman took a bite and then began to cry. Alarmed by what he perceived as madness, he dared not speak. Yet rumors of the incident circulated, leaving him feeling unjustly accused. The woman remained skeptical, asserting that it was implausible for someone to simply take another's belongings. Susie, however, understood that such individuals exist in this world, encompassing a myriad of personalities. When the man sensed her disbelief, he retrieved a green fruit from a nearby basket, wiped it on his clothing, and thrust it into the mouth of the woman, who appeared poised to say something. In the next moment, tears streamed from her eyes. The man maintained a semblance of composure, inquiring if she now comprehended the situation. The young woman nodded slightly, casting the fruit aside. He wiped away her tears, and the couple reconciled. Originally, Susie was quite content, having heard the entire gossip, and was about to take his leave when the discarded fruit rolled to her side. Upon seeing it was a lemon, she hastily inquired whether the man still had any of those fruits left, disregarding the tender moment between the couple. Startled, they retrieved the fruit to show Susie. With a grand gesture, he decided to purchase everything, as the price was reasonable, 1 coin per pound. After all, these lemons came from wild trees, incurring minimal costs. Merely the labor involved, yielding some modest earnings. Susie suggested they return to gather more and deliver them directly to her shop the following day. Lemons could be utilized in various culinary delights, and they made splendid beverages as well. In particular, the lemon water from a certain establishment was her absolute favorite, perfectly balanced with just the right amount of sweetness. As she pondered this, the proprietor of the neighboring liquor store peeked in through the door, beckoning her. "What is it you require of me?" she inquired. "I wish to discuss a matter with you," he replied. The innkeeper, somewhat bashful, rubbed his hands together. Closing the fan he typically wielded. "You see, ever since you introduced cold dishes today, many patrons have been inclined to order some liquor. I would like to propose a collaboration. If anyone requests wine, you can procure it for me, and I shall offer you a 2-coin commission for each bottle sold. What do you think?" Susie hesitated, considering the high price of the liquor. They had not stocked many bottles previously, and half had already sold today. They had originally purchased the liquor from next door, intending to sell it at a markup, which was customary for restaurants. However, they soon realized that customers were not unaware. The tavern was conveniently close, and patrons would not hesitate to walk a few extra steps rather than pay more. Thus, they decided to sell everything at the original price. They had not intended to profit from the liquor, but here was the tavern owner, unexpectedly proposing a partnership. From his perspective, there were other liquor vendors as well. If someone else approached him for a collaboration, using a competitor's wine at the same price would mean he lost out on potential earnings. Susie suppressed her inner excitement. "Very well. I shall summon my father to draft a written agreement. Please wait a moment." The last time she had signed a contract, she had vowed to start learning to read, yet she had not managed to learn a single character since then. After a long day, she felt utterly exhausted and unable to study. Those who could work and learn simultaneously were truly impressive. Chapter 58, refreshing beverages, an additional source of income, was undoubtedly beneficial for them. Although it could not compare to their business earnings, even the smallest profit was worthwhile. The following day, the couple indeed arrived punctually with the lemons. "I hope you can take all of these," the man said, somewhat reserved. Yesterday, Susie had purchased only half a basket, but today he brought an entire basket. The woman appeared anxious, showing no trace of the previous day's quarrel. "We selected the finest fruits from the tree, freshly picked this morning." Susie inspected the lemons. Each was sizable, without blemish, and still glistening with dew. "All right, I will take them all. Please weigh them for me." As she examined the lemons, the couple's gaze followed her every movement, filled with anticipation. Upon hearing her response, smiles immediately illuminated their faces. "All right." The man swiftly produced a scale, showing Susie the markings. "A little over 30 Gene. I'll round it down to 30 Gene." Susie nodded, handing them 30 coins, and poured the lemons into her basket, ready to carry them indoors. The woman cautiously inquired, "Miss, will you need more of these fruits tomorrow?" "I probably want tea," Susie replied. "I barely used a bit from yesterday's half basket, and with today as full basket. It's more than sufficient." Hearing her answer, the woman appeared somewhat disappointed, yet she endeavored to maintain a semblance of cheerfulness. "I understand. If you do need more, you can find us at the market. We usually sell vegetables there." Susie nodded, feeling a pang of guilt. Although she wished to assist them, she simply couldn't utilize so many. "Susie, why did you buy so many lemons? Won't they spoil?" Lu Yueshin, busy with her tasks, noticed the additional basket and curiously asked. "It's fine. These can last at least half a month. Plus, I plan to make a drink with them." "What kind of drink?" With Lu Yueshin's question, everyone paused, turning their attention to Susie. "Just simple lemonade, sweet and sour. If only I had ice, it would be even more refreshing." "Well, Susie, you can prepare that, and we can handle the food," she replied, thinking that making lemonade was not too laborious. Susie agreed, nodding. She casually picked 6 lemons, washed them clean with salt, discarded the ends, and sliced them thinly, removing the seeds. Since the iron pot was in use, she added rock sugar and water to a clay pot, simmering it gently. Once white bubbles began to form, the syrup was ready. She poured the hot syrup over the lemon slices in a bowl, covered it, and let it steep for a while. Then, she set a bucket of boiled water in the well to cool for later use, and continued with her other tasks. It was said that drinking lemon water could lighten one's complexion. though she was uncertain of its truth. The copper mirror had tarnished, making it difficult to discern her skin tone. She extended her hand, moving it up and down. My hand seems a bit lighter? Unsure, she asked Mother. Have I become a little fairer? Lu Yuexin gazed at her for a moment. It seems so, but since I see you every day, you look much the same to me. With that, Su Si turned her attention to Su Jinwei. You do seem fairer than when you were at the stall. You have a constitution that doesn't tan easily. I was quite surprised to see you darken, but I didn't mention it to spare your feelings. Now, it definitely looks more normal. Unable to resist, Su Si touched her face, delighted by the good news. Seeing her joy, Lu Yuexin smiled. Now that we don't have to go outside, we won't be sunburned, and you'll only get fairer. I believe there's another reason, Su Si suggested, pointing to the iron pot. It's the steam from the pot. Can steam really lighten one's complexion? Lu Yuexin questioned, feeling the heat as if she were placed in a steamer, needing to step outside for fresh air from time to time. Indeed, have you all noticed how remarkably smooth and tender your skin has become recently? It seems so. Su Jinwei hesitated to respond, her mind conjuring vivid images that made her cheeks flush, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze. Beside her, Shun Jingchuan, who was in the midst of kneading dough, could not suppress a smile. Just last night, he had remarked that her complexion was as delicate as a freshly shelled egg, which had tempted him to peck at it a few times, though that was a matter best kept between them. Lu Xinyue pondered this and realized it was indeed true. It was akin to the experience of soaking in a hot spring. I recall that every time I emerge from one, I feel similarly revitalized. Indeed, both methods utilize steam to elevate skin temperature, enhance blood circulation, and boost metabolism, while also aiding in skin hydration. However, Su Si had yet to indulge in a hot spring. Once she amassed a fortune, she would certainly relish the experience. After steeping the lemon slices for roughly an hour and a half, Su Si retrieved 8 cups from the corner, previously used for selling sour plum soup. She placed 2 fresh lemon slices in each cup, added a touch of syrup, and finally poured in chilled water, stirring with chopsticks. Everyone gets 1 cup. If it's insufficient, feel free to mix more, she announced. After tasting it, she found that, aside from the absence of ice, the flavor was delightful. The refreshing lemon water served to awaken the senses of her busy companions. As her guests began to eagerly snatch up the cold dishes, Su Si took a moment to think of the dog, stepping outside with a bun to wait. Before long, it approached, and after satisfying its hunger, it wandered off, allowing Su Si to return to the kitchen with peace of mind. With deft fingers, she swiftly prepared a portion of cold noodles, exhibiting far more agility than during her previous attempts at embroidery. With a series of precise cuts, she neatly arranged the noodles in different bowls. Once the flavors were confirmed, she would mix them in a basin without rush. Noticing a lull in activity, Su Si carried a cup of lemonade outside to survey the scene. A customer called out to her, "Hey, Miss Su, what are you drinking? It smells delightful." Su Si gently swirled her cup and replied, "Oh, this? It is my homemade lemonade." With her gesture, the citrus aroma wafted through the air, enticing those around her. "Do you sell this lemonade?" Initially, she had intended it solely for her family, but with the inquiry, her thoughts shifted, and she replied, "Yes, but it is not inexpensive, 3 won per cup." This price deterred some, yet the customer who had initially called out declared, "I'll take a cup. I have tried many tea drinks, yet never have I encountered such a fragrance." "Certainly, 1 moment please." Just as Su Si was about to fetch it, several others decided they too desired a cup. "I trust Miss Su's craftsmanship. This 3 won is surely worth it." Having operated the shop for some time, patrons recognized Su Si as the true chef. Initially skeptical due to her youth, they were now won over by her cold dishes. "Indeed, I must secure my order quickly. I do not wish to miss out like the cold dishes, which vanish if one is tardy." Chapter 59, The Obsession of Women with Whitening. Suddenly, someone clapped their hands. "Ah, I remember. Did you not sell sour plum soup during the Dragon Boat Festival?" Su Si smiled softly and nodded. "The flavor of that sour plum soup is truly delightful. I suspect this lemonade might also be quite pleasant. But I recall that the sour plum soup is priced at 2 coins, so why is the lemonade 3 coins? It must require more rock sugar. And it even claims to aid in skin whitening. Is that really true? Does it genuinely have a whitening effect?" upon hearing Sue C's response. Even those women who initially showed no interest found themselves intrigued. In a nutshell, while the men focused on the notion that the higher price is due to the increased sugar content, the women were captivated by the potential beauty benefits. After all, which woman does not desire to enhance her beauty? There is indeed some assistance, but one cannot claim that merely consuming it will lead to whitening. Even medicinal drinks do not achieve such effects, right? The woman pondered this reasoning and decided, I'll have a cup as well. If you wish to achieve whitening, you should refrain from drinking this lemonade now. It is best enjoyed in the evening. Why is that? Sue C felt a bit perplexed. How could she explain this? She couldn't just say that lemons are photoreactive foods. After contemplating, she approached the matter from another angle. Consider this. If you drink it now, it will be working within your body, and stepping out into the sunlight would render it ineffective, wouldn't it? That made sense. Can I take the cup with me? Certainly. The cup deposit is 1 coin, which we will return when you bring it back next time. After a brief period of selling 5 cups, Liu Yuexin and others observed this and remarked that they would not partake, preferring to sell first and consume any leftovers later. Sue C proceeded to carry out the freshly washed lemons and syrup, mixing them for customers on site. Our lemonade allows you to choose the sweetness level. 2 spoons of syrup constitute full sweetness, while 1 spoon is half. How many spoons would you like? The first customer, eager to make a purchase, said, I'm not fond of sweet foods. Please prepare a half sugar for me. I will have 1.5 spoons. I want full sweetness. Sue C calmly prepared the drinks and handed them to the customers. Throughout this process, several women, after a moment of hesitation, decided to make a purchase as well. Days passed, and the weather grew increasingly warm. Fewer people ventured out for meals, which affected many businesses. However, Sue C and her companions fared relatively well. They continued selling cold dishes, cold noodles, feeding dogs, and lemonade. The yellow dog, having grown familiar with Sue C, would express its gratitude by affectionately nudging her after each meal. Sometimes, as they returned home at night, the dog would mysteriously appear and follow them all the way back, only to reappear near the shop the following day. Meanwhile, another establishment nearby also began selling cold dishes. Sue C paid little mind. Imitators are everywhere, and retaining customers ultimately depends on one's own capabilities. Nonetheless, she introduced cold noodles and cold fish to attract a new wave of patrons. The cold noodles were straightforward, noodles boiled and chilled, accompanied by garnishes and the sauce used for cold skin. They could be enjoyed on their own or enhanced with shredded chicken to create chicken cold noodles. Customers also developed a knack for specifying their preferences, not only regarding spice levels, but also expressing desires for sour and spicy, sweet and sour, or even numbing and sweet flavors. When Sue C first proposed cold fish, those unfamiliar with the concept initially assumed it referred to fish served cold. Upon witnessing the finished product, they could not help but marvel at yet another dish whose name belied its true nature. The cool fish is commonly made from starch. However, in ancient times, when productivity was low and even flour was scarce, the use of starch was out of the question. Thus, Sue C opted for an alternative method. Flour, cornmeal, and starch were added in a rough ratio of 5 to 2 to 1, with a pinch of salt, mixed with water to form a batter, which was then allowed to rest for a while. Cornmeal, being less expensive than flour, is classified as a coarse grain. Pure cornmeal lacks gluten and has a rough texture, while using only flour incurs high costs. Therefore, a small quantity of cornmeal is just right. In a pot, water is brought to a boil. An alkali is added before slowly pouring in the batter, while stirring continuously until it becomes smooth, glossy, and bubbles form. It is then steamed until cooked. A colander is placed over a basin of cold water, allowing the batter to flow through and solidify upon contact with the water, forming small shapes reminiscent of fish. Once served with a sauce, it glides smoothly upon entering the mouth, exhibiting a delightful bounce. No wonder it is called cool fish. Doesn't it feel as if fish has entered one's mouth? After a patron slurped a large mouthful, he exclaimed in admiration. Today, Sue C's establishment has become a leader in summer dining. If one mentions a lack of appetite during the summer, the response is invariably to dine at a restaurant. One day, as lunch service commenced, Susie was busy preparing cold dishes when a group of women burst into the shop, startling both her and the other patrons. What on earth is happening? Susie stammered, the fervor in their eyes evoking a sense of fear. A plump woman excitedly inquired, "Master Sue, do you have lemonade?" "Yes." "Would you like a glass?" "Give me 2 glasses." As she spoke, she was already reaching for her money. "I want 2 glasses too." "I'll take 4 glasses." Susie was taken aback, unable to accept the coins, bewildered by the sudden demand for lemonade, while her hands were occupied with other tasks. The other patrons, pushed aside, expressed their discontent. "Wait a moment. Do you not understand the order of arrival? We are still waiting for our cold dishes, and you are pushing from behind." "Indeed, it is merely a glass of lemonade. Is there such urgency?" The women's excitement gradually subsided, and they ceased to jostle, belatedly realizing the heat and shifting aside. When Shun Ani saw the women rushing in, he instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself behind Susie to shield her from any potential harm. Once he confirmed that all was well, his tense posture relaxed. "Asi, allow me to handle the cold dishes. You attend to the lemonade." Susie handed her tools to him and brought out the ingredients for the lemonade. "Everyone, please line up. This will expedite the process." As the women shifted, one expressed concern. "Will there be enough for all of us?" There were over 30 women present. Susie estimated it would suffice, but limited each person to a maximum of 2 glasses, as 4 would be excessive, and too much lemonade could upset the stomach. "That's good to hear." The first in line was the plump woman, her face brimming with anticipation as she watched Susie prepare the lemonade. "Sister, what prompted you all to crave this?" The woman shyly responded, "It's to look fairer, of course. I'm about to get married and wish to appear more attractive. Indeed, this merely aids in achieving a lighter complexion, yet a guarantee of success remains elusive." Susie paused momentarily, gazing earnestly at her as she emphasized her point. "I understand, but I wish to give it a try. One of my neighbors has been indulging for nearly a month now, consuming a cup daily, and her skin has brightened significantly. You see, we are all her neighbors, and it took quite some time for her to reveal this method to us." The women nodded in unison, their excitement palpable as they hurried over upon learning of it. It appeared there was a living testament. Susie recognized the individual they spoke of. Rumor has it her husband is in the accounting profession, thus enjoying a relatively comfortable lifestyle, and she routinely orders a cup every noon. However, since she resolved to pursue a brighter complexion, she not only drinks lemon water, but also pays considerable attention to sun protection, ensuring her face is well covered each afternoon when she arrives. This dual approach must surely yield results. Chapter 60. De Huang and Xiao. By reflecting on this, Susie reminded them that while this is akin to nurturing one's inner self, attention to external care is equally vital. It is prudent to minimize sun exposure. The women giggled in agreement. After Susie completed the concoctions, only about 5 cups of syrup remained, prompting her to prepare the entirety and display them on the counter. She also remembered to pour some water into the bowl used for the syrup to clean it, allowing for 1 more cup, albeit one unsuitable for sale. "Qing Huan," Susie called, lifting the curtain towards the backyard. "Coming." Qing Huan responded loudly, gracefully emerging from the kitchen. Before she could utter a word, Susie gently brushed the sweat from her forehead and handed her the final cup. "Sip slowly and remember to rest." Qing Huan nodded in delight, cradling the cup with both hands and savoring a small sip, her eyes squinting in pleasure. She was utterly adorable, and Susie could not help but smile with maternal warmth. "All right, you should lie down in the house for a while. I'll assist in the kitchen." Aware of her own body's needs, Qing Huan obediently returned indoors. The yellow dog had its designated bowl, into which Susie poured the leftover rice from last night, adding some diced cucumber ends. Though the cucumber ends are indeed edible, they possess a higher concentration of bitter compounds, rendering them less palatable. Susie recalled having seen a video of a black dog resembling a compost bin, consuming everything from tomato peels to potato skins, displaying no picky tendencies whatsoever. She dreamed of owning such a dog, but feared digestive issues. Perhaps it was wise to remain cautious. As was customary, she had barely reached the door when the yellow dog approached without her needing to call it. She watched affectionately as it ate, perhaps due to recent ample meals. The dog no longer devoured its food with the same urgency, as before. After a guest finished their meal, contentedly patting their belly, they emerged to witness this scene and curiously inquired, "Isn't that the dog from the other day? Has Miss Sue taken it in?" "Not yet. Perhaps the timing isn't right. It leaves once it has eaten," Sue C replied. "Why not catch it and keep it tied for a few days to tame it?" the guest casually suggested. Sue C shook her head. "No, let it be. As long as it survives, that is enough. If one day it no longer wishes to wander, I can always take it in then." Whether it be human or beast, she yearned for the other to willingly accompany her. Noticing this, the guests refrained from further remarks. For everyone harbors their own thoughts. The horizon was shrouded in ominous clouds, and a breeze stirred in the stifling air. From within the cloud cover, intermittent rumbles of thunder echoed, imparting a slight chill to the atmosphere. The loose strands of Sue C's hair were gently lifted by the wind, prompting her to instinctively smooth them down to conceal her hairline. A resounding clap of thunder erupted, startling the yellow dog, which perked up its ears to listen intently. Satisfied that there was no danger, it resumed its meal, carrying off the remaining morsels, perhaps to feast upon later or simply to stash away out of habit. As the patrons of the establishment gradually departed, Sue C and her companions tidied the table and washed the dishes, eventually settling near the entrance to relish the gentle breeze. Rain was imminent, bringing the promise of a refreshing respite. Indeed, it seemed to be the peak of summer's heat, with autumn just half a month away. Lu Yueshin shook her head, noting that it was not certain. One must not forget the late summer heat that often follows, known as the autumn tiger, which could prove quite oppressive. The bitter chill of winter and the sweltering heat of summer made one wish for a year that consisted solely of spring and autumn. However, compared to the temperatures of the modern era, perhaps it was the absence of industrial influence that rendered the heat bearable, despite its intensity. Shinani proposed, "Shall we consider storing some ice this winter? It would serve us well next summer." "That is a splendid idea, but where shall we store it?" came the reply. "In the cellar, of course. But we have no cellar, and our yard is too small to dig one." A silence enveloped the group. They had initially felt content with their current circumstances, only to realize how much they still lacked. Sue C offered reassurance. "Let's not be disheartened. Winter is still several months away. Who knows what solutions may arise by then? Indeed, where there's a will, there's a way. Let us focus on the tasks at hand." They concurred, lapsing into silence as they sat quietly, gazing out at the scenery, savoring this rare moment of respite. As dusk descended, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and serpentine flashes of lightning streaked across the sky. Torrential rain fell in sheets, and the cacophony of wind, rain, and thunder filled the air. The ground became a torrent, water gushing freely as drenched pedestrians hurried past, struggling against the deluge. Qining, initially leaning against Shun Jingchuan in boredom, suddenly widened his eyes, pointing ahead in astonishment. "It's that dog." The group followed his gaze. The world was cloaked in a misty rain, resembling a vast curtain of water, rendering the distant scenery indistinct. Susie squinted, straining to see, and indeed, there appeared to be a yellow figure bravely advancing through the wind and rain, seemingly clutching something in its mouth, pausing intermittently to drop and then retrieve its burden. Without hesitation, Susie sprang to her feet, seeking an umbrella from the counter. "Where are you going?" they called. As she opened the umbrella and lifted her skirt, she replied, "I'm going to fetch it." With that, she dashed into the curtain of rain, and the figure seemed to recognize her, rushing toward her. As Susie drew nearer, the scene became increasingly clear. What she held in her mouth was none other than a small white dog. When a yellow dog reached her side, the white dog fell to the ground. Unperturbed by the filth, Susie swiftly scooped it up and began her return. With the yellow dog trailing behind her, its movements quickening now that it bore no burden. They soon arrived at the shop, where the others had already prepared towels. The moment she stepped inside, they took the umbrella from her and wiped the rain from her face. The little white dog, sensing unfamiliar scents, whimpered softly, causing the yellow dog to become restless, pacing anxiously at her feet. Susie placed the small white dog beside it, and it immediately began to lick the pups for her in a comforting manner. Was this its offspring? The onlookers regarded the pair with curiosity. It seemed likely, for the yellow dog would not have gone to such lengths to bring it here, which also explained why it had been taking food away after each meal. Susie found a discarded towel and wrapped the shivering white dog in it. She then wiped the yellow dog's fur, which obediently sat by her side, its tail wagging gently. Lu Yuexin felt a wave of sentiment. The rain today was indeed heavy, and it was likely that the sheltered spot it had found could no longer withstand the downpour. Otherwise, it would not have sought refuge with them. Susie shared this sentiment, recalling that it had rained several times before without the dog ever appearing. Would it leave again? Qining crouched beside it, her eyes sparkling with affection. Susie reached out her hand to the yellow dog, which affectionately rubbed against her, much to Qining's envy. It likely won't leave. It will be our dog from now on. Should we give them names, then? It would make calling them easier. Susie, struggling with the task of naming, ultimately declared, "Let us call the big one De Huang and the small one Xiaobai," though the others found these names rather casual. They accepted them when they noticed how the two dogs affectionately approached to the sound of their names. "Once the rain stops, let your father build them a shelter in the backyard," Lu Yuexin remarked, clearly fond of the dogs. In truth, everyone seemed to share this affection. Perhaps due to the rain, the evening crowd was sparse, and the lemonade had sold out. It appeared they would be able to return home earlier today. A rare piece of good news, since opening the shop, had meant nearly every day ended under the cover of night. After tidying up the shop and storing away unsold food for their families, Qining and Qing Huan reluctantly left the side of the doghouse, deciding not to take the dogs home due to the muddy path. In the distance, they spotted a figure crouching at the entrance of a house, embracing their knees with their head resting upon them, making it difficult to discern their features. Who is that? I don't know. One would expect acquaintances to know we've opened a shop. If they weren't home, they would come look for us at the store. The group expressed their confusion, only to see the person suddenly lift their head. Upon recognizing them, the individual rose excitedly but slipped on the slick ground, nearly tumbling. "Ah!" the group exclaimed in concern, instinctively moving to offer support. The person swayed slightly but managed to regain their balance. Shinani strode forward and inquired, "Brother Yang, what brings you here?" Yang forced a smile. "I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." "I see. Have you been waiting long? Why didn't you come to the shop?" He had informed Yang of their address before opening, yet he had not seen him since. Yang felt somewhat awkward. He had never visited their shop, and it seemed inappropriate to do so only when he needed something. He lacked the funds to dine out, and if Shinani and the others were to treat him, he would feel even more embarrassed. He could only awkwardly chuckle. "On a rainy day like this, I would just dirty your shop. You will all return home tonight, so I can simply wait here." Susie and the others approached and greeted him, inviting him inside. "Yang, what is it that you need?" They surmised that if it were not urgent, he would not brave such inclement weather to come. Yang paused for a moment, closing his eyes. "I heard that your family sells food and wanted to inquire if you need tofu." After a brief pause, he continued, "The tofu from my home is quite good. It is freshly ground." As he spoke, he couldn't help but clutch his clothing tightly. His thin, dark hands were visibly veined, and he lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of others, his frail body weighed down by the burdens of life. Shinani felt a pang of discomfort, but replied, nonetheless, "We do not require tofu for our food." "I understand. I will ask others," Yang said, raising his head, his eyes tinged with redness. As he walked away, seemingly lost, Shinani asked with concern, "Have you encountered some trouble?" Yang had been holding back, but upon hearing this, he felt a breach in his defenses, as if all his spirit had been drained away, and he could no longer maintain his composure. He covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. The others were taken aback, flustered. What could be so grave? It is often said that men seldom shed tears, and at Yang Ji's age, one typically does not reveal vulnerability. Shinani, feeling somewhat helpless, offered him a handkerchief and gently patted his shoulder in silent comfort. After a lengthy pause, Yang finally managed to compose himself and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized. "I'm sorry for making you witness this." The others waved their hands, indicating it was of no concern. Shinani spoke earnestly, "Just tell me. If I can assist, I will certainly do so." Yang's face reflected profound gratitude. his voice heavy with sorrow. I was dismissed from the dock, and the tofu at home isn't selling. My mother's medicine is nearly out. Shinani furrowed his brow. Why were you let go? Did the overseer find fault? No. 4 days ago, I fainted from heat stroke while moving things. When I returned the next day, I was told my health was unsuitable for this work, and they dismissed me. The heat had been intense these days, making it easy to suffer from heat stroke while working outside, prompting a quiet sigh from the others. He continued, I've been busy trying to find work these past few days, but to no avail. Our money is running low, and I am truly at my wit's end. Is your family's tofu not selling well? Not particularly. There are only a handful of people who buy tofu, and we dare not produce too much. Otherwise, it would spoil in this heat. We are all contemplating whether to continue with this business or to seek alternative endeavors. In just a few brief sentences, the hardships of life are poignantly conveyed. Yet, it also reflects his character. In such trying circumstances, instead of requesting a loan, he seeks ways to generate income for himself. Shinani, upon reflecting on this, proactively offered, how about I lend you a little to help you through this tough time? Yang shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. My family can hold on for a few more days. I will observe the situation. If it truly becomes untenable, I will have to trouble you. Currently, the situation weighs heavily on him, rendering him sleepless, his nerves taut as a drawn bow. Though his family refrains from discussing the matter, they are enveloped in worry. They wish to take action, but find no means to effect change. Susi recalled the tofu that Uncle Yang had once gifted, which was indeed delectable and tender. It would be a shame if they were shut down. Yang. To my knowledge, there are many byproducts when making tofu, such as soy milk, yuba, tofu pudding, tofu skin, dried tofu, and fried tofu. Do you not sell these? We do sell some soy milk and tofu skin, but not in significant quantities. The others we have not ventured into, he replied. What if you shifted to selling tofu pudding instead? Selling it at the dock as a breakfast option would surely be profitable, Susi suggested. Tofu pudding with fried dough sticks. Oh, how I crave it. Uncle Yang pondered this, but shook his head. I have had tofu pudding once, and it was not particularly enjoyable. The broth lacked flavor, and people prefer a bowl of noodles. How can that be? Not to mention sweet tofu pudding. Even savory tofu pudding offers various methods for the broth. They all realize that the crux of the matter lay in the recipe. Indeed, the essence of culinary delight lies in its flavor, underscoring the significance of the recipe. Uncle Yang's eyes sparkled with hope. Dear niece, why not teach us the recipe? We can purchase it from you. Susi hesitated. What if I share the recipe, and the results do not meet expectations? One must always prepare for the worst before embarking on any endeavor. If I accept payment, but do not deliver the desired outcome, I would feel embarrassed, even if they do not express it, and it could affect our family's relationship. No worries. Uncle Yang would never blame you. After all, I am the one seeking assistance, and I have no other options, he said earnestly. Chapter 62. Tofu pudding broth recipe. Very well. I shall visit your home tomorrow afternoon. Prepare some tofu pudding, and I will bring the ingredients to make it fresh. You can taste it. With this assurance, Susi no longer declined. If she could assist them while also earning a profit, it would be a win-win situation. Yongo was quite excited. Wonderful. Thank you, Asi. We will certainly have everything ready by tomorrow. Please let me know the cost of the materials. I will cover it. Susi nodded, but intended not to charge for the ingredients, considering their already difficult situation. Merely having a starting capital would suffice. Moreover, regarding the recipe's sale, she would not offer it for free. After all, she was not a saint, and it was her rightful due. As for their inability to produce money at present, other means could surely be arranged. Shinani ushered Yang out the door, feeling a sense of relief at his noticeably more enthusiastic demeanor compared to their initial encounter. Asi, are you certain about entrusting the formula to them? Absolutely, came the reply. You've seen it yourself. Yang's family isn't affluent. Even if you were to purchase it, the amount would be minimal. If you sell the formula to someone else, you would undoubtedly earn more. Liu Yuexin articulated the implications of the situation, urging Susi to deliberate carefully. Mother, I understand. I am fully aware of this. You need not worry. That night, Susi lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind preoccupied with various marinade recipes. Shen Yinqing, unable to sleep as well, fanned himself restlessly. Suddenly, he sat upright, turning his back to Susie and began removing his clothing. Hey, what are you doing? Susie exclaimed, startled by his actions, abruptly sitting up at the edge of the bed. At that time, everyone typically wore undergarments to sleep, adding an extra layer during winter, effectively serving as pajamas. Initially, Susie felt quite warm, but with Shun Yinxing lying beside her, she hesitated to undress, opting instead to endure the discomfort. Whether it was habit or something else, he remained fully clothed until now, leaving Susie taken aback by his sudden behavior. I'm hot. What are you hot about? It rained today. It's much cooler than usual. While they spoke, Shun Yinxing had already removed the upper layer of his undergarment, revealing a back that was not particularly broad. Susie, not one to shy away, thought to herself that his skin was rather fair. When Shun Yinxing turned around, he found himself alone on the bed and couldn't help but smirk teasingly. Are you feeling nervous? Nervous about what? Susie replied, slightly puzzled by his insinuation. Shun Yinxing chuckled inwardly. Having come to understand Susie's temperament, she was tough on the outside, yet secretly fond. Isn't it obvious? See, my body has made you tense. This was something a friend had previously mentioned, stating that women often appreciated a man's physique, though that friend had a penchant for visiting brothels, which was a story for another time. Having observed her tireless work ethic, he had refrained from intruding, but today, as quieter schedule provided the perfect opportunity to test his allure. Indeed, his charm was irresistible. Susie scrutinized him, her gaze traveling up and down his form. Under her scrutiny, Shun Yinxing straightened his back, initially maintaining composure, but gradually his skin flushed, reminiscent of a boiled shrimp. He felt quite exposed. Although she seemed to enjoy it, he was nonetheless shy, as it was the first time a woman had openly gazed at his body. Have you had your fill of looking? I no longer feel so hot. If you wish to continue, you ought to treat me a bit better. Observing Shun Yinxing's bashful demeanor, Susie felt an odd sensation, instinctively wanting to retort. I'm hardly interested in looking at your childlike physique. I wouldn't even want to look for money. You. Shun Yinxing, flustered, hastily donned his clothes and lay back down, leaving Susie with only the view of his back. Finally, she felt a sense of relief. It had been too long since he had made his presence felt, and when he did, it was quite the spectacle. Normalcy is all that matters. I want to concern myself with the methods used. The following afternoon, after Susie had organized the tasks of the shop, she followed Shin Ani to Uncle Yang's home. Their residence lies at the outskirts of Anyang County, yet at the northernmost point, separated from the dock by an entire county. It is truly puzzling how early he must depart each time. As Shun Ani knocked gently on the door, Yang Ji's beaming face appeared at the threshold. You have arrived, coming quickly. A rich aroma of soybeans filled the courtyard. With everything meticulously arranged, a large millstone stood out strikingly. Following Yang Ge were a man and a woman, both smiling shyly at that moment. This is my son Yang Wanli and my daughter-in-law Li Hua. My wife is away working. Despite the seemingly sophisticated name bestowed upon Yang Ji's son, Yang Ge himself bore the name Yang Gao. Thus, Shinani never addressed him by his full name, nor could he call him Gao Ge. He could only refer to him as Yang Ge. Susie greeted them in turn. Gower, is that young lady here? A frail voice emanated from a central room. Susie curiously glanced toward the room. Yes, mother, Yang Ge called out loudly. Ahem, do treat her well, came the advice. I understand, Uncle Yang explained. My mother is in that room. She mentioned yesterday that she is unwell and cannot meet you. Please forgive her. Susie nodded in understanding, recognizing that the speaker's voice carried a frail quality, suggesting that rest would be more beneficial. Uncle Yang led her to the kitchen, lifting the lid off a wooden barrel to reveal steaming fresh tofu. It appeared soft and delicate, a sight to behold. Unchile yang chocolate. We just made it a little while ago. We were concerned about making it too early, fearing it might affect the taste, so we hurried to prepare it. All right, then I shall make the sauce, Susie replied, cutting to the chase. Good, our pot is already cleaned and ready, Uncle Yang responded. Susie retrieved the ingredients, arranging them in their proper places. I will help you with the fire, Li Hua said, her head bowed in modesty, as she took her place by the flames. Susie did not decline. Thank you, sister-in-law. As cold oil was introduced to the spices, they were sautéed slowly over low heat until golden. at which point the spices were strained out. The residue was boiled in water, with the remaining oil used to stir-fry scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. Yellow flower vegetables, wood ear mushrooms, and shiitake were then added, followed by soy sauce, which was stir-fried until bubbling before the heat was turned off. When the broth pot reached a boil, the residue was discarded, and the sautéed base was added along with salt, a blend of 13 spices, and additional soy sauce for color. Starch water was poured in, and once thickened over high heat, the fire was extinguished. Just as it was completed, Uncle Yang brought over 5 bowls of well-prepared tofu, and Su-si ladled a spoonful of sauce onto each. Each person began to savor their bowl. Upon tasting the familiar flavor, Su-si felt a wave of nostalgia. Yang took a bite and immediately recognized its exceptional quality. This flavor is simply exquisite. It looks delightful as well, and the taste is perfectly balanced. The previously bland tofu absorbs the essence of the sauce, sliding down the throat as though it were ethereal. Shinani, too, could not help but praise it. The spices imparted a meaty sensation, and the thick sauce carried a richness. "I am certain this will sell. It is incredibly delicious," declared Yang Wanli, finishing his bowl of tofu in just a few bites. Su-si chuckled, remarking that if bone broth or chicken stock were added to the marinade, the flavor would become even more fragrant and rich. The ingredients she brought today were a simplified version, and whether to include the bone broth depended on them, as it would incur additional costs. Chapter 63. Exclusive shares. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanli and his wife instinctively turned to look at their father. Yang Gao steeled himself and said, "All right, we will buy some marrow bones to simmer in a broth." Naturally, marrow bones were more economical than purchasing chicken, and the resulting broth would also benefit the health of the family. Before simmering the broth, we can saute it briefly and then add boiling water. This will yield a whiter stock, Su-si advised. She understood that ordinary households typically cooked in a straightforward manner and without guidance. They might simply toss the ingredients in to boil, resulting in a less desirable flavor. The others nodded, making a mental note. Since everyone was satisfied with the taste, it indicated that the transaction was already largely successful. "Did you all remember the process I just demonstrated? Should I perform it again?" Su-si inquired. Li Hua quickly rose, adjusting her clothing, and said nervously, "No need. I've remembered. We still have some ingredients left. Could you do it once more? That way, if anything goes awry, I can point it out in advance." Su-si always approached such matters with seriousness, especially since Liu Yuexin and Su Jinyue had also been trained by her and had gained some experience. "All right." Li Hua skillfully poured the marinade from the pot into a basin, cleaning it with swift motions. As she recalled Su-si's previous steps, she began the preparation with a solemn expression. Just as she was about to add the spices after pouring the oil, Su-si hurriedly intervened. "Wait, you've added too little oil. It should at least be a generous spoonful." Li Hua hesitated, her mouth slightly agape. A spoonful of oil would last them 3 days, and she was reluctant to use so much. Yang Wanli and the others, being family, understood her concerns. "It's fine, just listen to us see. Add a bit more. Skimping on this will ultimately detract from the final result," Yang Gao remarked, taking a more relaxed stance. Seeing her father's encouragement, Li Hua closed her eyes and added more oil. Though she initially intended to reduce the spices, she decided to follow the prescribed amounts without hesitation. Su-si observed with satisfaction, nodding frequently. Li Hua indeed had a natural talent for cooking. Once she let go of her reservations, the quantities she added were just right, showing her skill. When adding the starch water, do it gradually while stirring, Su-si instructed. Once Li Hua finished, she served a bowl of the new dish to Su-si, her eyes gleaming with anticipation for her feedback. Su-si gently blew on the dish, savoring the aroma before giving a thumbs up. "Well done, this is excellent." Li Hua's face lit up with surprise, quickly tempered by a sense of composure. Yet the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. She rarely received compliments, and at that moment, her heart felt as vibrant as fireworks bursting in the sky. The others also served themselves a bowl, reaching a consensus that it was indeed quite similar. The Yang family was elated. This recipe was a lifeline for them, and whether it could change their circumstances relied upon it. Yang Gao, contemplating the family finances, hesitated. "Ah, see, You are aware of our circumstances. I cannot afford the price of the prescription at this moment, but I can issue an IOU, promising to repay you in the future. His tone was imbued with gravity and sincerity, a sentiment mirrored on the faces of Yang Wanli and his wife. Susi gestured for them to remain calm. I understand. Yet I have another proposal that I wish to share. What are your thoughts? Please go ahead. Susi continued. We cannot accurately predict the profit from this prescription at present. If you purchase it from me and do not turn a profit, I would feel uneasy. Therefore, I propose a profit-sharing arrangement. I would receive 1 won for every 4 servings of tofu pudding sold. Susi calculate drauli. If 1 serving sold for 3 won and the cost was approximately half, the profit from 4 servings would amount to 6 won, from which she would take 1. While it may seem insignificant initially, it would accumulate to a considerable sum over time. Yang Shu and the others exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous at Susi's suggestion. I see. What if you end up losing money? That would not be a concern. If you agree, we shall formalize a contract. Very well, we accept. After receiving Susi's nod, Shun Ani retrieved paper and pen from within his garments, clarifying both parties' intentions as he drafted the contract. He read it aloud for everyone, producing 2 copies, which Susi and Yang Gao then signed with their fingerprints. Susi kept the copy that belonged to them. As the source of this profit sharing had been previously discussed among the Shun family, the recipe was solely Susi's. With the matter settled, Susi felt more inclined to assist them further, as it pertained to her own interests as well. Yang Shu, how do you plan to sell your products? What ideas do you have? Yang Gao, somewhat perplexed, responded, I intend to purchase one of those small carts you used before, along with a large container. Susi nodded, acknowledging the necessity of those items. Will you be selling only that? What else could we sell? We can only make tofu. Their expressions were so innocent, reminiscent of university students, that Susi couldn't suppress a smile. A single bowl of tofu pudding is hardly filling. I believe you should also offer staple foods, such as fried dough sticks. That way, I might get to enjoy some as well, she thought, feeling pleased at the prospect. Moreover, you could prepare various condiments, like chili oil, chive blossoms, pickled vegetables, scallions, and cilantro, since different people have different tastes. It would be best to rent a few tables and chairs for the comfort of your customers. Susi endeavored to recollect and share the operational model of tofu pudding stalls she had observed. Thank you, Asi. Yang Shu had initially been bewildered and only partially comprehending. However, after Susi's thorough explanation, he had gained a clearer understanding of the situation. Once matters were nearly concluded, Susi and her companion indicated their intention to take their leave, as there were responsibilities awaiting them at the shop. If you encounter any issues, simply come find me at the stall. Of course. Please take this container of tofu pudding back and share it. Yang Gao insisted as he reached for it. From any perspective, the Yang family was the one benefiting, and they were not ungrateful. After much back and forth, Shun Ani reluctantly accepted the offer. Pouring the remaining marinade into the bucket, Susi felt a twinge of embarrassment at the impropriety of taking so much. Upon their return, they coincidentally caught the evening sale, leaving them no time for conversation as they immersed themselves in the moment. The gathering enjoyed a hearty meal of steamed buns and cold dishes paired with tofu pudding. Susi, concerned about the saltiness for De Huang and Xiaobai, refrained from adding the marinade for them. It was said that the meal could just as well serve for lunch as it did for an early supper, Shun Ani remarked with a smile. Yang, having developed a camaraderie with him, felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing the other struggles. Delicious. A seat is truly remarkable. Su Jinwei couldn't help but exclaim. Qi Ning nodded emphatically, sharing her sentiment. You seem to know quite a few recipes, Shun Yinqing commented nonchalantly, scooping up the remnants from the bottom of the bucket into his bowl, slurping with delight. Who would have imagined that the once notorious tyrant of the capital would now find joy in food? Lu Yuexin and Shun Ani exchanged glances. A shared understanding reflected in their eyes, emotions known only to them. Regardless of the changes, she harbored no ill intentions, and for the sake of their family, they would embrace her as one of their own. Chapter 64. Wild Peach Miss Su, these are newly acquired lemons. The woman smiled warmly. Having exhausted the wild lemons in their vicinity, they sought out nearby villages to gather more, thus avoiding the labor of foraging while earning a tidy profit in the process. With the surge in popularity of lemon water, their deliveries increased from bi-weekly to every 3 days, yielding a decent profit. After Sue C confirmed their count, she settled the payment. At that moment, the woman lifted a nearby basket. "These are wild peaches we picked from a tree we encountered along the way. A little gift for you to taste." Wild peaches? Sue C peered into the basket, noticing their distinct appearance, smaller in size, predominantly green with a hint of red. "You're giving all these to me?" she asked, somewhat taken aback. The woman nodded, explaining that they were serendipitously obtained in a gesture of goodwill. "Then I shall accept. But let's weigh them. I can't just take them for free," Sue C replied, half-jokingly. The couple, unable to refuse, weighed the peaches and calculated the cost at one per pound, but Sue C generously paid double the amount. The price of fruits was not trivial, especially peaches, which could fetch 3 when each if of good quality. The woman attempted to return half the payment, but Sue C hurriedly carried her purchases into the house. "By the way, sister, your new hairpin is lovely," she complimented, having noticed it from the beginning. The woman instinctively touched the pin in her hair, her expression softening as she exchanged a smile with the man beside her, her heart swelling with sweetness. The hairpin had appeared by her pillow that morning, a gift from him that she cherished dearly, despite its silver wrapping. Sue C entered the kitchen with the basket, first washing several wild peaches with salt in preparation for tasting. Despite their slightly unappealing appearance, they bore no flaws otherwise, emanating a rich peach aroma. Carefully, Sue C sliced each peach into quarters, arranging them on a plate. "Why go through all that trouble? Just eat it." Shun Yinsheng, unable to contain his impatience, seized a whole peach from his side. Sue C shook her head. Her meticulousness was not without reason. Sure enough, just as the relaxed expression on Shun Yinsheng's face began to fade, a horrified voice exclaimed, "Ugh, there are bugs." Sue C stifled a giggle. These wild peaches grew naturally on the mountain, attracting both humans and insects alike. What of it? One might as well treat it as a bit of meat. Shun Yinsheng, disregarding any banter with her, hastily sought a place to expel the unwelcome morsel. From that moment on, everyone ate with great caution, even when cut open. They savored each bite slowly. Could this peach be transformed into peach water, akin to lemonade? Su Jinyuan mused whimsically. Certainly. However, it shall not be called peach water. I will reveal the name once I have prepared it. Today, I shall concoct several dishes using this half-basket of peaches. Life ought to harbor some surprises. Otherwise, the monotony of everyday existence can easily lead to fatigue. Indulging in something sweet can uplift one's spirits, which is why many enjoy sipping milk tea or fruit tea. Once she has the means, she dreams of opening her own milk tea shop. The nearby stores offered a wide variety of goods, and Susie quickly procured all that she required. The prospect of creating something unique lifted her spirits. The group worked together to wash and peel the remaining peaches, placing the skins in a pot with sugar and a few drops of lemon juice. Once boiled, they produced a lovely pink liquid. With tapioca flour mixed into this concoction, they kneaded it into pearls. When the water boiled, they added the pearls and cooked them until they floated, then rinsed them in cold water for later use. Half of the peaches were diced and simmered with rock sugar to create peach jam, reserving half and adding lemon slices to the remainder. They then introduced the freshly made peach pearls and finally poured in the brewed green tea. Voil! This delightful beverage is called fleshy peach. How beautiful! Su Jinyue could not help but exclaim. Su Si understood. It was only natural for girls to favor pink, and indeed, boys could appreciate it too. She recalled her middle school chemistry teacher, who often wore a pink shirt, leaving a lasting impression on her. Let us set this aside to cool, she suggested. Since the peaches would not remain fresh for long, Su Si decided to prepare more, selling any surplus. With everyone sharing, there was little left, as, even in the county, there were those who did not lack for money. She chopped the remaining peaches and smashed them to extract their juice, marveling at her newfound strength. In the past, such exertion would have exhausted her, but now she pounded away with ease. The previous body had left her fatigued by the slightest movement, often causing her vision to blur. This new body had banished such ailments, a rare benefit of her transmigration. with the smashed peach flesh, oolong tea, and rock sugar. She placed the mixture in a pot with water to simmer for a while. Both the green tea and oolong tea were recent purchases from the adjacent store, and their prices were rather steep, causing her to be cautious with them. Seeing that time remained, Susie hurried to arrange for one final dish she wished to create. Mix glutinous rice flour, cornstarch, granulated sugar, and milk until well combined. Cover with a plate and steam for 20 minutes. Once cooked, add butter, mix well, and incorporate edible red coloring. The dough will instantly transform into a tender pink hue. I have also prepared the cream. Shinani shook his slightly sore arms, beaming with a broad smile. Thank you, father. Divide the prepared dough into equal portions. Roll them thin, place in cream and peach jam, and finally seal them to form a round, plump daifuku. Su Jinyue, observing from the side, could not resist joining in the wrapping. Witnessing such delightful creations spring forth from her own hands brought her a sense of accomplishment. She found several small bowls, placing one in each, while Susie washed peach leaves and gently arranged them beside the dough balls, adjusting their shapes to resemble peaches more closely. What is this called? Snowy Princess, also known as daifuku. Daifuku. The name sounds auspicious. Who wouldn't feel blessed with such plumpness? As the lunchtime service commenced, Susie reserved some food and drink for her family, placing the remainder beside the lemonade. Sue girl, what are those cups on the table filled with? They exude a fragrant aroma of tea. The first customer who desired lemonade savored the scent nearby. Susie smiled and explained, this is our newly launched product, a fruit tea, available only today. This one is oolong tea, and this one is green tea. Upon hearing this, the customer did not hesitate. Having never tried fruit tea before, he ordered both varieties. The women, however, were more intrigued by the bowl of dough balls. What is this? It looks so adorable. Susie picked one up to introduce it, saying, this is called daifuku, a dessert we created with a peach flavor. Dessert? I have never seen anything like this before. How much is it? 6 coins each. The woman who inquired gasped in shock. Isn't tea that expensive? Sisters, aren't tea desserts generally quite pricey? Moreover, you toil daily managing the household. What's wrong with indulging in a slightly more expensive treat? It will surely uplift your spirits and bring harmony to your home. As Susie spoke, she took a bite to demonstrate the contents up close. Look how soft and glutinous it is. Inside lies a delightful light cream infused with a milky fragrance, enveloping delicious fruit bits, tangy, sweet, with a rich texture that is refreshingly cool. What is light cream? Someone curiously inquired. It is made from milk, soft and fluffy, perfect for those who love sweetness yet are wary of richness. After all, being dairy cream, it melts in your mouth. Susie's captivating introduction, coupled with her enjoyment of the food, sparked immediate decisions among those present, considering this opportunity would be fleeting. Indeed, I spend my days honoring my in-laws and caring for my children. I will have one. I too wish for one. I work tirelessly every day, and it's not beyond my means to enjoy this. Several maids and servants who had initially come to pack meals, upon hearing this, resolutely decided to purchase, recognizing that such a rare treat, if it pleased the master of the house, would surely yield more than its cost. Chapter 65. Taking Orders, Uncle Chien. What brings you here? In the afternoon, while everyone was taking a respite, Susie, feeling rather bored, gazed out the door and noticed the money officer, Chien, approaching her with a furrowed brow. It was indeed the time for duty, and given Chien's character, he would not typically abandon his post. After greeting the others, Chien's expression remained grave. My father-in-law is hosting a birthday banquet in 3 days. I wonder if you could take on the role of chef? Susie was somewhat taken aback, as she had never served as a head chef before, having only assisted her family, and thus felt uncertain about her capabilities. Noticing her hesitation, Chien inquired, are you truly unable to do it? The head chef will receive 8 taels, and you may bring a sous chef who will earn 2 taels. Susie felt quite tempted, yet she composed herself and asked, Uncle Chien, why not invite a chef from the county's grand restaurant? Chien replied, my father-in-law had indeed secured a good chef, but the individual backed out at the last moment. We inquired about others, yet all are already engaged. Susie was astonished. What a coincidence! Chien shook his head. It is not mere chance. It is the work of my father-in-law's business rival. Recently, my father-in-law has overshadowed him in a business deal, and he is deliberately attempting to embarrass my father-in-law by poaching all the chefs. Susie felt a bit awkward, realizing that this was indeed the sophisticated nature of business warfare, employing the simplest of tactics. You take my business, I take your chefs. It was remarkable how wealthy this rival must be to have secured all the county's top chefs, indicating a considerable expenditure. I believe your cold dishes rival those of the finest chefs, and my father praises your hot dishes as well, hence my desire to have you give it a try. Chien stated earnestly. Fortune favors the bold. Even if one has never tasted pork, they have seen pigs run. Susie mused. She was aware of the nature of banquets. For the sake of 8 tails, she resolved to accept the challenge. Very well, I shall agree. Chien sighed with relief. He had taken a gamble with this decision. From what he knew, Susie was a dependable person, and her agreement indicated a measure of confidence. Otherwise, he would have had to seek out chefs from small eateries, which would likely be less satisfactory than Susie. After a moment of contemplation, Susie inquired, "Are there any dietary restrictions for the guests? How many will be attending? Will there be any women?" "No dietary restrictions. Approximately 15 guests, and 1 woman who deals in cosmetics," Chien explained. Although it was termed a birthday banquet, it also served as an opportunity for business acquaintances to foster relationships. He felt reassured that she could pose such questions, indicating her professionalism. Susie nodded, silently taking note. Chien then asked, "When do you plan to conduct the menu tasting?" Typically, after finalizing the menu, the chef would prepare dishes at the host's residence for evaluation and adjustments. Since the banquet is in 3 days, I would need a day for preparation. I shall come for the tasting the day after tomorrow. This timing was perfect. Should the host be dissatisfied, she would still have a day for adjustments. Very well, I shall inform my father-in-law. I will take my leave now. Watching Chien hurriedly depart, Susie couldn't help but shake her head. She hadn't anticipated that such a stern individual would bend the rules, proving that family truly is one's Achilles heel. As she regained her senses, she glanced at the others and said, "Mother, we understand that you have been preoccupied these past few days. The affairs of the shop can certainly manage without you." The others nodded in agreement. Susie chose not to express her gratitude, as it would have felt overly formal. In the courtyard, a table had been set up, originally intended for Chi Ning's future studies, but now it served her purpose perfectly. It was imperative, given the presence of women, to prepare at least 12 dishes with a balance of sweet and sour flavors. As the saying goes, a birthday feast consists of 9 dishes. A wedding banquet features 8, and a funeral meal comprises 7. This reflects the meticulous nature of the dish count for birthday celebrations, typically either 9 or 19. As 9 is phonetically harmonious with the word for longevity, symbolizing the wish for the celebrant to enjoy a long life. For a gathering of 15, the ideal composition would be 8 cold dishes, 10 hot dishes, 1 soup, along with additional staples. She had to account for various tastes, the sequence of serving, and the selection of ingredients. Susie's mind raced, as she needed to finalize everything by the following afternoon at the latest to provide the menu to the steward, ensuring timely procurement of ingredients for the trial tasting. She scribbled on the paper, using charcoal as she was unaccustomed to the brush, which always seemed to fray at the tip. The others kept their distance, moving quietly to avoid disturbing her. The Huang lay quietly at the door, occasionally wagging his tail, while Xiaobai was cradled in Chi Ning's arms, playing silently. Absorbed in her thoughts, Susie only realized it was dark outside when Lu Yuexin called her for dinner. Stretching and rubbing her eyes, she responded loudly, "Coming." Lu Yuexin had initially intended to inquire about her progress, but refrained from doing so, wishing to avoid adding pressure. She simply reminded her to light the lamp to protect her eyes. Susie nodded, acknowledging the importance of this, having once been nearsighted herself. When she first arrived, she instinctively squinted to see, only to later discover that it was unnecessary, a delightful revelation. Oh, by the way, someone asked if we would be selling those 2 types of fruit tea and desserts for lunch in the future. The inquiries predominantly came from the maids of several affluent families, their faces glowing with excitement upon arrival. The group turned to Susie, awaiting her decision. "We won't sell them anymore. We'll stick to lemonade." We simply cannot handle more. Let us say we might offer them again in the future. They all understood the wisdom of not overextending themselves. After dinner, before they could even clear the dishes, Susie was ushered away from the table to tend to her own tasks. She returned to her room and lit the lamp, using a paperweight to flatten the chaotic menu she had drafted. Suddenly, she recalled having seen somewhere that the protagonist crumpled the paperweight into a ball, which made her chuckle softly. While she couldn't form a perfect sphere, crumpling it was certainly within her capabilities. Susie's silhouette was cast upon the paper window by the flickering light, stirring bittersweet memories of her challenging high school days. As time passed, the menu under her hand gradually took shape. "Second sister, have some water," came a gentle voice. The door was ajar, and Qing Huan knocked lightly before entering, cautious not to startle her. Susie was just feeling thirsty and took a sip, the sweetness delightful. She shook her head to regain her focus. Were there any guests left? No, her mother and the others were already tidying up. Then let us go. I've nearly finalized the dishes. I'll simply jot down the required ingredients tomorrow. As Qing Huan nodded, she noticed strange characters drawn on the paper, none of which she could recognize. Upon Susie's emergence, Da Huang affectionately nudged her with his head, prompting Susie to affectionately ruffle his fur. Qi Ning and Xiao Bai eagerly squatted beside Da Huang, eliciting a chuckle from Susie as she reached down to pet them. Shun and Yi and Shun Jing Chuan rolled up their sleeves, one washing while the other rinsed, while Shun Yin Chun wearily wiped the dishes. "See, you need tea, lift a finger. We'll have it ready soon," Liu Yuxan remarked while wiping the table. "It's fine. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home." "I can't sit still," she replied. "By the way, who will assist me as my sous chef the day after tomorrow?" Su Jinyu, who was sweeping the floor, looked over upon hearing the question. "I've discussed it with Jinyu. She will accompany you, while mother will stay behind." Su Jinyu nodded at Su Si, her eyes sparkling with joy. Being a sous chef also brought her personal rewards, as she could buy Qi Ning some clothes later. Su Si acknowledged this, knowing she worked well with everyone, and they were sure to earn those 10 taels of silver. Chapter 66. Tasting the dishes the following day, Su Si completed the menu, which Shun and Yi transcribed after she recited it, and she delivered it to the money officer, leaving subsequent matters off her plate. On the day of the tasting, shortly after Su Si arrived at the shop, the money officer came to escort them. The two followed behind him toward the Easter market. Indeed, as expected of wealthy merchants, Su Si gazed enviously at the expansive courtyard before her, vastly larger than their own home, adorned with blue bricks, red walls, and glazed tiles, with a plaque inscribed with Wang Fu. What a splendid name! Even if it wasn't a true royal residence, it certainly had an impressive aura. The money officer knocked on the door, and it was swiftly opened, welcoming them inside. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, this is Su Si, as I mentioned." Sitting in the hall were two individuals, a man whose hair was tied with a golden crown, clad in deep crimson, his gaze piercing yet gentle, and a woman adorned with a jeweled hairpin, her lips curved in a smile. Su Si and Su Jinyu bowed respectfully. Madame Wang spoke first, her voice soft. "I know you. Your family's restaurant is famed for its cold noodles, and our lord often sends people to purchase some cold dishes to accompany his wine. Your praise is unwarranted," Su Si humbly replied. Lord Wang observed Su Si and her companion, noting their poise and lack of obsequiousness, which pleased him. Unlike others who often sought to ingratiate themselves, Yang Xian delivered the menu yesterday, and I've instructed the servants to prepare accordingly. Your efforts will soon be appreciated. It's merely part of the job, Su Si thought, recognizing that such comments were just part of the transaction. Li, please take them to the kitchen, assist them, and resolve any issues that arise. Lord Wang instructed the middle-aged man, standing respectfully to the side. The man nodded. "Ladies, please follow me." Su Si glanced at the money officer, who gestured for her to follow, leading Su Jinyu in step with the steward. They traversed a lengthy corridor, without guidance. Su Si would have been utterly lost. Upon their arrival, those who had been standing, squatting, or sitting straightened themselves, bowing their heads and addressing the steward. Among them was a rotund man with a triple chin and triangular eyes, who smiled ingratiatingly, his gaze darting towards Su Si and Su Jinyu. "Steward Li, who is this?" This esteemed individual is the renowned chef summoned by the master, and this one is her assistant. You are all to extend your utmost cooperation to them." The others fell silent, yet the man with the triangular eyes displayed a disdainful smirk. "Is there a mistake? Look at her. Does she resemble a chef? One would expect someone robust like myself, or at least a seasoned individual. Her? Huh. I doubt she can even manage to flip a frying pan." A cold glint flickered in Su Jinyue's eyes, potent enough to pierce through him if it could manifest physically. Su Si closed her eyes momentarily and turned to Steward Lee. Recognizing that this was their household's matter, and as an outsider, she should refrain from entangling herself in disputes. Anger flickered across Steward Lee's face. "Enough. Everyone is well aware of the taste of your dishes. Do not let me hear such remarks again. Is the master's affairs something you can criticize?" Realizing his words had been ill-chosen and prompted by the steward's admonition, the triangular-eyed man hastily offered an apology. "Do not apologize to me. You should apologize to the person you have wronged." Reluctantly, he turned towards Su Si. "I misspoke. I hope the young lady can forgive me." Yet, a tempest brewed in his eyes. He was already disgruntled about not earning a share from this banquet, and hearing that a mere woman would be the chef only intensified his dissatisfaction. Noting that the crowd had quieted, Steward Lee finally smiled at Su Si. "Miss Su, you may begin your preparations. I shall be outside. Simply call for me if needed." "Thank you, steward." Ignoring the reactions of others, Su Si first surveyed the kitchen. There were 4 large pots, filled with an assortment of chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, and shrimp, all fresh, as well as a plethora of seasonings. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, the 2 women secured their hair and donned their homemade aprons. The sequence of dishes typically starts with cold appetizers, so Su Si began with those. The cold dishes she prepared included hand-pulled chicken, marinated pig's ears, braised beef, chilled potato slices, 3 shredded salad, and qianlong cabbage. Selecting the necessary ingredients, she indicated a few individuals to assist with the cleaning. They instinctively glanced at the triangular-eyed man, and seeing he said nothing, they cautiously complied. Out of the 6 dishes, 3 were the restaurant's signature offerings, which Su Si confidently assigned to Su Jinyue while she took charge of the remaining 3. Despite its grand name, the method for preparing qianlong cabbage was quite simple. She selected the tender yellow-hearted cabbage leaves, tearing them into uniformly sized pieces. The key to their deliciousness lay solely in the sesame sauce. 2 generous tablespoons of sesame paste were combined with an appropriate amount of sugar and salt, blended with fragrant oil, before adding vinegar, soy sauce, and honey. The torn cabbage leaves were then tossed in to ensure an even coating of the sauce, finishing with a sprinkle of black sesame seeds. As Su Si ladled the dish into a plate, a man with triangular eyes approached, letting out a cold snort. Aware of the stewardly outside the kitchen, he lowered his voice and sneered. "Is this all? Anyone can toss together sesame sauce and cabbage. I advise you to inform Lord Wong that you are incapable, or else." Humph. The malice evident in the man's eyes irked Su Si, prompting her to retort. "Could you step aside? Your presence is rather nauseating." The triangular-eyed man was taken aback by her boldness, his face flushed with indignation. He was particularly sensitive about his appearance. Had it not been for this, he would not have remained unmarried at such an age, a constant thorn in his side. As he raised his hand to strike, Su Si deftly moved the dish away with one hand while seizing his wrist with the other. He yelped, unable to suppress his cry, as pain shot through his wrist, feeling as though it might snap. No amount of struggling would free him. The thought of losing his ability to work as a chef instilled a pang of fear within him. Outside the kitchen, Steward Lee, who had been seated quietly, was startled by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He hurried into the kitchen, recalling his duty to look after Miss Su, his concern mounting. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see the man, who was portly enough to equal 3 Su Sis, in such a disheveled state before her. Beads of cold sweat dripped from the triangular-eyed man's forehead, his face contorted in distress. Upon noticing the steward's arrival, he cried out, "Steward, help me. Make her let go." Steward Lee regarded the impassive Su Si and then the pained man, surmising that this was yet another incident initiated by the man. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Miss Su, might you consider sparing him? I will handle this." Seeing that the lesson had been sufficient, and noting the fear on the faces of the others in the kitchen, who had witnessed the man provoke trouble only to be subdued, Susie replied, "Very well. I shall grant you some leniency." With a gentle push, she thrust the man's wrist backward, causing him to stagger several steps, clutching his aching wrist with his other hand. "This woman has no respect for our Wong family, attacking in broad daylight," complained stewardly. Before Susie could respond, the triangular-eyed man retaliated, rage filling his eyes. Stewardly distanced himself slightly, feeling disdainful and wanting to avoid the spittle that might fly from the man's agitated words. He then turned to Susie and softly inquired, "What transpired here?" "I was cooking quite well when he approached to threaten me and attempted to strike me," Susie replied coolly. "Do not listen to her nonsense." The man interjected but was cut off by the steward. "Silence," he commanded, casting a glance at the others in the kitchen. "You all were present. Did he not strike first?" The onlookers shrank back silent. Growing frustrated, Stewardly pointed at a tall, slender youth. "You speak, was it not him?" Under the dual pressure from Steward Lee and the triangular-eyed man, the boy hesitated but eventually nodded slightly. "Since the matter is clear, Master Zhao, your monthly stipend will be halved this month," Stewardly declared decisively. The man with the triangular eyes expressed disbelief. "Why should my wages be docked simply because I had a disagreement with her?" he questioned. "Otherwise, Ms. Su was hired to assist. If her actions impede the master's significant affairs, not only will my monthly salary be reduced, but I might also lose my position entirely." Clenching his teeth, he pushed aside a nearby kitchen assistant and strode purposefully toward the exit. Although Mr. Lee felt somewhat displeased, he maintained a smile. "Very well, Ms. Su. Please continue your work. Please take this plate of qianlong cabbage to Lord Wong. It will lose its flavor if left too long." Mr. Lee carefully accepted the dish, intrigued by its name. "Why is it called qianlong cabbage?" Right, this world lacks an Emperor Qianlong," Susie pondered before fabricating a tale. This dish was inspired by a chef's dream. In this dream, an emperor, whose era was marked as Qianlong, was on a secret visit on New Year's Eve. At mealtime, he found only one restaurant open, but it had limited offerings. The chef concocted this cold dish from available ingredients, and after tasting it, the emperor was so pleased that he praised it endlessly, thus naming it qianlong cabbage. "How fascinating," Mr. Lee mused, committing the story to memory to share with Lord Wong later. Susie retrieved the beef shank, which had been soaking for 2 hours, a step she had specifically indicated in the recipe. She gathered the necessary spices and placed them in a dish of water to prepare. "Hey, come help me with the fire," she called to the young witness. The boy, slightly anxious, sat down and quickly ignited the flames. A small amount of oil was heated in the pot, and rock sugar was added to caramelize. Now, reduced to medium-low heat. Following Susie's command, the boy promptly pulled out some firewood. Once the syrup bubbled vigorously, she added boiling water to the pot, stirring it well before setting it aside. In another pot, she poured in cold oil, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and onions to saute over low heat until fragrant. She then introduced the pre-soaked spices and a spoonful of yellow bean paste. Susie retrieved some rice wine from a nearby shelf and poured into the pot, followed by soy sauce, allowing everything to meld together. After adding clear water, she incorporated the syrup she had prepared earlier, bringing it to a boil before adding the beef and covering it to simmer. The boy maintained his gaze downward while tending to the fire. But as he stretched his neck, he noticed Susie adding the beef to the pot. He opened his mouth to speak, but then hesitated. Once Susie finished covering the pot and clapped her hands, ready to attend to other tasks, he finally voiced his concern. "Miss, you didn't blanch the beef." "I'm aware," she replied with a smile. The boy appeared worried, recalling how Chef Zhao always blanched meat before cooking to avoid any unpleasant odor. Understanding his concern, Susie explained, "Blanching isn't always essential. It depends on the situation. Frozen meat definitely requires it, but this fresh cut has soaked for quite some time, so there's minimal blood left, making blanching unnecessary." The boy nodded, curiosity piqued. "Are you so willing to share your secrets with us?" Susie shrugged. "It's not a big deal, merely common knowledge." The boy fell silent, a hint of existential doubt creeping in. Although they were merely kitchen assistants, they were treated with the utmost respect and reverence befitting Chef Zhao. Despite this, Chef Zhao always concealed his techniques while cooking, fearing that they might glean even the slightest insight. Observing the woman accompanying her, who, although merely an assistant, had already acquired the skill to prepare dishes independently, he felt a twinge of envy. He couldn't help but question whether his aspiration to learn culinary arts from Chef Zhao was indeed wise. As Su Jinyue's cold dishes neared completion, Su Si promptly set to work on the final dish. She skillfully julienned the tofu skin, carrots, and cucumbers, the hefty knife appearing almost weightless in her hands, producing uniformly cut strips. The other assistants, who dared not glance too much, couldn't resist stealing glances and secretly marveled at her undeniable talent. She blanched the tofu skin and carrots separately, squeezing out the excess moisture, before mixing them with the sauce that Su Jinyue had prepared. Thus far, all the cold dishes were complete except for the braised beef. For the hot dishes, she had prepared 10 stuffed chili shrimp, braised fish, pork belly with preserved vegetables, 4 happiness meatballs, ginger stir-fried duck, shiitake mushrooms with bok choy, flavorful eggplant, dry-fried green beans, mushu eggs, and candied sweet potatoes. The soup was a tomato mushroom tofu concoction, and the staple was 8 treasure rice. The assistants were once again tasked with washing the meat and vegetables, while Su Si instructed them on how to cut each ingredient. Since Chef Zhao's departure, the assistants had noticeably become more proactive and bold. Seeing that Su Si did not mind their observation of her cooking methods, some even ventured to ask questions, to which she generously provided explanations. The kitchen was infused with a myriad of rich aromas, intoxicating those present. Manager Lee could hardly contain himself, lingering in the kitchen to savor the scents. Observing Su Si execute her tasks with such poise, he was pleasantly surprised by her remarkable culinary prowess at such a young age. During the braising of the beef, she added a pinch of salt, allowing it to soak in the broth until the timing felt just right, before slicing it and preparing a small bowl of dipping sauce. As lunch approached, the remaining cold dishes were served one by one, while the hot dishes were plated as they were completed. Since this was not a banquet, the portions were modest, each plate containing only about half the usual amount. Manager Lee was busy delivering dishes and scrambling for the surplus at the bottom of the pot. Overwhelmed with activity, at this moment, everyone disregarded his status. What was on their plates was what they claimed as their own. Once all the dishes were served, Su Si stretched her back. The others regarded her with great respect, and even as she sat down, someone offered her assistance, while others, who wished to do the same but were a moment too late, silently cursed their luck. Naturally, as a chef, she would not go hungry. After completing each dish, Su Si would sample the flavors, and a bite here and there was sufficient to satiate her. Of course, she did not forget Su Jinyue. The two of them sat quietly, resting, until after an hour, Manager Lee excitedly approached. "Miss Su, please come with me. The master has something to say to you." Su Si and Su Jinyue stood and straightened their attire, following him amidst the reluctant gazes of the others. Manager Lee was also eager for Su Si to return the following day, for the dishes had been extraordinarily delicious. He kindly offered a reminder. "I noticed that the master and his companions were quite pleased with the dishes you prepared. They consumed significantly more than usual." After expressing their gratitude, Su Si and her companion quickened their pace. At the dining table sat 5 individuals, including the esteemed Wang couple, along with the family of Qian, a local official. Su Si glanced around, noticing that nearly every dish had been significantly sampled. "Miss Su, your culinary skills are truly unrivaled in the county. The dishes I had at the Grand Restaurant pale in comparison to your creations. Have you ever considered taking a position in our household?" Lord Wang inquired, testing the waters. If they could retain such talent, wouldn't it mean they could indulge in whatever delicacies they desired in the future? Su Si was somewhat taken aback. It was surprising that they would attempt to recruit her despite her running a restaurant. If not for her substantial share in the business, she might have been tempted. But she had to politely decline, expressing her gratitude for Lord Wang's kind offer while asserting her desire to forge her own path. "Haha, well said. Youth is indeed filled with vigor. Should your restaurant flourish in the future, I shall certainly be among your patrons," Lady Wang chimed in, her smile radiant. "As for the dishes, we have no objections. Please prepare them, just as you did today, for our next gathering." Upon hearing this, Su Si felt a wave of relief wash over her. This secured her 10 taels. Chapter 68. Heart to heart on their way back, both were exceedingly joyous. Not only due to the successful tasting, but also because Lord Wang's party had paid half of the deposit in advance. Su Si occasionally touched the pouch nestled in her bosom, containing her 4 taels of silver, and quickly withdrew her hand when someone passed by. Though she believed no one would dare to steal it, a tinge of anxiety lingered. Su Jinyue's face radiated with a bright smile, as if she had shed the burdens of life and was reborn. "See, what do you plan to do with this money?" she asked. "I intend to save it for a while, and once I have enough, I will buy a house of my own," Su Si replied, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She had long harbored the dream of owning a place that belonged solely to her, as it brought her a sense of security. Surprised, Su Jinyue recalled her circumstances and cautiously inquired, "Are you contemplating leaving?" Su Si shook her head, admitting, "I haven't made up my mind yet. If I were to divorce, I would have to return home, but I know that once I do, there will be no good outcome awaiting me. If I choose not to return, I would become an illegal resident, making it impossible to run a business and forcing me to evade the authorities. The conditions for becoming a single woman in this society are exceedingly stringent. Only widows who must raise children alone can establish their own households." It seemed that every avenue was blocked for her, leading to an impasse. Su Jinyue understood her plight and asked, "Is there no possibility for you and the second young master?" Unlike her and Shun Jingchuan, whose affection blossomed before marriage, most unions were arranged through family and matchmaking, where feelings developed only after the vows were exchanged. Even if they could not share a deep bond, mutual respect could be cultivated. The dynamic between Su Si and the second young master, resembling that of mere roommates who occasionally bickered and did not share a bed, was indeed unprecedented. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Su Jinyue clarified, "I'm not being nosy, it's just that since our exile, the confines of his courtyard are so small that even the slightest noise can be overheard. It is too early to discuss this, and I cannot predict what the future holds. However, for now, it is not a possibility. Should he encounter someone he truly likes in the future, I would gladly step aside." Su Si currently harbors no thoughts regarding romantic matters, especially considering that Shun Yinqing is merely 16 years old. Although her physical form is only 14, her psychological age is in the 20s, and she perceives him as akin to a younger brother. He is far too immature for any romantic inclinations to arise. "Regardless, we are all your family, and should any issues arise, we will certainly lend our assistance," Su Jinyue stated earnestly. Su Si smiled faintly, acknowledging, "I am aware. But enough about me, what about you? How do you intend to spend your funds?" "I naturally plan to purchase some fine fabric to make a garment for Qining. The material he currently wears is rather poor, and I noticed he has been developing heat rashes," Su Jinyue replied, her heart aching at the thought. If I hadn't discovered it while bathing him, the child would never have mentioned it. Indeed, that is how it should be. Children have delicate skin and cannot endure discomfort as we do. "Should you find yourself short on funds, I can lend you some," she added. Su Jinyue waved her hand in refusal. "I have enough. There will still be some left after I finish cutting the fabric." Su Si nodded thoughtfully, then leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. "Sister-in-law, your relationship with elder brother is so harmonious. How did you two come to know each other and ultimately end up together?" Su Jinyue was taken aback, surprised at how the conversation had shifted. However, upon meeting Su Si's inquisitive gaze, her desire to share emerged. "You know I'm the daughter of the Minister of Rights, and my upbringing emphasized that after marriage, a woman should follow her husband. Society generally accepts that men may have multiple wives, yet the Shun family stands as an exception. They are quite unique in the capital. What woman wouldn't wish to marry into the Shun family? Moreover, Shun Jingchuan possesses commendable looks, stature, and abilities, and he spares me from the intrigues of a crowded household." Su Si nodded in agreement, recognizing the allure of such a situation. Su Jinyue, pleased with her response, continued with enthusiasm, "I have always been quite curious about him, yet our interactions have been scant, mostly limited to stealing glances at him from afar during banquets. Reflecting on the past, I feel a flush of embarrassment. Once, Due to my inadequate practice in music, my mother forbade me from sweets for an entire month. My cravings were overwhelming, and after much internal struggle, I decided to take a risk and venture out. I crawled through a dog hole, and upon raising my head, found him standing before me, smiling. That was the most audacious act I have ever undertaken, and he happened to witness it. And then, surprised to discover that beneath Su Jinyue's decorum lay a free-spirited heart. I was quite embarrassed. After I explained my predicament, he offered to bring me sweets in the future, advising me not to crawl through that hole again, as he initially thought I was a thief. She recounted. Wow, that first encounter sounds like something out of a storybook. Su Jinyue agreed. We subsequently agreed that on the first day of every month, he would bring me treats through the dog hole. As time passed, we developed feelings for one another. Eventually, that dog hole was filled in and we could no longer meet. The very next day, I heard that someone from the Marquis' residence had come to propose. Your elder brother acted with remarkable swiftness? Su Jinyue admitted she was taken aback. Yet when she glimpsed him through the screen, her heart felt a surge of joy. And then, were there any other fascinating occurrences? Later, after the engagement was settled, he came to my house openly to present me with sweet treats and invited me to go out together. Su Si stroked his chin in contemplation and remarked, I believe your elder brother has fallen for you at first sight. Otherwise, how could he have readily agreed to assist you from the beginning? Clearly, he is seeking opportunities to spend more time with you. I once inquired why he was fond of me, and he replied that encountering a noble lady crawling through a dog hole left a profound impression on him. Ha ha! Su Si found this to be an amusing reason, though it surely also had to do with the fact that you, sister-in-law, are beautiful. He mentioned that when I lifted my gaze to meet his, it reminded him irresistibly of his beloved little pony. Su Jinyue stammered, her neck slightly flushed, for she had never shared such intimate matters with anyone before. As she spoke and reminisced, a wave of happiness enveloped her. Su Si listened with delight. This was the refreshing joy of indulging in gossip. Perhaps discussing such girlish secrets drew the two of them closer together. Indeed, gossip is the key that unlocks the heart. As they approached the shop, Da Huang ran towards Su Si, joyfully circling around her. She bent down to pat its head. Upon entering the shop, Lu Yuexin greeted them with a warm smile. I guessed it was you who returned. Da Huang was just lying at the door, but suddenly became excited and ran over. This dog is quite perceptive. It is truly a good dog, Shun Ani praised as he patted its head. So how did the tasting go? Was everything satisfactory? Lu Yuexin expressed her concern since they were two women. It went well, and there is nothing that requires alteration, Su Si replied lightly. Regarding any potential trouble, she thought it best not to burden them with worries, as it had already been resolved, and she and Su Jinyue had agreed not to mention it to their families on their way home. That's good to hear. Chapter 69. A new plan. Su Si took out a pouch from her bosom, cherishing it as she said, Moreover, Lord Wang and his associates have already paid half of the deposit. That indicates they are quite pleased with you, someone commented. Indeed, our C is remarkable. Oh, please do not flatter me too much. She continued, I have devised a new plan. If it succeeds, we shall have a new direction for business development. The others listened attentively as Su Si spoke with a serious demeanor. The banquet in 2 days is a birthday celebration. Do you recall the birthday cake I made previously? I wish to unveil the cake grandly on that day. If anyone fancies it, they will surely come to place an order with us. Making cakes is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Thus, I intend to position it as a high-end product, pricing it accordingly. The guests at the banquet are all business people and are not lacking in funds. Once we penetrate the market, it will undoubtedly be quite lucrative. Lu Yuexin furrowed her brow slightly. But how can we persuade Lord Wang to agree to this? His birthday banquet is of utmost importance. Since the menu has been set, it would be unreasonable to suddenly present something else. Su Si blinked her eyes and replied, This is where I need your assistance. I plan to make a small cake tomorrow and deliver it to the Wang residence for them to sample. If they find it delightful, we shall prepare more for the day after. Although the cost of a cake is considerable, one must seize the opportunity. Akin to the saying that one cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. If we were to undertake this task the day after tomorrow, would we have sufficient time? Shun Ani felt a twinge of concern. recalling that the cake requires at least an hour to prepare, and Asi still has other dishes to attend to. Thus, it seemed unlikely that they could open on that day. Given that they intended to profit from this endeavor, the method of cake preparation must remain a closely guarded secret. Therefore, it was necessary for everyone to whip the cream and prepare the cake layers at home, subsequently delivering the components to the Wang residence, where he would manage the final steps. This was the most prudent plan conceived by Su Si. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Su Si nodded in agreement. Feeling reassured, for whenever they embarked on a task, they all endeavored in unison. She turned her gaze to the three men present, acknowledging that it would indeed be arduous for her father and elder brother, not to mention you, Shen Yinqing. After all, whipping the cream was the most laborious of tasks. If many individuals were to order cakes regularly, would they not be overwhelmed by the incessant demand? Upon hearing his name mentioned, Shen Yinqing immediately contemplated this concern, his expression reflecting a hint of distress. Su Si shot him a disapproving glance, recognizing that he was worrying excessively. Considering the high price point, the demand would likely not be overwhelming, and if it were, they could always hire help. If the endeavor proved profitable, such matters would be inconsequential. Nonetheless, since they were preparing to sell the cakes, the quality must surpass that of their previous indulgences. Firstly, the design must differ. Cakes for children and the elderly would certainly not be alike. The former should embody childlike whimsy, while the latter must convey a sense of solemnity. The cakes intended for tasting could be smaller, whereas those for the birthday celebration would naturally need to be more substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Shinani suggested they not wait until tomorrow to begin, but rather commence immediately, lest sore hands impede their efforts the day after. Agreed, Su Si conceded, finding wisdom in her father's words. They would sell only cold dishes that evening, as there would be no time to prepare the cold noodles. Once they had procured the necessary ingredients, everyone gathered in the kitchen, acutely aware that each person bore responsibility for their designated tasks, and attentively listened to Su Si's instructions. They adhered to the same steps as before, and when it came time to assemble the cake, Su Si set aside a portion of cream, mixing in red yeast powder to create a vibrant red frosting. She piped clusters of red blossoms atop the pristine white cake, complementing them with several green leaves. Father, would you inscribe the character for longevity? Su Si requested, unable to execute the task herself. She called upon one capable. Me? My handwriting is rather ordinary. Shinani expressed a lack of confidence. Su Si encouraged him, it matters not, just write it boldly. Very well. Shinani focused intently, painstakingly crafting the character with great care. After all, unlike a brush, the control over a piping bag was less forgiving, and a misstep would be regrettable. Indeed, the use of varied colors lent a more festive air to the cake, much to Lu Yuexin's satisfaction. It truly appears suitable for a celebration of an elder's birthday, she remarked. Su Jinyue picked up the wooden box intended for presentation, scrutinizing it closely. Is this ready to be delivered? She inquired. No. We still have one final step to complete. As she spoke, Su Si placed the sugar into the pot, adding water to simmer it. Once the large bubbles transformed into smaller ones, which gradually turned from a faint yellow to a vibrant red, she knew it had reached the desired consistency. With a greased cutting board, Su Si deftly manipulated the spoon, effortlessly sketching the form of a crane. Wow, Annie is truly remarkable, Qi Ning marveled, gaining a deeper appreciation for her skills. I can create something even more impressive. Whatever you desire, I shall craft it for you. After all, the sugar painting was not yet set, so waiting was of no consequence. Really? Qi Ning exclaimed with delight. I wish for a grand tiger. Very well. She began by outlining the tiger's head with the syrup, using chopsticks to create fine details, and then slowly shaped the body. The onlookers watched intently. These are its claws. Qi Ning said, pointing excitedly. Su Si only smiled in response, and soon a roaring tiger sugar painting was complete. Once finished, she placed a chopstick atop it for ease of enjoyment. Qing Huan fanned the sugar painting with her hand, hastening its solidification. What would you like? She inquired eagerly. Can I have one too? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, there's plenty for everyone. Oh, just let the children have theirs. What we need it for? Lu Yuexin said, though her face betrayed her amusement. Who says only children can enjoy sweets? Adults need a taste of sweetness too. Have you decided, Qing Huan? What do you want? I wish for a rabbit. Lu Yuexin desired a carp. Shun Ani requested a grandsword. Su Jinyue opted for a butterfly. And Shin Jingchuan asked for a horse. As they approached the end, only a small amount of syrup remained. Su Si pondered for a moment and decided to create a small ingot for herself, hoping it would attract wealth. Each morning, upon awakening, she would silently affirm, I love money, and money loves me. It flows to me from all directions, wishing for prosperity. Gently lifting the crane sugar painting she had crafted first, Susie affixed it to the side of the cake, for the crane symbolizes longevity and prosperity, instantly elevating the cake's elegance. With that, her task was complete, and she prepared the cake for presentation. As the others began to greet the guests, Susie declined to join them, hastily taking the cake to the Wang residence. The young servant who opened the door recognized her. Miss, what brings you here? I have a request to see Lord Wang. May I trouble you to announce my arrival? Certainly. Please wait here while I inform him. Thank you, young man. Fortunately, it was already evening, and the weather had cooled, alleviating her concerns about the cake melting. Shortly thereafter, the young man returned in haste. Lord Wang is waiting for you in the hall. Please follow me. Lord Wang sat in the hall, attended by a maid fanning him and another massaging his legs. Upon seeing Su Si enter, he waved for them to step aside. Su Si curtsied, pretending not to notice, for she feared it would disrupt her balance. This was, after all, the life she had always dreamed of. Miss Su, what brings you here? I have prepared a delicacy known as a birthday cake, and I would like you to sample it to see if it would be suitable for the banquet. Oh, let me have a look. Lord Wang, who prided himself on having tasted many delights, had never heard of such a creation. Su Si deftly avoided the actions of the maid who sought to take over, stepping forward to place the wooden box upon the table. With a gentle smile, he explained that the box was custom-made and rather difficult to open, assuring them he would handle it. This wooden box had been crafted to their specifications, with a layer of board beneath, while the other sides were securely fastened together, bound with iron wire at the corners. Su Si skillfully untwisted the wire and carefully lifted the lid. Inside, the cake rested intact upon a layer of oiled paper. Is this truly the cake? Lord Wang inquired curiously, leaning in closer. Simply slice it with a knife and serve it in a bowl. You can enjoy it with a spoon, Su Si instructed. Upon hearing his words, the attentive maid promptly fetched the necessary items, returning shortly thereafter. Lord Wang cut a small portion and tasted it. To his astonishment, the flavor was exquisite. The white confection was subtly sweet without being cloying, harmonizing beautifully with the soft pastry. He then served himself another bowl, instructing, "Take this to the madam." Turning his gaze to Su Si, he asked, "What significance does this creation hold?" This delicacy is presented at the conclusion of a banquet. After the birthday celebrant has made a wish and cut the cake to share with everyone, Su Si elaborated. Lord Wang nodded thoughtfully as he listened. Ah, quite intriguing indeed. How much does this cake cost? I shall place an order for one in 2 days. No need for that. The cake in 2 days will be a gift to you, Su Si replied respectfully. Lord Wang raised an eyebrow. How can I accept that? With a courteous smile, Su Si explained, I merely wish to request a favor. Should any of your business associates express interest in ordering, I would appreciate an introduction. Haha, I see. Not a problem at all, Lord Wang responded, appreciating Su Si's intentions rather than perceiving any ulterior motives. To be generous and bold is a commendable trait. Such individuals are bound to achieve greatness. Chapter 70. The successful banquet in the blink of an eye. The day of the birthday banquet arrived. The shop had posted a notice in advance, announcing it would remain closed for the day. After breakfast, Su Si and Su Jinyue prepared to set out. Mother, there is no need to rush. As long as you arrive by noon, it will suffice, Lu Yuexin assured Su Si as she helped him adjust his clothing. We are well aware of all the steps and will certainly not make any mistakes. Indeed, apart from Shun Yinxing, everyone in the household was dependable, even the youngest. Qi Ning understood the importance of diligence. While others might produce inferior bamboo shoots from good bamboo, in their case they transformed good bamboo into fine shoots. In preparation for this day, they had conducted a crash course, especially regarding the cake base, which was of utmost importance. A single misstep could cause it to collapse or fail to rise properly. Under Su Si's meticulous guidance the previous day, Liu Yuexin had attempted to make a palm-sized cake base, but her first two attempts were unsuccessful, causing her to break into a sweat. Su Si had eventually advised her to take a break and reflect, and fortunately, her subsequent attempts were successful. Once the cake bases were completed, they were shared among the group, though two were not as perfect as the others. Nonetheless, they were still precious and would not go to waste. When Su Si and Su Jinyue arrived at the Wang residence, they noticed the house had been beautifully adorned with red lanterns, exuding a festive atmosphere. Upon their arrival, Steward Li promptly led them to the kitchen, where the household staff moved with urgency, their expressions serious and focused, which made Su Si slightly anxious. After escorting the two individuals, Manager Li departed, instructing them to send someone if they needed assistance. With their previous interaction in mind, the kitchen staff welcomed them warmly. Su Si inquired about Chef Zhao's absence, to which they replied that he had taken a leave for the afternoon. Su Si nodded, relieved, as his presence had been rather off-putting. However, recalling how he had previously disrespected Manager Li, it was evident that, despite Li's amiable demeanor, Zhao would not have an easy time in the future. "Miss Su, we have thoroughly inspected the ingredients, ensuring their freshness," the staff announced. "Very well, let us commence," she responded. Drawing from their past collaborative experience, everyone instinctively knew their roles, requiring no further direction from Su Si. Aware of the gravity of the task at hand, the atmosphere was markedly different from their previous jovial banter. Silence enveloped the kitchen, punctuated only by the sounds of cooking, as delectable aromas wafted outward. Four large pots simmered simultaneously, causing the temperature in the room to rise significantly. Su Si found herself frequently gulping down water to quench her thirst. Upon entering, Manager Li inhaled deeply, wishing to etch the enticing scent into his memory. "Miss Su, how is everything progressing?" The master and his guests have taken their seats. The busy morning had left him somewhat dizzy, as he was required to coordinate all matters within the estate. "It is nearly ready. We can begin serving shortly. Once the cold dishes are presented, the hot ones will follow suit." After a brief absence, he returned with several maidservants, who proceeded to carry the dishes away. "Miss Su, is there anything to eat?" Manager Li asked, his stomach grumbling audibly. "Indeed, besides what is for the banquet, I prepared additional dishes to send to the lady, fearing there might not be enough. There are some leftovers in the covered bowls." Manager Li was pleasantly surprised, lifting the lid to reveal several small bowls, each containing modest portions. He helped himself to a bit of everything, disregarding decorum as he settled onto a low stool in a corner to eat. The kitchen staff cast envious yet pained glances his way. Those dishes were originally intended for their post-labor meal, only to be preemptively devoured by him. Wishing to savor each bite, but aware of the many tasks still at hand, he ultimately chose to finish quickly. Su Jinyue had already placed the half-finished cake sent by her family into the well for safekeeping. Once all the dishes had been served, Su Si wiped her brow, neglecting to rest as she began crafting the cake. The cake layers had been meticulously shaped, perfectly round, and an ample supply of cream had been delivered. The kitchen staff, eager to dine alongside her, gathered around as Su Si resumed her work. "Master Su, what is this?" one inquired curiously. "This is our homemade birthday cake." "I've never seen one before," another remarked. "As if you've encountered many desserts," came the retort. "True, I cannot afford such luxuries." "Shoo, everyone be quiet. We don't want to disturb Master Su," they whispered, stepping back to avoid interference. A wave of astonishment swept through the room as she began to create sugar art. For the final touch on the cake, Su Si produced a sheet of paper with a template written by Shan Ani, carefully tracing the characters as instructed. "Do not speak. Merely gazing upon it is quite impressive. The inability to write does not preclude her from mimicking characters as if they were art. This cake measures 14 inches. Its appearance is indeed awe-inspiring, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. At this moment, the banquet is alive with the clinking of glasses. Brother Wang, where did you find such a remarkable chef? Their skills are exceptional. Indeed, I usually do not care for duck, yet I was pleasantly surprised by its delightful taste. I find the eggplant dish to be the most delectable. It truly tests the chef's abilities." both in terms of flavor and the timing of the courses. Everything was executed flawlessly. This chef must be quite renowned. Can you guess? Lord Wong said proudly. Though his praise was directed at Su Si, it subtly affirmed his discerning taste and acknowledged the resounding success of his banquet. Why does this cold dish seem so familiar? Ah, now that you mention it, I too find it reminiscent, particularly the pig's ears. They resemble those from a restaurant my wife frequently patronizes to accompany her drinks. Could it be that we have a chef from the same establishment? One person suggested. If you truly engaged a mere restaurant chef, Brother Wong, you must be quite desperate. To entertain us with such a modest cook is rather insulting. Or perhaps your business is struggling, and you are reluctant to spend? A man with a goatee remarked sarcastically, though inwardly he felt quite frustrated, having gone to great lengths to lure away all the prominent chefs in the county at considerable expense, only to miss one. The rest feigned ignorance, savoring the exquisite dishes without involving themselves in their private squabbles. Indeed, you are correct. I did hire a chef from a restaurant. Do you not understand the reason? Upon hearing this, the others could not help but lean in with curiosity. How would I know? The man with the goatee stubbornly denied it. However, I do not concur with your assertion that a humble chef signifies low standards. They too have attained their position through hard work. Surely, among you there are those who have built their success from the ground up, unlike Boss Sun, who squanders his inheritance without effort. Some guests shifted uncomfortably at this remark, prompting the goateed man to hastily clarify. I did not imply that. You are being quite petty, attempting to sow discord among us. As he fumed, Lord Wong merely smiled. A maid came to clear away the finished dishes, tidying up before Lord Wong. Observing this scene, others looked on in perplexity. Then, stewardly placed a delicately crafted item in front of Lord Wong. Brother Wong, what is this? Lord Wong expressed delight at the cake, even more exquisite than the previous one, and explained this is called a birthday cake. At last, he was not the only one unfamiliar with such things. Igniting a sense of pride within him, under the curious gazes of the crowd, he closed his eyes and silently made a wish. Taking the wooden knife from stewardly, he evenly divided it into 16 portions. As for the sugar painting of the crane, he naturally reserved that for himself. Why are you so mysterious, Brother Wong? Why close your eyes? You all simply do not understand. This is called making a wish, a ritual before enjoying the cake. Though he had reached an age where he no longer believed in the power of wishes, he still recognized the importance of ritual. Chapter 71. The Birthday Cake. As everyone savored the cake, astonishment filled the air. The flavors were exquisite, surpassing even the delicacies of Han Tang's Hai. The creativity and thoughtfulness of the creator were truly commendable. The cake was sweet yet not cloying, earning high praise from the ladies among the guests, a testament to its excellence. Could this have been made by that chef? One person ventured to inquire. Lord Wong nodded in affirmation. A middle-aged gentleman with thick, dark eyebrows suddenly interjected, "My mother will soon celebrate her 80th birthday, and I would like to purchase one as well. Might I ask Brother Wong for a recommendation?" "Of course," Lord Wong replied, gesturing towards Manager Lee. This man was a salt merchant of considerable standing. Although he maintained an average relationship with most, he was renowned for his filial piety. When attempting to forge connections with him, others often sought to approach him through his mother. Remarkably, this birthday cake had forged a link between him and Lord Wong, simultaneously assisting Su Si in expanding her business, an undeniable win-win situation. With this thought, Lord Wong's spirits soared. Others quickly complimented, "Brother Zhou is indeed filial. The old lady is truly fortunate." After all, in this era, reaching the age of 80 was a rarity. They also marveled at Lord Wong's good fortune, achieving what they found exceedingly difficult with a mere introduction. The man with the goat beard, known as Mr. Sun, was so incensed that his beard seemed to twist in frustration. Powerless to act, he begrudgingly took a large bite of cake. Since the cake had been presented, Su Si and her companion had casually sampled some dishes and were now anxiously awaiting the outcome in the kitchen. The assistants had devoured every remaining morsel, leaving nothing, not even the 8 treasure rice. Noticing their impatience, one of the helpers reassured them, "Master Su, do not worry. With food this delicious, there will surely be no issues." Su Si smiled but offered no explanation, Her concern was not about the food, but rather the business. "Miss Sue, this is splendid news." Before they could see Manager Lee, the moment they heard his voice, both Sue C. and her companion stood up. "What is it?" Sue C.'s eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping he would convey the news she longed to hear. "A customer wishes to purchase the cake you made," Manager Lee panted, genuinely happy for her. Just as he was about to leave with him, Sue Jinwei remarked, "I shall remain here and wait for you." Since the cake affair was primarily under Sue C.'s purview, she felt her presence would add little more than unnecessary company, possibly leading others to think that she lacked independence. Surprised yet in agreement, Sue C. nodded. The gathering took place in the same room where they had dined the previous day, though the table had been replaced with an enormous one. 5 maidservants stood at the ready, prepared to cater to the guests' every need. Sue C. bowed her head in greeting. When she raised it, she found all eyes upon her, an undeniably daunting sensation. After all, these were seasoned businessmen, well-versed in the tumult of the marketplace, their gazes radiating a palpable pressure. "Are you the chef of this establishment?" one of them inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "One should not judge by appearances. I had assumed it would be a man, yet here stand a young lady." "What of it? Capability knows no gender." The sole female guest furrowed her brow, while another could not help but jest. Look at what you said. You've surely offended Boss Liu." "Well, I misspoke. I'll take a cup as punishment, though I truly harbor no disdain for women." The man first apologized and then promptly downed a glass of wine to diffuse the situation. Master Wang gestured toward someone, speaking gently. "This is Boss Zhou, who wishes to place an order for a cake." Boss Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Sue C., with a serious demeanor, replied, "Certainly, though our prices are rather steep." You little girl, we are not short of money, especially this gentleman before you, who is particularly affluent." Laughter erupted among the group. "Our cakes take a minimum of 2 days to complete, and the materials are quite costly. The simplest variant starts at 2 taels." When Sue C. mentioned the 2-day time frame, it did not imply that the cake would take the entire duration. Rather, it would be crafted on the first day, with no respite on the second. And labor costs must also be factored in. What distinguishes the ordinary from the extraordinary? The ordinary consists solely of cream and cake, adorned in the simplest fashion, while the extraordinary can incorporate various ingredients, such as fruits and sugar art, with more intricate designs. Moreover, larger sizes command higher prices. The audience listened with keen interest. What would the pricing be for Master Wang's order today? Sue C. pondered furiously in her mind, aware that she must neither quote too low, lest Master Wang feel insulted, nor too high, which would complicate future pricing. Ultimately, she replied, "Given the size of Master Wang's cake, and as he is our first customer, I will design it specifically for him, pricing it at 5 taels of silver. While not exorbitant, it holds the honor of being the first." Master Wang appeared quite pleased upon hearing this. Boss Zhou reflected for a moment. "That sounds rather intricate. We shall discuss the specifics later. Where shall we find you to place the order?" "You may simply visit a restaurant to place it." Sue C. could not suppress her smile, sensing that business was on the horizon. One person casually remarked, "I shall celebrate my birthday in a couple of months. I will also come to you for an order." Sue C. eagerly nodded, envisioning a flurry of coins raining down upon her, leaving her somewhat dizzy. Noticing that the others had begun to converse about different matters, Manager Lee approached and gently pulled her aside. "It seems that Miss Sue's prosperity is imminent." Manager Lee mused, his monthly salary being quite decent at 4 taels, yet it was only worth the price of 1 cake. May your words bring good fortune. If you require anything, I shall offer you a discount." "That sounds splendid. I shall hold you to that." They bantered as they returned to the kitchen, where Sue Jinwei greeted them. Before any words were exchanged, Sue C. merely nodded at her, and everything was understood without need for speech. "Master Sue, how have you achieved such prowess at such a young age?" A helper inquired discreetly. The others were equally curious. "Isn't it all a matter of talent and hard work?" Sue C. did not respond directly, although she had never concealed her true self since arriving here. It was best not to say too much, especially since the original owner had no culinary skills to explain. Master Sue was indeed correct. The words of remarkable individuals often resonate with many as wise. One could only wonder if there would be another opportunity to see Master Sue again. The crowd felt a sense of nostalgia, as he was the first generous and approachable chef they had encountered. If you ever need anything, feel free to visit my establishment. Of course, I would be even more delighted if you came to show your support, Su Si remarked cleverly. After the guests departed, nearly an hour had passed when Lord Wang sent someone to summon them. Miss Su, you performed splendidly today, Lord Wang said, slightly intoxicated, gesturing for Steward Li to settle their payment. Su Si was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the amount of silver in her hand. It was more than she expected. 5 taels should have been the correct amount. Ah, indeed, the extra 2 taels are a reward. The dishes you prepared have truly slapped that old curmudgeon's face. He chuckled. I am most grateful, Lord Wang. Beside them, Su Jinyue was equally astonished. Just as they were about to leave the estate, they encountered Chef Zhao returning, his brow furrowed in displeasure but hesitant to approach. His wrist had been painful since the day before, and it had since begun to bruise. The midday banquet served as a gathering, while the evening would only see Lord Wang's family. Chef Zhao had returned to oversee dinner preparations. It was uncertain whether the family, having enjoyed such exquisite dishes, would be able to accept a more ordinary meal later that evening. Chapter 72. The little treasury here, sister-in-law, this 2 taels is for you. Su Jinyue looked at the silver being offered and only took half. I only need this much. The extra reward is yours. I cannot accept more. Had it not been for your assistance, I could not have successfully managed the banquet. Reward should be shared, Su Si said playfully, wrapping her arm around Su Jinyue's. Feeling inexplicably shy, Su Jinyue found it awkward to withdraw her arm, walking stiffly alongside Su Si. Then I cannot accept it either. It would weigh on my conscience. She sincerely believed she had contributed little. Observing her insistence, Su Si did not press further. How about this? We shall use the extra 2 taels to purchase some fabric and make new clothes for everyone in the family. At this, Su Jinyue could not refuse, as it was for the sake of the entire family. All right, then I shall help mother make them, and soon we will have new garments to wear. As for Su Si, recalling her previous embroidery lessons, Su Jinyue held little hope for her clothing-making skills. Gradually, she grew accustomed to being in such close proximity to Su Si, adjusting her arm to a more comfortable position. You've returned. At a glance, you truly resemble a pair of sisters, Lu Yuexin remarked, occasionally glancing out the courtyard door for their figures, just in time to witness this scene. Su Si and Su Jinyue exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Once they settled down in chairs to rest, Shun Ani finally inquired, was everything smooth sailing? Indeed. Moreover, guests expressed interest in ordering cakes from us. Su Si shared the delightful news with everyone. When do they want them? Shin Ani felt the lingering soreness in his arms and inexplicably found himself in a state of melancholy. It remained uncertain, but it seemed likely that tomorrow he would visit the shop to discuss specific matters with us. Su Si eased into his chair and spoke slowly. Shin Ani let out a sigh of relief. That was good news, yet this work was truly exhausting. It appeared that prioritizing physical fitness was becoming imperative. In the past, every morning, he and Shun Jingxuan would engage in a set of martial exercises in the courtyard, stretching their muscles as taught by their martial arts instructor. Gradually forming a habit. However, with the daily grind of earning a living, they had long abandoned this practice. Indeed, life has a way of eroding one's dreams and passions. Luo Yuexin waited for their conversation to conclude, then inquired with concern, Are you hungry? The kitchen has prepared a meal for you. Mother is so kind. Su Si replied with a hint of playful affection. I am indeed hungry. I hardly ate anything at noon. He was preoccupied with thoughts and lacked the appetite to eat, especially since there were only a few leftovers, making it difficult to indulge. Su Jinyue also felt the emptiness in her stomach and prevented Su Si from rising, choosing instead to fetch the dishes from the kitchen herself. Eat slowly, Luo Yuexin gently advised as she observed the two relishing their meal. Dinner consisted of cold tossed lettuce, stir-fried green beans with meat, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, all made from their own homegrown produce. The tomatoes had sprouted from a mix of seeds, entirely natural, with vibrant red skin and juicy flesh, suitable for both cooking and eating raw. It was remarkable that this land, once barren, now yielded such bountiful harvests. perhaps due to the frequent application of organic fertilizers or other factors. Without needing to say much, Luo Yuexin could tell from their expressions that her cooking was quite satisfactory. If only she had the chance to prepare a meal for her parents, she believed they would be delighted. Regrettably, returning to the capital was not an option, and her parents were too elderly to travel here. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. After Su Si and Shun Ani finished their meal, she bit her lip and reluctantly broached another topic. Do you know what date is today? The group exchanged confused glances, their eyes reflecting bewilderment. Is someone celebrating a birthday? Su Si inquired tentatively. Luo Yuexin shook her head. Is it a day when we don't have to work? Shun Yinxing casually remarked, leaving everyone speechless. Today marked the last day of the month. Su Si's mind cleared in an instant. Oh, I see. It's time for profit sharing. Isn't it? Exactly, Luo Yuexin confirmed. Please tidy up the dishes, and we shall begin calculating the accounts. The group buzzed with excitement, swiftly collaborating to clean up. Before Luo Yuexin lay the account book, an abacus, and a pouch of silver. Shinani sat beside her, shielding the lamp with his hand, both concentrating the light and preventing the flame from causing any mishap. The sound of the abacus clicking resonated for quite some time, as the account book was leafed through page by page. Ultimately, they concluded that the profit sharing for the last 43 days yielded a total profit of 54 taels after deducting costs. Noticing the silence among them, Luo Yuexin asked, would you like to review the account book, just in case I made an error? No need. We trust your accounting skills, Shun Jingchuan replied with a smile, overwhelmed by joy. As Lu Yuexin meticulously calculated the accounts while reciting various figures, Su Si mentally confirmed the numbers as well, finding no discrepancies. It was indeed reasonable to earn such a sum. Although cold noodles, cold fish, and lemonade were inexpensive, the inclusion of meat in the cold dishes significantly contributed to the profits. The account required a reserve of 16 taels and 201, with Su Si entitled to 15 taels and 121, while they were to receive 3 taels and 781. And Qi Ning and Qing Huan each 1 tael and 891. Do I get any? Qi Ning, who had been playing with toys nearby, was suddenly startled to hear her name. All right, last time Qi Ning fell asleep, Shinani remarked, gently ruffling her hair. I forgot to mention it to her. Su Jinhue added with some regret. It was your second aunt who allocated her share for you, so you must treat her with utmost filial piety in the future. It's all right. Observing her mother's demeanor, Qi Ning promptly scampered over and nuzzled against her, gazing adoringly at Su Si. Second aunt, rest assured, I will definitely be filial to you, even without silver. Su Si chuckled heartily. Very well, I shall await that day. Indeed, I shall take care of your later years. I will ensure your comfort and well-being, Qi Ning declared, only to be interrupted by Su Si. Enough, enough, your second aunt has understood your intentions. After all, her life has only just begun, and you're already planning for her later years. While supporting her is fine, tending to her needs in such a manner is unnecessary. Lu Yuexin meticulously counted the coins, distributing them accordingly before everyone dispersed. Mother, please keep this for me, Qi Ning said, handing the silver over to Su Jinhue before bedtime. No need. You should keep it yourself, Su Jinhue replied, wrapping her hand around Qi Ning's little one. This is given to you by Su Si. If I take it, the meaning changes. At that moment, Su Si was turned away from Shun Yinxing, retrieving a wooden box from the vanity drawer. Inside lay the 15 taels of silver she had earned from selling bridal garments, which had initially been spent but later replenished by her mother in bits and pieces. She added the 8 taels earned from the recent feast and the share received, totaling 39 taels, which became her exclusive little treasury. Once she saved a bit more, she would deposit the silver in a bank. After returning the wooden box to the vanity, she tucked away the surplus 2 taels into her purse, planning a future outing with her mother and sister-in-law to select fabric. She had considered hiding the silver, but there was no suitable place in the house, rendering the notion unnecessary. Shun Yinxing lay on his side, propped up on his hand, tossing the silver high into the air. Noticing Su Si approach, he cleared his throat. Should I give you this money? He had observed his father and elder brother submitting their funds outside, and felt a sense of awareness. Su Si adjusted her pillow and forcefully pulled the blanket from beneath him. "What do you need to give me your money for?" Shen Yinqing looked slightly vexed. "We are husband and wife. What is wrong with that?" Indeed, he wished to give it to her. His earlier hesitance was merely pretense. But upon hearing Su Ci's refusal, he became anxious. Su Ci straightened. Observing him closely, she suddenly realized the strength of his psychological resilience was quite remarkable. After having been reprimanded by her, he took 2 days to adjust, believing she thought he would remain silent. However, it wasn't long before he found himself embroiled in another conflict. Let us not forget, we are merely a couple in appearance. Our relationship is as pure as can be. Shen Yinqing found himself questioning his own worth. Could it be that he was truly inadequate? Why else would Su Ci hold him in such low regard? He had indeed been lacking before, but now he considered himself to be reasonably average. After all, the young man had made some progress, although still unreliable. He had changed significantly and could assist with tasks now. "Oh, sleep," Shen Yinqing mused, finding this assessment both commendable and disheartening. He tucked some coins beneath his pillow and closed his eyes, lapsing into silence. The following morning, as Su Ci busied herself in the kitchen, Shenani informed her that someone had arrived to discuss cake arrangements. She swiftly removed her apron, washed her hands, and hurried outside. Boss Shou, dressed in a deep blue long gown and accompanied by a young attendant, was discreetly surveying the shop. Su Ci greeted him with a smile. "Boss Shou, it is a pleasure to see you." He offered a slight smile in return and took a seat beside her at the screen partition. After Shen Ani served him a cup of tea, she discreetly stepped away, granting them some privacy. Noticing that Boss Zhou did not touch his tea, Su Ci maintained her professional demeanor. "When do you require the cake?" she inquired. "On the 4th of July, he replied. Su Ci calculated that this was merely 5 days away, coinciding with the onset of autumn. "What size cake do you desire?" she asked. "Approximately for 10 people. What do you think is necessary?" "An 8-inch cake should suffice," she suggested. Although they typically discuss cake sizes in inches, this locale did not employ such terminology. 1 inch equates to 2.54 centimeters, whereas a CUN translates to 3.33 centimeters. "Very well. Let us proceed with your recommended size. I recall you mentioned that we could add fruits as well." Su Ci nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Please include some grapes of the finest quality. Price is no object," Boss Zhou remarked, stroking the thumb ring on his finger. Truly a valued customer. Su Ci suppressed her excitement and nodded in agreement. "What designs can you create?" she asked. Su Ci pondered briefly before responding. "On Lord Wang's cake, we inscribed the character for longevity. We could also inscribe the character for fortune. If you desire other birthday wishes, we can accommodate that as well. In addition to cream flowers, we can craft peaches and carp, among other designs. As for the overall shape, we shall adhere to a circular form, as ancient traditions deem auspicious." After finally completing her introduction, Su Ci felt the need for a cake catalog to facilitate selection. Boss Zhou listened attentively. "Please inscribe fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing the South Mountain, and add a few fish illustrations." Su Ci took out paper and a writing instrument, contemplating for a moment before sketching a model based on his request. "Are you satisfied with this? Any unsatisfactory details can be amended." The drawing depicted a cake with the blessing inscribed on its side, the edges adorned with patterns resembling a pond, with 2 carps swimming above, amidst a cluster of grapes representing the bubbles they were blowing. Additionally, she noted the size in an adjacent blank space. "Indeed, the overall ambience is quite enchanting, and I eagerly anticipate the final product." Miss Su possesses remarkable artistic skills. Boss Zhou, with paper in hand, scrutinized the work with newfound respect for Su Ci. "You flatter me," she replied modestly. "However, Miss Su's technique is rather unique. I wonder which school it belongs to? Could be classified as a sketch?" Su Ci herself was uncertain about its classification. In any case, it was not traditional Chinese painting, a level she had yet to attain, and it was a product of her self-study. Boss Zhou did not delve deeper and casually inquired, "How much will this cake cost?" 7 taels, she responded. "Is that payment required now?" He gestured for the servant to prepare the payment. "We need to pay half as a deposit. Otherwise, if you decide against it later, we would incur significant losses," Su Si explained with a smile. In the realm of commerce, everyone engages in a bit of cunning. Yet Su Si's forthrightness was not only refreshing, but also conveyed a sense of honesty. Her round face added to her appeal, presenting an aura of simplicity that Boss Zhou found quite agreeable. Su Si further elaborated, "We can offer delivery services, but we would need your address. Alternatively, you may choose to send someone to collect it. That won't be necessary. I will dispatch someone to retrieve it." Su Si exhibited an understanding expression, aware that affluent individuals often value their privacy. "What time will you send someone for the pickup?" "At the hour of the rooster," he replied. "So that will be around 5 o'clock in the afternoon," she confirmed. "Very well," Su Si said, jotting down the collection time and the name of the client on the prepared paper. Boss Zhou was even more pleased with her meticulous approach. Little did anyone know of his obsessive perfectionism. He favored others to execute their tasks with utmost excellence. After bidding farewell to Boss Zhou, the others eagerly gathered to inquire about the details. Initially, the conversation flowed smoothly until they learned the cake was valued at 8 taels. "Goodness, if we expand and thrive, we could be wealthy in no time." Su Si had moved past the phase of exuberance and remained composed. "Indeed, just yesterday, someone expressed interest in placing an order, though I am uncertain when they will arrive. I must sketch some preliminary designs for them to choose from." "All right, you focus on your work." Although each person was engaged in different tasks, their aspirations aligned, each fulfilling their respective roles. Su Si dedicated an entire day to crafting the booklet, which ultimately came to fruition. The first section detailed the cake, encompassing its significance, pre-consumption rituals, a size comparison chart, and a list of ingredients to prevent potential allergic reactions. The second section featured low-sugar, low-fat cakes tailored for the weight-conscious. The third section was dedicated to children's cakes, further divided into categories for boys and girls. The fourth section focused on cakes for the elderly, emphasizing festivity and good fortune. The fifth section showcased cakes for women, prioritizing aesthetics, while the sixth section presented cakes for men, featuring more understated designs. She illustrated at least 7 variations for nearly every category, meticulously indicating specific prices for each size. The effort left her utterly exhausted, almost to the point of exasperation, when she presented the painstakingly crafted booklet to the others. They were taken aback by the plethora of options. Such a variety. Su Si felt a sense of pride as she added, "By the way, if you have time, I will need someone to help me transcribe a copy." Everyone understood. After all, the characters she wrote were incomprehensible to them. "This one is the most beautiful," Su Jinhua praised, pointing at a design. Su Si leaned in to take a look. It was a rose cake, currently rendered only in black and white. However, once completed, it will be adorned in soft pink hues, making it even more exquisite. "I will make this for you on your birthday," Su Si promised. "Really?" Su Jinhua exclaimed with delight. "Of course, I will indulge you," Su Si replied with a raised eyebrow, as there was nothing too extravagant for a good friend. Su Jinhua felt a surge of happiness and mimicked Su Si's previous gesture by wrapping her arms around her. Meanwhile, Shen Jingchuan sensed something awry, but could not articulate what it was. After everyone had perused the booklet, Su Si carefully tucked it away. The venture into cake making officially commenced today. Henceforth, every day they formally baked, the following day would be a day of rest, akin to a holiday. Her proposal received unanimous approval from the group. Chapter 74. The clay oven. Just yesterday the booklet was completed, and today another individual came to place an order. Su Si surmised it was a guest from the banquet who had expressed interest in purchasing. "Shall we create a clay oven?" she suggested. "What is that?" Shinani inquired, puzzled. When firing ceramics, they must be placed in a kiln, and a clay oven is quite similar, albeit used for baking food. "For instance, we can place the cake base inside to bake," Su Si explained with an analogy. "What is the difference between baking and steaming the cake base?" Liu Yuexin, responsible for making the cake base, raised a question. "There are only subtle distinctions. Steaming yields a more delicate and tender texture, less prone to becoming fiery, while baking retains less moisture and allows for longer preservation." "All right, then let us proceed with that," Su Si contemplated. The only available space in her yard was next to the chicken coop, which was not suitable for such an endeavor. It seemed unseemly to place a clay oven beside the coop. Moreover, if they baked at home and had to transport the items to the shop, It would be quite cumbersome. As for having someone come to their home for pickup, despite their modest means, they still wish to maintain a semblance of privacy. I will seek out a mason. Feel free to convey your requirements directly to him. Shinani, already familiar with the process from their previous kitchen construction, quickly returned with a mason. Choosing a vacant area opposite the kitchen, Su Si described the size and shape, and the mason understood her vision. I comprehend, miss. Worry not. I have been in this trade for over 20 years and will undoubtedly meet your expectations. The mason was a middle-aged man with dark skin, his hands cracked and some nails missing, yet he smiled earnestly, evoking an inexplicable sense of sorrow. His weathered hands bore witness to countless hardships. It was these very hands that upheld his life. As the sun rose, Su Si busied herself with other tasks, leaving the mason to work alone. Qining cautiously grasped a cup, carefully stepping over the kitchen threshold, mindful not to spill its contents, and slowly approached the squatting mason. "Grandfather, please have some." Although the mason was not particularly old, he had already assumed the role of grandfather, much like Shinani, and thus Qining addressed him accordingly. The mason, upon hearing the crisp voice of a child, raised his eyes to see Qining offering a cup of water with both hands. He gratefully accepted it, expressing his thanks. His throat felt a bit parched, so he took a hearty sip and was taken aback by the taste. "How is this sweet and sour? Did you mistakenly bring the wrong cup, little one?" He was concerned that such a delightful flavor was typically reserved for those who could afford it. Leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond, Qining hastily shook her head, assuring him that it was indeed prepared by his second aunt for him. "Oh, that's a relief." The mason sighed, a smile spreading across his face. This family truly possessed a rare kindness. He smacked his lips, pondering whether this was the famed lemonade. Qining nodded her tiny head in affirmation. The mason suddenly regarded the water in the cup as a precious treasure. Although he could not afford it, he had heard tales of lemonade and never imagined he would have the chance to taste it. He savored each sip, allowing the flavor to linger before swallowing. After finishing, he handed the cup back to Qining, rubbing his hands together, his diligence in work redoubled. The structure was built from bricks and tiles, coated in mud, with two openings, one above for placing food and the other below for kindling a fire. Su Si surveyed the clay kiln before her with satisfaction. She circled it and asked, "Uncle, could you add 2 semicircles to this kiln?" The mason hesitated, questioning the need for such additions. Having worked for many years, he had never heard of such embellishments. Su Si felt a bit embarrassed, explaining, "It just looks nicer that way." "Oh, I see. No problem at all," the mason replied with a smile, taking 2 lumps of clay and applying them as she directed. Although he couldn't discern the aesthetic appeal, he understood that everyone had their own perspective. "Thank you, uncle. Let us eat before we leave," Su Si urged after paying. The kiln was clearly the result of careful thought and was quite sturdy in its construction. The mason quickly declined, feeling fortunate to have tasted the lemonade. Unlike other households, they treated him with genuine kindness, which he could feel. The mason offered a fair price, and Su Si, intent on treating them to a meal, insisted on giving him 2 buns and some leftover cold dishes. When Su Si returned to inspect the kiln, she found Xiaobai had already burrowed inside, lying down. Amused yet exasperated, she called, "Come out." Thankfully, it hasn't been fired yet. Otherwise, you would be quite done for. Xiaobai rolled around inside, its round, glistening eyes watching her. All right, if you want tea come out, you mustn't go in again in the future," Su Si gently admonished, regardless of whether it understood her words. As the weather grew warmer, by evening, the kiln had dried considerably. Su Si took out her brush and ink, painting the protruding semicircles black. She then outlined 2 oval eyes and a small nose, and before her emerged an endearing panda. "Wow, how adorable!" Qining exclaimed, squatting beside Su Si with the ink, her mouth agape. "I wondered why there were 2 extra corners. It turns out they serve as ears," Lu Yuexin said, realization dawning upon her. Su Jinyuan nodded in agreement, affirming that this indeed enhanced the charm, making the courtyard all the more delightful. Uncertain whether rain might descend, lest the ink be washed away, Su Si's apprehension was not without merit, for the ink was not waterproof. Observing the worried expression on her second aunt's face, Qining promptly declared, "If it rains, I shall hold an umbrella over it, thus preventing any damage." Su Si chuckled, "Oh, that is unnecessary. If the painting gets wet, so be it. Just ensure that Qining remains dry, lest our second aunt grows concerned for her." The child's earnestness was palpable, if not clarified. She might indeed take it upon herself to protect the clay kiln. Qining, sensing her second aunt's concern, smiled shyly. "It is nothing to fret over. We can simply construct a shelter with some wooden boards when the time comes," suggested Shun reasonably. Little Bai seemed particularly fond of the clay kiln, often playing alongside Qining, yet today it remained nestled within, causing her a twinge of disappointment despite her affection. It was only when they returned home in the evening that Little Bai emerged. Both their home and the shop housed cozy spots for it. Wherever Su Si was, Da Huang would be found, with Little Bai faithfully following suit. In a sense, they formed a harmonious family unit. The chicks in the yard had grown, chattering excitedly upon their return, and after being fed, they returned to their nests. She recalled the initial days of bringing the two dogs home, when both the chicks and puppies were curiously vocal, each responding in kind. Eventually, Da Huang had even ventured into the chicken coop, creating a delightful commotion. Over time, harmony had settled among them. Chapter 75, Pork Jerky. "Uncle Lee, I would like 2 pounds of pork tenderloin, please." "Ah, certainly," replied the butcher, his voice cheerful as he deftly sliced into the finest cut of meat. When Ping heard Su Si's voice, he dashed out from the house, his wide eyes fixed on her in curiosity. Su Si affectionately patted the little tuft of hair atop his head with her unburdened hand, and he remained still, allowing her to play. Upon receiving the meat, she sensed something amiss with its weight. "Uncle Lee, your skills warrant improvement. This seems to weigh more than 2 pounds." The butcher chuckled. "You doubt my abilities, young lady?" Realizing he could not deceive Su Si, he explained, "Ping has enjoyed plenty of good food at your place. I consider you all friends. Take the extra meat." Though Su Si and her companions rarely spoke of it, Ping conveyed that they were generous with their treats, sharing equally with Qining. "Very well, I shall not be modest. Ping, come along with me to the shop. Today, I shall make pork jerky, which the children will surely adore." Su Si pinched Ping's cheeks, noting he had filled out considerably since their first meeting. However, having eaten little in his early years, his small appetite meant gaining weight was not an overnight endeavor. Ping beamed with delight, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. The butcher, observing his son's joy, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, I shall come by at noon to fetch him." In the meantime, the pig ears they intended to purchase had been thoroughly cleaned and prepared, totaling 6 for the butcher's household and 2 sourced from a friend. It was a simple task for him, saving Su Si the trouble of seeking them elsewhere. Having paid for a delightful bounty, Su Si found both her hands occupied, prompting Ping to grasp her garment firmly to prevent losing her way. With her small hand tightly clutching Su Si's sleeve, Ping followed closely in tandem. The butcher observed his son's unhesitant departure, not even casting a glance back, feeling a mix of pride and melancholy. It was inevitable that his son would carve out his own life. The thought of future separations was hard to fathom. Da Huang, Xiaobai, and Qining were frolicking at the shop's entrance when they spotted Su Si rushing towards her in unison. Ping's eyes lit up as she released Su Si's clothing, dashing a few steps ahead to hold hands with Qining. Da Huang and Xiaobai, meanwhile, scampered at her feet, sniffing eagerly, their tails wagging like whirlwinds. After a day and a half of drying, the clay oven was completely ready for use. Seizing the opportunity, Su Si cleaned the pork tenderloin, removing the skin, and called for Da Huang. The dog perked up its ears and trotted into the kitchen. Su Si tossed the pork skin in its direction, and Da Huang leapt slightly, capturing it in its mouth before turning to find a cozy spot to savor the treat. Pork skin was a prized ingredient, perfect for crafting delicious pork jelly, though the sweltering heat made it difficult to set without a refrigerator. Armed with 2 cleavers, Su Si began chopping the filling, believing that hand-chopped meat surpassed machine-ground in flavor. The texture was more cohesive and offered a delightful chew. The chopped meat filled a large basin, and it was time to season it. She added brown sugar, salt, soy sauce, and pepper, along with a touch of red yeast rice for color, mixing it thoroughly before letting it marinate for an hour. Once the time was up, She spread a portion of the meat mixture onto a greased iron tray, flattening it with a tool. Shinani had already fired up the clay oven. It was nearly preheated. Susie placed the iron tray inside and sealed the opening. After 10 minutes, she used tongs to extract the tray, brushing the pork jerky with honey water and sprinkling sesame seeds before returning it to bake for another 10 minutes. The aroma of the meat wafted through the gaps of the oven, enticing Da Huang and Xiao Bai to wander restlessly around it. Susie had to keep watch to prevent them from getting burned. The finished pork jerky had shrunk considerably, boasting a vibrant red hue and an ideal thickness. The remaining meat filling underwent the same process. From 2 pounds of meat, 6 pieces were produced, which, after cooling, were cut into small portions. Qi Ning and Ping could hardly wait, eagerly watching and swallowing in anticipation. Susie generously offered them 3 pieces each to enjoy outside. The kitchen staff gathered around, each taking a piece to taste. It was delicious, chewy and succulent, with no dryness whatsoever. The honey water was a masterstroke, infused with a nutty aroma of sesame. Su Jinyue savored the subtle sweetness, relishing the indulgence of meat. Susie chuckled, suggesting it was merely a snack, to be enjoyed and then replenished. As she cleared away the remnants of the last customer, someone suddenly inquired, "Miss Su, I just saw someone in your group munching on something that looked quite appetizing. What is it?" Turning around, she found the questioner was none other than Shi Ruofeng. Due to his amiable temperament, love for food, wealth, and status as a scholar, Susie had begun to take notice of him. "Young master, your eyes are truly discerning. This is our homemade pork jerky, perfect for snacking. Do you sell it?" Shi Ruofeng inquired with palpable anticipation, already captivated by Susie's culinary prowess. Each new creation had never failed to impress him, and his father, a member of Lord Wang's banquet, had returned singing praises of a particular chef's skills, further heightening his admiration. Susie hesitated. Nearby, others overheard their exchange and playfully urged, "Miss Su, don't be stingy. Sell us some to taste. If it's delicious, don't forget us next time." Indeed, the previous daifuku was delightful. "We're curious if we'll ever get to enjoy it again. Now that you have something new, it would be a treat." Given the circumstances, Susie reluctantly agreed. "Very well, but we don't have much. Please be mindful when purchasing." After informing her family and reserving a portion for them, she set aside the remaining pork jerky. Shi Ruofeng, quick-witted and nimble, pushed his way to the front, his gaze intense. "How much is this?" "1 piece for a penny." "All right, I'll take 30 pieces. He said this while preparing to pay. "Hey, young man, if you buy so many, what will we get?" Someone from the back interjected. Shi Ruofeng glanced back, noticing over a dozen people encircling them, with some seated patrons also intrigued. Apologizing politely, he decided, "Then I'll take 20 pieces. I truly cannot take less this time, as I wish to share with friends." The other patrons, seeing his concession, fell silent. Susie neatly wrapped the 20 pieces of pork jerky in oil paper and indicated for him to place the money in a nearby jar. Struggling to navigate through the crowd, Shi Ruofeng's first act was to pop a piece of the jerky into his mouth. The roasted flavor was exquisite, perfectly balanced between sweet and savory, becoming more delightful with each bite. Elated, he returned to his seat, contemplating how many pieces would be suitable to share with his friends. Susie suddenly realized that the county concealed a surprising number of affluent individuals, as all the pork jerky was sold out in no time. Even those who had just received their share and wished to buy more were gently pushed aside by the crowd. Chapter 76. Purchasing fabric soon. The day of the autumn equinox arrived. Susie and her companions procured their materials and hung a closed sign at the shop's entrance. They gathered in the kitchen, each fulfilling their respective roles. Timing their efforts, Susie began assembling a cake. With mango juice, she crafted a yellow cream to adorn the edges, while pink cream made from peach juice depicted koi fish in the center, surrounded by plump, peeled green grapes. The sides were decorated with the auspicious phrases "fortune as vast as the eastern sea, longevity as enduring as the southern mountains," elegantly scripted in yellow cream, creating a heartwarming visual. Encased in a specially designed wooden box, adorned with a ribbon tied into a bow, the cake instantly attained an air of sophistication. People often say that attire makes the man, and the decoration of the cake box rendered it extraordinary. Indeed, Susie's creativity shone through. She smirked slightly. It was not merely her creativity, but rather a modern adaptation of traditional styles. Soon, there was a knock at the door. It was the young servant who had accompanied Master Zhou initially. The lad appeared somewhat bewildered, taking a moment to speak upon my arrival. I found the door shut and thought no one was inside. Fortunately, I decided to knock. To his surprise, he was startled. He had been sent to collect the cake. Yet the main door was firmly closed, with a sign indicating that they were closed for business. Listening intently, he heard no sounds from within. In that fleeting moment, anxiety overwhelmed him, and he even pondered if someone from a restaurant was attempting to deceive him. Everything was prepared at the residence, and there could be no mistakes on his part. My apologies, I will certainly be more careful next time. Susie quickly offered his apologies. The door was kept shut to prevent anyone from afar, who had not seen the sign, from embarking on a fruitless journey, and also to guard against anyone intruding and discovering the secrets of cake making. Shinani presented the meticulously prepared cake, and just as the young servant reached to take it, Susie inquired, "Shall we verify the goods first?" "Miss Su is quite thoughtful. That would be prudent," he replied. Susie delicately opened the wooden box, revealing the exquisite cake within. Once the servant confirmed its perfection, it was repackaged, and he received the remaining payment. Susie cautioned, "Be mindful on your way. Do not let it topple, lest it slides against the wall." The young servant took this seriously, opting to cradle it in his arms for greater security. The group then closed the door once more, preparing a simple meal before settling down for a rest. Susie had eaten little, and, at that moment, she bit into a raw tomato, exclaiming, "Mother, didn't we earn an additional 2 taels of silver during the last birthday banquet? Let us use this money to buy some fabric this afternoon, so everyone in the family can have a new outfit. You keep the money for yourself to spend." Lu Yuexin said, feeling both gratified and concerned for her daughter's naivete, in contrast to others who would likely hoard such funds for themselves. Susie's actions clearly demonstrated her affection for them as family. "Oh, mother, this 2 taels is a reward for us. Everyone in the family contributed, so it ought to be spent together." Seeing Susie's determination, Lu Yuexin relented. "Very well, but your father and I will not partake. We still have clothes to wear." Shen Ani nodded in agreement. Although Lu Yuexin stated this, Susie understood her reasoning. She merely wished to prevent her from spending excessively. Wiping the tomato juice from her hands, she tugged at Lu Yuexin's arm, playfully insisting, "I don't care. If we are buying, everyone should have something." Lu Yuexin could not suppress her joy, savoring this rare moment of being treated in such a manner. The 2 troublesome boys aside, the eldest daughter-in-law was overly proper and measured, while the youngest daughter was quite sensible. Susie's gentle insistence stirred her maternal affection, and ultimately, Lu Yuexin acquiesced. Initially, Susie intended to purchase fabric from a nearby shop, but Su Jinwei suggested that the embroidery fabric shop they had previously visited was more suitable. As the proprietor was honest, the quality of the fabric was excellent, and the prices were reasonable in the West Market. Thus, they decided to proceed there, with the men accompanying them to choose their favorite colors. The group set off in high spirits. Upon entering the fabric shop, a woman looked over in surprise, exclaiming, "It's you all. It has been such a long time since we last saw you selling embroidery." Luo Yuexin smiled as she replied that the family was busy with business, hence, they had temporarily ceased their embroidery work. "Such a pity, for your exquisite craftsmanship is truly commendable. The unique styles and meticulous stitching of your embroidery are adored by many." The woman, clad in a flowing blue garment, had woven a long braid adorned with a cloth strip, exuding an air of elegance. "The shopkeeper has overly praised us," Luo Yuexin modestly responded. "What brings you here today?" The woman glanced at the sizable group accompanying Luo Yuexin, noting their impressive demeanor. The appreciation for their skills had intensified now that they appeared in such esteemed company. "We have come to purchase some fabric to fashion garments," Luo Yuexin explained while surveying the selection of materials on the shelves. The shop was relatively empty at the moment, with other staff attending to customers. The woman stepped out from behind the counter to personally assist them. "Who are you buying for?" she inquired, noticing each individual was well-dressed. It seemed their business was thriving, or they would not be inclined to purchase such quantities. She mused, though her expression remained unchanged. Su Jinhua, well-versed in fabrics, had already wandered off to inspect items on her own. Observing Su Shi closely, the woman pointed to a bolt of fabric high on the shelf. "What do you think of this goose yellow? It would suit a young lady, especially with her round face. She would look even more adorable in it." Luo Yuexin turned to Su Shi, seeking her opinion with a glance. Su Shi smiled. "Thank you, but I would prefer this light blue instead. The goose yellow attracts too many insects in the summer, and I would rather avoid the experience of being chased by bugs or bees." The woman merely offered a suggestion, unfazed by the choice of another fabric, as she was confident they would sell regardless. Luo Yuexin nodded. "Very well, we shall take the light blue. Now, everyone else, please choose as well." "I will also have the light blue," Shun Yinqing remarked, casting a furtive glance at Su Shi. Light blue seemed quite fitting for gentlemen, and Luo Yuexin readily agreed. Shun Jingchuan and Shun Ani chose a deep green, while Luo Yuexin opted for a dark red. Su Jinhua selected green, and Qing Huan went for pink. After some deliberation, Qi Ning settled on a pale blue as well. Once selections were made, Luo Yuexin assessed everyone's figures to estimate the quantity of fabric needed. Su Jinhua discreetly requested some high-quality thin cotton for undergarments. Su Shi felt the fabric and confirmed its excellent quality, requesting more, as the threads at home were primarily for embroidery, rich in color. Thus she also purchased some white thread. At checkout, the total came to 1 tael and 800 won. Su Shi did not ask Su Jinhua to pay, as it would all come from the same 2 taels. The fabric for outer garments was reasonably priced, with the higher cost attributed to the quality of the cotton. In the context of the West market, this was considered a substantial transaction. The shopkeeper wore a broad smile and high spirits, especially since Luo Yuexin and her companions were not overly particular, unlike others who haggled and scrutinized as if she were a swindler. From beneath the counter, she produced a bundle of fabric remnants, her tone light. "Consider this a little bonus. It may not serve much purpose, but it's more than sufficient for crafting some pouches." Luo Yuexin, overwhelmed with joy, graciously accepted the fabric and expressed her gratitude. After purchasing the cloth, the group promptly returned home. Among the 8 individuals, each acquired a garment, with Luo Yuexin taking responsibility for her own as well as for the outfits of Shun Ani and his son, while the remaining pieces were entrusted to Su Jinhua. Upon entering her room with the fabric in hand, Su Jinhua called out to Si and Qing Huan, instructing them to follow her for measurements. She carefully placed the cloth on the bed and retrieved a measuring tape from the cabinet, diligently recording the dimensions of the two. "Are we still making this style of straight-cut robe?" she inquired. For the sake of practicality, everyone had been wearing this type of garment, an all-in-one design, with straps tied securely on both sides and a wider belt cinched to the waist. However, contemporary fashion offered a plethora of styles, including RU skirts, jacket skirts, short coats, and half-sleeve garments. Susie pondered for a moment and asked, "Could I have a chest-high RU skirt?" She had seen a woman nearby wearing such a piece, albeit not in blue, but it was undeniably beautiful and ethereal. "Of course, I will ensure it is exquisitely crafted for you," Su Jinhua replied, shaking out the light blue fabric and confirming that there was ample material. "And what about Qing Huan? Do you have a particular style in mind?" Qing Huan shook her head, stating that anything would suffice and urged her sister-in-law to decide. The fact that anything goes makes it rather challenging, Su Jinhua mused before suggesting. "What about a chest-high RU skirt for you as well?" "That works," Qing Huan agreed. With a clear objective established, Su Jinhua prepared to commence her work. Prompting Su Si to interject, "There's no need to rush. We could take a moment to rest." "It's perfectly fine. Sewing does not require excessive effort. It's merely a matter of stitching," Su Jinhua reassured her. Su Si felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that even simple stitching could be daunting for those unskilled in the craft. "By the way, what do you intend to do with the cotton fabric?" "Do enlighten me, and I shall assist you in making it," Su Jinhua kindly inquired. "Would that be a bother? You have other garments to create." Su Si hesitated, initially planning to simply cut and stitch the fabric herself, reasoning that since it was an undergarment, no one would see it, and any imperfections would be inconsequential. "Not at all. With just a few pieces of clothing, I can manage to finish them in a few days, Su Jinhua reassured her. Very well, then. I actually wish to create several undergarments, Su Si confessed, handing her the cotton fabric. Undergarments? Su Jinhua echoed, slightly confused. Not quite. It's just the kind worn close to the skin. Su Si explained, noting that due to a lack of nutrition in her childhood, her body had not developed significantly, but after a few months of proper nourishment, it had grown a little. While everyone wore belly wraps, they provided little sense of security and seemed ineffective in preventing sagging, necessitating early intervention. The lower half felt uncomfortable, akin to wearing oversized shorts. Su Jinhua remained bewildered, struggling to grasp Su Si's exact desires. After Su Si elaborated further, and with Su Jinhua's own contemplation, they finally fashioned a somewhat unconventional set of undergarments. As Su Jinhua gazed at the garments before her, an inexplicable shyness washed over her. Can these truly be worn? The fabric seems rather scant, she remarked. Of course, they're not meant to be worn in public, Su Si responded, playfully holding the garment up to Su Jinhua, causing her to leap aside in surprise, much to Su Si's amusement. Please do not jest with me. Su Jinhua blushed, playfully scolding her. All right. Please help me by making several more sets based on this design, Su Si requested. One set is insufficient. It is essential to have a backup. Very well. The process is not overly complicated, and having gained some experience, I swiftly crafted another 5 sets. Su Si neatly stacked 2 of these, along with the first set, and set them aside. She offered 1 set each to Su Jinhua and Qinghuan, intending to keep the remaining set for their mother. Qinghuan accepted it with a blink of her eye, while Su Jinhua declined with a wave of her hand. Do not refuse. I assure you, wearing this is quite comfortable. Su Si vowed with her finger raised. All right, but how do I put this on? Hee, allow me to teach you, Su Si replied, wearing a mischievous smile. Qinghuan, please close the door, she instructed as she guided Su Jinhua towards the bed. After explaining how to wear the garment, Su Jinhua felt a wave of shyness wash over her and lowered the curtains, the sound of rustling clothes emanating from within. After a brief wait, Su Si eagerly asked, Are you ready yet? Just a moment, came the response. After another short interval, Su Si inquired, Is everything all right now? I'm not sure if it is, and I cannot seem to fasten this strap, Su Jinhua admitted. Su Si gently parted the curtains, peeking inside. Su Jinhua, flustered, quickly covered herself with her garment, revealing only her fair shoulder. Do not be shy. We are both women, and what you possess, I possess as well, Su Si remarked, raising an eyebrow. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jinhua gradually relaxed. She had indeed managed to put it on, albeit without hooks, having sewn 2 straps instead. Su Si assisted her in fastening them, unable to restrain her admiration. Sister-in-law, your figure is truly remarkable, she exclaimed, captivated by the alluring contours. Realizing her elder brother was indeed fortunate. Wearing such attire for the first time, Su Jinhua blushed a deep crimson. This is far too embarrassing. I want to change out of it. What is there to be embarrassed about? Beauty is beauty, and wearing such garments is beneficial to the body. Please, do not say such things. Let us step outside, Su Jinhua urged, gently pushing Su Si's head away. Su Si relented and returned to her seat. Qinghuan, did you comprehend what I just explained? Qinghuan nodded, feeling a bit awkward, as if engaging in peculiar activities under the daylight. However, she understood her sister-in-law's intent. This item was indeed beneficial, as she trusted her judgment. You may not need this upper garment yet, but once you develop, remember to wear it. Do not feel shy, for all women experience this. Do not hunch over to hide it, she emphasized. It is crucial to impart knowledge about physiological education, as many girls are bewildered during puberty, often left uninformed by their families due to shyness, leading them to conceal themselves, ultimately affecting their health. Although understanding comes with time, the initial confusion can be quite distressing. When Su Jinhua finally emerged from the bed after donning her attire, her complexion had improved considerably, yet she hesitated to hold the 2 garments again. Su Si advised, please wash the undergarments before wearing them. It is more hygienic. I understand, Su Jinhua replied, aware of the importance of cleanliness. though she likely would not wear them again due to the embarrassment they caused. With matters settled, Su Si and Qinghuan decided to take their leave, as she too needed to return and freshen up before wearing her own set, and she had a set to deliver to their mother. Su Jinwei hurriedly escorted them out, discreetly hiding the undergarments in the cabinet. As night fell, Qi Ning had already succumbed to slumber, while Shun Jingchuan, having just finished his bath, was preparing to change his attire when he stumbled upon a white garment at the bottom of the wardrobe. It was scarcely larger than the size of his palm. Curiosity piqued, he pinched it between his fingers and turned to inquire, "You, what is this?" Su Jinwei, engaged in sewing a new inner garment for Qi Ning, glanced up and, disregarding her shoes, swiftly snatched the item away, concealing it behind her. "It's nothing, don't pry," she admonished. Shun Jingchuan felt a twinge of grievance, for Su Jinwei had never treated him in such a manner, seemingly harboring her own secrets. After a moment's composure, Su Jinwei met his accusatory gaze, unable to stifle a smile, and softly reassured him, "It's merely 2 pieces of clothing. I have never encountered such garments. Is this a recent style?" he asked, recalling the unsettling scene from earlier that afternoon. "Well, then, why not try it on for me?" Shun Jingchuan suggested with a playful grin. "Absolutely not." Su Jinwei immediately retorted without a moment's hesitation. "Why ever not? I am your husband. What is there that cannot be seen?" Unable to withstand his pleas, Su Jinwei's resolve gradually softened, and eventually she acquiesced. Once she had changed, Shun Jingchuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Jinwei felt a warmth enveloping her, and she remarked, "All right, once I wash these, they shall remain unworn. Why not don them? I find them rather becoming," he countered. Their eyes locked, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. The night stretched on, filled with possibilities. Chapter 78. The unique delicacy after a day of rest. Su Si felt invigorated and full of life. A sudden sound caught her attention, and instinctively, she turned to its source. A young woman was smiling and waving at her, then, with a conspiratorial glance, beckoned her to follow outside. Curiosity piqued, Su Si thought, with her father and the others occupied in the shop, a call would easily reach their ears, and she felt no concern for her safety. Having secured the silver and account books, she approached the woman, who was waiting at the door. They made their way to a corner outside the shop, where the woman glanced around before speaking. "Miss Su, do you sell chiaogua?" "Chiaogua? Ah, yes. Tomorrow is the Qixi festival," Su Si remembered. "However, we have no plans to make them." The woman's face betrayed a hint of urgency as she stamped her foot. "What shall I do? I promised my fiancé a beautiful string of chiaogua for tomorrow, yet I have searched the county and found nothing but the usual fare. How can you be certain that what I produce won't be the same as the usual?" Su Si replied with a faint smile. "Your shop often introduces unique delicacies, especially that defy, which I absolutely adore," the woman exclaimed as she licked her lips. "Therefore, if you offer distinctive chiaogua, I am certain it must be from your establishment." Seeing the woman clasp her hands together, her eyes sparkling with hope, Su Si contemplated for a moment and said, "Very well, I shall create some unusual chiaogua. Come back to purchase them this evening." "Excellent," the woman exclaimed, her spirits lifted. "When I marry, I shall certainly bring you a celebratory gift. I shall await your return." Su Si replied. Upon returning, she shared the plan to create chiaogua with the others. "Sure, we need to prepare some for ourselves anyway. Why not make a few extra to sell? However, how should one create these unique treats? The delicacies commonly consumed are primarily diamond-shaped, made either with fine or coarse flour. If the flavors are relatively similar, then success can only be achieved through distinctive appearances." The crowd nodded in agreement with Su Si's notion. "Father, please purchase some molds from the carpenter." "All right." Just as Shun Ani was about to leave, Lu Yu hurriedly interjected, "Wait, I shall accompany you. Your aesthetic sense might not yield the best designs. Combine flour, oil, sugar, eggs, and milk in a bowl, mixing them thoroughly. Divide the mixture into 4 portions. Add pumpkin puree to one, spinach juice to another, and dragon fruit juice to the third. Lacking yeast, incorporate some sweet rice wine yeast into the mixtures, kneading the 4 doughs and allowing them to rest. Once rested, roll the dough into long strips and divide them into equal portions. Dust the purchased molds with dry flour. Press the small portions into the molds, and finally release the shaped treats. 6 different molds were acquired, featuring small fish, flowers, and ingots, among others. Carefully arrange the completed treats on a baking tray and place them in the clay oven. This clay oven is truly remarkable. It can bake cakes, make pork jerky, and now it can also be used to bake these delightful treats. Susie clapped the flour off her hands, exclaiming, "But that's not all. There are many more things we can bake. I will prepare more for you later." "All right." Qi Ning was the first to respond. Su Jinhua playfully tapped his nose. "You little glutton." Susie appreciated the encouragement, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment and motivation to create more culinary delights. Approximately 15 minutes later, she retrieved the baking tray, noticing that the treats had puffed up considerably, exuding a subtle, milky fragrance. Without waiting for them to cool, Susie grabbed one, breaking it open to reveal a fragrant and crispy exterior with a soft interior. Shen Ani devoured them eagerly, delicious, far superior to any treats I have had before. "Do refrain from eating too many. We still need to sell these," Liu Yu admonished. "It's fine. We made so many. Let us enjoy them first. If there are many buyers, we can prepare more tomorrow morning." Susie set aside the tray of treats and continued baking the next batch. "How shall we sell these treats?" Susie teased. "I already have a plan." She then went inside to retrieve a substantial amount of relatively thick string in various colors: red, yellow, blue, and green. "What is this string for?" Su Hindui inquired, slightly puzzled, as she did not recall any such string in the house. "I just bought it from a nearby fabric store, intending to string the treats together." "String them together?" "Indeed. The treats serve a dual purpose, for consumption and as adornments. Ultimately, they must be strung together. We can elaborate on this concept, selling them as strings of treats, which will alleviate the issue of transporting them for buyers." The group listened, somewhat perplexed. "Allow me to demonstrate," Susie said, selecting a red string. She tied a knot and slowly crafted a peace knot, stringing 6 treats together in a coordinated manner, finishing with a tassel at the bottom. "There! This is the final product." She lifted it by the top hole to showcase it to everyone. Liu Yu recognized the process from the outset, exclaiming, "I understand. This is akin to making a net, and it's even simpler. The art of knotting is an ancient traditional handicraft, wherein knots are fashioned into bags for the purpose of carrying items. Indeed, it is quite simple. We have practiced this skill since childhood, and we are well prepared for it." Liu Yuexin and Su Jinhua each selected a rope and, with confidence, began to weave. Their movements were so swift that one could scarcely discern how their fingers operated, and soon a beautiful knot emerged. The subsequent steps were even more straightforward, and before long, 2 strings were completed. As they proceeded to create additional pieces, the duo fully harnessed their knowledge and crafted an array of knots, including the double knot, bird's head knot, heart knot, panlong knot, and double coin knot. There was nothing they could not accomplish. Qinghuan also joined in. Although her pace was slower, her creations were equally impressive. By evening, Susie carried the finished sweet fruits outside. In addition to the neatly strung pieces, there were also some scattered ones. The neatly arranged sweet fruits were visually pleasing, and as expected, they quickly attracted the attention of many onlookers. "Miss Su, these sweet fruits are exquisitely crafted," exclaimed one individual. "Indeed, just look at these strings. They resemble exquisite crafts rather than mere edibles. I would like 4 strings, so I need not make them myself." A man expressed his intent to purchase before even inquiring about the price. Susie promptly reminded him, "Each string is 5 won. "Very well. I trust that what Miss Su produces must be worth the price." The man, unfazed, reflected on the quality of goods sold at the restaurant, which he had witnessed firsthand. "Which ones would you like? Each of the knots here is distinct." The man surveyed the selection and chose 4 different varieties. "Here you go. This panlong knot and the diamond knot symbolize prosperity and peace, while the cross knot represents perfection, and the single flat knot signifies wealth and joy." The man appeared astonished, realizing that these knots held such meanings. Indeed, individuals can purchase according to their preferences. This revelation piqued the interest of the crowd, regardless of their utility. The auspicious meanings were appealing. Moreover, after consuming the sweet fruits, the remaining ropes could be repurposed for other uses. Chapter 79. On the Qixi Festival, Miss Sue. Do you remember me? A woman with a charming smile inquired. Of course, we just met at noon. The sweet fruits you made are absolutely stunning. Even more beautiful than I had imagined. The woman gazed at the array of sweet fruits on the table, overwhelmed by their beauty. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up for guidance. What should I do? They all look so lovely. I cannot decide which one to choose. Susie understood her dilemma, recognizing it as a case of choice paralysis. She pointed to one string. Since this is a gift for your fiancé, why not select this heart knot? It symbolizes deep affection and eternal unity. The woman hesitated. Wouldn't it seem too forward? Not at all. You are already engaged. Isn't it natural to express such sentiments? A woman in love often tends to overthink, leading to internal conflict. Then I shall take this one, and please give me a double knot as well. I will keep it for myself. My fiancé is taking the provincial exam next month, and I hope it brings him good fortune. Oh, a scholar. How commendable. The young woman appeared somewhat bashful. We were neighbors, having grown up together, so we were indeed childhood sweethearts. Susie handed her 2 strings of delightful treats with a smile, wishing her happiness. Speaking of the provincial examinations, they are held every 3 years in the 8th month of autumn, hence referred to as the autumn examination. Many people deliberately select treats adorned with literary motifs, symbolizing success in examinations and certain victory, either for themselves or to present to others. On the occasion of the Qixi festival, at the request of the guests, Susie prepared another batch of these delectable treats, which were quickly sold out due to their deliciousness. Fortunately, a few strings had been reserved in advance. Otherwise, we would have none left for ourselves. Lu Yuexin counted the copper coins she received, stringing them together every 1,000, intending to exchange them for silver at the money exchange later. Susie's string of treats, hung at her waist, had already been halved, leaving only 3. She adjusted their positions slightly to make them appear more balanced. Shinani, while tidying up the table, suggested that they should close up early in the evening, as there would be many interesting activities for the ladies to enjoy. What activities will there be? Su Jinhue, noticing Susie's interest, began to explain. There are many, such as skill contests, threading needles for dexterity, and various forms of needle throwing to test one's skills, along with the opportunity to pay homage to the weaving maiden to pray for craftsmanship and romantic encounters. Initially, Susie found it quite intriguing, but as the conversation progressed to the last few phrases, she couldn't help but frown. All of that sounds fine, but praying for romance is something I would rather forego. Why so? Su Jinhue asked, puzzled. Everyone celebrates the love story of the cowherd and the weaver girl, she remarked. I am familiar with that tale. My mother recounted it to me, and I still remember it well. Qi Ning chimed in, raising her little hand and shaking her head as she began to narrate. It is said that there was a man named the cowherd, who, after the death of his parents, was separated from his siblings, receiving only a cow and a dilapidated house. One day, the weaver girl descended to earth with other celestial maidens, and with the aid of the old cow, the cowherd met her. They fell deeply in love and became husband and wife, eventually welcoming 2 adorable children into their family, living happily together. However, their bliss was short-lived, as the Jade Emperor learned of this affair and sent someone to retrieve the weaver girl. The old cow instructed the cowherd to skin it, so he could ascend to the heavens. Thus, the cowherd, carrying the 2 children and wearing the skin of the old cow, pursued her. Just as he was about to catch up, the Queen Mother waved her hand, conjuring a celestial river that separated them. The cowherd and the weaver girl could only gaze at each other from opposite banks. Their love moved the magpies, who formed a bridge for them to meet. The Queen Mother had no choice but to allow them to reunite once a year on the 7th day of the 7th month. Qi Ning animatedly recounted the tale, her expressions shifting with the story's progression. She grew tense when describing the weaver girl's abduction, became angry at the Queen Mother's actions, and finally returned to a smile at the story's conclusion. Susie felt something was amiss. The story seemed overly simplified, glossing over the weighty matters and romanticizing the events. Is this how you have always heard the story? Su Jinhue, wearing a nostalgic expression, replied, Yes, this is how my mother told it to me when I was little. Susie found it hard to accept. But do you know how the old cow helped them meet? The others shook their heads, intrigued by the answer. It was said that on the 7th day of the lunar calendar, if one ventured to the eastern edge of the village by the reed pond at night, they would witness 7 celestial maidens descending to bathe. By stealthily concealing one maiden's garments, upon her return to retrieve them, she would be compelled to marry the one who had hidden them. Su Jinyue was profoundly astonished. Did the cowherd truly engage in such an act? Certainly. Otherwise, how would a celestial maiden consent to wed him? Yet, was not the cowherd a simple and honest man? Susi shrugged. Who could say? Can an honest person resort to thievery? This revelation left everyone taken aback. They had never before heard of such unsavory events that were absent from the narrative. The cowherd was a scoundrel. How could he dare to spy on young maidens bathing? Qining felt a surge of indignation and resolved to no longer harbor any affection for the cowherd. Was there truly love between the cowherd and the weaving maiden? Lu Yuexin pondered deeply. In any case, I believe there is none. The cowherd is a thief, and the weaving maiden was quite content in the heavens. Yet upon descending, she was burdened with labor and deprived of delicacies, all because of him. Su Si found the thought horrifying. Who would wish to toil if not driven by necessity? The weaving maiden was not one to labor without cause. Then why did she still desire to meet the cowherd? I think it must be a longing for her children. Su Jinyue found this explanation quite reasonable and couldn't help but pat Qining's head. If it were her, she too would find it difficult to part with her own offspring. Suddenly, Shun Yinqing inquired, why do the maidens not bathe in the heavens but chose the reed pond instead? What? Are we to blame the victims? Su Si felt a surge of frustration. Where the maidens chose to bathe was their prerogative, and it did not justify any act of voyeurism. Shun Yinqing was taken aback. Urging calmness, he merely expressed his opinion, believing the water in the reed pond was unclean. Seeing his sincere expression, Su Si chose to disregard him. Why should the theft of garments necessitate marriage? Could one not refuse? Su Jinyue began to speculate. Could it be that the weaving maiden was coerced by the cowherd after he stole her clothing? In this world, a woman's purity is of utmost significance. One could only imagine the consequences should they find themselves in such a predicament. Lu Yuexin glanced at her blossoming young daughter with concern and resolutely stated, Qinghuan, should you ever encounter such a situation, you must never acquiesce to such a scoundrel. It is not your fault. Better to remain unmarried than to marry a man of such poor character, for it would ruin your life. With this understanding, everyone began to feel a sense of discomfort towards the Qixi festival. What was once intended as a day of revelry was now set aside. Chapter 80. Good news from the Yang family. Si, bring me 5 servings of cold noodles, with 3 of them extra generous. Shen Ani instructed as he came to check on the meal. Due to feedback from guests that 1 serving was insufficient, they had introduced a larger portion, which included an additional half serving of cold noodles. However, Shen Ani did not elaborate on this. Su Si merely cast a surprised glance, refraining from further questions, as there must be a reason behind it. When Shen Ani returned to take the cold noodles away, he hurriedly explained, Brother Yang's family has arrived and wishes to discuss something with us shortly. Su Si harbored some conjectures, given Yang Ji's character. His visit to the shop must indicate that he had recently come into some affluence. Ever since the last occasion when she imparted the method for crafting the marinated sauce, there had been no feedback from him. This visit was likely to address that matter. Although her mind wandered to other thoughts, her hands moved with an unfaltering grace. It was already afternoon, with few patrons, and she soon concluded her tasks. As she emerged, she greeted Yang Shu, Yang Gu, and his wife with a cheerful smile. The Yang family responded with warm smiles, albeit somewhat reservedly. Noticing their discomfort, the others took their leave and settled elsewhere, leaving only Shen Ani and Su Si in their company. Your cold noodles are truly remarkable, Yang Gao praised sincerely. After a busy morning, hunger had set in, and the trio had devoured their meal, leaving no trace of broth behind. Cold noodles had become quite the sensation in the county. Some individuals, despite their financial constraints, would save up just to experience the taste. It was only today that they discovered what it truly entailed. Initially, both son and daughter-in-law had expressed their reluctance to come, but he had ultimately persuaded them. Otherwise, they may not have had the chance to savor it again for quite some time. Contemplating the words he was about to share, Yang Gao straightened his posture. The the wrinkles on his face smoothing out with anticipation. Shinlaodi, I have good news. Please take your time, Susi replied, noticing his parched lips and pouring him a glass of water. Our tofu pudding business has been running for half a month now, and the results have been quite satisfactory. While it may not be a windfall, we are under considerably less pressure. Yang Gao felt a surge of excitement whenever he thought of it. Although they had to rise early to grind the beans, the effort was worthwhile as they were finally earning money. They were unafraid of hard work. What they dreaded most was the absence of profitable opportunities. Following a C suggestion, we are pairing it with fried dough sticks, selling not only breakfast, but continuing until the afternoon. Will it sustain such hours of operation? Susi inquired. Most people eat in the morning, and some prefer not to have a full meal at noon, opting instead for a bowl of this. After all, with little else to do, it makes sense to linger a while longer. Every coin counts. At last, Susi comprehended the reason behind their sun-kissed complexions. It was no wonder they appeared so coal-black after spending every noon outside. You must take care, though, and avoid heat stroke. The effort may not be worth the toll it takes. The recent heat had indeed been oppressive, and the Yang family recognized her concern, nodding in agreement. Today, I came for 2 reasons: to apprise you of our situation, that you may rest easy, and to bring your share. Yang Shu ditchladet, retrieving a string of coins from his pocket. Although Susi had not asked about it, they felt a sense of obligation, unwilling to act as ungrateful individuals. There is no need to rush. Please keep it for your operations. Just settle with me every 2 months, Susi replied, refraining from accepting the coins. The amount for a month was minimal, and for half a month, it was even less. It was simply less trouble this way. Seeing her insistence, Yang Gao considered the current circumstances and nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall come once every 2 months, starting from our opening day. Rest assured, for every 4 portions sold, we will promptly distribute your share. There will be no mistakes. Yang Shu, you are exceedingly courteous. I have complete faith in you. After a brief pause, Susi continued, if you wish to experiment, you could prepare some sweet tofu pudding, requiring only simple ingredients like sugar and hawthorn slices. While it is true that most people from the north prefer savory tofu pudding, there exists a niche of individuals who relish the sweet variety. Capturing this segment of hidden customers could indeed yield additional income. She sincerely hoped they would excel in their endeavor, for the mutual benefits of both parties were intricately linked. Li Hua expressed her gratitude to Susi with a warm smile, etching this moment in her heart. Upon concluding the main discussion, Shun Ani reflected nostalgically, offering his congratulations to Brother Yang. It was evident that the spirit of the Yang family had markedly transformed during this meeting, exhibiting a newfound vigor. Li Hua, her hair neatly wrapped in a sweat towel, appeared remarkably competent. The affection for her braised sauce had bolstered her confidence. Yang Wanli's demeanor had shifted as well, shedding his previous frown for a more composed countenance. Having set aside his burdens, Yang Gao engaged in light conversation, noting that the second supervisor had been reassigned due to his actions inciting worker discontent, leading to a collective strike under unknown leadership. The dock was now awash with an overwhelming pile of goods, a chaotic scene. Originally, he had been relegated to this position, and after such a significant blunder, his future remained uncertain. It had been quite some time since they had heard news from the dock. The group felt as though they were reminiscing about a distant past. Their only visit to the dock had been on the day of the Yang family's grand opening, where they shared a meal amidst the crowd, exchanging few words. Reflecting on their days selling boxed lunches, the contrast with their present circumstances was stark. As they prepared to depart, Uncle Yang gestured toward the package wrapped in paper on the table, saying, "These dried tofu strips are for you, a recent byproduct of our tofu pudding making. They are freshly sun-dried." The group, respecting his kindness, graciously accepted the offering. In the evening, Susi unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing vibrant, fragrant tofu strips. Weighing them in her hand, she declared, "I shall create something delightful with these." The group, upon hearing this, brimmed with anticipation. After soaking some tofu strips until they softened, she drained them, then pan-fried them until golden brown and set them aside. With minced garlic sautéed to perfection, she added soy sauce, sugar, salt, cumin powder, and chili flakes, tossing in the fried tofu strips to coat them evenly with the sauce, finishing with a sprinkle of sesame seeds. The air was filled with a pungent aroma from the sautéed chili powder. Susie picked up a piece to taste. It bore the familiar flavor of spicy strips. Su Jinhua leaned in, asking, "Is it spicy?" Susie replied, "I find it not too spicy." However, when Su Jinhua sampled a piece without any forewarning, her face flushed instantly. "So spicy," she exclaimed, fanning her mouth in a bid to alleviate the heat. Susie hurriedly fetched her a glass of water. "You truly cannot handle spice," she remarked, amused. After a brief commotion, Susie succumbed to temptation, indulging in several more pieces, dipping them in vinegar for a tangy twist. The spice had diminished, replaced by a delightful acidity. This method had been shared by a college roommate, and ever since that first taste, she had developed a fondness for it. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, recalling the days when they would share a bag of spicy strips amongst their dormitory. Shinani, particularly enamored with the spicy tofu strips, could not resist. He continued to eat, perspiring from the heat yet unable to stop. He pondered for a moment, then found a steamed bun, tore it open, and stuffed in some dried tofu, taking a satisfying bite. Additionally, Susie prepared a fragrant pan-fried egg with dried tofu. The tofu, enveloped in egg batter, was fried until crisp and golden before being served. Aromatic garlic was sautéed in hot oil, followed by the addition of a flavorful sauce, which was brought to a boil before the dried tofu was added to simmer. The finished tofu absorbed the rich broth, resulting in a delightful texture and an abundance of savory flavor. The group enjoyed these two dishes alongside an entire jar of freshly cooked rice, and after setting down their bowls and chopsticks, they found themselves reminiscing about the meal. Chapter 81. The clothes are ready recently. Numerous patrons have come to place cake orders, most of whom mentioned they learned about it from the birthday banquet of Mr. Zhou's mother. Unlike the banquet hosted by Old Master Wang, which primarily involved business associates, Mr. Zhou's gathering included many families, particularly women who were eager to inquire. Orders have been scheduled as far as 3 months ahead, and this is after limiting the number of requests. They issued a statement indicating that the cake-making process is intricate, allowing only one to be crafted per day. This not only adds to its perceived value, but also prevents overexertion. That morning, another order was completed, commissioned by the mother of a pair of twins. She personally came to place the order, speaking in a gentle tone. She requested 2 different types of cakes, and due to regulations, she negotiated, willing to pay extra for 2 smaller ones. After considering her request, Susie agreed, appreciating her thoughtful intent. She had once heard of a pair of twins celebrating their birthday, where the sister was almost entirely sidelined, with only the brother being the focus. Just hearing about it felt suffocating. As everyone began to wind down and prepare to head home, Shun Yinqing announced he would leave first. The others were momentarily taken aback, and Shun Ani swiftly caught hold of him, asking, "Where are you going?" After being so composed, "Are you planning to stir up trouble now that life is a bit more comfortable?" Shin Yinqing sighed. "Father, what kind of look is that? I have my boundaries. I'm just going to nearby tea house to listen to some readings." This was his latest discovery, a delightful place that was both lively and shielded from the sun. Since the silver his mother allocated to him was not being monitored, he felt free to spend it as he pleased and sought something enjoyable. "Oh, well then, go ahead," Shen Ani said, realizing he had overreacted and releasing his grip. Shen Yinqing, in a moment of spontaneity, invited, "Father, brother, would you like to join me?" Both shook their heads in refusal. "Very well, then I'll go alone. I do miss my friends from before. It feels somewhat lonely to be by oneself." With a flick of his fan, he strolled away with purpose. Upon returning home, Susie's first action was to check her little treasury. Whether it was silver or copper coins, the sight filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Once she earned enough wealth, she wished to experience the sensation of lying atop a pile of silver, even if it was a bit uncomfortable. Just as she was about to recline, she heard a knock at the door. It was Su Jinue's voice, prompting Susie to hurriedly rise and open the door. "Come in quickly. Your clothes are ready," Su Jinue said, handing over the dresses she had been holding. As Susie prepared to shake them out and unfurl them, Su Jinue intervened. "Wait. There are 2 pieces. Be careful not to drop them." Thus, Susie chose to neatly arrange her garments on the bed, an upper layer of a wide-sleeve jacket paired with a chest-high RU skirt. The edges of the skirt were adorned with a delicate white trim, perfectly complementing the colors. Both the collar and the bust area were intricately embroidered with peony patterns, accentuated by a 2-finger-wide, double-layered belt. What was once a plain blue dress was transformed into a masterpiece through these embellishments. It was truly beautiful. This was Sue C's first experience owning such a dress, especially one that was handcrafted. Eager to try it on, she thought she could make adjustments if anything felt amiss. Seeing the delight on Sue C's face brought joy to Sue Jinhue as well. In the corner of the room, a curtain had been hung earlier to create a private space. After all, aside from the evenings when they could bathe in the kitchen, changing clothes in their room was rather inconvenient. Thanks to the television dramas she had watched, Sue C had quickly figured out how to wear it. There was no need for an inner garment. She simply slipped on the jacket, and the RU skirt had an opening on the side of the bust, which she secured once donned. Finally, she wrapped the belt around her waist, tucking in the excess fabric to let it drape naturally, accentuating her slender figure. Once dressed, Sue C felt an extraordinary transformation, as if she were floating. She twirled in front of Sue Jinhue and asked, "What do you think? Is it beautiful and well-fitted?" Sue Jinhue responded affirmatively, assuring her that any future alterations could be made if needed. Sue C approached the copper mirror to see her reflection. To her dismay, the view was rather unclear. She sighed, lamenting the poor quality of the mirror. "What is this? Your mirror needs polishing. No wonder it's so unclear," Sue Jinhue remarked. Sue C, puzzled, wondered if polishing would indeed clarify her reflection. She recalled that the copper mirror she had seen in dramas looked similarly dull and blurred, leading her to believe that was their nature. "Wait a moment. Let me show you mine," Sue Jinhue said as she retrieved her own mirror from the room. "Oh my, how clear!" Sue C exclaimed, as her features were perfectly displayed. Even the mole on her face was visible. Sue Jinhue inquired, "We bought our mirrors together. Has yours not been polished since you got it?" "I didn't know it needed polishing," Sue C replied. Neither the original owner nor she had known, and as for Shen Yinqing, he was completely oblivious. "Not to worry, I'll have Jing Chuan help you polish it. It will be crystal clear," Sue Jinhue reassured her. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Sue C replied graciously. She took the opportunity to examine herself in Sue Jinhue's mirror. While she had always known she had a round face, she could now appreciate her features clearly. Her forehead was full, her brows gracefully arched, albeit slightly unkempt due to lack of grooming, large double-lidded eyes, and a well-defined nose. A gentle smile revealed her neat teeth and 2 adorable dimples, presenting an overall sweet appearance. Sue C touched her face, marveling at her beauty. It was not the kind of astonishing beauty that would captivate at first sight, but it was undoubtedly the sort that would be adored by elders. Unlike others who seemed to share a common appearance after their journeys, she felt fortunate to possess such a lovely visage. Her previous looks could be described as merely passable, rather than beautiful. As she pondered, she touched her temples, relieved that her hair was not thinning. Sue Jinhue approached from behind, and in the mirror appeared a face with an oval shape, a different kind of beauty altogether. "Allow me to style your hair. It will complement your attire beautifully." "Certainly," Sue C replied eagerly, sitting still with utmost obedience. She was not skilled in various hairstyles, typically opting for a high ponytail or a braided twist. Sue Jinhue removed the hairband, letting her long hair cascade down to her waist and meticulously untangled it with a comb. She created delicate waves framing Sue C's face. Gather half of the hair into a partial updo and braided 2 small strands from beneath, adding a playful touch. Unfortunately, there were no ornaments or cosmetics to enhance the look. Sue C, however, felt it was just right. Free from constraints, she felt at ease. After all, wearing a hairpin required her to maintain a proper posture, and cosmetics often left her face feeling suffocated. "Mother, do I look beautiful?" After her transformation, Sue C joyfully approached Lu Yuexin to showcase her new look. "You look lovely. Both you and your outfit are exquisite," Lu Yuexin praised with a smile. "And seems like a fairy," Qi Ning remarked, observing from the side. Indeed, Qi Ning possesses a way with words. Shen Jingchuan commented as he entered with a polished copper mirror, also expressing his approval, recognizing the skill of his wife. "What looks good?" Shun Yinxing inquired upon entering the house, immediately captivated by the scene before him, as he heard the chorus of admiration. Susi, buoyed by the joy of her new attire, radiated a smile unlike her usual demeanor. Shun Yinxing found his previously indifferent gaze lingering, forgetting the fan in his hand. Lu Yuexin explained, "We are speaking of a sea. Do you not find her lovely?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Yinxing responded, "Indeed, she is beautiful." He had always known she was not unattractive, yet he was astonished by her stunning transformation with such simple adornment. His heart felt as though it had been struck, and the surrounding sounds faded into a distant murmur. Chapter 82. The Feast of the Ghost Festival. As business resumed, Susi chose to don her old garments, for the new ones were too splendid. Even a small blemish would cause her great distress. Today marked the Ghost Festival. Lu Yuexin and the others had risen early to purchase paper money, incense, and offerings. They wondered how the ancestral hall of the Shun family fared, and whether the ancestral tablets were still well preserved. Shinani's expression was grave. Their family had served in the military for generations, risking their lives for the protection of their homeland. Yet they found themselves in such dire straits that even the ancestral tablets were in jeopardy. Lu Yuexin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It should be fine. They would not dare to desecrate the Shun family ancestral hall. They merely wish for us to leave the capital." "Let's hope that is the case," he replied. The others remained silent, listening intently, the atmosphere heavy with solemnity. Susi felt a tenuous connection to this world, yet she admired the valiant warriors. It was through their sacrifices that the people could enjoy a stable life. Nevertheless, the Ghost Festival must proceed as tradition dictates. Beyond the rituals, it was a time for feasting. The centerpiece of the meal was duck. The term duck was a homophone for suppressing ghosts, as consuming duck was believed to keep malevolent spirits at bay. Furthermore, it was said that deceased ancestors would return to visit on this day, needing to cross the Naiha Bridge. Without a boat, they could not pass. Thus, the living offered ducks to facilitate their return journey. While the sentiment was noble, one might ponder the fate of the ducks themselves. Surely, if ducks could speak, they would find the situation rather absurd. In the early morning, as I ventured out to purchase ducks, I was greeted by an overwhelming crowd. The vendor beamed with delight amidst the cacophony of quacking ducks, as he butchered and sold them on the spot. The joys and sorrows of life are often disconnected for the vendor. This day marked an occasion of utmost happiness. Susi intended to prepare roast duck, and considering the size of the clay oven, she procured 3 ducks, planning to sell any surplus. She skillfully removed the webbed feet and wings, introducing slices of ginger and onion, along with cooking wine to dispel any unpleasant odors, and season it with salt and soy sauce. A mixture of 5-spice powder and pepper was thoroughly massaged into the duck as flesh. After marinating for an hour, she briefly blanched the ducks in boiling water to enhance the texture and color, then dried them meticulously. The crisp skin glaze was concocted from 2 tablespoons of honey, 2 tablespoons of white vinegar, and 1 tablespoon of cooking wine applied evenly to the surface of the duck in 3 distinct coats. Once the glaze had dried, she stuffed the cavity with apple chunks, sealing it with bamboo skewers before placing it in the clay oven to roast. Additionally, she prepared eggplant pancakes, a traditional sustenance for ancestors during the Ulumbana festival, by slicing fresh eggplants into strips, coating them in flour, and frying them in oil. To enhance the flavor, she incorporated eggs and minced garlic into the mixture. Next, she crafted dumplings, which vary in preparation across regions. Some resemble wontons, while others are sweet dumplings akin to sugar buns. After gathering opinions, the group opted for sweet dumplings, which were expertly handled by Su Jinwei. Lastly, she considered pancakes, akin to spring rolls, but decided against making them since they would share a similar wrapping technique with the duck. Today, the county school was on break, and Shi Ruofeng, longing for his favorite pig ears, planned to pack some to share with his family. As he was about to leave, he caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma, initially subtle but increasingly alluring. What is that scent? It's delightful, seemingly wafting from the backyard. Is it for sale? He inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he followed the fragrance. Susi found herself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, Shi had a remarkable nose. That is my roast duck, but I only have 2 extra. It will be ready in about half an hour. Shi Ruofeng, filled with a sense of pride, replied, naturally when it comes to food. I consider myself quite the connoisseur. I shall take both, and I will wait right here. He promptly found a spot to sit, gesturing for Su Si to attend to her tasks without concern for him. It seems fortune favors him this time, discovering it first and securing the lot. For had he waited for the serving, he would certainly have acquired much less. As for the possibility of the roast duck being unpalatable, he dismissed that notion entirely, having full confidence in Su's culinary skills. The last time he bought pork jerky, it was swiftly pilfered by his friend Lin Xiaoyu, who, despite initially appearing indifferent, devoured it with surprising enthusiasm. Consequently, he was left with only a few pieces, grateful that he had snacked on some during his journey. As Su Si estimated the time was nearly right, she brushed the roast duck with honey water once more, then turned her attention to preparing the sauce and dough. To save time, she opted not to roll out each piece individually, instead flattening the dough into sheets and using a lid to cut out rounds. Each small disc was brushed with oil, stacked sequentially, and then rolled into pancakes before being placed in the steamer. Soy sauce, white sugar, and sweet bean sauce are combined with a starch solution and simmered until thickened. At this moment, the roast duck is also ready, its skin golden and crisp, and the meat tender. Su Si deftly removes the tails of the 2 ducks, summoning his 2 beloved pets. Soon, the heads of De Huang and Xiao Bai appear at the kitchen door, and Su Si is fair, treating each dog to a duck tail. He slices the meat from the top, chopping the duck carcasses into small pieces. Oil and ginger slices are added to the pan, and the duck carcasses are stir-fried until golden and slightly charred, before finally incorporating cumin powder and chopped scallions for a final toss before serving. The quantity of these 2 ducks is indeed substantial. Su Si wonders if that gentleman outside can truly consume it all. Lu Yuexin expresses her doubts. Su Si prepares 2 spare food boxes, each containing a portion of roast duck, which includes 2 plates of duck meat, 2 plates of duck carcasses, a small jar of sauce, a stack of pancakes, and the essential cucumber and scallion segments. I am uncertain, but I can offer it to him for inspection. If it doesn't suffice, I can sell the other portion later. Very well, you carry on, and I shall take care of the remaining roast duck. Lu Yuexin observes Su Si's process, finding it relatively simple. Su Si nods, carrying 1 box outside. Shi Ruofeng, who has been attentively watching this direction, hurries to greet Su Si upon his emergence. Lowering his voice, he asks if everything is in order, creating an atmosphere akin to a clandestine meeting. Indeed, the quantity is considerable. Are you certain you can manage it? Rest assured, I have a large family, Shi Ruofeng replies confidently. His family has yet to split, with grandparents and his second uncle's family all residing together, making for a dining table of over a dozen people. Very well, the carcasses can be enjoyed on their own, while the meat should be dipped in the sauce, placed on the pancakes, accompanied by cucumber and scallion segments, and then wrapped for consumption. Su Si thoughtfully advises on the method of eating, unsure if the other party has experienced it before. Shi Ruofeng appears eager, ready to leave with his portion. All right, I shall instruct the servant to return with the food box. While he waits, he overhears inquiries regarding the roast duck, hearing a young lady mention her persistence in wanting to purchase it at a high price. TCH, he doesn't lack for money, but to avoid being cornered, it's best to depart quickly. Su Si watches his hurried departure, retrieving a couple of silver coins from his sleeve, exactly the price for the 2 roast ducks, and contentedly placing them at the cash register. Chapter 83. The fall into water after rejecting a series of inquiries from potential customers. The tantalizing aroma of the roast duck gradually dissipates, and the crowd finally relinquishes their hopes. They do not forget to remind Su Si to prepare more delicious dishes next time, as many are still waiting. Su Si naturally agrees. Once the customers have departed, Lu Yuexin brings forth the meal. Plump and white sugar buns, fragrant roast duck, and crispy egg pancakes. All are irresistibly appetizing. Su Si's favorite is the egg pancake, which, when sprinkled with additional barbecue seasoning, becomes utterly divine. The patrons, having indulged in the roast duck, find themselves with greasy mouths. And when the sauce runs low, Su Jinhue even opts to dip her food in white sugar. At her suggestion, Su Si takes a bite. but he cannot quite appreciate it. The salty flavor suits him far better. With the shop closed for the night, Liu Yuexin leads the group to burn paper offerings once darkness falls. At the intersection, a multitude of individuals gathered, each engaged in the same solemn task, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. They traversed several crossroads before discovering a suitable spot. Since ancient times, the crossroads have been regarded as a symbol of connectivity, a place where the realms of yin and yang converge, allowing both the living and the departed to find their way. The flickering flames from the burning paper money illuminated the faces of the crowd, all bearing an expression of solemnity and gravity. Susie felt a sense of solitude. In this world, while others had their kin, she remained an outsider. Unsure of whom to honor with her offerings, she eventually whispered the name of the original owner's mother. Uncertain if this change would hold any significance, she refrained from uttering additional names, casually casting her offerings as alms for wandering spirits. Whether or not ghosts truly existed was beyond her knowledge. However, she chose to believe in their presence, particularly given the extraordinary circumstances that had unfolded in her life. Once the paper was consumed, the crowd proceeded to the dock, preparing to release the river lanterns. Numerous vendors lined the way, selling a dazzling array of lanterns that captivated the eye. Susie selected a beautifully crafted lotus-shaped lantern, cradling it carefully in her hands to avoid any accidental contact. The dock was bustling with activity, and the river was adorned with countless floating lanterns, twinkling like stars in the night sky. The crowd patiently awaited their turn, quickly stepping in to fill the void left by those who had just departed. Susie crouched down, observing the nearest lantern on the water surface, its inscription illuminated by the flames. Despite her prolonged gaze, she could not decipher a single character, a lamentable plight for one who had studied for so many years, only to find her knowledge rendered futile. Tilting her head, she turned to Su Jinyue beside her, inquiring about the inscription on the lantern. Su Jinyue glanced in the direction Su Si indicated and softly recited, gazing northward at the stars, sword in hand, a lifetime of concern for the nation's fate. It dawned on Su Si that she had memorized this line during her primary school days, a faint recollection surfacing. The meaning conveyed was one of vigilance and dedication to the nation's destiny. It seemed a young man had set this lantern adrift, reflecting his lofty aspirations. Noticing Su Si's curiosity about the inscriptions on other lanterns, Su Jinyue smiled and patiently read a few aloud to her. One lantern bore the words, "With a countenance like jade, may you enjoy health and longevity each passing year." Another read, "Wishing to gain the heart of one, never to part until old age." Oh, how romantic, Susie thought to herself. She lit her lantern and gently placed it upon the water, watching as it drifted away with the current. Observing that some lanterns toppled after a short distance, she felt a twinge of concern for her own. Thankfully, her lantern continued to float steadily, merging with the multitude of others until its form became indistinguishable. Although a toppled lantern did not necessarily signify the failure of her wishes, its stability brought her a sense of comfort and a more favorable omen. "What wish did you inscribe, see?" Su Jinyue inquired with curiosity, drawing the attention of others nearby. When purchasing the lanterns, one could either write their wishes themselves or have the vendor inscribe them. They all wrote their own wishes. Initially intending to assist C, she whispered something to the stall owner, who then smiled and helped Su Si inscribe her wish beneath the base of the river lantern. As they walked, exchanging the contents of their lantern shades, Su Si remained aloof from the conversation. "Well, I suppose my wish is rather mundane. I wrote that I hope to become a wealthy woman soon." Su Si confessed with a hint of embarrassment, her words straightforward yet embodying her deepest desire. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuexin and the others couldn't help but chuckle, and seeing her shyness, they quickly offered words of comfort, remarking that such a wish is splendid. After all, isn't that the very goal of business? Su Si pursed her lips and moved toward a vacant spot nearby, feigning interest in the lanterns placed by others. Suddenly, she felt something cold grip her ankle, pulling with a force that sent a jolt of pain through her. "Ah!" she gasped, fear rising within her. The hand seemed to find their grip, tightening with increasing strength. Su Si lost her balance and was yanked toward the river. As she was submerged, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation triggered her instinct to flail, but the force below continued to drag her down. Desperately, she kicked at the hands that held her. But even in her final moments of consciousness, those hands remained. Rage surged within her. Was this to be her demise? How unfortunate to meet her end on such a day. The Festival of the Dead, and by a water ghost, no less. The moment her scream pierced the air, the crowd on the shore erupted in commotion. Lu Yuexin and the others rushed towards the commotion. Shun Yinsheng, surprised by his own speed, leaped into the water without hesitation, disregarding the identity of another who had also jumped in, plunging downward. The river's dark waters were illuminated only by the floating lanterns. He barely spotted the unconscious Su Si. Just as he was about to pull her away, he sensed something amiss with the weight. Shinani swam over, noticing the situation, and immediately dove deeper. Feeling the resistance in his grasp lessen, Shun Yinsheng clutched Su Si tightly and swam toward the shore. He lifted Su Si first, allowing Lu Yuexin and the others to pull her up before he slowly climbed out, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. "Help me," Shinani called out as he surfaced. Lu Yuexin was listening to a physician's advice from the crowd, quickly positioning Su Si on her back while Su Jinyue anxiously supported her. Upon hearing his father's voice, Shen Jingchuan rushed forward to assist. It was then that the crowd noticed he had brought another person up. The man lay with his eyes shut, pallid and icy. His lips tinged with blue, appearing to draw shallow breaths, nearing the brink of death. Shinani patted his face, feeling somewhat helpless. The physician who had earlier advised Lu Yuexin approached, crouched down, and examined the man's eyelids. With a grave expression, he commanded, "Carry him on your back, and follow me." Chapter 84. Returning home, Shun Ani hesitated for a moment, glancing towards Lu Yuexin, who was attending to Su Si, conflicted. Compared to rescuing this stranger, his concern for his family took precedence. How could he leave under such circumstances? The doctor also noticed his gaze, somewhat understanding and reassured that the young lady had only recently drowned and was not in serious danger. Following this method, she would certainly expel the water, and after a few days of recuperation, she would be well again. As expected, with his words barely spoken, Su Si began to cough violently, subsequently expelling a significant amount of river water. As soon as she regained consciousness, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, a burning sensation in her throat, and a prickling in her head. The feeling of drowning lingered as if she had just experienced it moments ago, leaving her in a daze. At that moment, she could think of nothing else but whether water had entered her head. Contemplating this, she shook her head in an attempt to dislodge any water. Su Jinyue was the first to notice her movement, joyfully exclaiming, "Mother, a sea has awakened." The two of them worked together to lay her flat on the ground. Gently inquiring, "Sea, how do you feel now?" Su Si looked at their reddened eyes, wanting to say something, but as she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. She could only smile faintly and shake her head to indicate that she was fine. At this moment, Qinghuan and Qining also rushed over, tears streaming down their faces. Terrified by the earlier events, each child grasped one of Su Si's hands, unwilling to let go. Shun Yinsheng also approached, having regained some strength, leaning in close with his hair still dripping wet, looking at Su Si with concern. The young girl appeared quite frail, lacking her usual vitality, which deeply pained the members of the Shun family. On this side, having set aside his worries, Shun Ani no longer lingered on his thoughts. Life and death were at stake. He swiftly carried the rescued man on his back and, after speaking a word to Lu Yuexin, departed with the doctor. Lu Yuexin's attention remained solely on Su Si, and it took her a moment to realize that he had no money on him. She hurriedly fished out some silver from her belongings and handed it to Shun Jingchuan, urging him to follow. Fortunately, it was night, and though many people had gathered nearby, visibility was poor. A cool breeze swept by the riverbank, causing Su Si, drenched to the bone, to shiver involuntarily. Initially, Lu Yuexin intended to carry Su Si home, but Shun Yinsheng suddenly said, "Mother, let me carry her." He then squatted beside Su Si, waiting. "All right, but be careful," she replied, with Su Jinyue's assistance. Su Si slowly climbed onto Shun Yinsheng's back and the group hurried home. Feeling the warmth beneath her, Susie instinctively snuggled closer. What she had perceived as somewhat narrow shoulders now brought her an inexplicable sense of security. Drawing nearer, she could even hear Shen Yinqing's rapid breaths, and her eyelids grew heavier, eventually succumbing to sleep. At that moment, Shen Yinqing was also filled with mixed emotions. His attempt to rescue Su Jiao had led to the upheaval at home. Although no one blamed him, it remained an insurmountable hurdle in his heart. He had thought he would never save anyone again. Yet when Su Si fell into the water, he acted without hesitation, even more anxiously than before. If his previous rescues were driven by a sense of duty, this one was from the heart. One was his betrothed, while the other was truly his wife, as per the marriage contract. The weight of the person on his back was negligible. Yet it felt as though he was carrying his entire world, each step deliberate and steady. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of responsibility. On the night of the Ghost Festival, the streets were eerily deserted, with not even a beggar in sight. A group of individuals traversed the empty alleys in silence. Finally returning home, Su Jinhua took it upon herself to assist Su Si in changing out of his damp clothes, while Lu Yuexin headed to the kitchen to prepare ginger soup. At that moment, Qing Huan felt a sense of calm, holding Qi Ning's hand to offer him comfort. Shen Yinqing quietly followed Lu Yuexin into the kitchen to help kindle the fire. Once the water boiled, she added the sliced ginger, and after a moment's thought, she also included some brown sugar, allowing it to simmer for a while. She was the first to ladle out a bowl and handed it to Shen Yinqing, urging him to drink quickly, and then she went to change into dry clothes herself to avoid catching a chill. Naturally, a mother's heart ached for her son. However, given that he was a boy, Su Si required more urgent attention. Su Si, still in a daze, sensed something liquid flowing into his mouth. It was sweet and spicy, and in the next moment, a strong ginger flavor overwhelmed him, causing him to involuntarily grimace. When Lu Yuexin successfully fed him the first spoonful, she was about to continue when she noticed Su Si with his eyes closed, persistently turning his head away from the spoon, refusing to drink. Amused, yet exasperated, she patiently coaxed him, "Be good, it's good for your health. Otherwise, you might fall ill." Although Su Si was not fully conscious, he sensed the kindness of the one feeding him. Pouting slightly, he obediently drank the ginger soup, feeling warmth in his stomach and no longer cold and damp. He peacefully drifted back to sleep. The two quietly stepped out, closing the door behind them, no longer wishing to disturb him. Lu Yuexin had prepared a generous amount of ginger soup, serving a bowl to each person to ward off the chill. "Mother, how is second sister-in-law?" Qing Huan asked with concern, fearing that her mother and elder sister-in-law might be hindered in their tasks. She had gone inside to check earlier. "She has already fallen asleep, currently. There's nothing unusual," Lu Yuexin replied, feeling somewhat weary herself. Initially, she had believed that Su Si had simply fallen by accident. However, considering the person Shan Ani had rescued and the scratch marks found on Su Si's ankle while changing clothes, it could be inferred that he had been pulled down. It was indeed an undeserved calamity. Su Jinhua cradled Qi Ning, soothing him, as the events of the night had frightened the little one, who was still hiccuping softly. After much coaxing and reassurance that Su Si was safe, the little one finally calmed down and, exhausted from crying, fell asleep. Thinking of the two who had not yet returned home, Lu Yuexin and Su Jinhua settled the others for rest and remained in the living room, waiting. Approximately at the stroke of midnight, the two finally returned home, exhausted. Lu Yuexin hurriedly brought them ginger soup, waiting for them to finish before inquiring about the events that transpired. When we arrived at the medical clinic, the doctor administered a few needles to the man, mentioning something about the Shunkei acupoint, and then the water was expelled. The doctor said he would be fine now, Shun Ani recounted, his expression complex as he learned for the first time about this method of treating drowning, where the water was expelled from the rectum. The scene had been chaotic, and coupled with their lack of preparation, it had been utterly bewildering. "Is he still at the clinic?" Shinani shook his head. "We have placed him in a shop. He hadn't awakened when we left. There was no place to stay at home, and it was inconvenient. Thankfully, there were spare clothes in the shop. As for other matters, they hardly had the capacity to consider them." Having done all this, they had shown the utmost compassion. Luo Yuexin ceased to inquire further. The mere fact of survival sufficed, particularly since he could be deemed the principal offender, inevitably fostering a sense of resentment within her. Shenani's attire had dried naturally under the influence of body heat, albeit somewhat wrinkled, which he tugged at uncomfortably as he asked, "What of a sea? How is he faring?" "Everything is well now." Chapter 85. The amnesiac man. The night had deepened, and the four hastily tidied up before retreating to rest. Susie found her slumber to be rather restless, her dreams a kaleidoscope of bizarre occurrences, one moment pursued by spirits, the next attempting to capture them, and then transforming into a ghost herself. Upon awakening, she felt utterly fatigued. Beside her, Shun Yinqing remained asleep, prompting Susie to quietly don her clothes and exit the room. In the courtyard, Shun Ani and Shun Jingchuan were engaged in vigorous boxing, exuding an energetic aura. Upon noticing Susie's emergence, Luo Yuexin steered clear of the father-son duo and approached her, gently patting her head. "No feber, splendid. Why don't you rest a bit longer? I have grown accustomed to waking at this hour. Any further sleep would be uncomfortable." Susie rubbed her aching temples and felt considerably better after washing her face. Before long, the others had risen as well. Upon spotting her, Qi Ning hurried over, silently trailing her like a devoted shadow. On their way to the shop, Shen Ani briefly informed the group about the condition of the man they had rescued the previous day, preparing them for what lay ahead. As the door swung open, they beheld a figure seated with his back to them, upright and alert. Upon hearing their voices, he turned, eyeing them with caution. It appeared this was the individual who had attempted to drag her down. Susie observed him, feeling an inexplicable twinge in her ankle. "You are awake?" Shenani inquired first. The man squinted, evidently on guard. "Who are you?" "I rescued you from the river last night," Shun Ani replied, refraining from elaborating further and instead recounting the circumstances. "Why was I in the river?" Susie and the others exchanged bewildered glances. "How should we know why you were in the river?" "We do not know you. I cannot remember. Do you recall your name?" Susie ventured cautiously. "Surely not. Have they stumbled upon the Clich D trope of amnesia?" "I do not remember. I have forgotten everything." The man suddenly clutched his forehead, a pained expression crossing his features. The group exchanged glances, perplexed. Shenani quickly reassured him. "Do not be alarmed. I will fetch the clothes we changed you out of yesterday. Perhaps they might jog your memory." He then ventured to a corner of the courtyard, shooing away the large yellow dog that had lingered nearby, unveiling a basket that emitted an indescribable odor. Shun Ani frowned, pinching the fabric between his fingers and holding his breath as he returned, presenting it to the man sideways. The stench wafting from the clothing caused Susie and the others to instinctively cover their noses. The man grimaced in distaste. "Why does it smell so foul? Is this truly my attire? After the doctor administered your treatment last night, your clothes ended up like this. I assessed the fabric and found it to be of good quality, hence I retained it for you." Upon hearing this, the man begrudgingly endured the discomfort as he examined the stained clothing. The fabric was soft, adorned with cloud patterns that were intricately embroidered on both sides, suggesting it was of considerable value. Shenani suddenly recalled that at that time, you had a jade pendant around your neck. "After changing your clothes, I placed it under your pillow. Did you see it?" The man shook his head. Upon awakening in an unfamiliar place, devoid of any memories, he felt a sense of confusion and had no inclination to search for items. Shenani then returned to the room to retrieve the jade pendant, which was flawless white jade, intricately carved with a paixio. The others observed the man intently and curiously inquired, "What do you think? Have any memories resurfaced?" "I have no recollection," he replied, eliciting a wave of disappointment from the group. "Then, sir, you should take him to the yamen for registration, in case his family comes looking for him," Lu Yuexin advised as she prepared to cook. "After all, we cannot have a grown man inexplicably staying here indefinitely. It's not feasible, especially since we currently lack the means to support another." Shenani nodded in agreement, yet the man remained motionless. "What if I am a fugitive? Reporting to the authorities could expose me to danger," he pondered anxiously. "Then we must report it." Susie interjected with an exaggerated eye roll, pulling the man up from the chair. The man, already quite weak, was thrust beside Shenani. He stared, somewhat aghast. You, woman, are truly uncouth. Shen Yinqing couldn't help but reflect on his prior assessment of Su Si, feeling as if ages had passed since he last held that opinion. Su Si, undeterred by the man's comment, retorted, let them say what they will. It wouldn't cost me anything before disappearing into the kitchen. There was much to be done, and wasting time equated to losing money. Shen Ani, considering the work ahead, grasped the man's arm and led him towards the yamen. See, you should rest. We can manage. Just as Lu Yuexin finished preparing the cold dishes, she spotted Su Si rolling up her sleeves to knead the dough and hastily intervened. No, you cannot. The doctor advised you to rest. Lu Yuexin firmly refused, emphasizing that there was no room for negotiation. Su Jinyu, Gai Imdin. There will be plenty of days ahead to work. We are not short on time. It is far more crucial to restore your health. Qi Ning earnestly lifted her small face. Auntie, you must heed the doctor's advice. That is the way to good health. Su Si could not help but chuckle. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Just call for me if you need help. She found a spot to sit as everyone gathered in the kitchen, creating a lively atmosphere. Do you think that man is genuinely amnesiac or feigning it? Su Si pondered aloud. Drowning could indeed lead to brain hypoxia, causing potential memory loss. It seemed too coincidental. That remains uncertain. However, since he was willing to report to the yamen, he likely poses no threat, she concluded, putting her concerns aside. Yet, recalling the plotline she had encountered in novels, the individuals that the female protagonist stumbled upon often held significant backgrounds, be it wealth, beauty, power, or capability. Since she had traversed into this realm, even lacking the protagonist's privileges, she ought not to encounter someone merely living off others. Lost in her thoughts, Shen Ani returned with the man in tow. I encountered the money officer and relayed this matter to him. He arranged for an artist to depict the appearance of the young man and recorded the time and attire in which we found him, stating that he would notify us if any news arose. Lu Yuexin nodded, then inquired, what are your plans, young sir? The man, having shed his initial caution, bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude for their life-saving assistance, requesting a temporary place to stay until his family could arrive, promising a generous reward. After deliberation, the group agreed, adhering to the principle of seeing a rescue through to its conclusion. It would not be wise to let him depart at this juncture, especially since considerable funds had already been expended on him. If there were a way to recover those expenses, it would be prudent to do so. In Su Si's view, it was partly a matter of lamenting sunk costs and partly a form of investment. Chapter 86. Black chicken soup, then you may reside in the shop for now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. It seemed that upon their return home, they would need to secure the kitchen, remove the funds from the counter, and ensure that De Huang and Xiao accompany them daily. While they were willing to assist, one must remain vigilant against potential treachery. Thank you. But might I trouble you for something to eat? The man, clutching his stomach, felt a bit sheepish. He could not fathom why he had felt so ravenous since awakening, as if his stomach were an empty cavern. Shen Ani understood. The river water had, in a sense, cleansed his system, making it no surprise that he felt hunger pangs. Lu Yuexin hesitated. Currently, we only have cold dishes, steamed buns, and liangpi. Would you care for something? Given his condition, he ought to consume something nourishing and restorative. They had all had porridge at home before setting out, and none had considered bringing him provisions. That would be splendid. Please bring me some, he replied, too preoccupied with his growling stomach to consider anything else. Since he showed no objection, they prepared him a portion of rice to satiate his hunger. By the way, see, when I asked your elder brother to buy chicken legs this morning, he also procured a black chicken, which is sitting over there. We shall make a chicken soup to replenish your strength. Take a look at what additional ingredients we might need. If anything is lacking, he can procure them as well. As Lu Yuexin spoke, she gestured towards a shelf. Only then did Su Si notice the black chicken soaking in the basin, and a wave of gratitude washed over him. Black chicken, known for its superior nutritional value, naturally commanded a higher price, rendering it an uncommon purchase for ordinary households. Indeed, it had been quite some time since she had last enjoyed black chicken. In modern times, distinguishing genuine black chicken had become a challenge, yet this one was evidently authentic. She stroked her chin, contemplating, let us prepare a soup with angelica, astragalus, and black chicken for lunch. Since we have already invested a significant amount in purchasing the chicken, we might as well acquire some medicinal herbs to nourish everyone. Once all the ingredients were assembled, she declined the offers of assistance from Lu Yuexin and the others. With deft hands, Su Si swiftly chopped the black chicken, placed it in cold water, and added ginger slices and cooking wine to blanch it. After retrieving it, he rinsed it in warm water, placed it into a clay pot, and added a suitable quantity of red dates, astragalus, angelica, cotinopsis, longan meat, and ginger slices. He poured in clean water, brought it to a vigorous boil, then reduced the heat to let it simmer gently. The purpose of a low heat was to ensure a pure broth, free from excessive impurities. During the waiting period, every time Su Si attempted to engage in some tasks, she was thwarted by those around her. They even assigned Qi Ning to supervise her, preventing her from secretly working, which left her both amused and exasperated. After the man finished his meal, he retreated to the room in the backyard and did not emerge again. Aside from the restriction on entering and exiting the room, the presence of an additional person made little difference to them. An hour later, Su Si added some goji berries to the clay pot and continued to simmer for a while before seasoning it with an appropriate amount of salt and turning off the heat. The lunch consisted of black chicken soup and several plates of cold dishes, with 2 tables pushed together to accommodate 8 diners. Shinani called out to the man a few times from outside the door, but received no response. Assuming he was likely asleep, he decided not to persist, leaving behind a bowl of soup as a mere gesture. Luo Yuexin tasted a spoonful and couldn't help but exclaim that it was akin to medicinal cuisine. In the past, they had even hired a chef specializing in medicinal dishes for Qinghuan's health, so this flavor was not unfamiliar to them. Su Si smiled and encouraged everyone to partake, claiming it would invigorate their energy, nourish their blood, and enhance their beauty. Is that truly so? Su Jinyue inquired, gently touching her cheek with a hint of eagerness. After all, which woman does not cherish beauty? Su Si nodded, but remarked that it was akin to lemon water, merely internal nourishment. In truth, even without considering this benefit, everyone was enjoying their meal heartily. The chicken soup was a golden hue, imbued with the sweet aroma of red dates and longan, and the chicken meat fell off the bone with a gentle bite. While Su Si was engrossed in her meal, a chicken leg appeared before her. She looked up in surprise to see Luo Yuexin smiling at her, urging her to take the bowl. For a moment, she felt a fleeting disorientation, as if the scene were shifting, the same words spoken by 2 different faces, yet both radiated the same care. Shaking off her reverie, she declined, lightly covering her bowl with her hand. "No, you eat, mother." Luo Yuexin reached out again, persuading her, "This is specially for your nourishment. You should eat it. Then give it to Qi Ning and Qinghuan. I'll be fine with just the chicken." "I don't want it. Second sister-in-law, you should eat." Qinghuan insisted earnestly. After a round of polite refusals, Su Si eventually accepted the offering, while the other chicken leg was given to Qi Ning. She lowered her gaze and took a bite, savoring the subtly different texture of the chicken leg compared to others. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, and her eyes grew misty as she longed for home. In yesterday's perilous situation, she had not thought of home, nor had she during the busy days of labor. Yet, a simple chicken leg now stirred a deep yearning within her. Back at home, her mother would always serve her a chicken leg and tenderly converse with her. She wondered what her modern parents were doing now and if they would serve another Su Si a chicken leg in the future. Though she wished the original Su Si well, the thought still brought a twinge of sorrow. The chicken was not substantial, and it was soon entirely consumed. The remaining broth was diluted with additional water and used to cook some noodles. Although the flavor was somewhat milder, it remained delightful. As for the chicken bones, they were entrusted to De Huang and Xiaobai. Before feeding them, Su Si ensured that the bones were sufficiently tender to avoid any harm. The principle of waste not was firmly upheld. When the man finally emerged, darkness had descended, and Su Si and the others had commenced tidying up, preparing to close the establishment. Before he could utter a word, Lu Yuexin presented him with a bowl of chicken soup that had been kept warm. "Thank you, Auntie," he said, receiving it with both hands, his demeanor remarkably proper, prompting curiosity about his true identity. The food from Auntie's kitchen was undeniably exquisite. Could it be that she hailed from a lineage of chefs? He had found breakfast delightful. But this bowl of chicken soup surpassed all expectations, its aroma refined. "Ha, you flatter me. All of this was prepared by C. Only she can truly be called a master chef," Liu Yuexin replied, a hint of pride in her voice. The man found it quite astonishing and glanced at Su Si, who was busy washing dishes nearby. He had not anticipated that such a strong woman would be the cook of this establishment. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Not wishing to disturb their busy efforts, he sought a corner to finish his meal, feeling somewhat awkward with the dirty bowl in hand. Earlier, he had left the bowl without a second thought, but now it struck him as improper. With no money to his name and staying at someone else's home, he felt like a mere bystander, and the thought filled him with shame. "Allow me to help. I'll wash it." Su Jinyuan noticed his predicament and spoke up. "Thank you." Once everything was tidied up, Shun Ani briefed the man and handed him some newly purchased household items before departing with the others. Chapter 87. Renewal of contract time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, there remained merely half a month until the shop's lease would expire. After much deliberation, it was decided to renew the rental agreement. The reasons were clear. The location was indeed excellent. They had grown accustomed to it. Relocating would entail dismantling both the kitchen and the pottery kiln, a tedious endeavor, and some loyal customers had already become attached to this place. Given their current circumstances, they could comfortably afford the rent, a stark contrast to their earlier financial struggles. After signing the previous contract, the shopkeeper had provided them with an address, instructing them to seek him there if necessary. Since opening, Bai had dined at their establishment several times, each visit filled with praise, establishing a degree of familiarity. This morning, Shinani went to deliver a letter to Bai, inviting him to discuss matters in the afternoon. As for the man they had rescued, no one had come looking for him, and his memory had yet to return. Initially, he had maintained a calm demeanor, savoring the food with them daily. However, he now made it a point to visit the local government office each morning to inquire about any updates and would return to assist with tasks at the shop. His adaptability was commendable, and he demonstrated an understanding of the situation, which left the others with little resentment. At the outset of their business, Su Si had seen shopkeeper Bai enter with a cheerful smile. Noticing Su Si's confusion, he explained, "No need to rush. Our appointment is set for the afternoon, but I simply wish to enjoy a meal." "Ah, I see. Please have a seat. What would you like?" "I'll have a pound of cold pig ears and a couple of gin of wine, please." "Of course. I'll prepare that for you." Su Si carefully plated the pig ears, added some steamed buns, and fetched the wine from a nearby shop, delicately serving it before shopkeeper Bai. Since signing a contract with the tavern owner, they opted for freshly brewed liquor, taking only what they needed. This approach not only conserved space, but also ensured freshness. Bai, the manager, leaned in to savor the aroma. And indeed, it was the very essence he sought. No matter how one prepared pig ears, they never seemed overly greasy. The cold dish from other establishments simply could not replicate this flavor. Su Si smiled, choosing not to elaborate, knowing that others were often reluctant to use generous amounts of seasoning for fear of waste. Moreover, the varying proportions of spices during the cooking process naturally led to differences in taste. The pig ears had become exceedingly popular, and in response to customer demand, they had increased their supply from an initial 6 to 12. They had nearly monopolized the ears of pigs slaughtered daily in the Western market. Although the current price of fresh pig ears had risen somewhat, they were grateful to Butcher Lee. Without his assistance, acquiring this ingredient consistently would have been impossible. "Please, enjoy your meal. Call for me if you need anything," Bai said. As he entertained, the number of patrons in the tavern began to swell. Bai nodded, savoring a bite of the appetizer and sipping the liquor with great contentment. After finishing, he remained seated, resting his eyes. When the others had concluded their tasks and approached, he opened his eyes. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Shinani said with a hint of regret. "No matter. Let us discuss the renewal of the lease," Bai replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "How long do you wish to extend it?" "Perhaps 3 more months, if that is agreeable." This duration had been carefully considered, as the business of cold noodles, while thriving now, would likely wane with the arrival of cooler weather. They would need to contemplate new ventures, with the future remaining uncertain. "That is acceptable, but I must forewarn you. The landlord intends to sell this property next year." "Why sell?" Isn't it better to keep it rented? Su inquired, the unexpected news disrupting her rhythm. I smiled slightly. The master has his own plans. After all, continuous leasing necessitates management. Moreover, our young master is about to take the provincial examination. Given his usual academic prowess, success is nearly assured, and thereafter he will pursue studies at the State Academy. Thus, the master aims to consolidate funds for future developments. I see. Understood. Selling does seem the most prudent course of action. However, what might seem trivial to others bore significant implications for them. Su bit her lip. If we were to purchase this establishment, how much would it cost? The Shen family exchanged glances, taken aback by her bold inquiry. It was not an insignificant sum. I raised 3 fingers, 300 taels. A collective gasp escaped the group. This amount exceeded all their combined resources, rendering them unable to afford it even if they were to liquidate their assets. Yet the price was fair, attributed to its prime location in the bustling heart of the county and the high construction costs, with the quality of materials ensuring durability for decades to come. I observed their expressions with indifference, knowing that in this county, only a handful could muster 300 taels. To his knowledge, the Shen family had only recently embarked on their business ventures. If given a bit more time, he believed that earning the 300 taels was entirely feasible. He chose to bypass this topic, suggesting instead that they head to the official office to renew the contract. The continuation of the Shen family's lease would be advantageous for him. Otherwise, he would have to invest time in finding suitable tenants. After Shun, Ani, and the shopkeeper departed, the others fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken thoughts. Lu Yuexin forced a smile, acknowledging that being forewarned of this matter allowed them to prepare in advance. They needed to select a location early and contact craftsmen to dismantle the kitchen and reconstruct it. The mere thought of it was quite bothersome. Susie took a deep breath and jested. Who knows, perhaps a windfall will come our way? Lu Yuexin expressed her disagreement, not only as a warning to Susie, but also as a counsel to the others, earnestly stating, one cannot entertain such notions. We must remain grounded in our endeavors. That mindset is unreliable. Susie nodded in compliance, refraining from further discussion. This was a common perspective among parents, and she chose not to dispute it. Despite her diligent work, she secretly harbored dreams of unearned fortune. In her belief, she wished to avoid the hardships of study and labor, desiring instead a serendipitous life of comfort. She aspired to wealth, but not through steady, methodical means. Rather, she yearned for sudden riches and overnight success. She once fantasized daily about winning the lottery, yet she had scarcely purchased any tickets. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her from wishing for miraculous strokes of fortune and reminding her friends to cherish their newfound wealth and not forget her. In essence, her thoughts could be encapsulated in 16 characters: unearned gains, idle rewards, and effortless ascension. Though she understood the improbability of such dreams, she continued to indulge in them. With the matter of the lease concluded, life went on as usual. At the end of the month, the group divided their earnings once more. Thanks to the revenue from birthday cakes and tavern profits, along with occasional food promotions, they found that even with only 31 days of profit, they had earned more than in the previous 45 days, totaling a profit of 56 taels. Susie received 15 taels and 681, bringing her small treasury to a total of 54 taels and 801. Chapter 88. The apprentice. The substantial distribution this time was partly due to the lease money being accounted for in the following month rather than the current one. Susie clutched the silver in her hand, relishing the delightful sound of the coins clinking together. Saving money became somewhat addictive. Having funds on hand brought her a sense of security. With no particular desires to purchase anything, as her sustenance was provided by the shop, her small treasury remained untouched. Once she saved a little more than 10 taels, she planned to exchange her silver for notes. She had never seen silver notes before and was curious about their appearance. On this day, while Susie was busy in the kitchen, Shanani lifted the door curtain and announced, "See, someone is looking for you." Puzzled about who it could be, since she was familiar with most people and their families, she heard a mellow voice behind Shanani. It was a man. Susie raised her gaze to meet Shun Yinxing's eyes, feeling inexplicably melancholic, as if she were the cause of his sorrow. She shook her head, dismissing the thought, and tidied herself up before following Shinani to see who had come. It was that very person. As Shinani stood at a distance from the door, she paused and gestured to Susi. Before her stood a youth, appearing to be of similar age, clad in gray attire. His head bowed as he awkwardly gazed at the ground. He seemed somewhat familiar, yet she could not place him despite pondering for a moment. When she approached him, the young man offered a tentative smile. "Master Su, do you remember me?" Upon hearing this address, Susi felt a flicker of recognition. Only once had someone called her, that during her time cooking at the Wang residence. Gradually, she aligned the figure before her with her memories. It was the individual who had testified on her behalf. Noticing Susi's expression of realization, the youth appeared somewhat delighted. "What brings you here? Is there something on your mind?" It was understandable that Susi initially failed to recognize him. A month had elapsed, and she had not anticipated any further interactions with those from the manor. The young man inquired softly, "Master Su, are you in need of an apprentice?" Susi shook her head, indicating that they did not require one at that moment. Their business had not yet expanded significantly, and her family had sufficient manpower. Thus, there was no necessity to incur additional expenses for hiring help. Seeing the disappointment etched on the youth's face, she curiously asked, "Are you hoping to refer someone?" "No, it's for myself," he replied. "Aren't you an apprentice in the manor? Have you quit?" His tone bore a hint of bitterness. "Chef Xiao has left, and the manor has hired a new head chef along with 2 assistants, which led to the dismissal of several of us, myself included." Understanding dawned upon her. "You may leave me your address, and when we require an apprentice, I shall reach out to you." To her, character held the utmost importance. This young man seemed to possess commendable qualities and some experience. Should he remain unoccupied when they needed help, he could indeed be a suitable choice. "If I forgo payment, could I apprentice under you?" he asked. Susi was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. It was the first time she had encountered such eagerness for labor. After contemplating, she ultimately declined. The allure of having someone assist without charge was tempting, yet they were not the type to exploit others. Work invariably warranted compensation. The youth lapsed into silence, seemingly lost in thought, while Susi found herself in an awkward stance. Casually glancing into the shop, she caught sight of Shun Yinqing peering in their direction, his demeanor somewhat furtive, which left her exasperated. "I shall head in first," she declared. No sooner had she returned than Shun Ani rushed in, visibly agitated. "See, what is the situation with that individual?" Susi set down her belongings. "What is it?" She had assumed the young man had departed. Judging by his inquiry, he was probably still present. "That boy is helping us out." "What do you mean?" Lu Yuexin, who had paused her tasks, queried. "I'm not quite sure how to explain it. He's just standing at the door assisting with welcoming customers, and when they leave, he helps tidy up the tables. Even when we ask him not to, he continues to work." Shinani expressed some exasperation. It wasn't appropriate to confront him in front of the guests. "Let's go take a look." The group peered through the doorway connecting the shop and the courtyard, witnessing the youth diligently engaged in his tasks. The customers, mistaking him for a new assistant, calmly issued their requests. Shun Yinqing stood nearby, vigilantly observing him. What was the situation? The crowd, perplexed and unaware of the preceding events, exchanged confused glances. Susi thus elucidated. He was someone encountered during the banquet when we were preparing the dishes, and he has since been dismissed. Initially, he inquired whether I was hiring apprentices. After my refusal, he asked if he could apprentice without pay, to which I also declined. Now, could it be that he wishes to demonstrate his determination to be retained? Lu Yu pondered this notion, finding it plausible. Should we keep him? The others turned their gaze to Susi, as he had come specifically seeking her. I will converse with him further. She actually admired such individuals, those who boldly sought opportunities. Susi approached him. "Come with me." The youth, seemingly guilty, lowered his head and silently followed her to the backyard. "You need not feel this way. I truly appreciate your initiative. When the time arises, you will be the first I seek." The boy's eyes brimmed with resolve. "I sincerely wish to learn from you. My intention is merely to offer assistance, not to impose myself upon you." She was the most extraordinary chef he had ever encountered, unreserved in sharing her knowledge and exceedingly easy to get along with. Should he miss this opportunity, he would regret it for a lifetime. Susie felt compelled to further persuade him. You see, we are merely a cold noodle shop. I cannot teach you much. That is of no consequence. With your level of expertise, I believe you will not remain confined to this. I am willing to accompany you in expanding and strengthening this venture. Susie found herself secretly delighted by his words. She relished hearing such sentiments. No wonder there exists the term flattery, particularly when it is sincere. Indeed, she was nearly swayed. Would your family approve of you working here? After all, there was simply a small establishment, and most individuals would not choose to apprentice here. I am an orphan. My own consent suffices. Upon hearing this, Susie momentarily chided herself for not asking more questions, inadvertently touching upon a sensitive topic. She would later berate herself in the middle of the night, thinking how foolish she was. Observing her embarrassment, the boy comforted her. It is all in the past. Living well is the greatest wish of my parents. What is your name? And you? You may call me Xiaoyu. Susie nodded, resolutely deciding, very well. Xiaoyu, you shall officially commence work here tomorrow. Originally, she intended to hire someone next month, as the shop would be launching new products and required additional hands. Now, it seemed she had preemptively secured candidate. This was due to both his attitude and experience. Training him in advance would facilitate better cooperation in the future. Chapter 89. The top scholar cake. Susie informed the others of Yu's apprenticeship, and there were no objections. In the following days, Yu arrived at the shop early, diligently completing the tasks assigned to him. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he humbly sought guidance when faced with uncertainties. Getting along well with everyone. Although it sounds easy to possess enthusiasm, few can truly embody it. It depends not only on attentiveness, but also on initiative, coupled with the willingness to endure hardship. However, at times, there was a spark in his eyes that made Susie feel as though he were exploiting him. Even when advised to take a moment's respite, he would not heed the counsel. And Yu, on the other hand, perceived his current state as quite satisfactory, devoid of the previous intrigues, free from a need to curry favor with the head chef, and lacking the biting coldness of words. He cherished this present moment. As for labor, he had grown accustomed to it. Under Chef Zhao's tutelage, one would be reprimanded for even a moment's idleness. The methods of preparing cold noodles and dishes were openly shared among everyone, as they were soon to be taken off the menu. From Yu's perspective, this was indicative of their trust in him, which in turn motivated him to exert even greater effort. It could be considered a rather delightful misunderstanding. Once the dishes were nearly prepared, Susie approached Yu, who was diligently slicing cucumbers, and said, Xiaoyu, hold on for a moment. We discussed it and have decided to set your monthly wage at 300 won, which will cover 2 meals. And Yu was somewhat taken aback, placing down his knife and waving his hand, expressing that he did not require a wage. Having meals provided was more than sufficient. Over the past couple of days, dining with the Shun family, he had enjoyed not only the dishes sold at the establishment, but also some homemade delicacies, which left him quite content. The monthly wage is certainly necessary, Susie insisted. You will need money for your daily expenses. Although it may seem modest now, rest assured, once you have completed your training, your remuneration will undoubtedly increase. Susie and his companions were not the type to exploit others, wanting the horse to run while refusing to feed it. And Yu hurriedly replied, This is already quite generous. Thank you, Master Su. For him, ensuring his own sustenance sufficed. He rarely purchased anything, valuing the knowledge he could acquire above all else. Once the agreement was settled, he resumed his slicing. Knife skills are among the fundamental techniques of a chef, and while Master Su wielded his knife with both speed and precision, and Yu, despite having slowed his pace, still found his slices uneven, indicating a need for further practice. Lu Yuexin, having covered the prepared cold noodles with a thin cloth, expressed a sense of nostalgia, remarking that the provincial examination was approaching. Mention of the provincial examination, akin to the modern college entrance examination, signified a significant event, widely recognized even by those without scholars in their households. The students of the county school were busily preparing for the exams, with even Shiruofeng, who had a penchant for food, making rare appearances. Susie was not particularly well informed about this. But he had heard from patrons that the examinations would take place at the Tribute Academy in the state city. Indeed, the nearest state city to us is Xiangzhou, which requires a full day and night of travel by carriage. Considering the ancient road conditions and the duration of the journey, the candidates would already endure considerable hardship before the examination even commenced. She could not help but shake her head, acknowledging the challenges. Shinani smiled. This is merely the beginning. In reality, it is far more arduous than you might imagine. What do you mean? Everyone's curiosity piqued, prompting Shun Ani to elaborate. I once led troops to maintain order during the provincial examinations. Before entering the examination hall, candidates must undergo a thorough search. They are not permitted to have concealed compartments, and any food they carry must be inspected. Isn't this akin to security checks, albeit conducted manually? And you interjected. Each individual is allocated a small room and must undergo 3 examinations, each lasting 3 days and 2 nights, during which all necessities are to be managed within the confines of the examination tent. Su Jinyue, hearing this for the first time, could not suppress a frown. That must be unbearable. There is no alternative, came the reply, as anything less would be considered cheating. The heat of August only exacerbated the discomfort. The thought of such an environment was nearly unbearable. No wonder Fan Jin was so elated upon passing the imperial examination. Achieving such a feat is indeed no small task. Not to mention the honor of standing out amidst a sea of competitors and the rewards that accompany success. The very process itself is quite arduous, demanding a robust constitution. I once encountered a scholar who, perhaps suffering from heat stroke, became utterly exhausted yet insisted on persevering. It was only when he fainted that he was finally escorted out of the examination hall. Shinani could not help but feel a tinge of relief for having once been a warrior, thus spared from such tribulations. As the conversation unfolded, Susi hastily shifted the topic, suggesting they partake in a festive activity by making a top scholar cake. Why is it called a top scholar cake? Does eating it guarantee success in the exams? Qi Ning inquired, his curiosity piqued as he had never tasted one. Well, it is said that a man, fond of pastry since childhood, found that cake sounds like high-end Chinese.